Chapter 1. The Villainous Biological Mother in Stepmother Novels. Qian touched her forehead, which had finally cooled down, and let out a long, wistful sigh. What on earth was happening? She had found herself trapped in a heart-wrenching stepmother narrative, leading a life filled with suffocating despair and a tragically untimely demi-Qian epitome of the original owner's existence. In such tales, there always exists a biological mother whose mere mention elicits disdain and furrowed brows, a figure utterly incomprehensible to others. Unluckily for her, she had now assumed the role of that very mother. Su Yang got into a fight with another child. Su Yang's mother, could you please come here? After 2 hours of grappling with her new reality, Su Qian received a phone call from the kindergarten teacher. Recalling her memories of this teacher Zhang, Su Qian scoffed the original owner had often been toyed with by this very instructor. Having never married in her previous life, the abrupt addition of a son caught Su Qian off guard, yet her greatest strength lay in her adaptability and indomitable spirit. Now that she bore the title of biological mother, no matter how unruly her son might be, the responsibilities of motherhood were inescapable. Before stepping out, she glanced at her attire, her brow furrowed in disdain. As a fashion maven and master of clothing design, she found her current haphazard ensemble utterly unpalatable. Setting down her keys, Su Qian tore a rip in her linen shirt, then grabbed a curtain tie from the side and fashioned it into a belt around her waist, accentuating her slender figure. She rolled up her pant legs to 3/4, revealing her ankles, and swiftly tied her hair into a high ponytail, showcasing her elegant swan-like neck. After her transformation, no one on the street would suspect she was a mother. To live in her 20s while presenting as an elderly woman was nothing short of self-neglect. The original owner had little love for makeup, and her home lacked even a single lipstick. Su Qian picked up a dragon fruit from the table, sliced it open, and used her fingers to dab on some of the vibrant pulp, creating an all-natural lip color. With looks befitting a second female lead, a mere touch of color to her lips and a change of attire rendered her nearly unrecognizable. It is worth noting that Su Qian's crossing over was not without precedent. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the original owner. Faced with such inexplicable phenomena, Su Qian chose to treat it as a parallel universe. Gazing at her reflection, Su Qian smiled brightly. After all, one must live life wherever they may find themselves, right? In the kindergarten infirmary. As soon as Su Qian entered, she spotted her son lying on the hospital bed, a white cloth draped over his forehead, his little face scrunched up like a bun. Upon noticing her arrival, Su Yang's expression froze, and he turned his head away, refusing to look at her. With his enchanting peach blossom eyes, thick lashes resembling tiny fans, and delicate, fair skin, his curly chestnut hair framed his chubby face, making him look like a cherubic angel from a magazine. It was no wonder the original owner had been utterly indulgent towards her son, spoiling him beyond reason. He was simply too adorable. Su Qian observed Su Yang's silence, which was unusual for him. He turned his head begrudgingly and said, "Why are you here?" Then, pursing his lips, he added stiffly, "Did I not tell you before school that the medicine is in the cabinet by the door? Did you not take it?" A smile tugged at the corners of Su Qian's mouth. This little tyrant still had the capacity to show concern for his mother. At that moment, the kindergarten teacher hurried over, and her first words were a reprimand. "Su Yang's mother has arrived. Why didn't you call me?" Parents of students who had previously left information could enter the school without notifying the teacher first, yet Su Qian had not done so. Su Qian narrowed her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing in her gaze. Would the teacher dare to speak to other parents in such a manner? Truly, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. Casting a glance back at her son, who lay accustomed to such treatment, Su Qian ignored the teacher entirely and leaned down to inspect Su Yang's wound. There was a scratch, seemingly shallow. Given a few days, it would heal on an adult, and for a child, it was hardly serious. Feeling slightly relieved, Su Qian asked, "Is there anywhere else that hurts?" Su Yang shook his head, glancing at the teacher behind Su Qian, whose expression was a shade of green. He felt a flicker of confusion. Something about his mother seemed different today. "Su Yang's mother, how can you be so rude? I'm speaking to you. What parent did not treat her with kindness?" Su Qian's disregard left the teacher seething. "Why did you not mention my son was injured during our phone call?" Su Qian crossed her arms, her tone icy. eyebrows slightly raised in a way that conveyed authority without outright anger. The teacher was taken aback. This commanding presence belonged to Su Yang's mother. Her appearance today was indeed strikingly different. He got into a quarrel with Su Zihan and inadvertently got hurt, the teacher stated tersely. Su Qian let out a cold laugh. Previously, my son merely pushed Su Zihan, causing a few terse no injury whatsoever, and you call me here to apologize to Su Zihan's parents. Now, I am the only one summoned? The teacher's expression soured. She had accepted a shopping card from Su Zihan's mother, which meant she had to show special consideration for Su Zihan. She had calculated that Su Qian's timid nature would lead her to apologize, hence why both parents were invited, to appear as if she valued Su Zihan highly. She never anticipated Su Qian would bring this up, nor did she foresee her response. Go fetch Su Zihan. There are matters I must discuss with the parents, Su Qian stated with an air of authority, prompting teacher Zhang to subconsciously comply. However, as she turned, she attempted to offer a few words of caution. Su Yang's mother, children will always quarrel. It seems that Su Zihan's mother's shopping cart is quite valuable, given how accommodating the teacher has been. Perhaps we should first calculate how much it contains? Su Qian was aware of the gift Su Zihan's mother had presented to the teacher. The original owner had contemplated doing the same, but ultimately refrained due to financial constraints. With the conversation reaching that point, teacher Zhang found it difficult to say anything further. The sound of her high heels echoed against the floor as she stormed out. Unable to suppress her thoughts, had Su Yang's mother experienced some sort of stimulus today? Only Su Qian and her son remained in the infirmary. What good does it do to tell you? Su Yang's attitude was understandable. The original owner had often been left speechless by others, unable to articulate her own reasoning. From now on, as long as you are not at fault, we shall not apologize for anything, Su Qian said earnestly, locking eyes with Su Yang. Su Yang had not expected his mother to stand up for him. He had no desire to speak. After a moment of silence, realizing his mother was gazing at him with an unprecedented determination in her eyes, he contemplated briefly and then recounted the events. The conflicts between children were far less intricate than those among adults, often revolving around trivial matters. According to Su Qian's understanding, the incident began when Su Zihan accused Su Yang of stealing his eraser. Naturally, Su Yang denied the accusation, leading to an argument. Despite being only 5 years old, Su Yang could occasionally hold his ground against his mother's sharp-tongued nature. Chapter 2. The downtrodden mother is about to rise. Unable to best Su Yang in an argument, Su Zihan, in a fit of rage, threw his pencil, which ricocheted off the table and struck Su Yang on the forehead. In the past, regardless of whether Su Yang was in the right or wrong, the original owner would always say, "My child is at fault too," thus downplaying the situation. "Yes, you are not at fault." Su Qian tucked the blanket around Su Yang and continued, "Mother will not apologize to them either." Su Yang lowered his gaze, his long lashes fluttering, clearly unconvinced. Before long, the teacher returned, accompanied by Su Zihan's mother, who lived nearby. "Is 5,000 enough for your son's medical and nutritional expenses?" Upon meeting, Zu's mother attempted to intimidate with money. Dressed in the latest ES collection, her gold necklace as thick as a thumb, large diamond earrings adorning her ears, and a round diamond ring on her finger, she exuded an air of wealth that was hard to miss. As she spoke to Su Qian, Zu's mother held her chin high, casting a sideways glance, embodying a condescending superiority. Seeing Zu's mother's arrogance ignited a fire within Su Qian. She retrieved a fruit knife from the drawer and twirled it in her hand. With the blade pointed towards Zu's mother, Su Qian coolly remarked, "Should the wound measure a centimeter, considering the tenderness of a child's skin, that translates to 2 centimeters on an adult. How would 5,000 cover a 2-centimeter gash on your face?" Zu's mother recoiled slightly, startled by Su Qian's imposing demeanor, sensing the knife might fly toward her. Her smile faded as Su Qian spoke slowly. "Apologies are in order. Have Su Zihan come here to apologize to my son." Zu's mother exploded in outrage, emboldened by the sight of a security guard passing outside. She stepped forward, banging her fist on the table. "Why should my son apologize? My child does not lie. Being injured does not equate to being in the right. The kindergarten has surveillance footage. The events are all recorded. A review will clarify everything." In stark contrast to Zu's mother's fury, Su Qian remained remarkably composed. Su Yang observed in awe his mother was indeed different today. Previously, she would have easily apologized to the other child. Fine, let's see the footage. Thus, mother stormed off toward the monitoring room. Su Yang's mother was quite agreeable. Last time, when Su Yang got into a scuffle with another child, receiving only a minor scratch, she had not reacted at all. Teacher Zhang wiped the sweat from his forehead, calling out to Zihan's mother to walk more slowly and be cautious of the stairs, as he hurriedly followed behind her with considerate strides. Su Qian gently caressed her son's cheek and said, "Why not take a nap?" He seldom addressed Su Qian as mother, more often simply calling her by her name, Su Qian. All right. He slowly closed his eyes, but then suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he forced his drooping eyelids to open and declared, "Su Zihan is a pest. I didn't steal the eraser. I think it's quite ugly. Do you think his mother will hit you?" Exhausted, Su Yang finally displayed a hint of childlike innocence, his speech no longer resembling that of an adult. "There's no need to worry, your mother can handle it." After Su Qian spoke, Su Yang succumbed to his drowsiness and drifted into slumber. Bending down, Su Qian placed a tender kiss on Su Yang's forehead and smiled. The mischievous child could be rather endearing when he behaved. Over the years, the original owner had been unable to manage the child, with household matters often dictated by Su Yang's temperament. "You are a thief." "I am not." In the surveillance footage, two children were arguing over an eraser that had fallen to the ground. Clearly, Su Yang was wronged. At this point, Su Qian felt that the conflict between the children was trivial. Clarifying the situation and having Su Zihan apologize would suffice. However, Zu's mother was relentless, unwilling to back down as she insisted, "They'll cover the medical and nutritional expenses, whatever it takes, but an apology is out of the question. Su Yang is at fault too, my son, was pinned down by yours. If you don't believe me, just keep watching." Prior to this, Zu's mother had asked her son, who remained silent. She had heard from other children that Su Yang had pinned down Su Zihan, and if not for the timely arrival of the teacher, Su Zihan would have been in trouble. It was a well-known fact among the kindergarten's older kids that Su Yang's punches were quite painful. Su Qian chose not to respond, barely glancing at Zu's mother as she continued to watch the footage, which soon revealed a scene that ignited her fury. "You have no father, so you stole the eraser my father bought for me." Su Zihan, feeling a bit frightened by Su Yang's injury, spoke carelessly. In his panic, Su Zihan only sought to confirm that Su Yang had stolen his eraser, forgetting that mentioning Su Yang's lack of a father could provoke violence. Suddenly, Su Yang, who had been focused on rubbing out a stain on his clothes, shot his head up, his small face flushed with anger, fists clenched as he lunged toward Su Zihan. The two fell onto the soft mat of the classroom, just as the kindergarten teacher rushed over to intervene and halt the scuffle. Su Qian glared coldly at Su Zihan's mother and stated, "Is this what you call a mistake? Apologize." Children are both blissfully innocent and naively malicious. They remain unaware of the harm their actions may inflict upon others. Su Qian's gaze lingered on the innocent face of her son in the footage, her heart heavy with emotion. "How much do you want? Name your price." Su Zihan's mother continued in her ostentatious manner, refusing to concede to Su Qian. Su Qian fixed her gaze on Zu's mother, enunciating each word with clarity, "Apologize." At this moment, not only the three of them were watching the footage, but also two security guards and two other teachers who had come along. "And what if I refuse to apologize?" Zu's mother retorted defiantly, her pride igniting a tense atmosphere. Failing to apologize for wrongdoing warrants punishment, of course. Some people simply lack proper upbringing. Before Su Qian could finish, Zu's mother charged at her, cursing, "Little bitch, they'll tear your mouth apart." At this very moment, Su Qian's eyes glinted with resolve. She swiftly seized Zu's mother's wrist and slammed it down to the floor. In a maneuver unseen by others or the surveillance, she drove her knee into Zu's mother's abdomen and twisted her left hand forcefully several times against her belly. From a very first encounter, Su Qian had yearned to strike this woman. Chapter 3. Mother displays her continued might. The formidable Mrs. Su, initially poised to strike, found herself unceremoniously deposited on the floor, her cries of agony filling the air, never laying a hand on Su Qian. A flurry of activity ensued as onlookers rushed to assist her, creating a chaotic scene. "Mrs. Su certainly put on a grand display of power," Su Qian remarked, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "It's quite surprising how ineffectual she turned out to be." Clutching her abdomen, Mrs. Su trembled with indignation, unaccustomed to such treatment since her family's rise to affluence. You dare strike me? I'll summon the authorities. She'll be imprisoned. The police station is just around the corner, a left turn from the kindergarten, Su Qian retorted. You'd arrive sooner than waiting for the police to arrive. Of course. In this nation, justifiable self-defense is not against the law, and the surveillance cameras have captured everything. This isn't a mere children's squabble, where parents can throw tantrums with impunity. I have grounds to plead my case. Realizing her initial aggression had placed her at a disadvantage, Mrs. Su ceased her demands for police intervention. Rising to her feet, she pointed a finger at Su Qian, her voice laced with resentment. I was prepared to show leniency, but you forced my hand. This matter is far from concluded. With that, Mrs. Su retrieved her mobile phone from her purse. A nearby teacher, catching sight of the screen, paled slightly and mouthed to her colleagues, "It's her husband." A collective sense of apprehension washed over the security guard and teachers, prompting them to attend to Mrs. Su with renewed fervor. The guard hastened to provide a chair, while Ms. Zhang deftly maneuvered past another teacher to pat Mrs. Su's back soothingly. Mrs. Su's spouse presided over a local company, a deeply rooted native of B City, wielding considerable influence throughout the region. A mere utterance from him could render Su Qian, a single mother, unable to subsist in B City. The microphone emitted a series of persistent beeps, indicating the call was unanswered. Endless meetings day after day. Always on mute, exclaimed Madame Su with indignation, terminating the call. She seized her car keys from the table, pivoting towards Su Qian, and declared, "So you're playing hardball? I'll have you begging for mercy on your knees. You dare not leave." Observing Su Qian's utter disregard, Madame Su's chest heaved with escalating fury, resolving that she would not let this harlot escape her retribution. Su Qian completely ignored Madame Su's soliloquy, borrowed a phone from the security guard, and recorded the surveillance footage. "I'm going to exonerate my son," Su Qian proclaimed. "If the teachers lack discernment, then a mother must not be muddled." Armed with the video, Su Qian proceeded to Su Yang's classroom, where she introduced herself before playing the footage for the children. "Oh, so Su Yang didn't steal the eraser. We misunderstood him." The children's thoughts were unadulterated. They believed that a mistake was a mistake, devoid of extraneous factors. Su Zihan, flushed with embarrassment, recalled the adage from a cartoon that a good child admits their faults. He proactively stood up and said, "Su Yang's mother, I'm sorry. I'll go apologize to Su Yang." "Me too. Me too." A substantial portion of the class surged towards the infirmary. A smile graced Su Qian's countenance. Children are like blank canvases. Whatever color you paint on them is what they become. She was gladdened that these children were not incorrigible like Madame Su. Awakened from his slumber by a chorus of apologies, Su Yang sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He saw Su Qian standing at the doorway. Listening to his classmates' remorseful apologies, Su Yang was taken aback. Had his mother truly accomplished it? "Su Yang, do you forgive them?" Su Qian approached, inquiring of her still groggy son. Su Yang harumphed, "I won't hold it against them." "That's wonderful. Thank you, Su Yang. Thank you for forgiving us." Children require exemplary conduct. If Su Zihan were to apologize alone, it might lead to discord, but with so many children together, they seem to compete in the sincerity of their apologies, each saying sorry louder than the last. After watching over Su Yang until he fell asleep, Su Qian went to the teacher's office, intent on confronting that teacher Zhang. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, about 2 minutes after she left, Su Yang's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Seeing that he was alone, he jumped out of bed, put on his shoes, and stealthily slipped out of the infirmary. Due to the day's events, the principal had gathered all the teachers for a meeting in the office, while the children in the classroom watched cartoons, supervised by a single teacher. The supervising teacher, stationed at the doorway, dozed off. Su Yang slipped in the classroom and called Su Zihan outside. At the kindergarten slide, Su Zihan whispered, "Why did you call me? Haven't you already forgiven me?" Not only Su Zihan, but all the children in the kindergarten were afraid of Su Yang. He had dared to argue with Su Yang before only because it involved his favorite rubber ducky eraser, which had emboldened him. With a delicate huff, Su Yang clenched her tiny fist, brandishing it as she proclaimed, "I absolve you of the false accusation, but not of the utterance that I am without a father." Su Zihan pressed his lips together, teetering on the brink of tears, yet restraining them. I offer my sincerest apologies. I shall never utter such words again, if you would permit it. Nay, I must flick your forehead, lest others perceive your words about my lack of a father as inconsequential, and thus repeat them, Su Yang declared, her tender age belying a keen understanding of deterrence. Very well, but I implore you, be gentle, Su Zihan conceded, daring not to refuse. As Su Yang dispensed a reprimand, Su Qian, not to be outdone, ventured to the office and, before the headmaster and assembled teachers, seized Zhang's record-keeping journal and cast it upon the floor. Of what avail are these notations? Afa ade of virtue, meticulously crafted by one who has transgressed the very tenets of ethical pedagogy. Zhang stared, aghast, at the discarded journal, before her voice crescendoed into a piercing cry. Su Yang's mother. What is the meaning of this? I am aware you resent my placing Su Yang at the rear, but his stature exceeds that of his classmates, and his presence at the front would obstruct their view. Moreover, I assured you that seating arrangements would be adjusted weekly. Su Qian emitted a soft scoff, retorting, Zhang, I implore you to compose yourself. Can a teacher of such volatile temperament truly nurture young minds? Su Qian's query abruptly quelled Zhang's tearful lamentations. Her colleagues, who moments before had offered tissues to dry her tears, now wore expressions of unease, acknowledging Zhang's sometimes excessive emotionality. Su Yang's mother, allow me to interject. It was you who initiated this by casting the journal upon the floor, the headmaster remarked, offering an impartial observation. The role of kindergarten parents is undeniably crucial, yet they must also safeguard their staff. Su Qian clapped her hands and remarked, Director Ding, instead of defending your employees, it would be far more prudent to thoroughly investigate her actions. That would be far more beneficial. Teacher Zhang's face flushed crimson. Her earlier display of tears had been an attempt to provoke an emotional response from Su Yang's mother, hoping for a confrontation. This would cast doubt on the veracity of any accusations made in anger, allowing her a chance for justification. However, witnessing Su Yang's mother maintain such composure, even daring to challenge the director, was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. Teacher Zhang's heart sank. This teacher, Zhang, truly has an impressive record. My son has been in this kindergarten for 3 years, and all his misfortunes have been attributed to her influence, as if fate conspired against him. Su Qian sighed and shook her head, her reluctance to have her son in Teacher Zhang's class, making the latter feel utterly humiliated in front of her colleagues. Su Yang's mother, shall we discuss this in my office? The director discerned the underlying meaning in Su Qian's words and invited her for a private conversation. Chapter 4. Raising a Thankless Son. Su Qian proceeded to the director's office, where she meticulously laid out the details of Teacher Zhang's acceptance of gifts. This information had been carefully organized during her journey to the office. Teacher Zhang was adept at tailoring her approach to suit different individuals. She categorized her friends' list into multiple groups. Whenever a particular child appeared more frequently in her posts, it was invariably due to gifts from parents. Occasionally, she would post about her desires for items such as necklaces, lipsticks, and perfumes, creating an unspoken understanding within her social circle. Su Qian needed no further explanation, as Director Ding immediately grasped the implications. Madam Su Yang, please accept my sincerest apologies. I assure you, this matter will be resolved to your satisfaction. The principal's face darkened, as she had been evidently excluded from viewing Teacher Zhang's social media posts, which blatantly hinted at the solicitation of gifts, a profound breach of professional ethics that necessitated disciplinary measures. Upon departing the principal's office, Su Qian passed by the teacher's lounge, where she observed Teacher Zhang amidst a circle of consoling colleagues. Noticing Su Qian at the doorway, Teacher Zhang looked up, only to be met with a throat-slitting gesture before Su Qian departed. Teacher Zhang's hiccuping, a consequence of her weeping, ceased abruptly. Satisfied that she had startled Teacher Zhang, Su Qian was on her way to the infirmary to check on her son when she noticed Su Yang approaching from the direction of the classroom. Son, where have you been? Su Qian inquired. Su Yang gestured towards his backpack, explaining, I went to retrieve my bag. Mommy, I'm hungry. Su Yang rubbed his stomach, which emitted audible rumbles. Su Qian had completely disregarded Madame Su's words from the outset, never according her any significance. The principal, who had been occupied with addressing teacher Zhang's conduct, found her efforts disrupted by the couple's presence. Having gained a comprehensive understanding of the situation, the principal recognized that the issue stemmed from young Su Zihan's misbehavior, which could have been resolved with a simple apology. However, Su Zihan's parents had proven to be unreasonable. While the principal valued enrollment numbers, she would not hesitate to expel students from families lacking decorum. Unlike some of her staff, the principal possessed a genuine passion for her educational institution and would not stoop to flattery or subservience merely due to the Su family's wealth. Thus, the headmaster curtly informed Mr. and Mrs. Su, "I regret to say that this pertains to parental confidentiality, which I am unable to disclose." "Mommy, Mom." Su Zihan's cries echoed from outside the door. Having spotted his father's vehicle from the classroom, he had slipped away while the teacher was momentarily distracted. The tears he had been holding back now flowed freely upon seeing his parents. Mrs. Su scooped him up, her voice laced with distress as she exclaimed, "Son, how did you get that red mark on your forehead?" "Wah," Su Yang blurted out. The question only intensified Su Zihan's sobs, rendering him breathless. Mr. Su, reaching the doorway, forcefully kicked it open with a resounding bang. The family of three then departed. The headmaster, her tone laced with indignation, summoned, "Teacher Zhang, come with me." En route home, Su Yang skipped along merrily, while Su Qian's spirits remained somewhat somber. She felt capable of addressing the issue of the pilfered eraser, yet she was powerless to rectify the absence of a father figure. The pivotal moment of recognition between the male protagonist and Su Yang, according to the narrative, was still approximately 6 months away. "Su Qian, you seem different," Su Yang remarked, scratching his cheek with a cheerful grin. "Oh, in what way?" Su Qian inquired. Su Yang shook his head, confessing his uncertainty. After a moment, he added, "Today, you didn't cry, nor did you incessantly apologize. You even made them apologize to me." Su Qian smiled, refraining from further comment, and continued their stroll, their hands intertwined. A black sedan glided past them along the roadside, prompting a fleeting glance from Su Qian, who recalled her days of being chauffeured to airports for fashion shows in such vehicles. Glimpsing at Su Yang, who was humming a disjointed nursery rhyme, Su Qian let out a long sigh, unaware that in the blink of an eye, her life had been turned upside down. Her boss possessed a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes. If he could maintain a smile on his face more often, he would undoubtedly captivate countless women. Alas, Mr. Jian usually bore an intensely scrutinizing gaze that sent chills down one's spine. His features, chiseled and stark, were as if sculpted to perfection. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he was both strikingly handsome and extraordinarily wealthy. One could not help but wonder why Mr. Jian remained single to this day. Sighing, Assistant Zhang could not suppress his lament. A clear, deep voice interrupted Assistant Zhang's wandering thoughts as the quarterly report arrived. Indeed, Mr. Jian was meticulous in his work and allowed no room for error, prompting Assistant Zhang to refocus on his tasks. "Give me the money," Su Qian said, trying to remain patient as she reached out to Su Yang for funds. Previously, Su Qian allocated half of her monthly salary to her mother and, after covering her own expenses, entrusted the remaining meager amount to Su Yang for safekeeping. "No, if I give it to you, the old witch will just take it away." Su Yang firmly stood his ground, blocking the entrance to his room. The term old, which referred to Su Qian's mother, and even in her presence, Su Yang would unabashedly use that title. Determined and obstinate, he refused to budge despite Su Qian's pleas, which only served to aggravate her headache. Before she could earn more money to improve her living conditions, she needed to acquire a smartphone capable of accessing the internet for information. She was unfamiliar with the world around her and had much to relearn. Currently, she possessed only a low-end, outdated mobile phone that was practically useless. Over the years, she had saved nearly 10,000 yuan in Su Yang's small iron box. If she could withdraw 1 or 2,000, she could easily purchase a device that would allow her to connect to the internet. The child proved impervious to reason. "No, this money is intended for finding Dad. You mustn't use it. If you ask for money again, I shall run away from home," Su Yang exclaimed, his voice hoarse. In Su Yang's mind, his parents were divorced, and he longed to see his father, incessantly clamoring to find him since he was little. So Su Yang diligently saved money. Running away from home was a tactic he employed with relish, and Su Qian would invariably yield upon hearing those words. Hearing her son's words, and recalling the plot of the book, Su Qian instantly broke down. The central focus of the stepmother narrative was how to win over the stepson by the grand finale. Su Yang, this little tyrant, had transitioned from addressing the female lead as Annie to calling her mom, diligently caring for his younger siblings, becoming a model older brother, taking the money his mother earned to find his father, living harmoniously with his stepmother's family, while she, the cannon fodder mother, was cast aside. Now, she couldn't even use her own money to buy a cell phone. Su Qian admonished herself not to stoop to the level of a child. Those preposterous plot lines hadn't even transpired yet. Su Qian pointed towards the door, a wry smile playing on her lips, and suppressing her laughter, said, "Run away from home? The door is right there." Su Yang was dumbfounded. Every time he threatened to run away, his mother would apologize and implore him to stay. But what had changed this time? Noticing the stunned look on her son's face, Su Qian scoffed softly. Could a little kid outwit her? The corner of her lips, which had been upturned, suddenly faltered as a scene of kindergarten children mocking Su Yang for not having a father flash through Su Qian's mind. In truth, it was only natural for the child to want to find his biological father. According to the trajectory of the narrative, the inexpensive son is destined to eventually confront the male protagonist. Thus, she decides to lend a hand, as Su Yang's acknowledgement of her biological father is beneficial for him. The male protagonist treats his suddenly emerged son with great kindness, and the stepmother makes considerable efforts to endear herself to Su Yang, striving to demonstrate her maternal affection, while Su Yang continues to endure suffering at the hands of her biological mother. It is implausible for her to suddenly acquire wealth. The arduous journey of rebuilding her life will be exhausting, and remaining with her will only bring more hardship. It would be more prudent for him to seek out the male protagonist. The more Su Qian contemplates this, the more feasible it appears, leading her to a decision. The day after tomorrow, she will take him to meet his biological father, and tomorrow, she plans to scout the male protagonist's office building. The golden letters of the Jian Corporation glittered brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an impressive aura. Su Qian gazed up at the entire structure from below, her neck straining without catching sight of the pinnacle. Indeed, it is a testament to the male protagonist's commercial empire, truly magnificent. Before attracting the attention of the security guards, Su Qian refrained from lingering at the front entrance. Instead, she leisurely made her way to the rear underground parking garage. Pacing along the W as a romance novel where affairs of the heart take precedence, logical inconsistencies are more easily forgiven. Is it truly plausible that the esteemed Jian Corporation's perimeter wall would have a dog-sized hole that security personnel have failed to detect? Regardless, it serves a purpose now. The male protagonist, a confirmed workaholic, adheres to a strict work schedule, unfailingly arriving at the office before 9:30 a.m., though his departure time is less predictable. Given that it is currently 8:30 a.m., she and Su Yang are making their way to the underground parking lot to lie in wait, hoping to intercept him. Once they have an audience with him, everything will fall into place. Yet, as is often the case when one is in haste, unforeseen obstacles arise. While it is not uncommon to encounter individuals feigning injuries in traffic accidents, she never anticipated being targeted by a pedestrian attempting to stage a collision. "Young lady, you have broken my mobile phone." An elderly gentleman with graying hair seized Su Qian's hand, preventing her from leaving, and pointed accusingly at the shattered device on the ground. While this tactic might prove effective against others, Su Qian is not easily deceived. Lacking even a smartphone, she is hardly one to be engrossed in her device. How could she be oblivious to bumping into someone while looking ahead? It is evident that the man is attempting to take advantage of her youth and perceived gullibility. "Release me," Su Qian retorted, shaking off the old man's grip, her expression conveying her antipathy. She detests being touched by strangers, especially as the elderly man's eyes, though clouded, betray a lascivious gaze beneath his feigned vulnerability, evoking a sense of revulsion. "Oh, where's the justice?" the elderly man wailed as he slumped to the ground, capitalizing on Su Qian's attempt to disengage. "She breaks my belongings and refuses to compensate me," taking advantage of an elderly man. This is precisely the kind of scene that young people dread the most. Ordinarily, many would feel humiliated in such a circumstance, opting to let the matter drop. However, such was not the inclination of Su Qian. She retrieved her sturdy mobile phone, intending to contact the authorities. If necessary, she would once again solicit the assistance of her neighbors to watch over her child, for she was determined to ensure that this swindler would suffer the consequences of his deceit. Upon realizing Su Qian's intent to involve the police, the elderly gentleman promptly arose from the ground and began to grapple for the phone, all the while lamenting to the onlookers that Su Qian was mistreating him. The assembled crowd, never one to pass up an opportunity for drama, had one elderly woman remark, "Young lady, perhaps you should simply offer compensation, considering you damaged his belongings." With this instigation, others chimed in with their own opinions. Su Qian retorted with a frigid smile, "Are you two in league together?" With that, she seized the elderly man's arm, twisted it behind his back, and forcefully shoved him aside as she retrieved her phone from the ground. The device, indeed robust, was unscathed save for a bit of dust on the screen. During the brief scuffle, Su Qian had discerned that the elderly man possessed considerable strength, and the veins in his wrists did not appear characteristic of someone of advanced age. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the dark roots of his hair at the nape of his neck, confirming her suspicion that he was deliberately masquerading as an old man. With this realization, she acted with even less compunction, supplementing the shove with a swift kick. The surrounding onlookers disapproved, but observing Su Qian's apparent competence and the fact that she refrained from further assaulting the man, they hesitated to intervene. The instigating elderly woman did attempt to approach, only to be met with a sharp elbow to the abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. This further deterred any potential intervention, and the crowd resorted to criticizing Su Qian's excessive roughness and demanding that someone contact the police. At precisely 9 o'clock, the protagonist's vehicle paused at a locale adjacent to his workplace. A momentary red light, lasting mere seconds, afforded him a glimpse of Su Qian engaged in what appeared to be an altercation with an elderly gentleman and woman. As the traffic commenced its flow, the rearview mirror offered an unobstructed view of Su Qian gesticulating at the man, accompanied by the palpable discontent of onlookers. The gentleman appeared to be well into his 70s. How could she possibly resort to such actions? Zhang, the special assistant, clucked his tongue twice and shook his head. Seated in the passenger seat, he was unable to discern the woman's features. Her attire, while somewhat antiquated in style, did little to conceal her exceptional figure. What could have possibly motivated such behavior? President Jian, were you able to ascertain the woman's appearance? Was she a youthful individual or of middle age? Zhang inquired with considerable curiosity. Jian Zhan Yan's brow furrowed slightly, prompting Zhang to immediately cease his inquiries. He had momentarily forgotten Jian's aversion to frivolous discussions. Silence once again pervaded the interior of the vehicle. Chapter 6. An inauspicious initial encounter. The constabulary arrived with remarkable alacrity, owing to the precinct's proximity, merely a street away. They promptly apprehended the elderly man, exclaiming, "Layer, your audacity knows no bounds. Daring to perpetrate fraud a mere street away from the police station? Officer, I was simply in dire need of funds." Ha. Upon hearing this admission, the surrounding spectators were immediately enlightened. They had misconstrued the young woman's actions. While they harbored a desire to apologize, they were too ashamed to do so. Ultimately, they too had been deceived and had not engaged in any other wrongdoing. Crestfallen, the crowd dispersed. Among them, a middle-aged woman adorned in a pink garment was apprehended by Su Qian, who declared to the officers, "This individual is likely an accomplice." She was the first to incite the crowd, speaks with the same accent as the swindler, and even wears identical socks. I noticed it long ago. Due to the necessity of visiting the police station to provide her statement, Su Qian intended to visit an internet CAF to search for information regarding the male protagonist. In preparation for the identification tomorrow, she called her neighbor, requesting that Su Yang spend the night at her home. The neighbor, the head of the community committee, was exceedingly amiable and had a particular fondness for the mischievous Su Yang, readily agreeing without hesitation. Su Yang, however, found himself unable to sleep until the early hours, feeling a palpable anxiety as it seemed that his mother was genuinely upset with him. "That is your father," Su Qian remarked, pointing through the glass window at a book cover displayed in the lobby's leisure area. The cover featured the male protagonist of the novel, who was also the head of the Jian group, Jian Zhan Yan. "Good day, ma'am. How may I assist you?" The security guard of the Jian group, ever diligent, approached upon noticing Su Qian and the child loitering at the entrance. "Everything is fine." Su Qian waved her hand, leading Su Yang away. Given her status, she could not meet Jian Zhan Yan even with an appointment, and thus had to follow the route she had mapped out the previous day. They circumvented to the rear underground parking lot, where Su Qian guided Su Yang towards the small dog hole she had discovered. Suddenly, Su Yang halted, releasing her hand. "What is it?" Su Qian inquired, noticing the tension in his small face and the furrow of his brow. He retrieved an envelope wrapped in homework paper from his backpack, stating, "This is 2,000 yuan. He had counted it multiple times the previous night, ensuring there were precisely 20 bills. Su Qian raised an eyebrow. After their argument the day before, she had not engaged with Su Yang, believing that the temperamental nature of this little tyrant was beyond her control. This moment marked the first exchange of words between mother and son since last night. "Do you intend to abandon me?" Su Yang queried, a hint of grievance coloring his tone as Su Qian accepted the envelope. "That man cannot be my father. The old crone said my father was a pauper, toiling away at a construction site." Su Yang hadn't discerned the man's features in the magazine, yet he understood that those featured were individuals of accomplishment. This must be a ruse concocted by Su Qian to deceive him. Some children at his kindergarten even claimed their fathers were superheroes, an absurdity. Superman and Ultraman are fictitious. How utterly foolish. The night before last, he had resolved to postpone the search for his father and instead prioritize Su Qian's need for a mobile phone. Before retiring to bed, Su Yang had carefully stowed the money in his school bag. However, not only had he been unable to see her all day, but upon their reunion this morning, she had brought him to this unfamiliar locale. Upon further reflection, Su Yang realized Su Qian had never deceived him. "Found it. This is the place." After guiding Su Yang through a dog hole and evading the patrolling security personnel, Su Qian arrived at the underground parking lot. The book indicated that the male protagonist's parking space number corresponded to his birth date. Su Qian had diligently researched the male protagonist's details at an internet CAF the previous night. The male protagonist's birthday was May 8th, meaning parking space number 58. Having located the space, Su Qian glanced at the time. 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. Perfect. Pulling her son behind a pillar into an inconspicuous shaded area, Su Qian whispered, "Your father is more affluent than I am. Henceforth, you may communicate your needs directly to him, and he will acquiesce." Before Su Qian could finish her sentence, the sound of a vehicle entering the parking space reached them. She ceased speaking, focusing intently on ascertaining whether the male protagonist had arrived. At that moment, Su Qian failed to notice the crestfallen expression on her son's face, on the verge of tears. Su Yang comprehended that Su Qian intended to relinquish him to his father. A veritable abandonment. Though he had persistently sought his father, it was merely to ascertain his identity, enabling him to describe his paternal figure to his peers. Despite his quest, Su Yang never contemplated separation from Su Qian, even if her recourse in adversity was tears. "Su Qian, Su Yang endeavored to articulate his desires, but was abruptly pulled forth by Su Qian. The arriving vehicle was indeed that of the male protagonist, adorned in a crisp, black suit, his chestnut hair swept back, revealing refined, sculpted features. If Su Yang, bearing a 70% resemblance to the male lead, was akin to a cherubic being, then Jian Zhan Yan was an ethereal figure descended from the heavens. His cool gaze exuded an unapproachable nobility, rendering him a distant, revered figure. Su Qian's momentary daze was fleeting, having already been astonished by the male lead's photograph in an online interview. It was no wonder Su Yang so readily acknowledged his paternity. The resemblance between father and son was striking. Jian Zhan Yan's stature warranted the presence of bodyguards, who promptly intercepted Su Qian as she emerged with Su Yang. The male protagonist remained indifferent to the sudden appearance of these individuals, proceeding without so much as a glance. This compelled Su Qian to exclaim, "Jian Zhan Yan, halt!" Yet, his stride remained unbroken. Indeed, she mused, a cold, ruthless protagonist, indifferent to the female foil. Do you disavow your progeny? This pronouncement brought Jian Zhan Yan to a standstill. Having lived this long, no woman has ever dared to engage in such audacity. Throughout the commercial world, it is well known that Jian Zhan Yan never consorts with women. The scandalous commercial sex scandal of yesteryear reverberated far and wide. The individuals behind the scenes fabricated images and disseminated them to the mailboxes of various CEOs for extortion. Yet they dared not send them to Jian Zhan Yan, a testament to his renowned disinterest in women. Now, a woman emerges, claiming he has a son, utterly preposterous. Chapter 7. An undeniable son. A sardonic smile played on Jian Zhan Yan's lips as he turned and approached Su Qian, stating, "Do not attempt to play such games with me. Defamation carries a steep price." 6 years ago, the Gushui River Hotel, a crimson droplet at the base of your thigh, Su Qian retorted, undeterred by Jian Zhan Yan's imposing presence, lifting her chin as she mentioned the location. In mentioning the birthmark on the protagonist's private area, Su Qian intentionally infused a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhan Yan's gaze turned as dark as ink, his emotions churning within the depths of his eyes. His memory was impeccable. Indeed, he had engaged in relations with a woman there years ago. At that time, his adversaries had drugged him, attempting to tarnish his reputation. He seized an opportunity to escape and encountered a woman, with whom he engaged in relations while in a state of incoherence. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself alone. The hotel surveillance system was damaged, and the room was booked under his identity card, making it impossible to trace the woman's identity. He initially suspected a trap, but the woman never materialized. Could this person before him be your son? You may conduct a DNA test. Here is my contact information. Contact me afterward, and we shall address the subsequent matters. Placing the note in Jian Zhan Yan's hand, Su Qian bent down to pinch Su Yang's cheek, who wore a somewhat foolish expression, and said, "This is your father. Mommy has kept her word. Take good care of yourself." Having succinctly arranged matters, Su Qian turned and departed. The two bodyguards nearby dared not interfere, wishing they were deaf. For one mustn't eavesdrop on the boss's affairs. Only then did Jian Zhan Yan scrutinize the child beside the woman. He hadn't noticed Su Qian's departure, as the protagonist was engrossed, staring at Su Yang's face in astonishment. Su Yang mirrored the reaction. Upon seeing Jian Zhan Yan's face, Su Yang began to believe his mother's words that the man before him was his father. However, he no longer desired a father. He had tried everything he could think of the previous night, yet his mother ignored him. This morning, she still paid him no heed. Had he known, he wouldn't have mentioned wanting to find his father. His mother must think he desired a father over her. Realizing this, Su Yang resolved to explain himself to his mother. Turning around, he found Su Qian had already vanished. Never having been separated from his mother before, Su Yang panicked. His mother said he was a man and shouldn't cry, but he wanted his mommy. Ultimately, Su Yang placed his hopes on Jian Zhan Yan. Clutching his small backpack, he sniffled and sobbed. "I made Su Qian angry. Can you help me plead with her?" Jian Zhan Yan gazed at the small boy before him, his emotions in turmoil, unsure of what to say. "Get in the car first." "Okay." Su Yang hugged his backpack tightly and entered the car, his eyes filled with deep wariness toward Jian Zhan Yan. Alara gazed out the window, her index finger and thumb intertwined in a pensive gesture, her expression clouded with inscrutable thoughts. Neither of them felt inclined to speak, and so the car glided out of the subterranean garage, embarking on a journey to an undisclosed destination. Having entrusted Su Yang to Jian Zhan Yan's care, Su Qian departed, knowing that according to the narrative, the father and son would not formally acknowledge their bond for another 6 months. As the protagonist and the child's biological father, Su Qian felt confident in leaving Su Yang with Jian Zhan Yan. Both the original host and the current Su Qian held their son dearest, and with Su Yang now settled, Su Qian experienced a sense of relief mingled with lingering melancholy. For Su Qian, being thrust into the role of a mother through the transmigration was undoubtedly a seismic shift in her life. This interlude offered her a respite, a chance to recalibrate and confront her current circumstances with greater clarity. With the fund from the envelope, she intended to purchase a mobile phone. While Su Qian maintained a serene composure, Jian Zhan Yan's world had been shaken to its core. He drove directly from the parking lot to a private hospital owned by the Jian Corporation, where the director, forewarned by a phone call, awaited his arrival. Jian Zhan Yan handed a file folder through the car window, stating paternity test. I need the results this afternoon. After his mother's departure, Su Yang entered Jian Zhan Yan's vehicle. From the company to the hospital and then to the upscale apartment building, Su Yang remained composed, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside, his brow furrowed as if lost in contemplation. Water, Jian Zhan Yan offered, placing the cup within Su Yang's reach. The report was not yet available, but intuition whispered to him that this child was likely his own son. I wish to be alone until I ascertain that you are indeed my father. I prefer not to engage in conversation with you. Su Yang, a mere 5 years old, exhibits a level of composure akin to that of an adult. Jian Zhan Yan did not shy away from him, and Su Yang overheard the remarks made during the report delivery. In this age of explosive information, Su Yang's household is limited to a television, yet the neighbor's older brother possesses a learning device that grants access to a multitude of inquiries online. At times, when Su Qian is occupied with work, Su Yang would spend time at the neighbor's home, indulging the use of the learning machine. Thus, despite his tender age, Su Yang possesses knowledge surpassing that of many second and third graders. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Jian Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow, and Su Yang's response provided him with a sense of relief. He harbored a distaste for children, particularly those who are loud, weepy, and difficult to communicate with. Very well, Jian Zhan Yan acquiesced, leading Su Yang to the bedroom for a rest while he retreated to his study, leaving no further exchange between father and son. In the afternoon, the hospital's report was delivered personally by the director. As he gazed upon the document detailing genetic compatibility and the cumulative probability of paternal exclusion exceeding 0.999, Jian Zhan Yan was assured of Su Yang's status as his son. He has a son. Jian Zhan Yan felt somewhat disoriented. He experienced neither sorrow nor exuberance, as this was a reality he had never contemplated. Yet, undeniably, upon first encountering Su Yang, he felt an inexplicable sense of affinity, a testament to the power of bloodline. Jane Jian rubbed her temples and rose to summon Su Yang from the room. She then presented him with the paternity test report, which Su Yang received and scrutinized meticulously. Jane Jian's gaze rested upon the child before him, who was known to him as Su Yang, a 5-year-old boy bearing a striking resemblance to himself, more pleasing to his eye than other children. Su Yang, his small face taut, placed the report on the table, sighed softly, and turned to Jane Jian, confessing, I don't understand it. Despite his precocious nature, he was but a 5-year-old child, and the report, with its array of genetic markers and concordances, was utterly incomprehensible to him. A flicker of amusement crossed Jane Jian's eyes as he delivered the verdict. I am your father. His words were somewhat stilted. He had intended to soften his tone, but his unfamiliarity with children rendered his delivery awkward. Su Yang, however, paid no heed to this. His eyes fixed on Jane Jian, studying him intently, as if to etch his image into his memory. After a long moment, he uttered, I understand. He now knew what his father looked like. Just then, the doorbell chimed, announcing the arrival of Special Assistant Zhang. Special Assistant Zhang carried a stack of documents. Puzzled as to why his boss had suddenly requested an investigation into a woman named Su Qian. Could it be that the boss had taken a fancy to her? The woman was indeed quite attractive, but she was already a mother. Jane Jian stood at the doorway, preventing him from entering. He accepted the documents from Special Assistant Zhang and swiftly instructed, postpone tomorrow's meetings and work. Tentatively schedule the day after tomorrow's agenda, pending my notification. Before Assistant Zhang could speak, the door slammed shut. Holding the documents, Jian Zhan Yan did not proceed to Su Yang's room. Instead, he deliberately diverted to the balcony to review Su Qian's information. Following her graduation from university, she had worked as a clerk in a food company, leading an unremarkable life that revolved around a monotonous routine. The data revealed that Su Qian was an ordinary individual, and such a mundane existence often equated to financial struggles. Jian Zhan Yan was nearly certain that this woman was after money. The SD magazine was the first media outlet to conduct an interview with him, granting permission for his photograph to grace the cover. It was likely that she had seen it and, upon realizing his identity, sought him out with her child. Since the boy was his son, he rightly belonged in the Jian household, where he could receive a proper education. Jian Zhan Yan intended to compensate Su Qian, as she was the child's biological mother, and he wished to avoid any unpleasantness. Suddenly, Jian Zhan Yan paused his perusal of the documents. He recognized the woman in the photograph as the one he had encountered on the street the previous day. Without further hesitation, he affixed derogatory labels to Su Qian, deeming her materialistic, unfilial, and cruel. Picking up his phone, Jian Zhan Yan dialed the number on the note meant for Su Qian. "Hello, who is this?" "Miss Su, good day. This is Jian Zhan Yan." At that moment, Su Qian was enjoying a meal, understanding that a call at this hour indicated that the other party had confirmed Su Yang's identity. She responded, "You have ascertained that Su Yang is your biological son, correct? Let us meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock in Building 3, Room 202 of Lishui Community to discuss matters." "All right," Jian Zhan Yan agreed promptly, a tempest brewing in his deep-set eyes. He intended to further gauge Su Qian's stance, but before he could utter another word, he was met with the sound of a busy signal. Had he been disconnected? Jian Zhan Yan found himself momentarily bewildered. Having inadvertently spilled the porridge, Su Qian hastily cleaned up the mess, only to realize she had inadvertently ended the call. It mattered little, as she and Jian Zhan Yan had no need for pleasantries. They could converse in person the following day. "I shall introduce you to her tomorrow," Jian Zhan Yan conveyed to Su Yang in the house after concluding the call with Su Qian. Su Yang responded with a nod, his solemn expression mirroring Jian Zhan Yan's own. Su Yang's left hand was partially clenched into a fist, his thumb rubbing against the middle section of his index finger, betraying a hint of absent-mindedness. This was a habitual gesture Jian Zhan Yan often employed when contemplating matters. Does this also get passed down through generations? Jian Zhan Yan felt a pang of tenderness, suddenly experiencing the palpable reality that the child before him was indeed his son. "Would you be willing to share the story of your life over these past years with me?" Jian Zhan Yan, for the first time, felt inclined to converse with a young child. "And what compels me to confide in you?" Su Yang retorted, his brow furrowed, his gaze towards Jian Zhan Yan filled with apprehension. "You were previously unaware of my existence, and it is preferable that you remain so in the future." Su Yang, relying on his astute intellect, had already discerned that this father of his had been ignorant of his son's existence. Otherwise, he would not have sought a paternity test. In television dramas, paternity tests were only pursued when there was doubt regarding the child's parentage. In the eyes of the 5-year-old, such men were invariably deemed inadequate fathers, thereby condemning an entire group of individuals. Jian Zhan Yan was taken aback, not anticipating that his son would harbor such animosity towards him. "But now I'm aware," he countered. Engaging in a conversation with a young child presented Jian Zhan Yan with a quandary as to the appropriate demeanor and approach to adopt. Zhan Yan stated, "Your mother brought you here to entrust you to me. From now on, you will reside with me." "You're lying. That's not true." Su Yang seized a water glass from the table and hurled it at Zhan Yan. At the tender age of 5, Su Yang was prone to throwing objects when agitated. Zhan Yan, having dodged the projectile, furrowed his brow and retorted icily, "Su Yang, your behavior is utterly improper. Has your mother not instilled any manners in you?" Su Yang was taken aback, bursting into tears and exclaiming, "I don't need you to tell me what to do." Zhan Yan felt a throbbing in his temples. Loosening his tie, he sat on the bed, running his fingers through his hair, utterly clueless about how to interact with children. After a considerable pause, Zhan Yan rapped on the door, announcing, "Come out for dinner. Tomorrow, I will take you to see her." Silence emanated from the room. "If you don't come out, I'll ensure you never see your mother again." Upon uttering the threat, the door creaked open, and Su Yang emerged with reddened eyes and a frosty expression, taking his seat at the dining table and consuming his meal impassively. Zhan Yan pinched the bridge of his nose, finding this far more exhausting than a day of meetings. Meanwhile, on the other side of the narrative, Su Qian, having finished her luncheon, immersed herself in the digital realm. As a supporting female character, her awakening signified the potential to alter her destiny. Su Qian's previous mobile phone was a generic, counterfeit device, lacking a smart screen but still capable of running the WeChat application. After acquiring a new phone and logging back in, the first message she encountered was from a colleague. One was from the general manager's secretary, requesting her to prepare meeting materials, while another colleague asked Su Qian to use her vacation time to attend a training session on her behalf. Both of them issued instructions in a dismissive tone, devoid of any gratitude, indicating that they were accustomed to such behavior. Although Su Qian was in financial straits, she did not intend to continue this job. She was occupied with trivial matters from morning until night, and her monthly salary barely sufficed to support her child. In this world, Su Qian had majored in fashion design. During her sophomore year, she became pregnant and took a leave of absence under the pretense of illness to give birth. After graduating from university, she did not pursue a career in her specialized field due to the need to care for her child. Instead, she secured a clerical position at a food company with regular working hours, where she has been employed ever since. In her previous life, Su Qian had been a leading figure in the fashion industry, dominating the field of clothing design in China. If she wanted to earn money, she would naturally choose what she excelled at and enjoyed. Su Qian specifically researched information online and learned that a domestic fashion design competition was about to be held. The top 3 winners would receive prize money and be eligible to participate in international fashion design competitions. Securing first place would grant the opportunity to study abroad. This was an opportunity to enhance her skills. After meeting the male lead tomorrow, she would have to figure out how to participate in this competition. That night, Su Qian slept soundly without any dreams. Chapter 9. The cheapskate father is truly useless. She had thought she would miss Su Yang, but in reality, she had great faith in the male lead, at least when it came to the child. The male lead would not mistreat Su Yang. In contrast, the male lead was quite ruthless towards her, the female supporting character in the plot. As for the child, the Jian family had a plethora of servants and bodyguards. Sending Su Yang to stay with her for a few days each month would be sufficient for them to bond. The former Su Qian could not live without her son, but she was now more independent. She could accept this arrangement, and it would be beneficial for Su Yang as well. Lying in bed, Su Qian harbored pleasant thoughts before sleep, unaware that her son bore the male lead's appearance, yet his stubborn temperament was undeniably inherited from her. A rebellious child is not easily managed. Yesterday, they had agreed to depart at 9 o'clock, yet by 7 that morning, Su Yang had risen. Sitting in the living room with his little backpack, patiently awaiting his father. He did not rush Jian Zhan Yan, but simply sat there, his gaze fixed. Wherever Jian Zhan Yan moved, Su Yang's eyes followed intently. The moment their gazes met, it was evident from Su Yang's expression that he was eager to leave. His eyes urged, "Let us go." Ultimately, unable to resist his son's insistence, the father and son departed at 7:50. Jian Zhan Yan's suit jacket pocket contained a bank card with a preloaded balance of 5 million. He mused that as long as Su Qian did not make unreasonable demands, he could acquiesce. This sum was a token of gratitude for her years of hard work, with further benefits to be negotiated separately. The child was still young, and his temperament could be redirected. He must not be allowed to be misled in Su Qian's care. Jian Zhan Yan sought custody of the child. The residence of Su Qian was situated in an older neighborhood, with a mother and son rented primarily for its affordability. Given the price, the environment was somewhat lacking. The narrow alley leading into the complex prevented Jian Zhan Yan's vehicle from entering, so the two walked, guarded by 2 bodyguards who remained with the car, while 4 others trailed behind them. Upon reaching their home neighborhood, Su Yang recognized the path, and his mood visibly lifted. He darted ahead, running towards the front door. However, recalling Su Qian's act of abandoning him, he halted at the corner of the second-floor staircase, waiting for the delayed Jian Zhan Yan to arrive and knock. A child's emotions are invariably reflected in their countenance. Jian Zhan Yan recalled the words his son had uttered, beseeching him to intercede on his behalf during their initial encounter. He reflected that Su Qian held a significant place in the child's affections. Provided that she was not excessively unreasonable, he was prepared to yield, bearing in mind the child's well-being. Subsequently, Jian Zhan Yan waited at the entrance for half an hour. After knocking on the door for the 3rd time without eliciting a response, Jian Zhan Yan glanced at Su Yang and stated, "She's not at home." "Call her." Su Yang proposed a solution. The countenances of the elder and the younger were remarkably similar. Their dialogue succinct and their intonation nearly identical, rendering it implausible to deny their paternal connection. The phone call failed to connect. with a voice prompt indicating that the device was switched off. The appointment was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning, and it was currently 8:35. However, Su Yang evinced no inclination for conversation. He sat by the doorway, clutching his satchel, and did not so much as glance at Jian Zhan Yan. What could he possibly advise a 5-year-old child? Rubbing his temples, Jian Zhan Yan stood alongside him and joined in the vigil. Upon sighting the ostentatious automobile at the alleyway entrance, Su Qian sensed that something was amiss. The bodyguards appeared unsettlingly familiar. Upon reaching the unit entrance and ascending the stairs, she comprehended the situation upon observing the individuals obstructing the stairwell. It was no wonder that the elderly Mrs. Wang from upstairs had abstained from her customary practice of sitting in the community pavilion broadcasting her radio program. She had been intimidated into remaining indoors by the protagonist and his entourage. Su Qian cast a glance at Jian Zhan Yan and his 4 bodyguards, who appeared far from amiable. Their mere presence effectively blocked the stairwell, deterring any elderly individuals from venturing out. Wasn't the appointment for 10 o'clock? Su Qian furrowed her brow as she unlocked the door. Casting a glance at Su Yang, the little scamp's eyes were brimming with resentment and grievance. Mother and son both possessed an unyielding disposition. Observing Su Qian since her arrival, Jian Zhan Yan noted her lack of obsequiousness, an aloofness he interpreted as a mere stratagem for extracting funds. One moment, Su Qian uttered, retreating indoors without extending an invitation. Presently, she reappeared, proffering a manila envelope to Jian Zhan Yan. Herein lie Su Yang's birth certificate, immunization records, and sundry documents. Should further formalities be required, a telephonic notification will suffice. Farewell. With that, Su Qian shut the door, leaving Jian Zhan Yan's proffered bank card still ensconced within his pocket. Su Yang, piqued by Su Qian's disregard, and mindful of her displeasure, cast a plaintive gaze upon Jian Zhan Yan. Father and son locked eyes in mutual contemplation. The boy's countenance betrayed his resentment. His advocate had remained conspicuously silent. Had Su Qian truly forsaken him? The more Su Yang pondered, the more profound his sorrow. His sobs punctuated with veiled reproaches towards Jian Zhan Yan for his perceived inefficacy. Jian Zhan Yan, nonplussed, addressed the closed portal. Miss Su, I believe a discourse is warranted. He rapped once more upon the door. Haunted by an unsettling dream this morn, Su Qian envisioned the original host's wretched denouement, a verisimilar nightmare that evoked visceral empathy for her predecessor's anguish. Awaking in a cold sweat, she was immediately confronted by Jian Zhan Yan's premature arrival, rekindling the lingering dread that the nightmare had scarcely quelled. What consequence had the male lead? She was assuredly not the pusillanimous original host. Moreover, as nothing had yet transpired, all remained retrievable. Having prepared herself mentally, Su Qian turned and opened the door, her expression devoid of emotion as she said, "Please come in." Finally permitted to enter, Jian Zhan Yan discreetly surveyed the room, which, though modest in size, was impeccably tidy. "Mr. Jian, I apologize, but I must speak with Su Yang privately first." Su Qian rose and addressed Su Yang. "Go to the inner room with your mother." Su Yang, wanting to protest, hesitated, but Su Qian offered him no opportunity for his defiance. He wished to express his rebellion. Yet no one was paying attention, as Su Qian had already retreated into the inner room. With a slight pout, Su Yang placed his backpack on the coffee table and followed her. Chapter 10. Su Qian, come and get me. His gaze fell upon the wall behind the television, which was adorned with photographs, all depicting moments shared between mother and son. He stood and approached, examining the collection, from the 100-day celebration to the 4th birthday cake. The wall was a canvas of memories, each snapshot chronicling Su Yang's growth. Before his eyes, Su Yang seemed to transform from an infant into the young boy he now was. Observing the radiant smile of a child strikingly similar to himself in the photographs, Jian Zhan Yan felt a gentle warmth within. Su Yang bore an uncanny resemblance to him, and he had begun to accept the reality of having a son. At that moment, the door swung open, and Su Qian emerged. Jian Zhan Yan glanced at the clock, realizing that 20 minutes had passed unawares. "Let us discuss this on the balcony," Su Qian said, walking past Jian Zhan Yan with an air of neutrality that harbored neither praise nor resentment. His eyes darkened slightly, lost in contemplation, before he followed her. The balcony of the old community is quite spacious. Su Qian has set up a table here, adorned with various flowers and plants. Despite living in modest circumstances, the original owner truly embraced life with care. Su Yang mentioned that he requires 2 days of visitation rights each month. Of course, if the child wishes to visit, you may bring him over. If he prefers not to, that is also acceptable. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to express them. Su Qian, having exhausted her patience, had already spoken extensively to her son, and she did not wish to squander any more time with the male lead. Indifferent to the entangled emotions between the main characters, she resolved to focus on her own life. Jian Zhan Yan produced a card from his pocket and placed it on the table, stating, "This is 5 million as compensation for the years you have devoted to raising him." "Thank you," Su Qian replied without hesitation, swiftly accepting the amount. She intended to save the money for Su Yang's future. It was the original owner who endured the hardships, and although her care over the past 2 days could hardly be considered significant, she felt no shame in accepting this 5 million. Regarding the matter of guardianship, if my signature is required, please notify me at least a day in advance. I shall cooperate with all necessary procedures. Su Qian was quite accommodating, simply wishing to ensure that her son was well taken care of. "Very well," Jian Zhan Yan acknowledged. After a brief pause, he continued, "Do you have any other requests?" Su Qian lightly waved her fingers, a smirk forming in her heart. The male lead likely assumed she would make exorbitant demands. However, her agreeable demeanor might lead him to suspect deceit. "I have but one request. Treat the child well. He has endured considerable hardship while in my care." Naturally, Jian Zhan Yan cast a fleeting glance at the door, his eyes dimming slightly as he pondered. Why hasn't Su Yang emerged? He was in the midst of packing his belongings. Despite Su Yang's intelligence, he could not discern that this was merely a delaying tactic employed by his mother. Naturally, Su Qian believed the latter scenario to be rather improbable. Although the male protagonist appeared emotionally detached, he exhibited a sense of responsibility towards the unexpectedly revealed son. In truth, Su Yang had few possessions. Su Qian had merely coaxed him into packing to facilitate her conversation with Jian Zhan Yan. "Su Yang, would you like to take the load-bearing wall with you?" Su Yang, rummaging through the contents of his little dolphin suitcase, managed to create a small space and patted the empty area, inquiring, "What is a load-bearing wall?" "There's still room. I can take it." Su Qian was momentarily speechless. Indeed, the term load-bearing wall was a perplexing concept for a child. When it was time to depart, Su Yang was reluctant to leave. He wished to finish his dinner before heading to his father's place. However, Su Qian had not procured any groceries and was unwilling to confront the male protagonist's frosty demeanor. "I'm afraid, dear, that mother has matters to attend to. Would you allow your father to take you for a delightful meal instead?" Pouting, Su Yang looked up at the person beside him, hoping Jian Zhan Yan would intercede on his behalf. Yet, Jian Zhan Yan simply took hold of the suitcase and said, "Let us go." As he drove, Jian Zhan Yan noticed Su Yang's dejection. The child was heavily reliant on his mother. Reminiscing about Su Qian's decisive handling of the 5 million and her efficient management of affairs, Jian Zhan Yan's brow furrowed slightly. First impressions between individuals carry great significance. He still recalled Su Qian's imperious demeanor towards the elderly in the streets, which hardly painted her as a person of amiable disposition. Su Qian had believed that her demeanor would leave a favorable impression on the male lead. Even if they did not develop a close relationship, at the very least, they could maintain a cordial faade for the sake of the child, treating each other as mere acquaintances. Little did she anticipate that her innocent intentions would instead incite his suspicion. However, this tranquil existence lasted only 3 days for Su Qian. On the 4th day at noon, shortly after finishing her meal, she received an unexpected phone call. Upon answering, she was met with the heart-wrenching cries of Su Yang. The sound of her child's sobs echoed through the receiver, as if he bore an immense grievance. Chapter 11. Is this little girl scolding Mr. Jian? "Son, please stop crying for a moment. Tell mommy where you are and what happened, all right?" Su Qian spoke soothingly as she rose and headed towards the door. Su Yang was an exceptionally resilient child. Circumstances that could reduce him to tears were nearly non-existent in the memories of the original owner. This was precisely why Su Qian felt a surge of anxiety. What could have possibly befallen her little bun? The weeping on the other end of the line paused momentarily before continuing in a choked voice. I don't know where I am. Woo woo woo. That's all right. Mommy is coming to get you. I know where you are, and I will be there shortly. Su Qian reassured her son. I'll wait for Mommy. I do. Suddenly, the call was disconnected. Su Qian listened to the busy tone in despair, then redialed only to be met with the same incessant ringing. With a heavy heart, she slipped on a coat and hurried out to hail a taxi, heading towards the Jian Corporation's office building. At that moment, Jian Zhan Yan had just landed from a flight, and at the very second Su Qian ended the call, he switched off airplane mode. Upon entering the luxurious, elongated vehicle, Jian Zhan Yan stated calmly to the company, it was the peak hour of the day, and the roads were ensnared in a serpentine traffic jam. Why, one might wonder, was Su Yang in tears? Such a commendable protagonist. Having entrusted his son to him for merely a few days, Su Yang had already faced unjust tribulations. When the original owner was present, her mother treated Su Yang with disdain, yet the little bun had never shed a single tear. The more Su Qian contemplated, the more irked she became. She had entrusted the little bun to the male lead with the hope of providing him a better life. She bore no intention of shirking her responsibilities. If the male lead could not even manage to prevent the little bun from suffering, then she would take on the responsibility herself, with the resolve that if he could not raise the child properly, he would have to return him to her. Su Qian stormed towards the Jian Corporation building. Jian Zhan Yan was the CEO of the Jian Group, a conglomerate with a vast array of business interests. Compared to other companies that occupied merely a single floor of the building, the entire structure before Su Qian was dedicated to the Jian Group's offices. Thus, when she approached the reception and requested to see Jian Zhan Yan, she was met with a condescending appraisal. Clad in a casual sports outfit, with her hair hastily tied back in a ponytail and wearing modest athletic shoes, she appeared fresh but lacked the decorum expected for a visit to the esteemed Mr. Jian. May I inquire your surname, miss? The receptionist asked with a professionally feigned smile. My surname is Su. Miss Su, do you have an appointment? No. I apologize, Miss Su, but without an appointment, we are unable to contact Mr. Jian at this time. Could you please leave your contact information and name? I will report to the administrative manager, and then we can notify you accordingly. The receptionists at Jian's group are all professionally trained. Even if they look down on Su Qian, they wouldn't say anything excessively harsh. Su Qian is aware that she is being perceived as a woman with ulterior motives, seeking to ascend to the top in one step. She also knows that persisting with the receptionist won't get her in. Instead, security might be called to escort her out. Frustrated, Su Qian thumped her hand. Realizing the chasm between the female supporting character and the male lead is this immense. Even meeting him is a challenge. She pulled out her phone, intending to try calling again, but just as she found the number, a group of men in suits filed in through the entrance. Su Qian's eyes lit up as she recognized the leading figures as the bodyguards who had been with Jian Zhan Yan during the previous visit to her home. Subsequently, Su Qian spotted the male lead entering behind them, heading toward the president's private elevator. Upon noticing Su Qian's gaze, the receptionist discreetly picked up the intercom, ready to summon security if Su Qian made any move towards the president. Jian Zhan Yan, but she is merely a female supporting character, and her fate would be to be pinned to the ground by vigilant bodyguards. She didn't want to lose face. Hearing Su Qian shout, the receptionist no longer concealed the disdain in her eyes. If she genuinely wanted to seduce President Jian, she should at least dress better. The women who come to see President Jian are all exquisitely made up and beautifully dressed. The receptionist mused that the young girl had probably watched too many idol dramas, believing that domineering presidents dislike delicacies and prefer plain fare. Harboring these thoughts, the receptionist's lips curled slightly, thinking there was a good show to watch. The receptionist quickly straightened up, holding her breath. President Jian was approaching. She wondered if her eyeliner was properly applied today. Amidst the chatter, who doesn't harbor unspoken thoughts regarding the eligible bachelor, Jian? Why can't I reach him on the phone? Su Qian's questioning remark left everyone in the vicinity momentarily stunned. In the lounge area, where numerous individuals were seated, the arrival of Jian Zhan Yan prompted a natural reduction in the volume of conversation. Upon hearing Su Qian's utterance, the hall fell into a profound silence, soon followed by hushed whispers, as those seated further away inquired about the content of the young lady's statement. Indeed, a young lady she was. The receptionist, upon seeing Su Qian, internally referred to her as a little girl, despite being a mother to a 5-year-old son. Su Qian exuded the vitality of a spirited university student. Why can't I reach him on the phone? Oh, I see. Gossip is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. Just having landed, Jian Zhan Yan maintained a stoic expression, pondering Su Qian's purpose for visiting the company. Had it only been 4 days since she couldn't sit still and sought financial assistance? In a public setting, considering she was Su Yang's mother, Jian Zhan Yan decided, let's discuss this in the office. No need, Su Qian retorted with a huff, her voice icy as she inquired, where is Su Yang? Intent on safeguarding Su Yang. She lowered her voice for this inquiry, her words so indistinct that even the receptionist beside her struggled to catch them. Jian Zhan Yan furrowed his brows in silence, his gaze toward Su Qian laden with scrutiny. Su Qian felt a surge of frustration. How dare he regard her in such a manner? This way, she whispered, leading the way toward the president's elevator, the area notably less crowded. Following closely behind, Jian Zhan Yan was determined to discern Su Qian's intentions. Su Qian's indignation escalated, her tone eventually laced with reprimand. Jian Zhan Yan maintained an impassive countenance, though his brow furrowed with increasing profundity as Su Qian spoke. To onlookers, this created a rather peculiar impression. Was this young woman actually berating President Jian? Chapter 12. Characters from the original text make an early appearance. The girl's fury intensified as she gesticulated emphatically towards the outside and then pointedly in front of President Jian. This scene suggested either a superior scolding a useless subordinate or a girlfriend scolding her boyfriend. President Jian had no superiors, so was it the latter? Did President Jian have a girlfriend? And one with a rather fiery temperament, daring to scold even President Jian. The receptionist was dumbfounded. Could it be that the most unassuming person was, in fact, the most likely candidate? Though, to be fair, the young lady was quite beautiful, merely unadorned. Speculation abounded among the onlookers as they watched the young lady exit the company, with President Jian in close pursuit. The spectacle had concluded. The reverberations of this event lingered within the various small groups of Jian Corporation's employees, a topic of discussion that persisted for quite some time. But that is a story for another time, and we shall not dwell on it for now. After delivering a torrent of words to Jian Zhan Yan, he pursed his lips slightly and revealed the location of Su Yang's villa district. Now that Su Qian possessed the knowledge of Su Yang's whereabouts, she wasted no further time with a male protagonist, striding past him towards the exit. Hailing a taxi proved difficult outside Jian Corporation, as Su Qian found several occupied cabs passing her by. A sleek black luxury car then drew up before Su Qian, its window descending to reveal Jian Zhan Yan within. Get in. Su Qian crossed her arms and remained motionless, her disdain for the male lead palpable. At that moment, an empty taxi appeared behind her. Observing Su Qian's retreating figure, Jian Zhan Yan swiftly remarked, no external vehicles are permitted in the villa area. The taxi's drop-off point requires a 20-minute walk. Su Qian hesitated for a moment, then turned and opened the car door, entering Jian Zhan Yan's vehicle. Su Yang's watch still indicated a location within the villa area. Ensuring her safety was not in question, Jian Zhan Yan assured. Hearing this, Su Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to gaze out the window, remaining silent. Noticing her reticence, Jian Zhan Yan picked up a nearby document and began to read. Thus, they traveled in silence until they reached the villa area where Su Yang resided. Each residence in the area boasted a unique architectural design, a delightful blend of European and Chinese styles. As Su Qian arrived at an expansive villa resembling a castle, complete with a fountain garden and a golf course in the back, the grand gates swung open. The vehicle proceeded through the courtyard to the front door, where Jian Zhan Yan exited first, followed closely by Su Qian. After the fingerprint door lock was recognized, the door swung open to reveal a chaotic scene. The spacious and bright living room was in disarray, with chairs and tables askew and numerous fragments of porcelain scattered across the floor. Several servants were busy tidying up, while others called out for the young master as they searched the premises. Through the butler's explanation, Su Qian grasped the situation. When Su Yang approached Jian Zhan Yan, he exhibited an obedient demeanor, having risen at 7 and retired at 9. Although the father and son exchanged little conversation, their interactions were relatively harmonious. Last night, Jian Zhan Yan was scheduled to attend an event in B City. Fearing that Su Yang would be lonely, she arranged for the 2 children from next door to keep him company at the villa. Everything seemed normal in the morning, but the problem arose after lunch. When Jian Zhan Yan and Su Qian arrived, the servants had just discovered that the young master, who was supposed to be in his room, was missing. "Su Yang, mommy's here." "Su Yang." Su Qian called out twice on the first floor before ascending the staircase. "Mommy?" Upon hearing this appellation, the servants couldn't help but steal glances at Su Qian. The shortest tenure among them at the Jian family villa was 4 years, and today, they finally beheld the young master's mother. "Su Qian, Su Qian." Su Qian had barely reached the midpoint of the staircase when Su Yang came dashing from the second floor, flinging himself into her arms. "Mommy's here, don't be afraid." Su Qian soothed him, stroking his head and checking for any injuries. Aside from his rumpled clothes and slightly disheveled hair, Su Qian gently palpated his arms, legs, and abdomen, noticing that he didn't flinch. She surmised that he was not in pain and unharmed. Su Qian cupped Su Yang's face in her hands and lifted his head from her embrace. She observed that his face was flushed from crying loudly, yet no tears streamed down his cheeks. Realizing that he was facing Su Qian, Su Yang swayed from side to side, broke free from her grasp, and buried his face in her bosom, refusing to show his face. "Su Qian." Su Qian scooped up the little one, descended the stairs, and sat on the sofa, patting Su Yang's back in a comforting manner. Cradling her child, Su Qian used her other hand to grasp the teapot on the table, pouring herself a cup of water as her throat felt parched from the journey. Jian Zhan Yan approached and seated himself across from Su Qian, his brow furrowing tightly as he gazed at the back of his son's head. "Su Yang, why did you fight with Zhou Ping and Zhouan?" he inquired. "Son, please tell your mother why you clashed with Zhou Ping and Zhou," and Su Qian paused, a realization dawning upon her. Wait, that name. At that moment, the doorbell rang. The butler, having recognized the visitor through the video doorbell, promptly approached Jian Zhan Yan and said, "Sir, Mrs. Zhou from next door has arrived with her children." "Let them in," Jian Zhan Yan responded. Although he had only spent 3 days with his son, he could discern that the boy possessed a stubborn temperament. Since Su Yang was reluctant to speak, he decided to inquire about the other 2 parties involved. Su Qian turned her gaze toward the entrance, where a woman in a yellow dress, with curly hair, was leading 2 boys. These boys were likely Zhou Ping and Zhou, and the twin nephews of the female protagonist in this stepmother narrative into which she had transmigrated. The reason Su Qian remembered them so vividly was due to their significant role, as they had previously appeared to defend their aunt's honor by confronting the original protagonist's unruly son. The twin brothers had only been introduced after the female protagonist married the male lead, and now that she had altered the course of the storyline, allowing her son to meet the male lead prematurely, other events had also shifted. Zhou Ping and Zhou had made their entrance earlier than expected. As the trio approached, Su Qian's hand, which had been gently patting Su Yang's back, hesitated. The wounds on the faces of the 2 children. Could it be that Su Yang had inflicted those injuries? Chapter 13. The stubborn little bun, the Zhou twins towered over Su Yang by half a head and were notably more rotund. In a confrontation, even one-on-one, it would be Su Yang who would inevitably emerge injured. Yet, astonishingly, the twins bore the marks of battle. One sported a crimson cheek with several scratch marks, while the other bore bloodstains at the corner of his eye and on his nose. In stark contrast to their own little bun, the twins had endured a rather brutal skirmish. The Zhou and Jian families were old neighbors. 7 years prior, following the death of the Zhou family patriarch, they relocated abroad, resulting in a gradual fading of connections. The elders had maintained a close rapport, yet Jian Zhan Yan was not particularly acquainted with them. Observing the Zhou brothers, clad in suits and exuding a gentlemanly charm, Jian Zhan Yan thought of Su Yang playing alone in the villa and instinctively extended an invitation. Fan Shui eagerly accepted, delighted at the prospect of rekindling ties with the Jian family. The Zhou couple had once enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Jian couple, but after their move to Country A and the Jian family's relocation to Country F, they had gradually lost touch. Not speaking, Jian Zhan Yan glanced at Su Yang, nestled in Su Qian's arms. Su Qian raised her eyebrows slightly at Fan Shui's words, recognizing the delicate art of conversation at play. The female protagonist's sister-in-law possessed remarkable emotional intelligence. Her words would offend neither the Jian family nor fail to clarify the unfolding situation. If indeed the Jian family was in the wrong, she could later express her stance. Su Qian fixed her gaze upon Fan Shui's face. This astute sister-in-law had often provided counsel for her, from dealing with her biological mother to winning over her stepson. While it appeared that Fan Shui's actions were solely for the protagonist's benefit, a more significant motive lay beneath. If Jian Zhan Yan were to become her brother-in-law, the advantages to the Zhou family's business would be immense. Ms. Fan Shui possessed a remarkable perspicacity. This was Su Qian's assessment, informed not only by her familiarity with the original narrative, but also by her acute judgment upon this initial encounter. The brothers harbored a deep-seated resentment towards their mother and were unafraid to defy Fan Shui. However, they felt a certain trepidation in the presence of the stern-faced Uncle Jian. Had their mother not insisted on them visiting the Jian residence, they would have much preferred to stay away. It was only upon learning that Uncle Jian would be away on a business trip that they relented. Zhou Ping, Zhou, would you be so kind as to recount what transpired to your uncle? Jian Zhan Yan's tone was gentle, yet imbued with an undercurrent of authority. The two children, unwilling to disregard him as they would Fan Shui, turned their gaze towards Su Yang. Did you quarrel with Su Yang? Jian Zhan Yan inquired further. The brothers shook their heads in negation, a reaction that piqued Su Qian's curiosity. Was Su Yang uninvolved, or were they attempting to shield someone? Regardless, it defied Su Qian's expectations. The elder brother damaged Su Yang's toy and insisted that I was the culprit. No, it was the younger brother who broke it. Through the children's fragmented accounts, Su Qian managed to piece together the sequence of events. A toy had been broken, and neither brother would accept responsibility. Their accusations escalated until Su Yang suggested a fight, with the victor's version being deemed the truth. The brothers engaged in a scuffle, and when the servants arrived, they found the three entangled, though Su Yang was merely attempting to mediate. The Zhou brothers' reticence on the matter was understandable, but what was Su Yang's reason for remaining silent? Having unraveled the truth, Fan Shui flushed with embarrassment. Her initial words had been mere pleasantries, never expecting that her own sons were the source of the disturbance. Originally, there was an intention to leverage the goodwill of the Jian family for personal gain, but now it has shockingly devolved into this situation. A swift apology is warranted. Observe the disarray you've wrought upon this abode. To arrive as guests and exhibit such discourtesy, the Zhou brothers betrayed a hint of bewilderment, unsure if their scuffle had indeed caused any disturbance, or perhaps they had simply been oblivious. They offered their apologies in unison. Throughout this episode, Su Yang remained nestled in Su Qian's arms, his face buried, not once raising his head. Despite being merely 5 years of age, Su Yang displayed a remarkable obstinacy, impervious to adult intervention. Su Qian attempted to turn Su Yang around, urging him to face the brothers, but Su Yang clung to her, vociferously calling out Mama and clutching her neck with unwavering tenacity. This appellation sent a jolt of surprise through Fan Shui. Having settled in Country A, her cognizance of the domestic situation was somewhat limited. During her sojourn at the Jian residence, she had not once glimpsed the lady of the house. Only through subtle inquiries to the Jian household staff had she gleaned the information that the villa was devoid of a mistress. It had never occurred to her that the woman cradling the child was not a mere nanny, but the biological mother herself. Su Qian endeavored to have her son sit upright, but Su Yang obstinately burrowed deeper into her embrace, clinging tightly. The child proved as slippery as an eel, and the ensuing commotion left Su Qian with a sheen of perspiration on her brow. Despite her efforts, the adopted son remained firmly ensconced in her arms. Fan Shui, observing the interaction between Su Qian and Su Yang, sought an opportunity to interject and engage Su Qian in conversation, but none presented itself. With matters seemingly concluded, and loath to remain standing idly by, Fan Shui broached the subject of her departure, whereupon Jian Zhan Yan instructed the butler to escort her. Su Qian had deliberately given Fan Shui the cold shoulder, discerning the latter's desire to converse with her. As a supporting actress, she possessed neither the inclination nor the desire to engage with the protagonist's sister-in-law. In which chamber does Su Yang reside? The lad has become obstinate. I shall have a private discourse with him first. Su Qian rose and inquired of Jian Zhan Yan. The last room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Jian Zhan Yan replied, whereupon Su Qian departed. In the parlor, Jian Zhan Yan opened the laptop placed beside her and lightly tapped a few keys. Images from throughout the villa appeared on the screen. Cameras were installed in various locations within the house, which was equipped with the latest security system developed by the Jian Group, a fact known to all the servants. Jian Zhan Yan intended to observe the course of events. Her husband's younger sister was worthy of being the Jian family's mistress. Chapter 14. The male lead enraged to the point of myocardial infarction inside the room. Now that outsiders were gone, Su Yang finally deigned to release his hand. Su Qian crossed her arms, leaned against the wall, and looked down at Su Yang, saying, "Why cease your performance?" Su Yang's fingers fidgeted with the bedsheets, his gaze darting left and right, avoiding Su Qian's eyes. "You instigated the fight between the two brothers, didn't you?" Upon hearing the brothers utter something about whoever won would be right, Su Qian recognized it all too well. This little tyrant had quite the reputation for his fists in kindergarten. Su Qian had assumed that Su Yang had had a dispute with the Zhou brothers, but she had not anticipated that this little tyrant would forsake physical confrontation for intellectual warfare, using a toy to sow discord between the two brothers. Otherwise, no matter how strong Su Yang's fists were, he could not defeat both of them. What aroused Su Qian's suspicion was the extent of the disorder in the room. How exaggerated could a fight between two children be? How could it possibly be so chaotic? If the servants said that the three of them were grappling together, Su Qian reasonably suspected that the little tyrant had deliberately involved himself in it, intending to create a mess in the room, with things being smashed and beaten. "Su Qian, the children here are quite intimidating. I'd rather not remain. Would you be so kind as to take me away?" After a moment of silence, Su Yang feigned ignorance, attempting to force tears from his eyes, though to no avail. Upon hearing these words, Su Qian was certain her suspicions were correct. The ultimate aim of this mischievous little one was to have her take him away. Truly, he was the male protagonist's son. At only 5 years old, he was capable of orchestrating such intricate schemes, each step linked to the last. Seeing Su Qian staring intently at him, Su Yang pouted, realizing that Su Qian was no longer easily deceived. He couldn't comprehend why the tricks that once worked on his mother were now ineffective. Su Qian angesichts vit a detached gaze. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and Jian Zhan Yan stood in the doorway. "Miss Su." Noticing Jian Zhan Yan's apparent desire to speak, Su Qian followed him out of the room, instructing Su Yang to remain quietly inside. Upon arriving in the study, Jian Zhan Yan retrieved the video footage, which clearly documented the true culprit behind the damaged toy during the brothers' argument, Su Yang. According to the surveillance footage, of the 3 children playing, only Zhou Ping and Zhou were enjoying themselves, while Su Yang sat listlessly to the side, seemingly lost in thought. Subsequently, as he moved a stool, he accidentally crushed a corner of the toy, unnoticed by the brothers engrossed in their play. 10 minutes later, the brothers began arguing over who had broken the toy. Su Yang watched from the sidelines, propping his chin on his small hand. Finally, he nonchalantly suggested, "Why don't you two fight? Whoever wins is right." "Very well. Today, I'll make you beg for mercy on your knees." "Ah, wishful thinking. Bring it on." The two brothers have recently become enamored with martial arts films, and their dialogue resonates with an air of the Jianghu. Unlike adults, when children engage in a scuffle, they tend to seize each other's arms, resulting in a stalemate. At this moment, Su Yang interjects, suggesting they take their antics downstairs, where there is ample space. Coincidentally, half of the villa's servants are occupied with lunch, while the other half are tending to the garden. Thus, the hall on the first floor transforms into a training arena for the Zhou brothers, as they tumble and grapple with one another, exchanging playful jabs and scratches. Su Yang observes for a considerable time, finishing a bag of cookies before finally stepping in to mediate. Unfortunately, his intervention proves counterproductive. As he approaches, the trio collides with a vase and yanks the tablecloth, turning the once tidy hall into a chaotic mess. Hearing the commotion, the servants rush in to separate them. Stepping back a couple of paces, Su Yang trips on the steps and finds himself sitting down abruptly. With his head tilted, he fixates on a spot, his little face tense, as if pondering a matter of great significance. A servant comes over to assist him, but he waves them off. After about 3 or 4 minutes, he dusts himself off, rises, and walks to the living room sofa, where he picks up a mobile phone from the coffee table and heads upstairs. The timing coincides perfectly with the call he intended to make to Su Qian. The abrupt disconnection was not a deliberate attempt to worry Su Qian. Rather, his small hands could not grip the phone securely, causing it to slip and crash against the edge of a ceramic flower pot, shattering it into 2 pieces. Meanwhile, in front of her computer, Su Qian witnesses the entire episode of her mischievous son unfold. She glances at Jian Zhan Yan, recalling that she never exhibited such cunning at that age, undoubtedly inheriting traits from the male lead. A child so young should not possess such a temperament. Miss Su believes that Su Yang requires strict discipline. Jian Zhan Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that Su Yang's failure to admit his mistakes during the brothers' dispute in the Zhou family was indeed inappropriate. His subsequent behavior was even more concerning. Jian Zhan Yan contemplated the necessity of proper education for the child. Su Qian nodded in agreement, affirming Mr. Jian is right. She recognized the wisdom in Jian Zhan Yan's words. Su Yang was exceptionally bright and required positive guidance. Yet, amidst her thoughts on child-rearing, one question arose. Should Mr. Jian first strive to be a competent father himself? In response to Su Qian's retort, Jian Zhan Yan's expression turned somber. He was at a loss regarding the art of fatherhood. Su Yang's actions stemmed from a singular intent. He wished for me to take him away, to distance him from you. Jian Zhan Yan's countenance darkened. If the management of the Jian group were to witness such a visage, they would undoubtedly tremble in fear. For this expression usually signified impending retribution from the formidable Chairman Jian. The term drama could apply to each individual involved. No one could escape its grasp. Su Qian was not an employee of Jian Zhan Yan, and she felt no trepidation toward his icy demeanor. Ultimately, she summarized, if you wish to educate Su Yang properly, that is commendable. However, the crux of the matter is that you cannot even keep him here. How can you talk about education? In the span of these 3 days, she was unaware of what Mr. Jian had been up to, but the outcome was clear. Su Yang harbored no fondness for him. Su Qian's incisive words pierced Jian Zhan Yan's heart, leaving him feeling desolate, as each statement struck him like arrows, leaving him vulnerable and wounded. The eloquent Chairman Jian, typically so articulate in the business realm, found himself at a loss for words, his lips barely moving as silence enveloped him. His gaze darkened, a fleeting glint of obscurity flickering in his eyes. I would like to request a favor of Miss Su, Jian Zhan Yan articulated with measured cadence. Thereupon, Jian Zhan Yan produced a check from his inner pocket, inscribed a sum upon it, and placed it before Su Qian. The check was for the amount of 1 million. In contrast to the checks for tens or hundreds of millions frequently encountered in domineering CEO narratives, the $1 million check before Su Qian appeared remarkably unostentatious. I hope Miss Su can persuade Su Yang to stay. I shall manage the rest myself. Jian Zhan Yan resolved to engage a parenting coach. A highly seasoned instructor would assuredly be able to grasp Su Yang's psychology, thereby influencing him to amend his disposition. This is compensation for Miss Su's efforts. $1 million for a few words of persuasion? Su Qian arched an eyebrow, lifting the check to examine it. Observing Su Qian's action of taking the check, Jian Zhan Yan inwardly noted that she was indeed avaricious, her true colors beginning to manifest. This $1 million is now mine? Su Qian guidith. Jian Zhan Yan nodded. Tonight, Su Yang and I shall share a room. I shall endeavor to persuade him earnestly. I trust Mr. Jian will seize the opportunity and not render my efforts futile. Gazing at Su Qian's departing figure as she ascended the stairs, Jian Zhan Yan could not resist grinding his molars. Seizing the check, crumpling it into a ball, and discarding it into the waste bin. It had been a long while since anyone had induced such a sensation of myocardial infarction in President Jian. Su Qian had achieved it. Chapter 15. The million was expended immediately as a consequence of the brothers' altercation. Su Yang had yet to partake of luncheon, his stomach rumbling audibly. He leapt from the bed, retrieved a bag of biscuits from the suitcase beneath, and had just torn open the bag when he heard a knock at the door. Su Yang promptly concealed the biscuits beneath his pillow, adopting an expression of profound misery. Descending for a repast, Su Qian's countenance remained inscrutable, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. Within the downstairs dining chamber, Jian Zhan Yan had already taken his seat at the table. Su Qian settled beside him, betraying no hint of self-consciousness, mindful of the million she had disbursed for sustenance and lodging. Yet, she harbored a modicum of astonishment that Jian Zhan Yan had not yet departed. At the firm, he had projected an air of relentless industry. Prior to her summoning him, his aide, clutching a portfolio, appeared to be delivering a report. Su Qian surmised that the protagonist, whilst preoccupied with concerns for his progeny, was simultaneously maintaining a vigilant watch over her, the child's own mother. The protagonist's presence, or lack thereof, exerted minimal influence upon Su Qian's appetite. The culinary expertise of the Jian household chef was beyond compare, and she required ample nourishment to properly discipline her young tyrant of son. Su Yang approached Su Qian, and prior to seating himself, he nudged the chair closer to her, drawing the mother and son into closer proximity. Subsequently, Su Yang grasped his chopsticks and bowl, commencing his meal independently. Su Qian harbored no apprehensions regarding Su Yang's dining habits, whilst children of comparable age still necessitated parental assistance with feeding. Su Yang had already mastered the art of wielding chopsticks to procure victuals. The 5-year-old Su Yang adhered to impeccable dining etiquette, abstaining from besmirching his surroundings with errant morsels, and consuming his repast with meticulous thoroughness. His most commendable attribute lay in his catholicity of taste. Jian Zhan Yan harbored no particular fondness for children, yet he did not actively dislike Su Yang. His paternal connection aside, the primary impetus stemmed from the boy's temperament. In recent days, Su Yang had remained placid and uncomplaining, requiring no cajolery to eat or sleep, and articulating himself with the gravitas of an adult. Should Su Qian have been privy to Jian Zhan Yan's reflections, she would undoubtedly have responded with a derisive expectoration. Did he genuinely believe that child-rearing was so facile? The trio partook of their meal in serene tranquility. Upon Su Qian's satiation, she deposited her chopsticks, whereupon Su Yang promptly swallowed the contents of his mouth and followed suit, his gaze riveted upon Su Qian. Jian Zhan Yan had long since finished his meal, yet he remained seated, unmoving. After wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin, Su Qian turned to Su Yang and said, "Stay a little longer." Upon hearing this, Su Yang immediately pouted. "Why? I do not wish to linger here. I have already been here for over half a week. Have you not always wanted to find father? Would it not be beneficial to spend more time with him? You have been by my side all these years. It is time to accompany father and fulfill your filial duties." Su Yang expressed his discontent vehemently. No, I am still young. I will fulfill my filial duties when I grow up. Besides, he has never raised me. Your mother raised you. Do you not heed her words?" I do not. The dialogue between mother and son was akin to cold arrows, striking toward Jian Zhan Yan, who found himself unable to interject. At that moment, Jian Zhan Yan's phone rang. It was a call from his secretary, informing him that Mr. Smith's flight had arrived early and he was en route to the company. This was the most significant multinational collaboration for Jian Corporation this year, and the ensuing discussions would determine the fate of the contract, necessitating Jian Zhan Yan's presence. He began, but before he could finish, Su Yang had already erupted into tears, questioning Su Qian if she no longer wanted him. In the face of the mother-son duo, Jian Zhan Yan felt utterly insignificant and fell silent. He donned his coat and exited the room, instructing the steward behind him to keep an eye on Su Qian and Su Yang. Jian Zhan Yan maintained a profound sense of caution toward Su Qian. By this time, Su Yang should have been asleep. However, today was an exception. This constituted a form of greeting, though, in truth, Jian Zhan Yan had yet to hear Su Yang address him as father. Initially, he assumed it was due to Su Yang's shyness, but now it seemed evident that the boy had not accepted him as his father. As he watched the small figure ascend the stairs, Jian Zhan Yan inquired of the butler beside him, "Why is he still awake?" Su Yang was awake because he was currying favor. The butler recounted the events of the afternoon to Jian Zhan Yan. Despite Su Yang's obstinacy, Su Qian remained unmoved until finally. Su Yang, exhausted from crying, his voice hoarse to the point of gagging, Su Qian spoke, "You must understand that such displays resolve nothing." Did she truly say that? Jian Zhan Yan questioned, finding this greatly divergent from his findings. Upon confirming Su Yang as his biological son, Jian Zhan Yan had commissioned a thorough investigation into matters concerning Su Qian. Su Qian was known to indulge her child excessively, acquiescing to his every demand at the slightest whimper. This information was gleaned from Su Qian's former colleagues under the guise of a background check for a new company. The extent of the details obtained was due to the investigator's own resourcefulness. In essence, the Su Qian depicted in the investigation differed vastly from the one portrayed by the butler. Is this another layer of disguise? Such mutability must conceal ulterior motives. Are there any more tantrums? Su Qian asked the now silent Su Yang. Su Yang, teary-eyed, shook his head. "Shall mommy carry you upstairs? Are you now composed enough to listen to me?" Suin kuradlit Su Yang in her arms, hertonisoftening. The mother and son ascended to the master bedroom, a sanctuary devoid of surveillance, where the particulars of their discourse remained unknown to the domestic staff. Eventually, the young master's lamentations ceased. Observing Su Qian's stern countenance as she regarded Su Yang's tears on the monitor, Jian Zhan Yan discerned that she was not one to be swayed by a child's distress. Miss Su requested writing materials and appeared to be studying something on her mobile device, while the young master attended to her needs with assiduousness, preparing beverages and refreshments, and discouraging any assistance from the servants. "Understood. You may retire for the evening," Jian Zhan Yan said before ascending the stairs. After giving it some thought, Su Qian, absorbed in her studies, realized that Su Yang was referring to Jian Zhan Yan when he said he. Su Yang raised his hand and said, "I am able to sleep. I feel sleepy." Su Qian nodded approvingly, rose, and proceeded to knock on Jian Zhan Yan's door. Chapter 16. The supporting female character offers counsel to the male lead, Jian Zhan Yan. Clad in a bathrobe, stood with a towel in hand, drying his damp hair, and regarded her quizzically. This was a suffocatingly dreadful scenario. Sukian recoile da step. Such a situation would result into a dire outcome, with the supporting female character expelled from the villa and losing the employment she had gained through the male lead's assistance. The rain that night was even more torrential than the night Yipping sought financial assistance from her father. It was from that juncture onward that the male lead ceased to show any consideration for the supporting female character, marking the commencement of her tragic fate. Su Qian shook her head, banishing the images that had involuntarily surfaced in her mind, reminding herself that she was not the original owner of this body. "Does Miss Su require something?" Jian Zhan Yan asked, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. To have someone knock on his door late at night and then stare at him in a daze, he hoped it was not what he suspected. Recalled to the present, Su Qian met the male lead's gaze, which was now tinged with loathing, causing a lump to form in her throat. Harboring intentions of indulging in a prolonged slumber, Su Qian inadvertently found herself entangled in a misunderstanding. Though one may possess the allure of a celestial peach from the peach banquet, it does not necessarily follow that all would eagerly partake. Su Qian felt an impulse to vociferously proclaim this sentiment to the male protagonist. However, she restrained herself, recognizing the potential for an irresolvable entanglement and acknowledging the inappropriateness of the timing. "If it suits your convenience, perhaps we could convene in the study to deliberate on matters concerning Su Yang. Alternatively, should that prove inconvenient, we could engage in discourse regarding Su Yang prior to your commencement of work tomorrow morning," Su Qian proposed, presenting Jian Zhan Yan with two options. Subsequent to this incident, she resolved to assiduously avoid the male protagonist's chambers, vowing to transform into a porcine creature should she ever again proactively initiate a visit. Observing the sudden surge of indignation emanating from the person before him, Jian Zhan Yan deliberated momentarily before responding. "I would request that Miss Su await me in the study. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian executed an about-face and departed. This episode served as a valuable lesson, impressing upon her the necessity for heightened circumspection in her actions, particularly when engaging with the male protagonist, given her role as a supporting female character burdened with sensitivity. Jian Zhan Yan did not protract Qian's waiting period. He merely exchanged his attire for more casual homeware before arriving, his hair still retaining a degree of dampness. The unpretentious ensemble of a white t-shirt coupled with gray athletic trousers lent Jian Zhan Yan an air of vitality, while the moisture-laden strands of hair cascading across his brow evoked the image of a genial and radiant senior student on campus. From the perspective of a fashion designer, Qian regarded the male protagonist as an impeccable mannequin. Yet, these were merely superficial observations, as Jian Zhan Yan possessed a cold demeanor and a heart shrouded in darkness. Qian mentally remonstrated, acknowledging the ruthless efficiency with which this individual could act when devoid of sentimentality. What matters concerning Su Yang did Miss Su wish to discuss? Jian Zhan Yan inquired directly, settling into his seat. Equally disinclined to engage in superfluous pleasantries with the male protagonist, Qian reciprocated his directness. Su Yang had acceded to an extended sojourn. His previous entreaties for a canine companion had been met with my disapproval. His willingness to remain was predicated upon my intimation that Mr. Jian would procure a dog for him. Presently, Su Yang has apprehended the exigencies of the situation, realizing the inefficacy of his former stratagems. Observing Jian Zhan Yan's taciturnity, Qian suppressed the impulse to roll her eyes, proceeding to elucidate. The consanguinity between father and son is innate, yet affection necessitates cultivation. Subsequently, you could accompany Su Yang in acquiring and raising a dog, thereby augmenting paternal interaction, fostering affection, and predisposing Su Yang to remain in your proximity. Qian's earnest exhortations stemmed from her genuine conviction. Su Yang's reluctance to reside here emanated from his lack of emotional connection with Jian Zhan Yan. Considering the male protagonist's disposition, coupled with the housekeeper's disclosures, Qian surmised, without need for corroboration, that the daily exchanges between the father and son likely did not surpass 20 sentences. Consequently, it was unsurprising that the child desired to depart. After a brief interlude, Jian Zhan Yan, with a furrowed brow and a hint of inflexibility in his tone, declared, "I harbor no affection for dogs." Qian, very well. Her preceding discourse had evidently fallen on deaf ears. Tomorrow, I shall take Su Yang with me. Qian eschewed further argument, rescinding the offer of the child. Her initial decision to entrust Su Yang to his biological father was predicated upon the assurance of his well-being. However, his unwillingness to even procure a dog for his son prompted a reconsideration. The narrative within the book may not be entirely veracious. It would be preferable for her son to remain in her care. As Qian approached the door, before she could open it, she heard Jian Zhan Yan's voice, laced with resentment, from behind. "I'll buy it." "Very well. Mr. Jian is a man of his word." Qian opened the door and departed. She was cognizant of the male protagonist's cynophobia. The mere sight of a canine would induce palpitations and rigidity in his limbs. This was a phobia he could manage. For when Jian Zhan Yan encountered a dog in public, he could maintain a facade of composure, indiscernible to onlookers. It seemed that later, owing to the female protagonist, this psychological dread was alleviated. Qian merely sought to ascertain whether the male protagonist would yield for the sake of Su Yang, and fortunately, he acquiesced. Even with prior knowledge of the narrative's trajectory, Qian could not resist the urge to probe, to ensure her son's life was carefree and that he was at ease with a male protagonist. All of this hinged on a single premise, that the male protagonist held his son in high regard. The results of this trial were most gratifying to Qian. That night, all slept soundly, save for Jian Zhan Yan, for he was to accompany Su Yang to purchase a dog. At the breakfast table, only two were present. Su Yang prattled on incessantly about the type of dog he desired, the sort of leash and bowl he intended to acquire. Jian Zhan Yan lowered his gaze. Qian was correct. Since agreeing to buy a dog, Su Yang had spoken more words to him this morning than in the past 3 days combined. "Where's your mother?" Jian Zhan Yan cast a glance at the vacant seat beside Su Yang. Su Yang imbibed a mouthful of soy milk, then patted his stomach, declaring, "Mom said yesterday that she would sleep until noon today because I frightened her yesterday." Su Qian wished to indulge in a lie-in, but did not want to reveal this fact to her son, thus concocting a reason to deceive the child. Having been accustomed to early rising due to her previous work commitments, the original host rarely indulged in sleeping in. Therefore, upon hearing this, Su Yang genuinely believed that she had frightened her mother and pledged not to repeat such behavior. Consequently, Su Qian genuinely intended to slumber until noon before departing, utterly unconcerned about the impression she might leave on the male protagonist. For the past 3 days, Jian Zhan Yan had not broached the subject of Su Qian with Su Yang, nor had he inquired about Su Yang's past life. Su Yang put down her phone, straightened her posture, and regarded Jian Zhan Yan with a solemn expression. Jian Zhan Yan paused slightly, raised an eyebrow, and inquired of his son, "What is it? Did Mom guess correctly?" Su Yang exclaimed with a sigh. The underlying sentiment of this statement was, "Is it any of your concern? Please mind your own business." Jian Zhan Yan was not oblivious to the implicit meaning. Tightening his grip on the fork, Jian Zhan Yan forced a smile at Su Yang and responded, "Very well. Su Qian, indeed." As fate would have it, frequent provocations often beget retribution. Upon awakening at noon, Su Qian received a message from a neighbor, the contents of which left her utterly bewildered in her still groggy state. Her residence had been vandalized. Chapter 17. Jian's romantic involvement substantiated. Su Qian's residential complex was colloquially known as an old, dilapidated and small neighborhood, where the 2 security guards at the entrance collectively possessed a mere 6 teeth. The property management was virtually non-existent, and maintenance was even more negligible. One could only be grateful if half of the security cameras within the complex were functional. The only source of reassurance stemmed from the proximity of the police station, situated just a street away. The residents of the community are primarily former employees of a textile factory who relocated due to previous demolitions, predominantly elderly individuals, resulting in a rather homogeneous population. Thus, when Su Qian received the alarming news that her home had been vandalized, her immediate thought was that her neighbor had made a typographical error. Surely, her house had been robbed, but who would go so far as to break into her home? "Oh, dear Su, your house has indeed been vandalized. The television, washing machine, and cabinets have all been damaged." Upon opening the voice message from her neighbor, she could hear the lamenting tone of Sister Zhang resounding clearly. "What? Mother, our home has been vandalized." Suddenly, Su Yang emerged from behind, startling Su Qian. The little one had entered the house unnoticed and was holding a glass of water for her, his expression reflecting concern upon hearing the news of the vandalism. Su Yang had comprehended the message conveyed by Aunt Zhang. After returning home, Su Qian first went to the police station to file a report, confirming that her home had indeed been vandalized. Fortunately, no items were stolen. However, the extent of the damage inflicted upon the furniture and appliances clearly indicated malicious intent. This was no mere accident. The community, with its thoroughfares connecting 2 streets, often sees a plethora of unfamiliar passers-by, and the surveillance cameras were only positioned to capture one of those paths, rendering it impossible to identify a suspect. Coincidentally, all of Su Qian's immediate neighbors had left home that morning, and those living above and below her, upon hearing the commotion, assumed it was merely renovation work, thus paying no heed. While filing her report, Su Qian also expressed her suspicions regarding potential culprits. The original owner of the home had a temperament characterized by kindness. She would rather endure personal discomfort than cause unease to others. It was unlikely that she had offended anyone. Firstly, Su Zihan's mother in the kindergarten exhibited an obstinate demeanor, suggesting she was not one to easily relent. Secondly, there was the man who had previously attempted to deceive her during her reconnaissance at the Jian's building. Su Qian contemplated that if this were an act of revenge, it would likely involve one of these 2 individuals, or perhaps the teacher Zhang, who had dismissed her from the kindergarten. To eliminate potential suspects, Su Qian reached out to parents from the kindergarten with whom she had previously been acquainted, knowing they would likely have Zhang's WeChat contact. Through subtle inquiries, she discovered that teacher Zhang had secured new employment and was actively promoting enrollment through her social media, thereby attempting to rally other parents to her cause. This indicated that teacher Zhang likely lacked the time to orchestrate any acts of reprisal. Furthermore, regarding the man who had attempted to defraud her, Qian contacted the police to report the vandalism at her home and to ascertain whether it was indeed an act of retaliation. She learned that the man was still in custody, thus eliminating him as a suspect. This left only one remaining individual. In the parents group for the kindergarten, every parent was identified by the moniker of XXX mom or dad, accompanied by their contact number. Qian requested a familiar parent to assist her by sending a screenshot of Su Zihan's mother's phone number. Upon receiving it, she promptly dialed the number. After 4 or 5 rings, the call connected. Qian wasted no time and directly confronted her. "Did you vandalize my home?" There was a pause on the other end before Su's mother responded. "Are you Qian? What are you talking about? Be careful not to slander me, or I will sue you for defamation." Her voice was laced with a sense of triumph, and a series of sharp, mocking laughs reverberated through the phone, causing Qian to withdraw the device from her ear. Indeed, it was just as Su Yang had described. Her laughter was reminiscent of a clucking hen. Without further inquiry, Qian has already come to a decisive conclusion. Her home is indeed the one that Su Zihan's mother has destroyed. Upon the call being connected, Qian deliberately modulated her voice, knowing that Su's mother was unfamiliar with her and would not recognize her. Yet, the other party was able to ascertain Qian's identity through her words. "You little wretch, do you think I would let that pass unpunished? Just wait and see." Su's mother threatened, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Qian. With a cold smirk, Qian retorted, "Wait for what? You may not have a future to look forward to. And do mind your hygiene. I can smell the stench of your uncleanliness through the phone." After delivering this caustic remark, Qian promptly hung up and added the number to her blacklist. "Excellent. This foul creature has truly provoked her. Xiao Su, I have no pressing matters, so I might as well help you tidy up. Otherwise, you'll wear yourself out," said a neighbor, knocking on Qian's door with cleaning supplies in hand. Over the years, this neighbor has been exceptionally kind to Qian and her son. "Thank you, Sister Zhang," Qian replied gratefully, rolling up her sleeves and picking up a broom to begin her work. She thought to herself how fortunate she was to have sent her son to the male lead. Otherwise, he would surely have been frightened. First, she would tidy up the house, and then she would take care of the people involved. Meanwhile, having promised her son that she would accompany him to buy a dog in the afternoon, Jian Zhan Yan had rescheduled all unavoidable meetings to the morning. After completing all her tasks by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she left work early, solidifying the rumors circulating within the company about the president's romantic entanglements. It is widely known that their general manager Jian is a veritable workaholic. The employees frequently regard Director Jian as a paragon of self-discipline. They muse that if someone on the Forbes rich list can work so diligently, what excuse do they have for their own indolence? Unless Director Jian is traveling, he invariably adheres to a strict schedule, often working late into the night. The receptionist, who has been with the company for 4 years, attests that Director Jian has maintained this routine throughout her tenure. Yet today, Director Jian departed as early as 2 o'clock, unaccompanied by a secretary or assistants, suggesting that it was not for work-related purposes. Recalling the incident with the young woman from before, the receptionist, feigning to reach for something in the cabinet, furtively texted in a small group chat of 6. Director Jian left at 2 p.m. Suspected date. Heads up, everyone. OMG. I was delivering documents and saw the secretary and special assistant were still in the president's office. Definitely a date. The news spread like wildfire through various small groups. By afternoon, most employees were aware that the workaholic Director Jian had left the office at 2 o'clock for a date. Ordinarily, such news might not garner so much attention. But Director Jian's romantic life is a topic of great interest within the company, and people are naturally curious. Coupled with the previous incident involving the girl who came to the company to berate Director Jian, this development seemed to solidify the speculation that Director Jian was indeed in a relationship. Chapter 18. Want me to wait and see? You just wait. Jian Zhan Yan was oblivious to the rumors circulating within the company, nor did he care. In the past, there had even been whispers that Jian was gay, though most people dismissed it as unlikely. When a manager close to Jian Zhan Yan heard about it, he was enraged and wanted to find the source, fire them, and make a company-wide announcement. Jian Zhan Yan dissuaded him, saying he didn't care about such rumors and that such a fuss was unnecessary. Gossip ceases with the sagacious. Those endowed with intellect disbelieve it, while the witless will credit it regardless of pronouncements, provided that duties are executed proficiently and the staff's well-being is maintained. A modicum of harmless banter is tolerated by Jian Zhan Yan. This leniency emboldens the employees to engage in such discourse. In more rigid corporate environments, adversarial colleagues might report gossiping individuals, leading to dismissal or reprimand, thus stifling any discussion. Such is not the case within the Qian Corporation, an entity renowned for its minimal employee turnover. Jian Zhan Yan approached the divan opposite Su Yang, and as she settled, a servant presented her with an assortment of sliced fruits and a moistened towel. Observing this, Su Yang emitted another sigh. This recurrent display of melancholy could not be overlooked by Jian Zhan Yan, who inquired, "What troubles you?" "I feel I am remiss in my filial duties," Su Yang lamented. This declaration prompted Jian Zhan Yan to raise an eyebrow, awaiting further elaboration. "My mother endures hardship at home, while I luxuriate in this villa, a disparity that weighs heavily upon me." Su Yang, though impetuous and assertive, possessed genuine affection for his mother. Jian Zhan Yan paused in the act of unfastening his shirt buttons. Having momentarily anticipated that his son's concerns pertained to him, he was reminded that he had not been involved in the boy's upbringing. A peculiar emotion stirred within Jian Zhan Yan's breast. "I no longer desire a puppy. Would you accompany me to visit my mother? Our home has been vandalized, yet my mother dissembled. I am aware of the truth. Aunt Zhang is not one to fabricate stories, and her reliability is beyond question." Su Yang lowered his head in despondency, lamenting the malevolence of the perpetrator who had ravaged his home. Observing Su Yang's diminutive figure, enveloped in a palpable aura of despondency, Jian Zhan Yan, with a surge of compassion, blurted out, "Let's go then." "Huzzah! Thank you!" Su Yang exclaimed, springing to his feet and dashing upstairs, his voice trailing behind him. "Just a moment, I'll fetch my satchel." Jian Zhan Yan was taken aback. He couldn't quite believe he had been outmaneuvered by a child. Yet, disbelief notwithstanding, the Jian, adept at evading the snares of seasoned veterans in the commercial arena, had indeed taken the bait. The locale was familiar, the setting reminiscent, and the narrow alleyway still inaccessible to vehicles. As he felt the plump, diminutive hand nestled within his own, Jian Zhan Yan experienced a pang of bittersweet emotion. This was his own flesh and blood. Kinship was an enigmatic force. On the day he received the DNA analysis, he had felt little for the boy, but in the brief span of days that followed, a tender affection had taken root within his heart for Su Yang, despite the child's occasional mischievousness. Reaching the bend in the staircase, Su Yang noticed that the door to his residence was ajar. He promptly released Jian Zhan Yan's hand and scampered forward, calling out, "Su Qian." Jian Zhan Yan gazed at his empty palm, adjusted his spectacles, and mused that the child's mother was still an issue. Su Qian had just completed tidying the house and was resting. Mrs. Zhang, a neighbor, had assisted her for half an hour before departing on an errand, leaving her to finish the task alone. The perpetrators had come seeking retribution, not only vandalizing the house, but also defacing the floor tiles and walls with spray paint. Su Qian had painstakingly scraped off the paint, prepared the white walls with sandpaper, and arranged for a craftsman to repair the walls the following day. Following a flurry of activity, Su Qian found herself reclining on the sofa, her lumbar region aching to the point where even the simple act of closing the door seemed insurmountable. As she busied herself, her ire towards the situation steadily mounted. "Su Zihan's mother wants me to wait and see. I assure you, the feeling is mutual," she mused inwardly. Was it possible she was hallucinating from exhaustion? It sounded as though Su Yang was calling her name. As the patter of footsteps grew more distinct, Su Qian opened her eyes to find Su Yang rushing towards her, flinging himself into her arms. Instinctively, Su Qian's gaze darted towards the entrance, where she spotted Jian Zhan Yan following close behind. He was sporting a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles today. Su Qian averted her gaze, silently branding him a polished scoundrel, a rather malevolent assessment from the supporting female character towards the male lead. "Su Qian, they really did vandalize our home. Look at this wall. The television is gone. And over here, the washing machine is missing in this spot too." Su Yang circled the room, lamenting the changes. The two-bedroom apartment, now devoid of many of its contents, felt eerily empty. Sukian biman saident. Inwardly acknowledging the child's keen perception, Su Yang had always possessed a strong sense of protectiveness over their home. Even as a toddler of 2.5, he would stand defiantly in the doorway, attempting to prevent the original owner's mother from taking anything. Having raised him single-handedly, most of the items in the apartment had been purchased by the original owner with Su Yang in tow after work. Thus, his memory of their belongings was particularly sharp. Su Qian, who could have done this to our home? Initially, Su Yang had maintained his composure, but as he discovered more and more missing items, he was overcome by sorrow and burst into tears. Upon witnessing Su Yang's tears, Su Qian felt a profound sense of sorrow. She was acutely aware of Su Yang's numerous character flaws, all stemming from a profound lack of security. At merely 5 years of age, Su Yang's anxious heart, upon hearing the news of their home being vandalized, found a moment of release. It's all right, it's all right. Material possessions can be replaced. Don't cry, don't cry. The bad people have already been apprehended by the police. Su Qian comforted Su Yang, all the while mentally noting down the grievances against Su's mother. Su Yang was genuinely heartbroken, weeping uncontrollably. What kind of trouble had Su Qian stirred? Initially, her investigation revealed that Su Qian's social connections were exceedingly simple, raising questions about the unexpected incident of their home being attacked. The more time she spent with Jian Zhan Yan, the more discrepancies she uncovered between Su Qian and the investigation's findings. In Chapter 19, the male protagonist is a formidable figure. When faced with Jian Zhan Yan's inquiries, Su Qian began to entertain different thoughts. Rather than laboriously seeking trouble with the Su family herself, it would be far more prudent to enlist the aid of the male protagonist. Her current capabilities would merely scratch the surface of the Su family's defenses, but his intervention would wield a different weight. Moreover, as the biological father of the child, this matter was not without relevance to him. Little Baozi sniffled and pointed to a faint white mark on his forehead, stating this was caused by Su Zihan. He said, "I have no father," and accused me of stealing his eraser, which I did not. Liu Huaji bullied my mother, and I have seen Su Zihan's father. His arms are frightfully bruised in shades of red and green. Su Yang spoke without reservation, his words somewhat jumbled. Yet Jian Zhan Yan grasped the essence of his message. At that time, Su Zihan's mother had attempted to resolve the issue with money, but Su Qian insisted that her son apologize, leading to a physical altercation, after which the other party left, claiming she would summon her husband to deal with Su Qian. I suspect this is the doing of the Su family. Su Qian sighed as she spoke, gently touching Su Yang's forehead with a look of concern. Fortunately, no one is home. Otherwise, I truly dread to think of what might transpire. Is it Su Zihan's father who has turned our family into this? Su Qian, take me to kindergarten. I want to confront him, Su Yang declared, shaking his fist. Jian Zhan Yan frowned and turned to Su Yang, asking, does Su Zihan often bully you? He constantly taunts me about not having a father, claiming that only illegitimate children lack one. But I have fought back, Su Yang replied. The term illegitimate had long lost its sting for Su Yang, as his grandmother had used it since his childhood. However, for Jian Zhan Yan, hearing such words was deeply distressing. The thought that someone could belittle his son in such a manner was intolerable. It reflected a lack of proper upbringing. After all, having both parents does not equate to being illegitimate. Jian Zhan Yan's expression darkened, his heart tightening uncomfortably as he spoke. Su Yang, in his innocence, nodded in understanding. I will look into this matter. You, Jian Zhan Yan began, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of loud knocks against the wall outside. In walked a group of 5 or 6 men clad in black vests, wielding baseball bats and smoking cigarettes. At the forefront was Su Dong, dressed in a gray suit. Once a man of the streets, he later took over the family business of daily necessities, often surrounded by individuals of dubious character. He wielded considerable influence in B City, making him a person whom most would prefer to avoid. His methods were ruthless, and he was notoriously audacious. Looks like everything has been tidied up quite well, he remarked. Are we not merely expending our efforts in vain? Su Dong entered and sank into the sofa, gesturing dismissively as a man swung a baseball bat against the door, instantly creating a gaping hole in the wooden barrier. Su Qian glanced toward the entrance and suddenly realized that the male protagonist had come without his bodyguards. What unfortunate timing. You are Su Qian, and you must be her paramour? Su Dong remarked, licking his teeth, while Su's father, with his coarse skin and lecherous demeanor, exuded an air of repulsiveness. Mr. Su, disputes between adults ought not to involve children. I shall take the child home first, Su Qian began. But her words were abruptly cut off. Involve children? Damn it. How did my son end up with a swollen forehead? It was your wretched pup that did this. Today, neither adults nor children shall escape unscathed. Su Dong's expression darkened, and no sooner had he spoken than a small ball struck him squarely on the forehead. The sound echoed, leaving Su's father momentarily dazed. The thrower of the ball was none other than Su Yang, his eyes wide and cheeks puffed with indignation. Your son was struck by me, and I shall do it again. I can have it out too. Had it not been for Su Qian's quick intervention, Su Yang would have charged at Su Dong. Understand the situation, my son. Su Qian, noticing Su Dong's menacing glare, swiftly pulled Su Yang behind her. Su Dong, are you aware that you are breaking the law? I have already contacted the authorities. Su Qian stated coldly, attempting to intimidate him. Her phone rested on the coffee table, rendering it inaccessible to him as he sat there. Su Dong chuckled, and what of it? Should matters escalate, there will always be a scapegoat to bear the brunt. Even if they throw me in for a few days, what difference does it make? It is merely an individual. Can he truly endure a lifetime of confinement? Su Dong is nothing more than a scoundrel, propelled by his association with the right people, and his family's company has flourished as a result. He is merely a subordinate to the other party, frequently thrust into the fray, and has seen the inside of jail cell more than once. On the surface, Su Dong presents himself as a corporate executive, yet his true nature is that of a despicable rogue. Brandishing a stick he seized from a lackey, he struck it against the ground, pointing at Su Yang and demanding, which hand struck my son? Today, I shall break your fingers. Confess which hand did it, or I will sever both. Typically, such words would terrify a child, as they instinctively harbor fear towards an adult like Su Dong. While a child may tremble, a little tyrant would not. Su Yang, firmly restrained by Su Qian, could only lean forward awkwardly, yet even this could not diminish his audacious spirit. Big toad, ribbit ribbit. Listen to you speak, everyone laughs, uneducated, barking like a dog, ha ha ha. Hearing her precious son's nonsensical rhyme, Su Qian could not help but facepalm. Even if Su Dong lacked education, he could discern that he was being insulted, and the situation had become irrevocably tense. Very well. The male protagonist's expression had turned to ice. Really? What can you, a widow with a burden, do to me? Relying on your pretty boy paramour? Ha ha. Su Qian bit her lip, glancing at Jian Zhan Yan. Oh dear, she had insulted the male lead again. Su Dong, rising with the stick in hand, advanced towards Su Yang with a sinister grin, while Su Qian gradually retreated behind Jian Zhan Yan, holding back her son who yearned to lunge forward. Perhaps Su Qian's reaction amused Su Dong, for he hesitated to act, diverting his gaze towards Jian Zhan Yan. And you are, Su Dong uttered merely the words you are, only to be sent flying by a kick from Jian Zhan Yan. Su Qian, standing behind the male protagonist, was utterly astonished. Su Dong appeared to weigh at least 200 pounds, yet he was effortlessly sent tumbling onto the sofa by a single kick from the protagonist. Truly, he was impressive. Su Qian gused. In her arms, Su Yang, who had been fuming with anger, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Jian Zhan Yan. How remarkable! Witnessing their leader being struck, a few of the henchmen nearby were momentarily stunned, muttering a curse before charging forward in unison. The fabric of their suits appeared to be of superior quality compared to their leaders. One of the assaulted henchmen thought to himself. Faced with professional bodyguards, the brutish thugs found themselves at a disadvantage, each one of the muscular men reduced to kneeling on the ground, hands restrained behind their backs, howling in fear. At that moment, the fallen Su Dong sat up, bewildered by the sudden turn of events in the room. How had it escalated to this in the brief moment he had closed and opened his eyes? Chapter 20. The impact on Su Yang's heart. Observing that the situation had stabilized, Su Qian released the constraints on her son's hands. Noticing the red mark on Su Dong's face from being struck by the ball, she thought to herself that her son had his own methods of humiliation. Su Dong glared at Su Yang, then turned to Jian Zhan Yan and demanded, "Who are you?" At that moment, he realized he had underestimated the seemingly frivolous young man before him. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the other was well-dressed and possessed a certain depth. His gaze shifted to Su Qian's face, and he inwardly mused that, indeed, such an appearance could easily entice some wealthy suitors. Su Qian pondered whether Su Dong had just castigated her with his eyes. "Su Yang, retire to your chambers," Jian Zhan Yan instructed, disregarding Su Dong as he retrieved the baseball bat, addressing Su Yang. "Nay, I shall not withdraw. I wish to observe," Su Yang retorted, unwilling to depart, his curiosity piqued. This pronouncement struck a chord within Su Yang's heart. He had resigned himself to the impossibility of acquiring a puppy, having bartered the opportunity for the sake of witnessing Su Qian. Yet, now the prospect had resurfaced. His gaze swept across the drawing room, then shifted towards the portal of his chamber, his countenance a tableau of conflict, which Su Qian keenly discerned. Veritably, he was the protagonist, with but a modicum of guidance. He had adeptly grasped the situation. His choice was the puppy. Su Qian observed her adopted son's retreating form, following him and surreptitiously sealing the aperture he had left ajar. In the ensuing instant, Su Qian beheld the protagonist wielding the bat, striking Su Dong's mouth, causing it to contort, dislodging several teeth, and filling his oral cavity with blood. Her sentiment was devoid of sanctimony and utterly devoid of commiseration for Su Dong. The blow was justly deserved, a consequence of his foul tongue. She was merely contemplating the original owner's fate in the book and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The protagonist was a ruthless individual, a fact she must bear in mind. Su Dong was taken aback, never expecting the seemingly frail man to be so decisive and unsparing in his actions. Clutching his mouth, he glanced at the 3 bodyguards standing nearby, suppressing his anger. He mistook Jian Zhan Yan for a naive young master, ignorant of the ways of the world. "Art thou acquainted with Zhao Lu, the director of Sihua Construction Company?" Having uttered those words, Su Dong observed a subtle shift in Jian Zhan Yan's countenance, surmising that he had instilled fear in the latter. He continued with a touch of arrogance. "Zhao Lu is my esteemed elder brother. By assaulting me today, you have incurred his wrath, and he will undoubtedly seek retribution on my behalf. You shall not emerge unscathed." Jian Zhan Yan was acquainted with Zhao Lu, owing to the latter's company securing a contract for the construction of a large amusement park that the Qian Corporation intended to build. The relevant documents lay upon Jian Zhan Yan's desk, detailing the companies responsible for each segment of the project, along with completion schedules. With Jian Zhan Yan's signature, all awarded contracts would be ratified, and construction would commence. Jian Zhan Yan, meticulous about construction quality, paid particular attention to the winning bidder for the land development. The Sihua Construction Company is a household name in B City. My elder brother possesses extensive connections and acquaintances in every sphere, should your company wish to avoid any repercussions. Su Dong scoffed derisively, his arrogance escalating with each word, as if he were the proprietor of Sihua Construction Company. "He would intervene on your behalf?" Jian Zhan Yan inquired with piqued interest. "Assuredly, he is the elder brother I've followed since my early teens. While he may disregard others' plights, he will undoubtedly champion mine." Su Dong exuded confidence in this regard. His audacity stemmed from his reliance on Zhao Lu's influential patronage. "Summon him," Jian Zhan Yan commanded, settling into a seat opposite Su Dong. Despite his unassuming posture, devoid of any ostentatious display, he exerted an inexplicable pressure on Su Dong, a sensation he had previously overlooked. "I shall resolve his affairs today, nipping any potential troubles in the bud." These words were directed towards Su Qian. Raising an eyebrow, Su Qian mused that this was indeed the male protagonist style. It was just as well. Merely driving away Su Dong would only invite further underhanded tactics. By intimidating those behind him, Su Dong would naturally become insignificant. Su Qian settled onto the sofa beside Jian Zhan Yan, content to observe the unfolding drama. Seeing Jian Zhan Yan's nonchalant demeanor, Su Dong thought to himself that once his elder brother arrived, he would see him weeping and wailing. Jian Zhan Yan was nothing more than a relying on his family's influence. His own brother, on the other hand, had connections in both the legitimate and underworld spheres and Sihua Construction was a leading enterprise in B City, even collaborating with the Jian group. Brother, help. Someone is trying to kill me, and they specifically asked to see you. Su Qian, observing Su Dong's exaggerated performance, couldn't help but feel disdain. The man was quite the drama queen. Who was trying to kill him? In truth, this was Su Dong's genuine sentiment. Each time the man's gaze fell upon him, a chill ran down his spine. Having participated in countless violent altercations, Su Dong was particularly sensitive to such menacing looks. Having ended the call, Su Dong noticed the person opposite him fiddling with their phone and breathed a sigh of relief, glad to be out of his sight. Su Qian, noticing Su Dong's subtle movements, thought to herself that the male protagonist was indeed worthy of the title. With his aura fully unleashed, even a scoundrel like Su Dong felt a sense of dread. As fate would have it, Zhao Lu truly valued Su Dong as a brother. Arriving in less than 30 minutes, a knock echoed through the room, and the bodyguard, upon receiving a signal from Jian Zhan Yan, opened the door. Zhao Lu was a man in his 40s, with his hair meticulously combed back, showing no signs of the balding crisis that often plagues middle-aged men, giving him a refined appearance. Zhao Lu's furrowed brow remained unrelaxed as he surveyed the chaotic scene within the room, observing the cold, piercing gaze directed at Jian Zhan Yan. Su Qian was certain that the other party did not recognize the male lead. In a conflict among preschool children, Mr. Su had stormed in with his henchmen, leaving the place in disarray. Afterwards, he mentioned that General Manager Zhao from Sihua Construction was backing him. Mr. Zhao, what is your take on this matter? Jian Zhan Yan inquired. Brother, it was his child who first struck Xiaoan. This woman assaulted my wife as well. They have bullied me to this extent. How can I endure it? Su Dong exclaimed, feigning immense grievance. Sir, regardless of the circumstances, you have inflicted such harm upon Su Dong, and that is indefensible. But if I had not acted, he would have caused injury. Su Dong did not injure anyone, nor did I witness anyone he harmed. Listening to the exchange between his brother and the opposing party, Su Dong felt a swell of gratitude. His brother was indeed on his side. In the end, Jian Zhan Yan sighed deeply and remarked, "It appears that General Manager Zhao is one who offers boundless protection to his subordinates, turning a blind eye to their wrongdoings and resorting to sophistry. How dare you speak of my brother in such a manner? Have you a death wish?" With reinforcements arriving, Su Dong regained his vigor. "Younger brother, there are certain words that must not be spoken lightly." A glint of coldness flickered in Zhao Lu's eyes, his words dripping with menace. Leaning back against the sofa, with his arm draped over the backrest, Jian Zhan Yan's gaze sharpened abruptly. "A person like you renders any project you oversee untrustworthy." Chapter 21. The male protagonist's unfaltering resolve. The novel in which Su Qian traverses is not a typical tale of a domineering CEO, but rather one that delves into the complexities of a stepmother's narrative. Although the male lead possesses the stature of a powerful figure, his demeanor is far from the tyrannical archetype. This distinction is evident in their previous exchanges. He has discerned the questionable nature of Zhao Lu and has thus taken a firm stance. Su Qian finds herself appreciating this rationality. Were he to embody the brash and arrogant demeanor of a typical domineering character, it would certainly be intolerable. While she enjoys the mindless thrill of such characters in novels, she is grateful not to encounter one in reality. Fortunately, Jian Zhan Yan does not fit this mold. What a joke. My brother's project requires your trust. Do you think too highly of yourself? Su Dong scoffed at Jian Zhan Yan, perceiving him as merely putting on an act. Zhao Lu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jian Zhan Yan closely, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Anyone who seemed familiar to him must have crossed paths with him at a social gathering, suggesting that the other party's background was likely not trivial. Zhao Lu, possessing far more intellect than Su Dong, tempered his demeanor and shifted his tone, saying, "There may be a misunderstanding here. Su Dong is rather impulsive and may have misconstrued the situation." This alteration in Zhao Lu's attitude immediately eased the tension. Observing this, Su Qian internally mused that this was the mark of a seasoned businessman. He had the acumen to assess the situation, unlike Su Dong, whose rash nature only served to complicate matters. "Brother, that pretty boy's silence." Zhao Lu's expression darkened as he glared at Su Dong, who dared not utter another word. his mind racing with doubts. Could it be that this pretty boy truly possessed an identity of remarkable significance? I am Zhao Lu, the manager of Sihua Architecture. May I inquire as to your esteemed appellation, sir? Zhao Lu uttered, extending his business card. His countenance was wreathed in smiles, exuding an affable demeanor. Jian Zhan Yan maintained his seated posture, offering no response. His gaze, imbued with a detached indifference, remained fixed upon Zhao Lu, and he declined to accept the proffered card. Although not a paragon of domineering arrogance, Jian Zhan Yan, as the male protagonist of a nouveau riche narrative, possessed a considerable measure of the hauteur and insolence befitting a magnate. Observing Jian Zhan Yan's deportment, Zhao Lu found it increasingly challenging to sustain his amiable facade. He had extended an olive branch, yet it was met with disdain. Very well. Some people never learn until it's too late. Despite his extraordinary status, Zhao Lu was a person of considerable influence in B City. How shall this matter be resolved? Jian Zhan Yan inquired abruptly, his gaze sweeping over Su Dong and Zhao Lu. Despite his words, Zhao Lu's intention was to ascertain Jian Zhan Yan's background. Should he prove inconsequential, Zhao Lu would not interfere with Su Dong's subsequent actions. Zhao Lu harbored resentment for Jian Zhan Yan's earlier disdain. Su Dong, though somewhat reluctant, complied with his elder brother's directive and conveyed an apology to Su Qian. However, Su Qian discerned no sincerity in his cavalier tone. I did not accept Mr. Su's apology. I am not in the wrong and have nothing to apologize for. Furthermore, it is not up to CEO Zhao to mediate and impose equal blame on both sides. Su Qian's words, though polite, were laced with subtle irony. You may be an elder brother in Su Dong's eyes, but before me, you are of no consequence. What authority do you have to preside over the situation? Zhao Lu's expression completely faltered as he gazed at the two young individuals before him. With a cold smirk gracing his lips, he inquired, "What is this attitude you both are exhibiting?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lu's bodyguards, stationed outside, promptly entered the room. 6 bodyguards, adorned in sunglasses, appeared far more formidable than the thugs accompanying Su Dong. Engaged in the construction industry, Zhao Lu was accustomed to having no fewer than 6 bodyguards by his side, a precaution stemming from the many misdeeds he had committed, which left him fearing for his life. Su Qian cast a glance at the 3 bodyguards positioned to Jian Zhan Yan's left, contemplating whether she could take on 2 at once. Jian Zhan Yan, however, remained unfazed, merely raising an eyebrow at Zhao Lu's trouser pocket. With a tone that was somewhat languid, he remarked, "Mr. Zhao, you have a call." Su Qian's gaze shifted to Zhao Lu's suit pocket, where the light emanating from his phone screen was visible. Zhao Lu retrieved his phone. It was a call from the company's project manager. He terminated the call, having silenced it due to a recently concluded meeting where all pertinent matters had been addressed, indicating that it likely wasn't an urgent issue. He resolved to address the current situation first. I am quite curious to know how you both intend to resolve this, Zhao Lu queried, his words seemingly polite, yet his eyes held a chilling intensity. My suggestion is for Mr. Zhao to answer the call. It might bear some good news. Jian Zhan Yan subtly prompted. Su Qian glanced at the male protagonist, a conjecture forming in her mind, her eyes betraying a hint of schadenfreude. Zhao Lu glanced at his phone. Just after he had hung up, the caller rang again. If it weren't urgent, the individual would not have attempted a second call. Hello. Upon pressing the call button, Zhao Lu responded with a brief acknowledgement, only to hear the project manager on the other end express his agitation. Zhao, it's bad news. The Jian Group has informed us that we did not win the bid. What? Didn't Manager Lu say that once the higher-up signed, it was a done deal? Zhao Lu abruptly sat up. Manager Lu, whom he referred to, was the one overseeing the bidding process for the Jian Group. He was familiar with Zhao Lu and had previously shared information with him. Lu had assured him that once the signatures were affixed, everything was settled, and that the bid for the 4th transformation construction was practically guaranteed. They had even prepared their submission, which seemed all but confirmed. With such certainty in Lu's words, Zhao Lu had naturally believed that this significant contract was secured for his company. This was not merely a project for an amusement park. Partnering with the Jian Group meant that if they delivered satisfactorily, future collaborations would be within reach. Being aboard the Jian ship would elevate 4th transformation construction to new heights. holding profound significance for the company. Therefore, Zhao Lu placed immense importance on this tender, emphasizing in the recent meeting that should they win the Jian Group's bid, all projects must be executed flawlessly. Now, however, the project manager was informing him that the collaboration with Jian had fallen through. It seemed that Zhao Lu was indeed receiving unwelcome tidings. Jian Zhan's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing trivial matters. Zhao Lu suddenly turned to Jian Zhan, recalling how the latter had urged him to check his phone, only to follow it up with news of the failed collaboration. His expression shifted dramatically as he remembered that during their conversation, Jian Zhan had been fiddling with his phone, seemingly sending a message. "Did you sabotage my partnership with the Jian Group?" Zhao Lu questioned, incredulous. He preferred to believe it was mere coincidence. How could the young man before him possibly manipulate the decisions of the Jian Group? It was utterly ludicrous. Surely, he was mistaken. After posing his question, Zhao Lu shook his head, realizing he had been momentarily dazed by the sudden ill tidings. Yet in the next breath, he heard the words indeed. Chapter 22. The male protagonist and the female supporting character are in conflict. Mr. Zhao is a pillar of support for Su Dong. I have been threatened by him, and before addressing him, I must first eliminate you, his ally. If the collaboration with the Jian Group is halted, and you remain unperturbed, what then of the absence of the 4 transformations construction? Qian. She had miscalculated. All domineering CEOs possess an inherent essence of ruthless authority. At this moment, Su Qian acknowledged her own double standards. Considering that the male lead was alleviating her troubles, she felt not the slightest discomfort, but rather wished for him to assert his dominance even more. Mr. Zhao's mention of manager Lu referred to Lu Song, did it not? Prior to the public announcement of the bidding results, one could not possibly know that their company had been presented as a candidate for collaboration in the president's office. Hence it was he who divulged the internal information to you. After finishing his statement, Jian Zhan Yan tapped his fingers against the armrest and picked up his phone to send another message. "Who are you? The general manager of the Jian Group?" Zhao Lu suddenly recalled that the HR manager at the Jian Group seemed to be quite young, as was the manager of the planning department. The employees at the Jian Group were notably youthful. In other companies, such positions would typically be occupied by individuals who had toiled through midlife to achieve them. However, the esteemed Jian's Group distinguishes itself by its willingness to entrust responsibilities to youthful individuals. Indeed, the executives chosen by Jian Zhan Yan have consistently proven to be judicious selections. My identity is of little consequence. My sole intention has been to resolve this matter from its inception. Jian Zhan Yan gestured towards Su Dong. A palpable silence descended upon the room as Zhao Lu remained incredulous at the unfolding events. At that moment, his cellular device emitted an auditory signal, displaying the appellation of Lu Song. "Zhao Lu, you have betrayed me. I have been terminated from Jian's Group." The rationale provided was the dissemination of confidential commercial intelligence. And upon reflection, I can only attribute this to your actions. Did you perhaps engage in imprudent disclosures? I initially offered you guidance with the best of intentions, yet you have turned against me. Well done. Lu Song vociferously remonstrated over the telephonic connection. He held a sanguine outlook on Jian's Group's trajectory and aspired to dedicate his career to ascending through its ranks. However, his aspirations have now been irrevocably dashed. Zhao Lu disconnected the call, compelled to acknowledge the veracity of the other party's assertions. The youthful individual before him possessed the capacity to effortlessly dismantle the Sihua Group. Lu Song, entrusted with corporate tendering affairs, had evidently achieved considerable influence within Jian's Group. Yet, a mere communication from this young man resulted in his immediate dismissal. Furthermore, he possessed the authority to intercept documents requiring presidential ratification and to terminate collaborative endeavors with Sihua Construction. Recollecting the aforementioned threat to obliterate Sihua Construction, Zhao Lu's complexion paled involuntarily. He had indeed provoked an adversary of considerable consequence. Prior to his arrival, the modest nature of the locale had engendered a sense of disdain within him. Little did he anticipate encountering such formidable opposition. Zhao Lu extracted a card from his bosom and placed it on the table, articulating, "Contained herein is 100,000 yuan. intended to recompense for the damaged property and to provide solace for the emotional distress endured by this young lady. I extend my sincerest apologies for this misunderstanding. Su Dong, you shall offer your apologies to both of them forthwith, and you shall return tomorrow with your wife and son to reiterate your remorse. Su Qian, however, did not derive immense pleasure from these words. She mused inwardly that the resolution of this matter was solely attributed to the male protagonist. Henceforth, she must endeavor to cultivate her own strength, ensuring that no one dares to mistreat her. Already brimming with enthusiasm, Su Qian's fighting spirit soared to even greater heights. Devoid of his previous arrogance, Su Dong was now obsequious, his demeanor utterly subservient. Su Qian declined Su Dong's offer to bring his wife and son for an apology the following day, stipulating that they should cease all harassment towards her. She also avowed that after compensating the landlord for the damages, the remaining funds would be donated to charitable organizations. Zhao Lu responded with a smile, commending Miss Su's benevolence. Su Qian remained impassive, yet she harbored a profound admiration for Zhao Lu's ability to adapt and compromise. Subsequently, Zhao Lu led Su Dong away. Su Dong shall no longer trouble you. Zhao Lu has apologized, and Jian Zhan Yan shall not pursue the matter further with him. However, as for Su Dong himself, he has no intention of letting him off scot-free. For a child to utter such words as Su Yang is a bastard indicates profound deficiencies in his upbringing. Su Dong's brazen act of storming in with thugs suggests a history of similar transgressions. Judging by Zhao Lu's past conduct, he has likely spent considerable sums to extricate individuals from trouble. The reason for their swift release after a few days of detention is the lack of concrete evidence. Jian Zhan Yan's approach is markedly different. He shall not only seek out Su Dong's illegal activities, but also target his company. Judging by his character, it's improbable that Su Dong is a law-abiding citizen. His company is likely involved in tax evasion. Jian Zhan Yan is confident that his investigation will yield substantial findings, enough to cause significant trouble for Su Dong. As this matter concerns Su Yang, I will not stand idly by. Miss Su can confide in me without resorting to using the child as a pretext. Having spoken, Jian Zhan Yan rose and headed to Su Yang's room. Su Qian remained, pondering the male protagonist's words. Wait, could he possibly think she intentionally informed Su Yang of Su Dong's impending trouble, then used her son to lure him in and resolve the issue? Damn it, the male protagonist is misunderstanding her based on his own assumptions. Su Qian understands that female supporting characters are often unpopular, and that the original owner's hidden malicious intent was exposed, leading to her being disliked. However, she harbors no such ill intentions, yet is being unjustly accused. This is highly problematic. Fuming, Su Qian marched to Su Yang's room, intending to reason with him. The male protagonist may be impressive, but even without him, she could handle this matter effectively. It would require more effort, but it's preferable to being subjected to his sarcastic remarks and baseless accusations. Before Su Qian could push open the door, Su Yang emerged from the room. Su Qian wanted to chase after Jian Zhan Yan to clarify the situation, but his accompanying bodyguards stopped her. Helpless, Su Qian resorted to yelling. You, stop right there. Explain yourself. What do you mean by pretext? Your mind is so filthy that you see filth in everything. You. Only after Jian Zhan Yan had walked away did the bodyguards cease blocking the doorway. They uttered an apology and then strode away from Su Qian's room. Su Qian was absolutely livid, and the gratitude she previously felt toward the male protagonist for resolving the issue vanished instantly. Had he not been the father of her child, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. What did Su Qian mean by making a raft? Earlier, Jian Zhan Yan had entered the house to take Su Yang away, but Su Yang insisted on staying with Su Qian for the night, as she had been frightened. Jian Zhan Yan acquiesced without further ado, simply informing Su Yang that he would pick him up in the morning. After the father and son reached an agreement, Jian Zhan Yan departed, and Su Yang, following him out of the house, was met with Su Qian's furious roar. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Su Qian sighed, understanding why the male protagonist had misunderstood. However, it was of no consequence, as she wasn't relying on the male protagonist's goodwill to survive. That evening, Su Qian took her son out for a meal at a restaurant. As her competition registration had been successful, Su Qian had been frantically researching information these past few days, fearing that she would become out of touch with the fashion of this world. Furthermore, all participants in the competition were required to complete an online exam. This served as a threshold, preventing outsiders from joining in the fun and seeking out genuine designers for the competition. Successful registration was merely a small part of the overall competition, but for Su Qian, it was a moment worth celebrating, as she was about to officially embark on her career as a designer in a completely new world. Therefore, she took Su Yang out to eat his favorite barbecue. Su Qian never anticipated that so many things could happen while simply eating barbecue. Had she known, she would have definitely opted for takeout. The story begins with the mother and son leaving their home. Chapter 23. Su Qian, we could buy a house now previously, after each payday. The original owner and her son would indulge in a delightful meal at the barbecue stall located beneath their apartment. Today, however, fortune did not smile upon them, as the local stall remained closed. Consequently, Su Qian guided her son to a barbecue restaurant on the adjacent street. While they savored their meal, Su Qian inquired if Su Yang felt any fear, anxious that the events of the day might cast a lingering shadow over her child's spirit. Despite Su Yang's outward display of courage, she remained apprehensive about the potential impact on his tender heart. My father is far more formidable than Su Zihan's, Su Yang declared joyfully. In the nursery, Su Zihan often boasted about his father's prowess, leaving other children envious. Though Su Yang had once scoffed at such claims, he secretly yearned to understand what kind of man his father was. Was he not more impressive than Su Zihan's father? The truth had now revealed itself. His father was indeed superior. While Su Yang could not witness the happenings in the living room, he had been eavesdropping at the door. His curiosity piqued. To his astonishment, Su Zihan's father had apologized to his own, observing her son, who bore no signs of distress and appeared rather proud. Su Qian could only chuckle and shake her head. Her little tyrant was undoubtedly braver than most children. "Mom, look at this," Su Yang exclaimed, scanning his surroundings before carefully producing a golden bank card from his pocket. He placed it gently into Su Qian's hand. "This is from Dad. He said it contains 500,000, and the password is my birthday. I can buy whatever I desire." On the subsequent day of finding himself in proximity to Jian Zhan Yan, Su Yang came into possession of an iPad. Jian Zhan Yan had presumed his son would be engrossed in gaming. However, to his surprise, Su Yang navigated to an online shopping platform. The diminutive child procured a telephone recharge card, executing the transaction with remarkable proficiency. Procuring telephone credit online afforded a discount of approximately 10-20 compared to conventional methods of payment, a saving of considerable significance to the financially constrained mother and son. Consequently, Su Yang would avail himself of the educational device belonging to their neighbor, Aunt Zhang, to replenish his mother's mobile credit each month. The mother and son maintained a dedicated account solely for essential utilities such as communication expenses, electricity, and gas. This account was managed by Su Yang. The precocious 5-year-old diligently adhered to Su Qian's instructions regarding the payment of specific bills and their corresponding amounts. Su Yang would then visit Aunt Zhang's residence to log in to his account and execute the necessary transactions. In contrast to other children who might surreptitiously utilize their parents' funds for gaming purposes, Su Yang judiciously allocated his online expenditure to legitimate necessities. He never squandered these funds, maintaining meticulous awareness of the remaining balance. Certain items were more economically procured online, prompting the original owner to entrust Su Yang with their purchase. At the tender age of 5, Su Yang had become adept at managing numerous aspects of daily life, exemplifying the adage that necessity is the mother of invention. Subsequent to this declaration, Su Yang was uncertain of the inferences drawn by his newfound father. He observed the latter producing a credit card, inquiring as to Su Yang's proficiency in linking it to his shopping account. Su Yang affirmed his competence, deeming the task elementary. Subsequently, Jian Zhan Yan informed Su Yang that the card contained a sum of 500,000, with the password corresponding to Su Yang's date of birth. He further stipulated that Su Yang could utilize the card for any desired purchases, directly linking it to his shopping account. Following these instructions, Jian Zhan Yan departed for his corporate duties. Possessing a keen awareness of financial matters, Su Yang comprehended that the sum of 500,000 could enable him and his mother to acquire a modest dwelling of their own. Considering the funds were designated for him, Su Yang accepted the card and, with palpable elation, exclaimed to Su Qian, "Su Qian, we can utilize the money on this card to purchase a house. This was bestowed upon you by your father. Your mother cannot accept it," Su Qian responded, returning the card to Su Yang's pocket. At present, Su Yang was adorned in designer attire, with a single garment capable of sustaining the mother and son for an entire month. The male protagonist's capacity to internalize Su Yang's words, coupled with his willingness to grant a 5-year-old child 500,000, evinced the presence of paternal affection. Although Jian Zhan Yan may have lacked proficiency in the art of fatherhood, his affection for his son was genuine. As depicted in the original narrative, the female protagonist, upon marrying the male protagonist, predominantly sought to ingratiate herself with the imperious young boy. Ultimately, her triumph in winning over Su Yang stemmed partly from his experience of maternal affection, but more significantly from his inherent disposition. Having pledged to the female protagonist that he would not divulge the matter to his father, he remained true to his word. Had Su Yang expressed any initial animosity towards the female protagonist or revealed her disciplinary actions to the male protagonist, the subsequent unfolding of events between the male and female protagonists might have been irrevocably altered. In the initial stages, the male protagonist harbored no affection for the female protagonist. The original narrative was categorized as a tale of matrimony followed by love. Consequently, even if the male protagonist recognized that the female protagonist's discipline of his son was intended for Su Yang's betterment, he would prioritize Su Yang's sentiments above all else. Should his son express discomfort, the saying "where there is a stepmother, there is a stepfather" does not hold true for the male protagonist in this narrative. Although this is a story centered around a stepmother, Su Qian perceives it to lean more towards the perspective of the male lead. As she observes Jian Zhan Yan and his demeanor, Su Qian increasingly recognizes the similarities between him and the character portrayed in the novel, which brings her a sense of reassurance. Entrusting her son to the male lead seems a plausible choice. What he offers to me is mine, and what is mine is for my mother. Why should there be any objection? Upon seeing Su Qian's refusal, Su Yang, the little tyrant, shook his legs in frustration. His temper was quite fiery. Any dissatisfaction would provoke a commotion. However, he has mellowed considerably over time, as his previous antics proved ineffective, and Su Qian has become impervious to such tactics. Children possess an innate intuition, enabling them to discern which adults they can manipulate. Su Yang is aware that his outbursts compel Su Qian to relent, which is why he often resorts to such behavior. Even though he now understands that this strategy has lost its efficacy, he cannot help but instinctively attempt it. During the summer season, barbecue establishments commonly set up small tables outside, as patrons prefer to dine al fresco, enjoying both the cool breeze and the lively ambience. Su Yang, swinging his legs in dissatisfaction, inadvertently kicked the table leg, causing the ordinary cross-legged table to lose its balance and topple over. Quick to react, Su Qian managed to steady the table, preventing the barbecue from spilling, though the drinks on top slipped down. A can of soda fell to the ground, rolling away towards a neighboring table, leaving a trail of liquid in its wake until it came to rest by the feet of 2 young men seated at the table. This street is frequented by numerous billiard halls, often attracting tattooed individuals who come to enjoy barbecue. It is a society governed by law, and it's only a little past 7. The streets are bustling with activity, so she doesn't anticipate any issues as she leaves with her child after they finish eating. That's what Su Qian believed, but sometimes trouble finds you, even when you're not seeking it. Chapter 24. An approachable CEO, Su Yang's spilled beverage soiled someone's shoes, and her initial reaction was to apologize and offer compensation. However, the 2 men on the other side were unrelenting. Seeing that Su Qian was alone with her child and appeared vulnerable, they took advantage of the situation and demanded an exorbitant sum, claiming his shoes were a limited edition designer brand worth 120,000. While some shoes do indeed reach prices of 120,000 or even more, the man's shoes were certainly not worth that much. As a fashion designer, Su Qian had been diligently studying the world's major clothing brands, including shoes and even accessories like belts and necklaces. The man's shoes were not a limited edition, and furthermore, they were a blatant imitation, an obvious knockoff. Doesn't the kid have 500,000? Take out 120,000 to compensate me. I'm already being considerate. The man said with a malicious grin. His companion added, his family owns a shoe factory. You should pay up quickly and be done with it. Otherwise, he could claim the shoes are worth 500,000 and we could provide evidence. You'd have no choice but to pay. Their coordinated act made Qian realize that they had overheard her conversation with her son and were trying to take advantage of them. At this point, there was no need for further discussion. Qian turned around, led Yang back into the store, picked up her phone, and dialed 110. The man noticed Qian tapping her phone thrice before initiating a call, immediately deducing she was alerting the authorities. He cursed under his breath and lunged forward to seize the device. In his haste to intercept her, he inadvertently overturned a neighboring table, occupied by three men who appeared far from docile. One of them, clad in black, rose to his feet, berating the man pursuing Qian. Moments later, a throng emerged from the adjacent billiard hall, and a fracas ensued. The abrupt escalation of events left Qian utterly stunned. Amidst the chaos of flying chairs and shattered bottles, Qian found her escape routes blocked. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, she led Yang to take refuge behind the establishment's front desk. Within 10 minutes, the police arrived. The combatants, along with the patrons both inside and outside, seized the opportunity to flee, leaving Qian and her child as the sole individuals remaining who were connected to the altercation. At the police station, Qian discovered that the incident was not a mere misunderstanding, but rather the culmination of a long-standing feud between the two adjacent billiard halls, who had seized the opportunity to settle their score. Nevertheless, her situation had indeed served as the catalyst. Upon exiting the police station at 9:30, Qian, with a drowsy Yang on her back, spotted a familiar luxury car parked by the roadside. As the window descended, she recognized the protagonist's face. Qian surmised that the male lead, undoubtedly concerned for her well-being, had been monitoring her whereabouts and had promptly arrived upon learning of her predicament. Enter the vehicle. Jian Zhan Yan's tone was frigid, imbued with an unusual vexation. Qian frowned, wondering why he was venting his spleen on her. If Yang comes looking for you, I implore you not to take him to disreputable establishments. The phrase disreputable establishments nearly sent Qian into peals of derisive laughter. Was it the case that only five-star restaurants were considered reputable, while roadside stalls were deemed disreputable in Mr. Jian's eyes? I regret to inform you that Yang has frequented roadside stalls since his tender years, and he holds them in high regard. As long as my son seeks me out, I possess the prerogative to escort him to any locale permitted by law. Qian's thoughts trailed off, realizing the male protagonist was on the verge of another misunderstanding. A sardonic glint flickered in Jian Zhan Yan's eyes as he continued. I am prepared to offer Miss Su a residence, contingent upon your promise not to take Yang to such places in the future. In Jian Zhan Yan's perception, Qian was an exceedingly avaricious individual. He had already bestowed upon her 5 million, sufficient to purchase a dwelling, yet she still coveted the 50,000 earmarked for Yang. As for the allocation of 50,000 to Yang, he had merely surmised that the child could procure whatever he desired with the card. However, Jian Zhan Yan had failed to contemplate whether 50,000 was an exorbitant sum for a 5-year-old. Who covets your abode? There's something seriously wrong with you. Although Qian couldn't discern the situation within the vehicle, she was certain that the male protagonist had witnessed her gesture, brimming with malice. Mr. Jian, where shall we proceed? The driver inquired tentatively. Jian Zhan Yan's driver also served as his bodyguard. Ordinarily, they addressed their employer as Mr. Jian rather than boss. His vehicle was both bulletproof and soundproof. But Jian Zhan Yan had previously lowered the windows. In the midst of the recent tense exchange between the two, the act of closing the car window would undoubtedly draw attention. The driver, reluctant to delve into his employer's personal matters, found himself involuntarily eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Miss Su exhibited remarkable courage, audaciously chastising Mr. Jian and even resorting to gestures of insult. The driver discerned a flicker of anger in Mr. Jian, and though he wished to remain silent, he recalled that Mr. Jian had instructed him to follow Miss Su. Now that she had entered the residential community, should he stop by the roadside or venture elsewhere? With a sigh of relief, The driver mused that thankfully this incident had not resulted in his own ire. Based on his understanding of his employer, it was evident that being so openly affronted by Miss Su would ensure she would not return the following day, despite the fact that he was aware his employer had postponed his morning commitments to personally pick up the young master. However, to the driver's surprise, Jian Zhan Yan appeared once more in person, even bearing gifts, fruit, milk, nutritional supplements, and snacks. When Su Qian opened the door and beheld the offerings in Jian Zhan Yan's hands, she was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the domineering CEO could occasionally display a down-to-earth demeanor. Chapter 25. The male protagonist's flexibility. Miss Su, I sincerely apologize for my offensive words and behavior yesterday. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Jian Zhan Yan sat upon the sofa, placing the 4 items he had brought onto the coffee table. His words were earnest, his demeanor sincere, evoking a reluctance to impose any difficulty upon him. Most notably, the identity of the apologizer was significant. He was the president of the Jian Group, a status that most would not dare confront. Yet, Su Qian was not one to be swayed by such considerations. While others feared Jian Zhan Yan's stature, she remained unfazed. She comprehended with greater clarity that Jian Zhan Yan's apology was devoid of sincerity. The Jian Corporation's ascendance under the male protagonist's stewardship was not solely attributable to the aloof and detached demeanor portrayed in the book. In contrast to the one-dimensional character depicted in the narrative, the male protagonist she now encountered possessed greater authenticity and a more complete persona. Jian Zhan Yan was a pragmatist, capable of altering his demeanor and engaging in insincere interactions for his own gain. The primary reason for the male protagonist's acquiescence towards her was her son. Su Yang's dependence on her as his mother meant that Jian Zhan Yan could not afford to have a strained relationship with her if he desired a son. The original book also mentioned that the male protagonist, for the sake of his son, initially displayed extreme tolerance and forbearance towards the original owner. The male protagonist was adept at assessing situations and understanding human nature. Therefore, Su Qian was not surprised by the male protagonist's current attitude. She was merely astonished by the humble nature of the apology gift he held. It seemed that Jian Zhan Yan had chosen these safe gifts because of her anger at his condescending attitude yesterday. If he had presented a check or valuable items, it would likely have been perceived as another insult, resulting in him being immediately thrown out. The male protagonist was extremely skilled at understanding people's hearts and was worldly wise. It's good that Mr. Jian recognizes his mistake. I hope it won't happen again next time. Let's put this matter behind us. Jian Zhan Yan's expression stiffened slightly at Su Qian's somewhat lecturing tone. For a moment, the two were speechless. At this moment, Su Yang emerged from the room, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Seeing Su Qian sitting on the sofa, the little bun directly came over and sat next to Su Qian, leaning his head against Su Qian's arm and dozing off again. Su Qian gently smoothed her son's tousled hair and softly said, Su Yang, go wash up. Your father will take you to buy a puppy. Don't you want to get a puppy? Yes, a puppy. Su Yang suddenly became alert and dashed towards the bathroom. Jian Zhan Yan felt a twinge of sadness at being completely overlooked by his son. The bond between them was still lacking. In Jian Zhan Yan's mind, children represented trouble, and he had never desired marriage or offspring before meeting Su Yang. When a man devoted to solitude discovers he has a son, his initial reaction is one of disbelief, quickly followed by an unexpected surrender. Now, Jian Zhan Yan has come to realize that while he does not care for other people's children, he is more than willing to embrace his own. He finds this transformation intriguing and is entirely unrepulsed by it. As the saying goes, fortunes ebb and flow. Now it is the child who seems reluctant to bond with Jian Zhan Yan, as Su Yang holds no affection for this cheap father, even when promised a puppy. Once ready, Su Yang slung his backpack over his shoulders, but just before stepping out, the little tyrant began to throw a tantrum. I want mommy to come with me. Why can't mommy go? I want Su Qian. Su Yang wailed and rolled on the floor, his cries echoing loudly, though they were ultimately empty threats. After crying so hard that he began to cough, Jian Zhan Yan could no longer bear it. He had always considered himself a tough individual, yet he found he was no match for Su Qian's resolve. He cast a glance at Su Qian, who remained unmoved and was even recording him with her phone. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. If Miss Su has nothing pressing, perhaps she could accompany Su Yang. He desires his mother's presence. Su Qian turned to Jian Zhan Yan, surprised by the invitation. Knowing the little tyrant, she figured he'd be done crying in 3 minutes max. Jian Zhan Yan paused, taken aback by Su Qian's refusal. 3 minutes later, Su Yang was still bawling. Thus, Su Yang cried even harder, hoping Jian Zhan Yan would help persuade his mother. Mommy is on a tight schedule today, with numerous stores to visit for fabric selection. Su Yang, tears won't solve this, Su Qian said, while gathering her keys, phone, and other essentials in her bag. Preparing to leave, Jian Zhan Yan watched Su Yang shuffle to his side, clutching his sleeve. His heart melted, realizing his son still depended on him. Su Yang, hurry and put in a word for me. You can't be totally useless, can you? If the male lead, with his benevolent paternal heart, knew Su Yang's inner thoughts, he might just choke. What kind of fabric is Miss Su looking for? Jian asked. The Qian Corporation has a subsidiary in the garment industry. You can choose any fabric from the raw material factory, guaranteed to be more comprehensive than what's in the stores. How about you accompany Su Yang to buy a dog first, and then Miss Su can select her fabric? Jian Zhan Yan offered a solution, and Su Yang, hearing this, stopped crying, his teary eyes fixed on Su Qian. The Jian Group's garment industry was not as insignificant as the male lead made it out to be. Su Qian, having spent the last few days researching the market, knew that among the dozen or so well-known luxury brands in the country, 2 were from the Jian Group. This does not even account for the collaborations and agency of Jian's apparel with foreign luxury brands. The fabric Su Qian seeks, if not found at Jian's material factory, is unlikely to be discovered anywhere in the entire B city. Upon entering this world, Su Qian never contemplated leveraging her knowledge of the original plot to ingratiate herself with the male lead for swift ascension. She possesses her own life plan and does not rely on others for her destiny. Su Qian is principled, yet she is not inflexible. For instance, now that the male lead has proposed a better solution, she would not obstinately refuse his assistance, as such a non-principle breaching shortcut is one she is willing to embrace. After all, she has no desire to scurry about in the sweltering heat searching for fabric. The time saved could be better spent enriching herself in preparation for the upcoming competition. Thus, Su Qian found herself in the male lead's car. The trio did not proceed to the pet store as initially intended. Instead, they opted to have breakfast first. Originally bound for the pet shop, they were diverted when Su Yang complained of hunger, prompting Jian Zhan Yan to instruct the driver to change course and head to a private club for breakfast. Indeed, it was one of those exclusive establishments with exorbitant membership fees inaccessible to outsiders. Upon seeing the sign inscribed with the words Shang Shan Ruo Shui, Su Qian could not help but recall the plot from the novel. Chapter 26. Wait a moment, this child's surname is Su. This is the place the male lead brought the female lead after their marriage. The male lead is accompanied by a group of esteemed friends, ranging from business moguls to politicians and artists, each a paragon in their respective fields. They are all members of this private club, and when free from obligations, they gather here for camaraderie. As a domineering CEO, it is only fitting that he surrounds himself with like-minded companions, seemingly a staple of his character as persona. The male protagonist's friend would instantly feel a connection with the female protagonist, greatly admiring her, and subsequently emphasize the distinction between her and the male protagonist. This serves as a catalyst for their relationship. Simultaneously, it acts as a control group. The more favorably these individuals regard the female protagonist, the more disdainful and indifferent they become towards the female antagonist, thus highlighting the stark contrast between the two. From the perspective of the male protagonist's friends, their sentiments are not without justification, as the original character indeed engaged in numerous irritating behaviors. Consequently, Su Qian harbors neither fondness nor animosity towards the male protagonist's circle. Truthfully, she feels no need for any sentiment, as they are not of the same ilk and will unlikely have future interactions. Su Qian would never stoop to the level of the original character, who ingratiated herself with the male protagonist's friends in an embarrassing attempt to draw closer to him. The more eager one is to curry favor, the more they resemble a figure of ridicule. This club is a private sanctuary for the male protagonist, and when he later brings the female protagonist there, it signifies that she has entered his heart. Su Qian was taken aback when Jian Zhan Yan chose this location for breakfast. She certainly does not presume to have such privilege, acknowledging that she is merely riding on her son as coattails. It is said that the chef at this establishment is a descendant of imperial cooks, renowned for their culinary prowess. And Qian muses that she is in for a treat today. Although Jian Zhan Yan is not one to indulge in culinary delights, he consistently partakes more than usual of the fare at this club. Thus, upon hearing his son express hunger, his immediate instinct was to suggest that Su Yang dine on the exquisite offerings here, fortuitously passing by the street where the club is situated. As for Qian, as she anticipated, it was merely a matter of convenience. Accompanying Jian Zhan Yan to his private suite, Qian was soon presented with breakfast, arriving in less than 10 minutes. In her previous life, Qian had achieved considerable success, possessing the means to indulge in any culinary desire, having attended renowned establishments and even international royal banquets. It would not be an overstatement to declare this breakfast the most delectable she had ever savored. As she neared the end of her meal, Qian's palate urged her to continue, while her stomach threatened rebellion. Reluctantly, she laid down her chopsticks, food being of paramount importance. She had simply succumbed to the common human error of overindulgence. Her thoughts, preoccupied with the exquisite fare, even entertained the notion that a relationship with a male protagonist might grant her daily access to such delicacies. Membership at the Shangshan Roshue Club was not merely a matter of wealth. Stringent criteria ensured that its members were far from ordinary. Of course, Qian merely entertained this thought in jest. After Su Yang put down his chopsticks, he picked up another small steam bun. Having eaten his fill, he reluctantly placed his chopsticks down, his expression mirroring Qian's earlier reluctance. Jian Zhan Yan, observing Su Yang, remarked, "You are welcome to come here any time you wish." Su Yang's eyes lit up with excitement, as he greatly enjoyed the cuisine here. Hearing their exchange, Qian could not conceal her envy. If Jian Zhan Yan were willing, she too could address him as father. While she would not compromise her principles for a pittance, she might for a more substantial reward. The food here was simply too irresistible. Presuming her thoughts were inaudible, Qian indulged in some light-hearted musings. At that precise moment, the door was thrust open and a languid voice echoed into the room. "The waiter informed me of your arrival, but I found it hard to believe. At this hour, you ought to be at the office, yet here you are, partaking in breakfast." The man who entered scratched his head with one hand and rubbed his eyes with the other, muttering words that indicated familiarity with the protagonist. Judging by his attire, it was evident that he had spent the night at the club. Qian discreetly observed the newcomer. The man yawned, his eyes still clouded with sleep. However, he abruptly ceased his speech upon fully recognizing the scene within the private room. Upon seeing Qian and Su Yang, he rubbed his eyes once more, as if witnessing a spectral apparition, and recoiled a step. Zhan Yan, bringing a woman and child to the club? It must be a dream, a mere figment of my imagination, a nightmare. Sun Lingwe, awaken, I implore you, awaken, the man exclaimed, before proceeding to pinch his own face with considerable force. He emitted a sharp cry of pain, indicating the intensity of the sensation. It was no dream, it was indeed reality. Upon realizing this, he stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Qian failed to recognize the man's identity, as there existed a discernible disparity between the characters depicted in the novel and the individuals encountered in reality, rendering it challenging to establish a connection. It was only upon hearing the man mention Sun Lingwe that she was able to ascertain his identity. Sun Lingwe, a contemporary artist whose paintings had been auctioned for an exorbitant sum of 120 million abroad, an event that had garnered significant media attention. His handsome countenance and exceptional talent had attracted a considerable following of admirers. With millions of followers on Weibo, each of his posts elicited countless comments from fans affectionately addressing him as husband. The individual in question is notably the one who has been particularly harsh toward the original owner. His demeanor resembles that of a child, characterized by a refreshing straightforwardness, which often leaves the original owner in embarrassing situations due to his candid remarks. As she dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, Qian concealed a mischievous smile that brimmed with malice. "Zhan Yan, what is going on with you?" Sun Lingwe quickly approached and took a seat beside him. exchanging knowing glances with Jian Zhan Yan. "This is Su Yang, my son," Jian Zhan Yan introduced succinctly. Once Su Yang's identity was established, Jian Zhan Yan felt no inclination to conceal the truth any longer. Sun Lingyue nearly choked on his own saliva, exclaiming, "Son?" To him, this boy seemed more likely to be the nephew or grandson of a woman, with Jian Zhan Yan appearing as a solitary figure finally blooming in love. He couldn't believe that the seemingly lifelong bachelor, Jian Zhan Yan, had actually found a girlfriend. Sun Lingyue thought he would share this sensational news in their group chat shortly. However, what he did not anticipate was that an even more astonishing revelation was forthcoming. Jian Zhan Yan's words rendered him utterly speechless. The notion of having a girlfriend was a mere superficial understanding. This was not a nephew or grandson, but rather Zhan Yan's biological son. Sun Lingyue's gaze shifted to Su Yang, realizing that indeed, Zhan Yan had looked just like this in his youth. There was no doubt they were father and son. Among their circle of friends, anyone else might joke about this matter, but Jian Zhan Yan would never. It was astounding that someone could win over Zhan Yan and bear him a child. What kind of divine being was this? "This is the mother of the child, named Su Qian," Jian Zhan Yan introduced once more. Su Qian nodded politely at Sun Lingyue, greeting him with, "Su Yang, say hello to your uncle." "Hello, uncle." Su Yang greeted politely. Sun Lingyue nodded, still feeling somewhat dazed. It was rather abrupt. His uncle had not brought a gift for the meeting, but he promised to make amends next time. After speaking, Sun Lingyue chuckled softly, unable to shake off the thought. Was this truly not a dream? White, Su Yang. This child bears the surname Su. Chapter 27, Brothers, a significant discovery Su Yang, Su Qian. After meticulously pondering these two names, Sun Lingyue's eyes widened in realization. Had he stumbled upon something extraordinary? Zhan Yan's son takes his mother's surname. There had been no prior whispers of Zhan Yan having a child. Could this be a case of elopement? Excitement sparkled in Sun Lingyue's eyes. As a renowned painter, Sun Lingyue harbored another profound passion, an affinity for melodramatic romance novels. A fact known only to those closest to him. He would euphemistically claim that such tales inspired his creative endeavors. Yet, those around him understood that beneath his aloof exterior as an esteemed artist, he was, in essence, a gossip enthusiast, relishing in the most scandalous of stories. "Miss Su, may I inquire where you are currently employed?" Facing the inquisitive gaze of Sun Lingyue, Su Qian responded flatly, "I am unemployed." Jian Zhan Yan glanced at Su Qian, aware that she had resigned from her job. He had anticipated that she would embellish her situation, perhaps mentioning a brief hiatus following her departure. However, seeing Su Qian completely disregard Sun Lingyue, treating him as an inconsequential presence, left Jian Zhan Yan somewhat astonished. Sun Lingyue possesses an appearance that captivates the hearts of young women, seldom encountering cold indifference from those around him. His friends playfully refer to him as a thief of hearts. However, today, this charming figure has met with a setback. Sun Lingyue remains unfazed. After all, a woman who could capture the attention of Zhan Yan must possess a remarkable character. How else could she aspire to pluck that exquisite flower from the heights? "Miss Su, here is my business card. I will be hosting an art exhibition at the beginning of next month, and I warmly invite you to attend if you find the time," he said, producing 2 tickets from his pocket and placing them before Su Qian. She glanced at the tickets and then at the man seated opposite her, Zhan Yan. With a faint smile, she replied, "Very well, I will try to attend if I have the opportunity." In the original narrative, the female supporting character first encountered the male protagonist's friend, who was none other than Sun Lingyue. By that time, the male protagonist's acquaintances were already aware of his fatherhood. When the original character fortuitously met Sun Lingyue at the male protagonist's villa, she introduced herself and expressed her admiration for his artwork, mentioning that his exhibitions were immensely popular and tickets were hard to come by. Sun Lingyue responded with an indifferent "oh," displaying a cool detachment towards her enthusiasm. Now, however, despite her lack of overt interest, Su Qian inadvertently caught his attention, which sparked a flicker of mockery in her eyes. Observing Su Qian's composed demeanor, Sun Lingyue grew increasingly intrigued by her depth. He found it hard to believe that she was unaware of his identity. Her reaction when Zhan Yan introduced him indicated that she recognized him. Her demeanor was unmistakably genuine, revealing a lack of interest in engaging with him, despite his association with Zhan Yan. Meanwhile, Su Yang grew impatient, eager to leave after their meal to purchase a puppy. "When can we depart?" she inquired. Su Yang inquired of Su Qian, his voice loud enough for Sun Lingyue and Jian Zhan Yan, who were conversing, to overhear. "Su Qian de plead. Let us wait until Dad finishes chatting." Upon hearing this, the little bun leapt off the stool, slung his small backpack over his shoulder, and grasped Su Qian's hand, saying, "Let him talk. We shall go by." The notion of acquiring a dog had been simple in the little bun's mind. So long as his mother consented, everything would be fine. Now that his mother was on board, whether or not Dad was present became irrelevant. "We could discuss it another day. I want to buy a dog, so I'll take him over there," Jian Zhan Yan stated as he rose. Sun Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice suddenly escalating. "By a dog?" Having grown up alongside Jian Zhan Yan, he was one of the few privy to the fact that Jian Zhan Yan had a fear of dogs. Although Jian Zhan Yan now had a son, Sun Lingyue believed that his temperament had likely not changed much, and he wondered if Jian Zhan Yan's character might frighten his own child. Yet what he heard next was astonishing. Jian Zhan Yan intended to buy a dog, accompanying his son merely because he liked dogs? Was this the same Jian who could terrify children? Just for the sake of getting a dog, he was doting on his own son to an extraordinary degree. As Sun Lingyue let out a loud exclamation, Su Yang happened to pass by, immediately raising a hand to cover his ears upon hearing the commotion. Jian Zhan Yan shot a glance at Sun Lingyue, clearly startled by the impact on the child. Sun Lingyue thought to himself, "Is this really Jian Zhan Yan standing before me?" "I'm leaving," Jian Zhan Yan remarked as he reached the entrance, then led Su Qian and Su Yang out of the clubhouse. After an extended pause, Sun Lingyue, remaining stationary, mechanically retrieved his phone from his pocket. He then proceeded to type rapidly into a group chat. "Esteemed colleagues, a momentous revelation." The clamor of notifications on Jian Zhan Yan's phone, seated in the vehicle, prompted him to peruse the group chat, only to be inundated with a plethora of messages directed at him. "Jian Zhan Yan, do you have a progeny?" "Sun Lingyue is fabricating tales about you." "Jian Zhan Yan, I am not prevaricating. Inquire yourselves if you doubt me." "Ha ha ha." The most amusing jest of the year, Jian Zhan Yan. Sun Lingyue's divulgence of the existence of his child, absent any directive for confidentiality, disseminated among their mutual acquaintances within a day. Jian Zhan Yan, upon encountering Sun Lingyue, had already mentally prepared for such an eventuality. Subsequent to embarking on the journey, Su Qian initially admired the scenery, before recollecting something. She extracted from her satchel the 2 tickets previously bestowed by Sun Lingyue, instructing Su Yang, situated in the center, to tender them to Jian Zhan Yan. Jian Zhan Yan instinctively accepted the tickets, and upon discerning that they were for an art exhibition, was on the cusp of inquiring when Su Yang interjected, "Mother, if you do not want the tickets, does that imply you will not be attending the exhibition?" She desired minimal interaction with the protagonist, let alone his coterie of friends. She resolved to eschew contact with all those affiliated with the protagonist to the greatest extent feasible. "Why?" Su Yang inquired, perplexed, recalling his mother's prior expression of fondness for art. Su Qian considered for a moment before responding. "Do you recollect the gentleman's name?" "Sun Lingyue," the little one responded, possessing an excellent memory. "Mother dislikes the sound of that name. Thus we shall abstain from attending." Su Qian chose to abandon all pretense, feeling no inclination to concoct further excuses for her ungrateful son. As for the other suitor, he was merely a tardy individual. In truth, Su Qian's ire was misdirected. If one were to seek a rationale, it would likely stem from her disdain for all that surrounded the male protagonist, including his companions. Jian Zhan Yan hesitated momentarily as he grasped the ticket, before ultimately tucking it away. Chapter 28. The male protagonist's paranoia, the notion of disliking a name, was something Su Qian could only feign to a 5-year-old. And Jian Zhan Yan certainly would not take her at her word. He merely wished to discern whether Su Qian was genuinely disinterested in Sun Lingyue, or if she was merely engaging in a game of coyness with him. Upon hearing Su Qian's explanation, Su Yang posed no further inquiries. His thoughts were wholly consumed by the prospect of acquiring a dog. Even now, Su Yang had yet to determine what breed he desired as he perused various images, finding them all appealing. When he consulted Su Qian, she advised him to choose based on a sense of affinity. Curious about what affinity entailed, Su Yang wondered if it meant his mother preferred dogs with round, sparkling eyes. With this notion in mind, he adopted it as one of his criteria for selecting a pet. Upon arriving at the pet store, Su Yang's first words were, "I want to buy a puppy with round eyes." Su Qian was taken aback, having never heard her son express a preference for dogs with round eyes. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the store clerk, Su Yang ultimately chose a small golden retriever. As they sat in the car after leaving the pet shop, Su Yang, eager for approval, raised the puppy in front of Su Qian, exclaiming, "Mom, this is the puppy with the round eyes you mentioned. Isn't it adorable?" Affinity, round eyes. Su Qian paused momentarily, deciding to let this delightful misunderstanding persist. "Indeed, such round eyes," she affirmed. "You have excellent taste, my dear. Mommy absolutely adores it." The mother and son engaged in a lively exchange about dogs, their words flowing back and forth. Observing them while perusing documents, Jian Zhan Yan couldn't help but smile. Initially, he was puzzled by Su Yang's wide-eyed enthusiasm, but he soon understood. Children can indeed be quite endearing. Once, Jian Zhan Yan had deemed children the most terrifying creatures in the world. Ultimately, Su Qian could not resist Su Yang's enthusiasm. Not wanting to disappoint her son, she acquiesced. A significant factor was that the male protagonist would also be visiting the raw materials factory. To avoid a solitary journey with him, Su Qian decided to bring little Baozi along. She resolved to minimize contact with the male lead in the future, believing that avoiding unnecessary encounters would effectively eliminate most troubles. Even in situations where they had to meet, she would strive to avoid any opportunity for one-on-one interaction. She was determined to leave a less than favorable impression on him, for should any complications arise, she could easily find herself unjustly blamed. The raw materials factory is located in the industrial zone of B City, an area bustling with various companies, including those specializing in food processing, beauty products, and textiles. Su Qian arrived at the factory's entrance in Jian Zhan Yan's car, where a man in a blue suit stood by the sign. Upon spotting Jian Zhan Yan, the man bowed and extended his hand for a handshake, indicating he was the factory's head. As anticipated by Su Qian, the visitor was indeed the factory manager. When he received the call informing him of Jian Zhan Yan's visit, he was momentarily stunned. "Which Jian?" Upon confirming it was the president of Jian Corporation, his legs grew weak. The assistant had instructed him to maintain discretion, permitting only him to greet the esteemed guest. This made the factory director quite anxious, wondering if something had occurred. "This is Miss Su. She requires some fabric. Please escort her to the warehouse to select what she needs," Jian Zhan Yan stated. The factory director immediately complied, stepping forward to greet her. "Miss Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lian Ji, and I am the director of the raw materials factory. Please follow me. I will take you to the warehouse." The route to the warehouse passed through the workers' area. Through the glass in the corridor, one could observe the staff at their tasks. The factory was named the Raw Materials Factory because it not only manufactured garments, but also produced textiles, including embroidery, silk, and weaving. Seeing Su Qian's interest, the factory director elaborated as they walked, and Su Qian listened with rapt attention, nodding continuously. Su Yang, carrying the puppy, trailed behind Su Qian. Fortunately, the golden retriever was only a month old, so it was not heavy, and Su Yang carried it without much effort. Jian Zhan Yan walked alongside Su Yang, subtly observing Su Qian. Seeing how Su Qian and the factory director conversed amiably, a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. Could he have been mistaken? He decided to observe further. Arriving at the warehouse, Su Qian's undisguised delight was evident. This was not merely a warehouse, but a paradise. Good heavens! There were even fabrics she had been unable to find in her previous life. "Miss Su, please feel free to select any fabric you desire. Our factory has all of them in stock," the factory director said with a smile, noting the young woman's genuine fondness for the materials. "Thank you, Mr. Jian, for helping me find these fabrics." Su Qian inquired about the price of the fabrics from the factory director, intending to pay for them. "I will transfer the money to Mr. Jian's account." Jian Zhan Yan remained silent, and Su Qian also refrained from speaking, content in the knowledge that she owed nothing to the male lead. "Why does Miss Su seek fabric?" Jian Zhan Yan suddenly inquired. He gazed at Su Qian, who appeared entirely unperturbed. After a few seconds of scrutiny and seeing her unwavering demeanor, Su Qian narrowed her eyes and replied, "Is there a problem? Could it be that he had truly misjudged her?" Jian Zhan Yan was aware that Su Qian intended to participate in the fashion design competition, an event sponsored by the Jian Group. Since Su Qian had not requested any financial assistance, Jian Zhan Yan surmised that her motives lay in leveraging the Jian family's influence for her own advantage. Through several encounters, Jian Zhan Yan had discerned that Su Qian was remarkably astute, a fact that made her all the more enigmatic to him. Her character did not align with the information he had gathered, nor did it match the opinions of others regarding her. Consequently, Jian Zhan Yan's wariness towards Su Qian intensified. Those adept at concealing their true selves are rarely ordinary individuals. Moreover, with the connection they shared through Su Yang, Jian Zhan Yan was willing to entertain Su Qian's bold demands, hoping for a swift resolution to any issues. However, he feared that she might harbor ulterior motives, concocting a more elaborate scheme. Jian Zhan Yan was unperturbed by Su Qian's potential manipulations. His primary concern was the possibility of harm befalling Su Yang as a result. He had initially anticipated that Su Qian would use the fabric factory as a segue to broach her participation in the design competition and subsequently request his assistance. Yet, despite his probing, she remained reticent, unwilling even to disclose that she required fabric for the designer competition. She must possess a grander strategy, Jian Zhan Yan mused. Had Su Qian been privy to Jian Zhan Yan's internal musings, she would have undoubtedly hurled the newly acquired fabrics at him in exasperation. The man was plagued by paranoid delusions. Her reticence regarding her participation in the competition stemmed solely from a desire to minimize interaction with a male protagonist. As for the event sponsors, she was utterly indifferent and had not even registered the presence of the Jian Corporation in that section. Chapter 29. The male lead's ineffectual lecture. Su Qian turned her head towards Jian Zhan Yan, her voice laced with coolness as she inquired, "Where are we headed?" Regarding the previous incident, before Su Qian could elaborate, the car arrived at their destination and came to a halt. Surveying the scene outside, Su Qian recognized it as the entrance to a company. Her gaze sharpened as she identified Su Dong and his nouveau riche wife standing near the entrance. The couple was importuning three men in suits, each clutching briefcases. "Please grant us a few more days," Su Dong pleaded. "I will raise the funds, and we will be able to resume operations shortly." The couple, in stark contrast to their usual arrogance, were now displaying a pitiable display of humility. Witnessing this, Su Yang, cradling her small dog, pouted and remarked, "The cochin chicken is no longer clucking." Previously, whenever Su Yang encountered Su's mother at kindergarten, she would be strutting about with her head held high like a victorious gamecock. Now, she was bowing and clasping her hands together in supplication, a stark difference indeed. Su Dong's company had been raided the previous night, and due to issues with the tax accounts, the company was sealed off, and all factories under its name were forced to cease operations. These three men were former collaborators of Su Dong's company, and they had come today to terminate their partnerships and demand compensation. The Su Dong couple's entreaties were aimed at preventing the cancellation of these collaborations. Upon hearing the rumors, the business partners of Su Dong's company had begun taking steps to rescind their agreements. Jian Zhan Yan elucidated Su Dong's current predicament, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Su Qian understood that the downfall of Su Dong's company was likely orchestrated by him. The fact that Su Dong's factory could be sealed overnight indicated that the relevant authorities had received credible evidence, and the source of this evidence was all too clear. The rapid cancellation of contracts by his partners was undoubtedly linked to the male protagonist. Su Dong's current subservience in pleading revealed that the collaboration with the trio had become the last lifeline for him and his wife. This was why the once proud couple had lowered themselves so greatly, further indicating that Zhao Lu had offered them no protection. All of this was the doing of the male protagonist, accomplished in a mere night. The three men at the entrance shrugged off the Su couple's entreaties and strode away, leaving Su Dong in a state of despair as he watched their retreating figures. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Jian Zhan Yan. Through the lowered car window, he caught sight of Jian Zhan Yan's face. The couple approached with purpose, and Su Dong, shedding his previous arrogance, fell to his knees beside the car, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Sir, in your magnanimity, please spare me. I acknowledge my mistakes and implore you for mercy." At this moment, Su Dong remained unaware of Jian Zhan Yan's true identity. Upon catching sight of Su Qian on the opposite side of the car, Madame Su immediately raised her hand to slap her own face twice. She then spoke, "Miss Su, it is my ignorance that has led to this offense, and I beg your forgiveness for our family's sake. I offer my sincerest apologies." Following Zhao Lu's ascendance, Su Dong's already arrogant demeanor had spiraled into a state of madness. Madame Su, too, grew increasingly volatile, resorting to slapping others at the slightest provocation. Having been accustomed to violence, she could not shake off the resentment of being struck by Su Qian. "Do you not realize the trouble you have caused? The dealings with Sihua and the Jian family have fallen through, all because of your actions today." Back on his home turf, Zhao Lu could no longer contain his fury. Not only had he lost a significant order, but he had also forfeited a valuable connection, all due to the folly of Su Dong. "From now on, I shall not concern myself with you, nor shall you be required to serve me." With that, Zhao Lu dismissed Su Dong. No bond of brotherhood could outweigh personal interests. Zhao Lu was acutely aware that the man in question would not spare Su Dong. Should he offer protection, he would only invite calamity upon himself. He had learned this lesson well and would not fall into the same folly a second time. As Su Dong departed from Sihua Construction, he felt somewhat disoriented, unable to comprehend why his elder brother had erupted in such rage this time, when in the past he had always shielded him. Sihua Construction was a perennial entity in B City. Well, the Jian family. Hadn't the CEO of the clothing conglomerate, whom he had previously met, spoken to Brother Lu as if they were kin, using kind words? Su Dong, with his limited intellect focused solely on brawling, failed to grasp that despite their shared titles, the chasm between corporations was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The subsequent vicissitudes made Su Dong realize that he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to offend. His company was suddenly sealed up in the middle of the night, and at dawn, major partners sent notices of termination, and bank loans began to be called in. In just one night, his situation underwent earth-shattering changes. According to normal procedures, it was impossible for problems to occur in the company so concentratedly. It was obvious that someone was plotting against him in the dark, and Su Dong immediately thought of Jian Zhan Yan. The company, which had been thriving the day before, became desolate in a blink of an eye, and this sense of powerlessness made him feel lost. Seeing Jian Zhan Yan, Su Dong lost any confidence. He just wanted to beg the other party to show mercy. He couldn't afford to offend someone who could bring down his company overnight. The corner of Madame Su's mouth was bruised and her cheeks were swollen. This was done by Su Dong. Her husband, who was usually very tolerant of her, said that she was a troublemaker, and that if she hadn't caused trouble, the company wouldn't have become like this. Madame Su accepted this beating. She didn't expect that her momentary impulse would cause such a situation. Su Qian looked at the pleading couple without any waves in her heart. Because of the conflict with the Su family, other parents of classmates later heard about it, and specially sent WeChat messages to Su Qian telling her that if she could hide, she should leave B City for a while. Through the narration of the other parents, Su Qian heard about the many evil deeds done by the Su family couple. Seeing the pitiful appearance of these two people, Su Qian had no sympathy at all, only felt that they deserved it. Jian Zhan Yan closed the car window and then asked the driver to drive, leaving the Su family couple far behind, ignoring their pleas for mercy. "Su Yang, do you see? The method of making others admit their mistakes and beg for mercy is not only the use of violence." Sophia cast a profound gaze upon Mr. Jian, recognizing that young master Su tends to resort to fisticuffs. It seemed the protagonist discerned this inclination and deliberately used this incident to impart a lesson. "But you struck him yesterday," she mused. Young master Su vividly recalled the moment Mr. Jian delivered that kick to Su Dong. Subsequently, he retreated to his chambers, yet he could surmise the situation through their dialogue. He is rather astute indeed. Observing the protagonist's momentarily speechless countenance, prompted by the little one's remark, Sophia averted her gaze, a furtive smile playing on her lips. It served him right to experience the formidable nature of the little tyke. It was merely to shield you and your mother from harm. The primary reason for compelling him to acknowledge his wrongdoing was not predicated on my use of force, Mr. Jian elucidated. Even if I had prevailed in a physical altercation, he would harbor resentment and, once healed, would persist in harassing your mother. Mr. Jian expounded, irrespective of young Master Su's comprehension. So what is your point? Young Master Su, embracing the small dog, nestled closer to Sophia, finding this impromptu father rather verbose. When confronted with a predicament, one must first dispassionately analyze the situation. Violence is the most imprudent recourse. Take Su Dong, for instance. Dismantling his company and exerting pressure in that domain will enable him to discern the landscape and deter him from further obstruction. Chapter 30. What in the world? Sophia, her gaze fixed on the scenery beyond the window, surreptitiously shook her head. Simple tenets young Master Su would heed and retain. Yet, the pronouncements of Mr. Jian, Sophia was loath to hear and unable to remember. A child of young Master Su's age, if you're to tear up tissue paper and scatter it across the floor. Lecturing him on lofty principles such as environmental conservation, the origin of paper from trees, and the imperative of cherishing resources would be futile. At that time, he would obediently nod and acknowledge his understanding. However, the following day, the little tyrant would demonstrate his utter disregard for the matter. The ground remained littered with scraps of paper as he played merrily. From the memories of the original owner, it was evident that she had been educated in this manner by the male protagonist, a method that clearly proved ineffective. Children require reasoning, yet at times, the imposition of consequences is essential. This is Su Qian's personal insight, a notion that Jian Zhan Yan did not fully grasp. He attempted to enlighten Su Yang through examples and encouragement, and Su Qian could surmise that he had conducted considerable research online. This approach might yield results with other children. But for Su Yang, what you suggest are things I can do when I grow up. For now, I will retaliate against anyone who provokes me. Just remember, when confronted with unscrupulous individuals, violence is not the sole solution. Jian Zhan Yan conceded, condensing his earlier words into a single statement. Su Yang responded with an indifferent "oh," her disinterest evident as the words flowed in one ear and out the other, leaving Jian Zhan Yan exasperated. Which subordinate of his would dare exhibit such an attitude during a meeting? Miss Su, you need not worry. Su Dong's family has diminished in influence. Upon hearing Jian Zhan Yan address her unexpectedly, Su Qian raised her eyebrows and inquired, "Are you certain that Su Dong won't act out of desperation?" A cornered rat can indeed resort to anything. She feared that Jian Zhan Yan's pressure might render her a target of Su Dong's vengeance. No, he wouldn't dare. Though Su Dong appeared reckless, in truth, he feared death above all else. Jian Zhan Yan had discovered that he had a mistress and had transferred a considerable amount of wealth to her. Shortly, this information would reach Mrs. Su. In the realm of business, Su Dong found himself utterly helpless, while the situation at home only added to his mounting distress. He lacked both the time and the audacity to confront Su Qian. Su Dong had grown fearful of Jian Zhan Yan's influence. He was apprehensive that any further missteps would jeopardize not just the company, but his very life. Such a morally dubious individual as Su Dong would inevitably encounter such a fate, while Miss Su, with her righteous conduct, had no reason to harbor fear. As he spoke, Jian Zhan Yan cast a profound glance at Su Qian. This gaze, laden with significance, caused Su Qian to raise an eyebrow. Was the male protagonist signaling her? The fact that he could maintain the same mindset as in the original storyline left her overwhelmed, akin to 1,000 thoughts racing through her mind. What should we name the puppy? Su Yang pondered, oblivious to the intense exchange of glances between his parents. At that moment, he had already cast aside Jian Zhan Yan's previous admonitions, his mind wholly consumed with thoughts of the puppy's name. His mother could name it, thereby diminishing the likelihood of her casting the puppy out of their home. He reasoned. Did the little tyrant comprehend the greater principles of life? Certainly he did. But he channeled his cleverness elsewhere, like in naming the dog. Choose a name that sounds pleasant and flows well, Su Qian suggested. Su Yang tilted his head in contemplation and declared, "I love eating watermelon, so let's call it Guagua." "Mom, how about we name it Su Guagua? Why not call it Jian Guagua?" Su Qian inquired playfully, glancing at the male protagonist. Su Yang replied matter-of-factly, I have a surname Su, so I share it with Mom. And the puppy should share my surname. Ah, I see. Very well then, it shall be Su Guagua. Clutching the document in her hand, Jian Zhan Yan gave it a firm squeeze, for he, being astute, comprehended Su Qian's implications. With the son still bearing the Su surname and his affections yet unconquered, meddling in the affairs of others would be an exercise in futility. Su Qian was further cognizant that the male protagonist's circumlocutory visit to Su Dong was not solely to impart wisdom to his son, but also to convey a message to her. Amused rather than incensed by the male protagonist's cautious demeanor, Su Qian resolved to allow him to perform his soliloquy while she attended to her own affairs. Traveling in Jian Zhan Yan's car, she arrived at the villa. In the absence of the male protagonist, Su Qian felt more at ease. The mother and son partook of luncheon before commencing the adornment of Su Guagua's abode. Having acquired the canine from the pet emporium, Jian Zhan Yan, with a grand gesture, generously procured all the accoutrements requisite for the pup, including a kennel, food bowls, and a small enclosure. These items were delivered by the pet store's conveyance to the designated locale, and upon the completion of Su Qian and her son's repast, the merchandise arrived punctually. In accordance with Su Yang's desires, the canine's dwelling was situated in the garden, and the mother and son erected a circular enclosure of white fencing to forestall the pup's ramblings. Given the presence of artificial rockeries and watercourses in the courtyard, the pup's heedless frolicking could potentially result in injury or submersion. Within the residence, the domestic staff discreetly observed Su Qian, each pondering whether she might be the future mistress of the household, considering her maternal bond with the child and the plausibility of her residing in the Jian residence. Consequently, when Su Qian escorted Su Yang indoors for refreshment and respite from the summer heat, she distinctly perceived a shift in the comportment of the servants, their solicitude bordering on excess. Seated on the sofa, Su Qian quenched her thirst with a generous draught of iced water. As she was about to broach the subject of her departure with the little one, a servant entered, announcing the arrival of a guest. Su Qian frowned, perplexed as to why she was being informed of visitors to the Jian residence. Observing the servant's subtle wink, an attempt to convey solidarity, Su Qian remained silent. Without any deliberate action, she seemed to have stumbled into the role of a supporting actress complicit with the male lead's household staff. At that moment, the doors swung open, and the butler ushered in a woman. Su Qian's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized a figure who should not have appeared for another 6 months, the female lead. But the male lead was nowhere to be seen. Had the destined encounter of the protagonist been derailed by a mere melon purchase? Uncle Butler, do you still remember me? The butler, a long-standing fixture of the Jian household with 12 years of service, recognized the female lead. However, her belated greeting, delivered only upon entering the room, seemed somewhat peculiar. Moreover, Su Qian was certain that their eyes had met before she entered. The words seemed intended for her ears. Of course I remember. Miss Zhou, please come this way. The butler led Zhou Qiang to Su Yang, introducing her as our young master and identifying her as Miss Zhou Qiang, the neighbor next door. He then included Su Qian with a brief mention, but omitted her identity. And this is Miss Su. The steward brought Zhou Qiang over, not out of any particular insight or as a show of support for Su Qian, but simply to carry out the instructions of the master of the house. In my absence, Su Yang is the head of this household. These are the words Jian Zhan Yan conveyed to the steward on the eve of picking up Su Yang, further instructing him to ensure the decorum of the servants. Even though Su Yang was a child, he was to be treated with respect, and they were not to adopt a dismissive attitude based on his young age. Through his brief interactions with Su Yang, Jian Zhan Yan recognized that he possessed the sensibility of an adult. He feared that Su Yang might feel aggrieved in the Jian residence, so he gave his servants advance notice. Hence, the steward's actions were in accordance with this. With the master of the house away, it was only natural for the young master to receive guests. Miss Su, good day. Zhou Qiang first greeted Su Qian before crouching down to Su Yang's level and speaking softly. Are you Jiangage, son? Hello, these are some pastries Annie made. They're quite delicious. Would you like to try some? From a young age, he had disliked such treats, finding their soft texture unpleasant. Su Yang preferred things with a bit of chew. Most importantly, he was not particularly fond of this Annie. Her smile was not as appealing as Su Qian's. "Oh," Su Yang responded, taking the pastries and placing them on the table without any intention of eating them. Seeing this, Zhou Qiang picked up a piece of pastry and coaxed. "Would Yang Yang like to try this? Do you like strawberry flavor?" Su Yang's face tightened, and his brow furrowed deeply. He detested being called Yang Yang. "Miss Zhou, Su Yang does not care for pastries," Su Qian interjected. It is no wonder that the female lead and the little darling were initially at odds. Upon their first encounter, she managed to step on two of Su Yang's most sensitive spots. Pastries were one, and the other was the form of a dress. Su Qian could not help but smile at the sight of her adopted son's sour expression after being called Yang Yang. Seeing Su Yang's evident displeasure, Zhou Qiang awkwardly set down the pastries and turned her gaze to Su Qian. "I wonder where Miss Su is employed." "Unemployed," she replied. Zhou Qiang glanced out the window. A look of concern etched on her face. Su Qian ignored it, recognizing that the expression on the female lead's face was not one of genuine worry, but rather an obvious attempt to bait her into asking what was wrong. She had no intention of obliging. "This one is not very appealing," Su Qian remarked, disregarding the female lead and engaging her son in a discussion about the styles of clothing for Guagua. "Is this dog a recent purchase?" Zhou Qiang interjected. Su Yang was still upset about being called Yang Yang and remained aloof. Su Qian paused for a moment before nodding and replying, "We bought it this morning." Zhou Qiang sighed, gazing out the window as she slowly said, "The dog is quite adorable, but Jian Gij is allergic to dog fur." Is Miss Su unaware of this? This was news to her. When had a male lead developed an allergy to dog fur? On the way back, Su Qian had been under the impression that Jian Zhan Yan's aversion to sitting next to the dog was due to a phobia, which she found understandable. One could overcome a fear, but a physiological reaction, like an allergy, was impossible to feign. Jian Zhan Yan had exhibited no sneezing, discomfort, or any other symptoms of an allergic reaction, making it difficult to believe the female lead's claim. The Zhou and Jian families were neighbors, making the female protagonist and male protagonist childhood sweethearts, in a manner of speaking. However, Sun Lingyue was the sole confidant privy to the male protagonist's aversion to canines, a fact unshared with the female protagonist. The narrative depicts Jian Gij as a man of few words since his youth, a sentiment punctuated by Zhou Chang's sigh. Su Qian raised an eyebrow, questioning the assertion that the male protagonist was inarticulate rather than simply taciturn. Did the female protagonist truly comprehend him? Furthermore, did the female protagonist possess a hint of duplicity? The book portrayed her as a woman who loved and hated with fervor, possessed an optimistic and forthright nature, and exhibited an indomitable spirit. It was this very purity of character that captivated the male protagonist, ultimately leading to their love and his cherishing her above all else. The female protagonist harbored a secret affection for the male protagonist from a young age, which explained her willingness to marry him despite his having a child. He was the object of her deepest affections. In the end, the female protagonist's love transformed the male protagonist, and they lived happily ever after. Su Qian had formed a favorable impression of the female protagonist while reading the book, but upon meeting her in person, she found her vastly different from her expectations. She now understood the anticipation and apprehension that book fans experienced when a novel was adapted into a film or television series. The female protagonist fell short of her mental image, which was quite disconcerting. Chapter 32, Protagonist versus Antagonist. A clash. Su Qian detested individuals who feigned a desire for sisterhood while harboring animosity. With her keen perception, she discerned that the female protagonist was deliberately extending an olive branch to elicit information. Currently, only Sun Lingyue and the Zhou family, whom she encountered today, were aware that Jian Zhan Yan had a son. Conscious of Sun Lingyue's garrulous nature and well-informed connections, Su Qian deduced from his astonishment upon seeing Su Yang that Jian Zhan Yan's son was a secret to the outside world. The female protagonist was undoubtedly consumed with curiosity. Su Qian's gaze was laden with meaning. Zhou Qiang, from the moment she arrived, had emphasized her familiarity with Jian Zhan Yan to lure Su Qian, anticipating that any ulterior motives would prompt her to embrace Zhou Qiang as a close confidant. Even without such intentions, She would seek to befriend Zhou Qiang, to cultivate connections with the male protagonist circle, especially considering Su Yang's presence. Little did Zhou Qiang, confident in her meticulous and flawless plan, realize that Su Qian had seen through her facade from the very beginning. No, no. Mommy, stay and be with me. Seeing Su Qian about to leave, Su Yang cast aside his iPad and grasped her hand, preventing her departure. Well-versed in her son's temperament, Su Qian refrained from coddling him. Instead, she firmly disengaged Su Yang's hand from her sleeve and said sternly, Su Yang, Mommy promised to help you build a doghouse, and that has been done. Mommy must leave now. Meeting Su Qian's gaze, Su Yang pouted, his expression crestfallen. Understood. Children are remarkably perceptive. In just a few days, Su Yang had grasped Su Qian's disposition. Her tone and demeanor indicated the immutability of the situation, and further protest would provoke her ire. Having witnessed Su Qian's anger before, and recalling her previous indifference, he ceased his entreaties. How did Miss Su come to know Brother Jian? He has indeed been quite discreet. None of U.S. friends had ever heard about this. Zhou Qiang scrutinized Su Qian's countenance, hoping to discern some alteration, but Su Qian didn't even furrow her brow. Even with 4 pairs of eyes, Zhou Qiang couldn't decipher anything. The fact that Su Qian wasn't residing at the Jian residence was excellent news for Zhou Qiang, further proving that there was no affection between Jian Gij and Su Qian. Who knows how this child even came to be? If she were a legitimate girlfriend, how could she have remained completely unaware? Zhou Qiang deliberately posed the question to gauge Su Qian's reaction. If the latter were to display embarrassment or an expression suggesting difficulty in broaching the subject, it would indicate that the child's origins were peculiar. However, after posing the question, she detected nothing on Su Qian's face, no reaction whatsoever. How was she to analyze this? It is not appropriate for me to discuss these matters with you, Miss Zhou. If you're interested, you may inquire with Mr. Jian personally. Su Qian referred to Jian Zhan Yan with an exceedingly distant title, intentionally conveying to the female protagonist that she was not her rival. Any words from her own mouth would be met with suspicion by the female protagonist, so it was better to have her inquire with the male protagonist. Given Jian Zhan Yan's temperament, even if he didn't explicitly reveal the child's inner workings, he would still convey an aloof attitude towards her. In the eyes of the female protagonist, the male protagonist's reaction would be more effective than 100 explanations from her. Miss Zhou, I must be going. Su Qian nodded in acknowledgement, then entered the car. After providing the driver with the address, the car departed from the villa. Zhou Qiang watched as the sports car receded into the distance and vanished from sight, her emotions somewhat intricate. Miss Su was quite different from what her sister-in-law had described. The counterpart is not an ordinary gold digger. Su Qian possesses a composure reminiscent of the mentor she encountered abroad, accompanied by an indescribable aura. The nod she offered before departing evoked in Zhou Qiang a recollection of the discerning gaze of the design mastermind in as he contemplated whether to take her on as a disciple. It was not an intimidation tactic, but rather an inherent presence that exuded authority. Zhou Qiang felt a slight chill within. She needed to conduct a thorough investigation into this Su Qian, for she was entirely different from what Zhou Qiang had envisioned. In the villa's back garden, the butler, with his gaze fixed intently on the exit while holding his phone, lowered his voice and reported, Mr. Jian, Miss Zhou has left. She seemed to get along splendidly with Miss Su. He paused, recalling the sight of their hands entwined on the sofa, and continued, their conversation was quite delightful. The lifelong bachelor butler was utterly oblivious to the concept of superficial female camaraderie. Witnessing their smiles and laughter, he assumed they were old friends. He meticulously relayed every detail of their exchange and their departure together to Jian Zhan Yan. After a brief silence on the other end, Jian Zhan Yan inquired about Su Yang. Their conversation lasted over 10 minutes before he hung up. Sitting on the sofa as he removed his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his nose with his left hand, Sun Lingyue, having grown up alongside Zhou Qiang, was well aware of her secret infatuation with Jian Zhan Yan. Upon Zhou Qiang's entrance into the villa, the butler had sent a message to Jian Zhan Yan. He had not instructed the butler to intercept anyone. Rather, he wished for Zhou Qiang to engage with Su Qian, believing that perhaps a little provocation would lead Su Qian to reveal her true intentions more swiftly. Such was Jian Zhan Yan's line of thought. for some inexplicable reason. The more Su Qian deviated from the information in the investigation, the more peculiar and intense the feeling she evoked in him became. According to the steward's account of their conversation, Zhou Qiang failed to extract any information from Su Qian, but instead divulged a great deal about her own experiences abroad. Zhou Qiang was no match for Su Qian. This conclusion abruptly surfaced in Jian Zhan Yan's mind, despite his not having personally witnessed the two interacting. Replacing his spectacles, Jian Zhan Yan retrieved his mobile phone and gazed at the number displayed on the screen for a prolonged moment. Before he could depress the call button, the owner of the number initiated a call. Jian Zhan Yan's eyes drooped languidly as he answered the call. Miss Su, Chapter 33, of Vexation. Indeed, is Mr. Jian occupied? Sukianin Koayith. As Su Qian posed this question, the president's special assistant, clutching a stack of documents, arrived outside the open office door, poised to knock. Upon noticing his boss engaged in a telephone conversation, he halted his action. When Jian Zhan Yan's gaze met his, the special assistant gestured towards the documents in his hand, mouthing the words urgent. Initially perplexed, the special assistant grasped Mr. Jian's intent and cautiously closed the door. Special Assistant Liu, is everything all right? A secretary inquired casually as she passed the president's office and noticed Liu standing idly by the door. The special assistant waved dismissively, claiming everything was fine. Yet the manner in which he proceeded towards the elevator suggested he had been startled. He must have been reprimanded by Mr. Jian, the secretary surmised. Inside the elevator, Special Assistant Liu stared absently at the documents in his possession. In truth, these documents were not particularly pressing. Mr. Jian had merely instructed him to organize them and expedite their processing. But what had he just witnessed? Despite his schedule being completely filled with work for the day and the likelihood of working overtime, Mr. Jian claimed to be free to the person on the other end of the phone. How could he possibly be free when this was the busiest day of the month? Assistant Liu recalled the recent rumors circulating within the company. He hadn't witnessed the event himself due to being on leave that day, which made him uncertain about the matter, as he had initially dismissed it as mere hearsay. It seemed that boss was genuinely in a romantic relationship. Assistant Liu clasped his hands together in devout prayer, murmuring his hope that Mr. Jian would become more affable as a result of being in love. Jian Zhan Yan was oblivious to his subordinate's chain of thoughts. As he was listening to Su Qian's apology, Mr. Jian, I'm terribly sorry. After hearing Jian Zhan Yan say that he was free, Su Qian brought up the matter at hand. Jian Zhan Yan's eyebrows arched slightly upon hearing this, but he remained silent, listening to Su Qian continue. Jian Zhan Yan. On her way home, Su Qian couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. This female lead was clearly not the frank and upright character described in the text. Which ray of sunshine would be so calculating? From the moment she appeared until she left, Su Qian would have been easily manipulated by Zhou Qiang if she were a naive person, to the point of being sold out and still helping her count the money. But who was Su Qian? In her past life, she had been able to sit alongside top foreign designers as a judge at a young age. It was no exaggeration to say that she had seen more of the world than her peers had eaten salt. In the field of fashion design, it was already more difficult to make a name for oneself in China compared to foreign countries. Su Qian had encountered too many people along the way. In comparison, Zhou Qiang was quite insignificant. When it came to playing mind games, Zhou Qiang was just a greenhorn in Su Qian's eyes. However, there exists one aspect in which Su Qian cannot prevail. Zhou Qiang is the protagonist. Su Qian wishes to avoid entanglements with both the male and female leads. Yet it is evident that the female lead has set her sights on her. Sitting in a car, Su Qian gazed at the rearview mirror, observing the peculiar expression on the female lead's face, which suggested anything but a mere farewell. In the television drama, the two characters who had previously shared laughter underwent a stark transformation in demeanor the moment one departed in a vehicle. Su Qian now contemplates that there lies a flaw here. The rearview mirror indeed reveals a clear view. After much deliberation, Su Qian resolves to dial Jian Zhan Yan. The only one capable of dealing with the female lead is the male lead. Otherwise, shall I suggest bringing Guagua over to stay with me? Su Qian fei neda casual preposed. The dog allergy was a matter of years past. I am no longer severely affected, and as long as I maintain a distance, it poses no issue, Jian Zhan Yan explained succinctly. With this reassurance, I feel at ease. Thus, I shall not disturb Mr. Jian at work. Su Qian thought after ending the call. Should the female lead refrain from causing trouble, all shall remain harmonious. However, if she does instigate conflict, she will trouble the male lead, compelling him to address the female lead's behavior. After all, she possesses a trump card. Within the Jian residence, Su Yang sneezed vehemently 3 times, rubbing his nose as he continued to organize his backpack, declaring, "It must be that mother is missing me." Indeed, Su Qian's trump card is Su Yang. Jian Zhan Yan has increasingly taken an interest in Su Yang and would naturally not permit such occurrences. The entanglements and tormented romance between the male and female leads matter little to her. She, as the supporting character, will simply attend to her own affairs, provided they do not involve her or her cherished son. No matter how tumultuous the relationship between the male and female leads may become, she shall remain indifferent. Upon returning home, Su Qian gazed lovingly at the fabric on the coffee table, unable to tear herself away from it for a moment before finally picking up the scissors to begin her cutting. After successfully registering on the website, she initially participated in the preliminary round, where there was a coveted direct entry spot to the finals, an opportunity Su Qian had her sights set on. The organizers would provide participants with a theme, allowing them to showcase their own designs. Su Qian aspired to stand out in the preliminary round to secure the coveted pass to the grand finals, which would relieve her of considerable burdens. The preliminary round was scheduled for just 7 days later. With the fabric in hand and her design sketches completed, she could now set to work. Given that it was merely a preliminary round, the task at hand was not overly challenging. She estimated that she could realize her design theme within 3 days, thus allowing ample time to also attend Su Yang's entrance examination. Jian Zhan Yan had arranged a new kindergarten for Su Yang, and although the one Su Qian had initially enrolled him in was already exceptional, she couldn't help but marvel at the lavishness of the new institution provided by the male lead. In her current state of financial strife, Su Qian couldn't suppress her envy, realizing the undeniable advantages of wealth. In her previous life, without children, she had no inkling that kindergartens could be constructed akin to grand castles. Although Su Qian had not intended to send Su Yang to kindergarten, she believed the entrance exam would pose no challenge for her little dumpling. However, when Su Yang pitifully expressed over the phone that Jian Zhan Yan was too busy to accompany him and wished for his mother to do so instead, her heart softened. Indeed, little dumpling still refrained from calling Jian Zhan Yan dad, referring to him as Mr. Jian in her presence, a habit he had picked up after Assistant Zhang had addressed him in such a manner during a previous visit. Regardless, Su Qian relinquished control, decreeing that the timeline for the male protagonist to earn the paternal endearment of father from Su Yang rested solely upon his own endeavors. She believed the rapport between father and son would flourish more organically through their independent navigation. Upon learning of the male protagonist's absence via telephone, Su Qian promptly acquiesced. Arriving at the kindergarten's entrance in the Jian family's automobile, Su Qian espied the Zhou family's vehicle. It transpired that the Zhou family's twins were also commencing their kindergarten education that day. Su Qian observed the female protagonist waving at her with a saccharine smile, surmising that her presence was deliberately timed. How irksome, she mused. Chapter 34. Courteous, yet reserved a cohort of 5 children was slated to matriculate into the kindergarten that day. As the quintet underwent their assessments, their respective parents awaited outside the classroom. The 2 remaining sets of parents maintained a tranquil composure, in stark contrast to the female protagonist, who engaged Su Qian in incessant chatter. Despite Zhou Chang's attempts to modulate her voice, Su Qian found her loquacity grating. My sister-in-law had intended to inquire about Su Yang's educational institution. What a serendipitous coincidence that it is the same kindergarten. I intend to dedicate a few days to leisure before immersing myself in my professional pursuits. I have been apprised that Miss Su is versed in the art of fashion design. We are, in essence, kindred spirits. Su Qian, hitherto engrossed in the events transpiring within the classroom, abruptly pivoted her gaze towards Zhou Qian, arching an eyebrow and inquiring with a smile. Indeed? From whence did Miss Zhou glean this information? Zhou Qiang faltered, evidently unprepared for Su Qian's query. Could she divulge that her sister-in-law had delved into Su Qian's background? Such a revelation was, of course, untenable. Given that Su Qian possesses a background of utter ordinariness, it becomes all the more imperative for her to ascertain precisely how she conceived Jian Gij's child. Zhou Qiang chuckled. I merely overheard it from the domestic staff. Presumably, she gleaned it from the Jian family's servants. Zhou Chang's words ring false, for the Jian household staff remains entirely unaware of these matters, perceiving her as an enigma. This further substantiates the notion that the female protagonist has set her sights upon her. Su Qian grew somewhat perturbed. Previously, Mrs. Fan had mentioned intending for the children to acclimate to the domestic environment for a spell longer. How is it that they have arrived at the kindergarten so expeditiously? Su Qian inquired, further positing that this was why the other party deliberately selected this particular day, as the Zhou family was likely monitoring the Jian family's movements with unwavering vigilance. My sister-in-law remarked that the two children were becoming excessively boisterous at home, hence the decision to enroll them in kindergarten to cultivate new friendships and engage in learning, Zhou Qiang elucidated. This, of course, serves as a mere pretext. In actuality, the Zhou family had inquired as to when Su Yang would commence his schooling and at which kindergarten he would be matriculating, whereupon they promptly enrolled their children. As Jian Zhan Yan's son, Su Yang's formed a bond with Zhou Ping and Zhou and would prove an invaluable asset to the two children as they matured. Even were Zhou Chang's explanation plausible, Su Qian would remain skeptical of her narrative, for the Zhou family's machinations resounded audibly in her ears. Su Qian offered a smile and ceased speaking, whereupon Zhou Qiang, after glancing at her wristwatch, inquired whether Su Qian desired to visit the restroom. Upon Su Qian's declining, she departed on her own accord. As she gazed upon Zhou Chang's receding figure, Su Qian appeared pensive. Once Zhou Qiang had rounded the corner and vanished from sight, she arose and followed in her wake. Zhou Qiang, rather than proceeding to the restroom, exited the school building and retrieved her mobile telephone, initiating a call. Sister-in-law, are you certain that your investigation is grounded in reality? To me, she exhibits no signs of submissiveness whatsoever. It cannot merely be an act. One cannot feign such an aura. She displayed no signs of trepidation and greeted the kindergarten principal with admirable poise. Zhou Qiang does not wish to extol her rival, yet she finds herself unable to pinpoint any faults in Su Qian. Sister-in-law, could you kindly request your elder brother to conduct a more thorough inquiry? Oh, Miss Zhou, is that you here? Su Qian's sudden interjection startled Zhou Qiang, nearly causing her phone to slip from her grasp. Upon noticing Su Qian's unexpected presence behind her, Zhou Qiang instinctively pressed the call disconnect button, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Did Su Qian overhear? My palms are sweating from the anxiety for the child. I was seeking a restroom, but couldn't locate one. Have you lost your way? Upon hearing Su Qian's inquiry, Zhou Qiang exhaled in relief. Evidently the latter had not caught on. Ah, yes. Zhou Qiang concurred with Su Qian's statement. Su Qian gestured towards the south, indicating the restroom is over there. Thank you, Miss Su. Observing Zhou Chang's retreating figure toward the restroom, a subtle smile crept onto Su Qian's lips. It is often the one who is guilty who feels apprehensive. Su Qian intentionally spoke up to unsettle Zhou Qiang, seeking a bit of amusement amidst the monotony of the child's examination. The main character's startled expression appears somewhat foolish. Su Yang's examination comprises 3 subjects: mathematics, language arts, and English, primarily determining class placement based on performance. Should the results be unsatisfactory, the school may not admit them. Su Qian was taken aback by the competitive nature of children today. Even in kindergarten, seemed to be under immense pressure. Although Su Yang had a rather difficult temperament, he was exceptionally bright and excelled academically. While most children at this age were preoccupied with play and learning basic concepts, Su Yang was different. He brought along his elementary school textbooks. While others were learning the sounds of O, E, he had already mastered the writing of the 100 family surnames. Su Qian felt no anxiety regarding his entrance examination. As they were leaving, she teased Su Yang. warning him not to cry if he did not perform well. With unwavering confidence, he assured her that he would certainly pass. Then, the butler pulled Su Qian aside and informed her that the land on which Dian kindergarten was built belonged to the Jian family, and that even if the young master submitted a blank paper, he would still be admitted. This was meant to alleviate her concerns, as the butler mistakenly believed she was genuinely worried about Su Yang's chances. Su Qian found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Once in the car, she pinched Su Yang's little face and reminded him that he must rely on his own abilities to gain admission. Su Yang nodded, stating that if he did not get in, he simply would not attend. The butler, thinking he spoke softly, was unaware that Su Yang had overheard him. The young boy already possessed a sense of pride. Su Qian was surprised by her son's response, affectionately ruffling his hair and commenting on his spirited confidence. Su Yang chose not to respond, contemplating that if he did not gain admission, he would continue learning on his own until he could. Despite being only 5 years old, he exhibited a maturity far beyond that of his peers. The examination comprised 2 papers covering 3 subjects, with a time limit of 1.5 hours. Initially, Su Qian presumed that the entrance exam would consist of merely a handful of straightforward questions followed by inquiries from the kindergarten staff. She was unprepared for the seriousness of the written test. This is a kindergarten, not an elementary school. It's astonishing how competitive things have become for preschool children, mused Su Qian, relieved to be past that stage. The proctor collected the papers, and another teacher invited several parents and children to dine in the cafeteria and tour the school. Once these formalities were completed, the papers would be graded, and if all was satisfactory, the admission procedures could be finalized, allowing the children to commence classes the following day. Su Qian gratefully accepted the school's considered arrangements. In the cafeteria, Zhou Qiang led her 2 children, Zhou Ping and Zhou En, to sit opposite Su Qian at a table. How'd it go? Su Qian yinli inquired, peeling an egg for the little dumpling. My English isn't very good, Su Yang pouted. He had previously found English uninteresting and had devoted little time to it. If he had known there would be an exam, he would have allocated some of his math study time to English. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiang interjected. Ping Ping and Nen have lived abroad since they were young and can help Yang Yang. Su Yang snorted and retorted discontentedly, Don't call me Yang Yang. Address her as Annie Zhou and be polite, Su Qian instructed. Su Yang amended, Don't call me Yang Yang, Annie Zhou. The refusal remained unchanged, polite, but only just. Chapter 35. Su Yang's mom, what are you implying? Then, how should I address you? Zhou Qiang, unperturbed by the retort, responded with a sweet smile and a tone as endearing as if she were conversing with a child. Su Yang took a bite of his egg, pondered for a moment, and replied, Call me Su Yang. But Su Yang is such a delightful child. Annie Zhou would like to be a bit closer. May I use a different form of address? Zhou Qiang beamed charmingly, exuding an air of approachability. It is not feasible. Su Yang is not easily swayed. In the midst of his refusal, he placed the chicken wings from his plate into Su Qian's bowl, for she relishes them. Zhou Qian's smile faltered slightly, taken aback by how difficult Su Yang was to handle. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and Zhou En were engrossed in their meals, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events at the table. Even if they were aware, a 5-year-old child would hardly recognize Zhou Qiang's embarrassment, let alone alleviate the situation. Very well, let's wait until we become more acquainted, and then we shall change how we address each other. With that, Zhou Qiang gently ruffled Su Yang's hair, graciously providing herself an exit from the awkwardness. Su Yang was somewhat resistant to Zhou Qiang's affectionate gesture, yet he said nothing as she withdrew her hand promptly. Su Qian recalled the character of the domineering son in the book, who initially caused the female lead no small amount of distress. Indeed, the early Su Yang had a genuine aversion to Zhou Qiang. However, as time progressed, the Dian kindergarten boasts an expansive campus, resembling a grand castle, divided into sections for preschool, primary, and secondary education. It is a private institution where children of affluent families are privileged to receive their education. The facilities within the school are top-notch. After a comprehensive tour, Su Qian found herself yearning to study there. Su Yang, on the other hand, showed a keen interest in extracurricular learning, eagerly engaging in activities like the mathematics research group and the astronomy discussion group. Upon witnessing the sparkle in her son's eyes when the teacher introduced these subjects, Qian couldn't help but facepalm, thinking, "Darling, you are merely in kindergarten." Observing Qian's lukewarm attitude, Zhou Qiang ceased her attempts to engage her and turned her attention to conversing with the other two parents. Naturally, their discussion revolved around their children. Zhou Qiang recounted tales of her nephew abroad, ostensibly lamenting his mischievousness while subtly boasting about him. To secure the second position in primary school arithmetic while still in kindergarten is truly remarkable, Zhou Qiang remarked, intending for Qian to overhear the exceptional achievement of her nephew. "Ms. Zhua, are you involved in welcoming new students?" As the group strolled along the corridor of the teaching building after viewing the children's theater, they encountered a young woman in a pink suit. "Ping Ting, I was planning to contact you soon, but I never imagined we'd meet here." The two women immediately engaged in a warm exchange. Through their conversation, Qian learned that the woman was a teacher from Dian Kindergarten and a high school classmate of the female lead. While the adults conversed, the children bickered. Zhou Qiang had previously encouraged Zhou Ping and Zhou in a play with Su Yang, suggesting they teach him English. Lacking the subtleties of social etiquette, the children assumed that their ability to instruct Su Yang made them teachers, and therefore, Su Yang had to obey them. "Su Yang, if we teach you English, you must listen to us, or we won't teach you anymore. I don't need you to teach me. You can't even write it. You'll get a 0 on the test, and then you'll cry. You're the ones who will get a 0. You're a dunce because you don't study well. Why don't you admit it?" Thus, the three began to quarrel, each accusing the others of failing tests and being unintelligent. "Zhou Qiang, did you get married abroad?" Ping Ting asked, looking at the children with surprise. "No, I'm still single. These are my two nephews." Zhou Qiang embraced the children, affectionately patting their heads. "How adorable. If they were to enroll this month, they would likely be assigned to my class," Zhao Ping Ting said with a smile. "Teacher, who do you think will get first place between us and Su Yang?" Zhou Ping asked, raising his face with indignation. Zhao Ping Ting cast a glance at Qian, noting her attire composed entirely of affordable sportswear, which suggested a lack of affluence and influence. She was aware of the Zhou family. Zhou Qiang had once dazzled their classmates like a shimmering princess, for the Zhou enterprise was indeed a prominent corporation. Zhao Pingting regarded Qian as someone who had leveraged connections to gain entry, echoing the saying that even emperors have impoverished relatives, likely sent here by some relative who felt obliged. "The teacher believes you can achieve first place," Zhao Pingting remarked in a teasing tone, akin to that used with a child. Yet Qian felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. "You see, even the teacher says we can come first." Buoyed by the teacher's endorsement, Zhou Ping and Zhou immediately flaunted their supposed superiority to Su Yang. Meanwhile, teacher Zhou couldn't help but furrow her brow. Zhao's statement was clearly flawed, prompting one to ponder how other parents might perceive it. Here, other parents referred specifically to Qian, as the other two children remained quietly by the side, refraining from disputing the matter of who would place first. What makes the teacher so special? Is she always right? Having experienced the previous incident in kindergarten, Su Yang lacked the blind obedience and reverence for authority that his peers exhibited. "All right," Qian clapped her hands. "My son, you are absolutely right. Teachers are merely purveyors of knowledge. Outside the bounds of textbooks, their words may carry subjective biases, thus are not always accurate." After speaking, she affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair, adding, "My son is truly clever." Suddenly receiving praise, Su Yang leaned closer to Qian, gleaning broadly. "Mom has really changed. Now she stands up for me and doesn't make me apologize." The results were about to be announced. At that juncture, the examiner emerged from the office, clutching the examination papers. Several students had passed and were now eligible to proceed with enrollment formalities. "Teacher, who among us secured the top position?" Zhou Ping and Zhou inquired in unison. Aside from a 20-point deduction in English, Su Yang achieved perfect scores in all other subjects, the male teacher added. "Su Yang is the top-ranked student." The male teacher was astounded during the grading process. Several questions on the examination exceeded the syllabus, and it was deemed extraordinary for a 5-year-old child to achieve a perfect score. The subsequent comprehensive questions were merely intended to assess the child's upper limit of knowledge. and failure to answer them would not affect the admission results. However, Su Yang had provided answers to all of them. The male teacher was exceedingly pleased with Su Yang's performance. The handwriting was meticulous, and the paper was neat. Had he not personally proctored the examination, he would not have believed that it was written by a 5-year-old child. The examiner congratulated Zhao Pingting, remarking that no teacher dislikes intelligent children. So, my son's education will be under the guidance of this teacher, Zhao, upon enrollment? Su Qian inquired, her brow furrowed in reluctance. Why did her adopted son's academic journey, even from kindergarten, seem so fraught with challenges, with an apparent dearth of normal teachers? Su Yang's mother. What do you mean by that? Zhao Pingting advanced a step, her tone sharp. Upon hearing Zhao Pingting's tone, the examiner's eyes widened in disbelief. As teacher, Zhao lost her mind. Chapter 36. Protagonist and supporting actress alike seek to make a scene. The examiner possessed partial knowledge of the situation. The previous day, he had received a call from the headmaster, instructing him that regardless of the examination outcome, a child named Su Yang who was enrolling that day must be admitted. The principal's pronouncement ensured that little Su Yang would undoubtedly receive a passing grade. Yet, to everyone's surprise, his responses were so articulate that there was no need for leniency. The mere fact that the principal, attending a conference abroad, made a special call to offer guidance, spoke volumes about the child's distinguished background. This morning, during the director's meeting, it was declared that the kindergarten's appearance must be impeccable. The assessment instructor surmised that this heightened scrutiny was due to the anticipated visit of Su Yang's parents. After all, a major inspection had taken place the day before yesterday, followed by a routine check yesterday. Such rigorous demands seemed unwarranted today, and the instructor understood the underlying reason. That someone could command the attention of both the principal and the director, yet was subjected to a reprimand by teacher Zhao. It's certainly because she has doubts about your capabilities, so she doesn't want her son to be in your class. Su Qian expressed her disdain candidly. Su Qian had never been one to suffer in silence. Even in the early days after her transmigration, she dared to challenge a cochin chicken. Now, with her little one supported by the male lead, Su Qian was even more fearless. While she could leverage the male lead's influence, Su Qian had to ensure her son's well-being. Based on teacher Zhao's conduct, Su Qian had already discerned the petty nature beneath the surface. Her own son must not study under such teacher. Su Yang, do you like this teacher? Su Qian inquired. Su Yang shook his head emphatically and exclaimed, No, I don't like her. Ms. Su Pingting is a graduate of a renowned foreign university with extensive expertise in early childhood education. Zhou Qiang began to highlight Zhao Pingting's impressive credentials. Seeing Zhou Qiang on her side, Zhao Pingting's confidence grew. So, her recent demeanor was hardly that of a credible educator. When the two children quarreled, instead of mediating the conflict, she exacerbated the situation by taking sides, leaving me skeptical of her capabilities as a good teacher. The issue I raise is entirely unrelated to educational qualifications. Upon hearing this, Zhao Pingting's expression turned ashen. The allocation of these new students to my class is a directive from the institution. If you as a parent are dissatisfied, you may choose not to enroll your child. The original protagonist possesses a gentle disposition, being timid and somewhat inarticulate, typically relying on Su Yang for support during disputes. Just like now, when the child who should be hiding behind an adult steadfastly held her mother's hand, defending her. I refuse to believe it. I demand to see the test papers. Su Yang cannot possibly have ranked first. At that moment, the twin brothers also chimed in with their protests. In their foreign kindergarten, they were always the recipients of the most accolades, and it was inconceivable for them to score lower than Su Yang. Their mother claimed they were the brightest children in the world. Surely there had been a grading error. There is no mistake. You may verify. The grading teacher laid out several papers for everyone to see. While it may appear that there are many papers, the number of questions is rather limited. Considering they are merely 5 years old, even the most rigorous kindergarten cannot hold kindergartners to the standards expected of prodigies. The grading on the test papers was explicit. The Zhou brothers lost points due to incorrect answers on the major questions, and in English, although they grew up abroad, their carelessness led to many misspellings. The situation surrounding the brothers Zhou Ping and Zhou is rather disconcerting. Following the evaluation, Their English scores fell short of even Su Yang's. The brothers were left in a state of shock. "Mother, let us depart. We shall not linger with imbeciles," Su Yang exclaimed, sticking her tongue out at Zhou Ping and Zhou, and "Very well, let us go," Su Qian replied, lifting Su Yang as they made their way out. Zhao Pingting scoffed lightly, her demeanor one of disdain. She felt victorious. Zhou Qiang approached Su Qian, attempting to persuade her, "Miss Su, do not act impulsively." On the surface, her concern appeared genuine, but in truth, Zhou Qiang secretly hoped for a commotion, believing that such a scene would surely displease Jian. Sister-in-law speaks the truth. A woman of Su Qian's caliber is unworthy of being the matriarch of the Jian family. Just look at the kindergarten your father has chosen. It is truly subpar. As Su Qian uttered these words, she cast a glance at the male teacher standing nearby, who appeared lost in thought. Su Yang chimed in, "Indeed, indeed." Upon receiving Su Qian's gaze, the male teacher abruptly snapped back to reality. If her suspicions were accurate, and someone were to storm off in anger, all present teachers would inevitably be implicated. The male teacher swiftly retrieved his phone and sent a message to the principal. "This is a serious matter. Principal, please hurry to the third-floor south office. Teacher Zhao is in a dispute with a parent of today's newly enrolled students." The male teacher pondered that. If his assumptions were correct, the principal would promptly arrive. If he had overestimated the situation, the principal would likely delegate the matter to the vice principal. In any case, he had fulfilled his duty to notify. Observing the male instructor's action of sending a message, a glint of amusement sparkled in Su Qian's eyes. Her initial outburst had been driven by impulse, but subsequently, Su Qian's gaze settled upon Zhou Qiang, who was obstructing her path. Since the female protagonist had set her sights on her, she needed to provide the protagonist with some diversions. The only person capable of completely diverting the female lead's attention was the male protagonist. The female lead should be entangled with the male lead, and she, as the female supporting character, would merely facilitate the situation. "Was I acting impulsively?" Su Qian retorted. "Does Miss Zhou believe that Mr. Zhao acted correctly? You've misunderstood Mr. Zhao. She's not the type of person you think she is," Zhou Qiang countered. "Zhou Qiang, there's no need for explanations. No one is begging her to study. She chose to give up on her own accord." Su Qian discerned that the female lead was attempting to instigate conflict. After sending the message, the male instructor's gaze remained fixed on the staircase entrance, oblivious to the surrounding commotion as he sought to ascertain the accuracy of his conjecture. Suddenly, he seemed to detect the sound of the director's footsteps. In the ensuing moment, the director's gleaming forehead entered the male instructor's field of vision, a testament to the profuse perspiration that adorned it. The male instructor swore that he had never witnessed the perpetually well-dressed director in such a state of agitation and disarray. "There are numerous intelligent children at Dian. Your family's is not indispensable. If she doesn't want to study, then she should leave immediately." These were the first words that reached Director Feng upon his arrival. His face, flushed from the rapid sprint, instantly turned ashen. The grading teacher observed that the director's lips were trembling. "Zhao Pingting, Director Feng?" A flicker of disquiet crossed Zhao Pingting's countenance upon his arrival, swiftly replaced by assurance as she noted Zhou Qiang by her side. "Director Feng, she is merely being vexatious. This parent can attest to it," Zhao Pingting declared, gesturing towards Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang addressed Director Feng. "There appears to be a misunderstanding." Her equivocal words, seemingly impartial, subtly corroborated Zhao Pingting's assertion. "My mommy is not being vexatious. You are wicked, wicked woman," Su Yang exclaimed, his small arms encircling Su Qian's neck as he turned to confront Zhao Pingting. "Director Feng, observe this child," Zhao Pingting lamented, feigning an expression of profound grievance. "What nonsense are you uttering? Cease this instant." In the interim, Director Feng, with his diminutive gait, had finally drawn near to Su Qian. Adorned in a black suit, his hair meticulously parted in a slicked-back style, the portly, middle-aged Director Feng, resembling a sphere, arrived, perspiring profusely and audibly panting. Zhao Pingting was taken aback by the sudden outburst. Director Feng was renowned for his staunch defense of the faculty's interests. On occasions when parents of Dian students fabricated grievances and harassed teachers, Director Feng would reason with them, irrespective of their status, never coercing the teachers into admitting fault. Thus, upon seeing Director Feng, Zhao Pingting hastily asserted that the parent was being unreasonable. "Miss Su, I sincerely apologize for any displeasure caused. It must be tiring to hold the child. Allow us to retire to the office for a respite and address this matter. Rest assured, the institution will not exhibit any partiality towards the teacher. We shall undoubtedly furnish you with a satisfactory resolution." Director Feng wore a smile that appeared almost forced. It was the first time Zhao Pingting had seen such a demeanor from him since she joined the Dian kindergarten 2 years ago, and an unsettling premonition crept into her mind. From the moment the argument with Zhao Pingting began, Su Qian had spoken with reason and evidence, her expression devoid of the rage that might contort one's face. Upon the arrival of Director Feng, Su Qian politely nodded and followed the direction indicated by his hand into the office. Teacher Zhua, who had witnessed the entire exchange, reflected on the scene. Despite her unassuming attire, Su Qian exuded an elegance and grace that was clearly a product of refinement and cultivation, qualities that were not easily emulated. It was no wonder she was a lady of wealth. Her poise was beyond that of ordinary individuals. Teacher Zhua cast a glance at Zhao Pingting, who boasted a suit worth nearly 6 figures, and silently shook her head, recognizing that sometimes clothing requires the right person to truly shine. Once inside the office, Zhao Pingting was eager to defend herself. However, she was interrupted by Director Feng, who said, "Teacher Zhao, please be quiet. Ms. Su Yang, you may speak first." His formal address caused Zhou Qiang to furrow her brow. Wasn't the director's attitude a bit overly accommodating? Su Qian succinctly recounted the events leading to this meeting, ultimately concluding, "Due to Teacher Zhao's conduct, I now harbor doubts about the entire educational standard at Dian Kindergarten, and I will be considering other schools for my child." At these words, Director Feng visibly panicked. "Miss Su Yang, please do not take offense. Teacher Zhao's actions reflect her personal qualities, and certainly, the institution has also fallen short in terms of teacher training." Zhao Pingting finally realized, with a dawning comprehension, that the parent of Su Yang was not someone to be trifled with. Otherwise, the director, who typically doesn't personally handle mediation matters, wouldn't have intervened with such cordiality. "Ms. Zhao, do you have anything further to add?" Director Feng inquired, having profusely apologized and acknowledged his errors, before turning his attention to Zhao. "Director Feng, I have nothing. Zhao's breath hitched as she was interrupted by Director Feng's question. "Did you, perchance, mention that the other 2 children would achieve the top score on the placement test?" She confirmed that she had, explaining, "I was merely placating the child. I didn't." "And after the altercation with the parent, did you assert that it wouldn't matter if they withdrew their child, implying that Dian Kindergarten has no shortage of students?" "Yes." After several inquiries, Director Feng was sufficiently convinced of the veracity of Su Qian's account. He sighed deeply and addressed Zhao. "You have profoundly disappointed me. Ms. Zhao will be terminated for violating Dian's code of conduct for educators. I have reviewed Su Yang's academic record, and upon the commencement of the school year, he will be placed in Ms. Zhua's class. We hope that Ms. Su will grant our kindergarten another opportunity. Su Yang will undoubtedly flourish under our care." Director Zhua's eyes widened at Director Feng's statement, not because Su Yang had been assigned to her class, but because Director Feng had declared Zhao's dismissal. Terminating a teacher at Dian Kindergarten requires an internal meeting, so Director Feng's direct pronouncement was solely to appease Su Yang's parents. The fact that he would bypass protocol in this manner suggests that he is confident in his ability to avoid any repercussions. What, then, is the status of Su Yang's parents? The astonishment of the male teacher grading the papers was no less than that of Teacher Zhua. The other party proved to be even more formidable than he had anticipated. Su Qian was somewhat taken aback. She had not expected the seemingly amicable Director Feng to handle matters with such decisiveness and efficiency. Initially, she thought that if the institution adopted a conciliatory attitude, her plans would progress more smoothly. Now that the institution was so accommodating, it would be unreasonable for her to express anger. especially since she needed to set a good example for Su Yang. Glancing at the little bun in her arms, their gazes met. Su Yang affectionately pressed his cheek against hers and said, "Mommy, don't be upset." The little tyrant could be quite exasperating at times, yet during tender moments, he was undeniably charming. Su Qian understood that Su Yang was genuinely fond of this kindergarten, not due to its external facilities, but rather because of the various study groups and extracurricular activities introduced by teacher Zhua. In his previous kindergarten, Su Yang had often remarked that his classmates were slow-witted and foolish. Although that institution was quite commendable, it predominantly emphasized play over learning, whereas Dian kindergarten seemed to embody a philosophy of elite education from an early age. Thus, Su Yang was very fond of it. Zhou Qiang felt extremely uncomfortable. She was acutely aware that Director Feng must know who Su Yang's family was, and the deference shown towards Su Qian stemmed from that very identity. Su Qian was not the matriarch of the Jian family. The esteem in which Dian kindergarten was held among the affluent elite was largely due to the fact that the school's board consisted of prominent figures. Consequently, many affluent families adhered to the school's regulations, as even individuals worth billions might not necessarily find favor at Dian kindergarten. Consider the Zhou family, for instance. Despite their affluence, they wield little influence at Dian kindergarten, certainly not enough to elicit such deference from the headmistress towards Su Qian. Zhou Qiang felt a sense of injustice. Su Qian's advantage stemmed from her connection to brother Jian, an advantage that Zhou Qiang believed was not rightfully hers. Yet, no one present felt more aggrieved than Zhao Pingting, who had inexplicably lost her position at Dian. "Son, do you like this kindergarten?" Su Qian inquired. Director Feng promptly interjected, "If Su Yang enjoys the kindergarten, he's welcome to stay. We can arrange for a different teacher for him." Su Yang glanced at Su Qian, and upon receiving her nod, he responded with a simple, "Okay." Finally securing his enrollment, Director Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But Director Feng, Zhao Pingting protested, "Shouldn't the dismissal of a teacher require a meeting and discussion? I signed a contract." Zhao Pingting demanded an explanation. "Teacher Zhao, we can discuss this matter later," Director Feng replied, her tone turning frosty. Did she even comprehend the magnitude of her folly? The land on which Dian was built belonged to the Jian Corporation, and all facilities, building materials, and laboratory equipment were funded by Jian's investment. He had also stumbled upon a discreet secret. President Jian was an anonymous shareholder of Dian School, a major shareholder, no less. He could dismiss not only a teacher, but also himself or the principal with ease. Su Yang was practically a young prince, and they should be grateful he wasn't causing trouble. A mere teacher dared to suggest he leave if he didn't want to study, without him ordering her dismissal. The principal would likely want to slap her. The principal recently attended an international educational exchange conference abroad, facilitated by the Jian family. The current scale and prestige of this institution owe much to the support of the Jian group. The principal mentioned having heard whispers about Mr. Jian's son, who could have prompted Mr. Jian to personally call regarding his child's enrollment. If not his son, then whose could it be? If today he were to expel Mr. Jian's wife and son from the school, the management at Dian would undoubtedly undergo a significant overhaul by tomorrow. He had been busy attending to matters within the institution since early morning, nearly allowing Zhao Pingting to completely mishandle everything. "Parents, let us proceed next door to fill out some forms for information entry. Your children may commence their studies tomorrow. Please follow me," the director announced, leading everyone next door. Were it not for the principal's instructions to maintain normalcy at the school as per Mr. Jin's wishes, they would have had no need for teachers to attend to them. The principals of the primary and secondary departments would have eagerly come over themselves. As the director exited, he nodded appreciatively at the teacher responsible for grading, his eyes filled with admiration for a job well done. Zhao Pingting knew that causing a scene at this moment would only serve to further embarrass her. Just before leaving, Zhou Qiang had even taken the time to pat her shoulder in silent consolation. The female protagonist truly seemed to be perpetually playing the role of the good person, as Su Qian reflected on the actions of her counterpart. Once the parents had vacated the room, Zhao Pingting could no longer hold back her tears and crouched down to weep. The male teacher responsible for grading stood frozen in place. ultimately deciding to grant Zhao Pingting the privacy she needed to vent her emotions. He quietly closed the door behind him as he stepped out. For Zhao Pingting, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Securing a position as a teacher at Dian, known for offering the best treatment for educators in the entire B city, was certainly something to boast about. Beyond these considerations, her students' parents were predominantly affluent and influential figures. Previously, many of the mothers had invited her to partake in upscale beauty treatments together, all within exclusive establishments. Now all of that has vanished, utterly gone. Oblivious to the notification on her phone amidst her tears, Zhao Pingting failed to notice a new message from displayed on her home screen. The campus is vast, with the vehicles of other parents waiting outside the school gates. Only the Jian family's car is permitted to wait at the teaching building's entrance. The chauffeur has departed? Su Qian remarked, not bothering to expose her. Miss Zhou, I'm a guest of the Jian family. You ought to inquire with the Jian family's young master. Su Qian's courteous tone carried a hint of aloofness. Zhou Qiang bit her lip and then addressed Su Yang. Su Yang, would you permit us to hitch a ride? Su Yang glanced at the Zhou brothers and inquired, you did not achieve the top score. Do you concede that you are simpletons? The brothers lowered their heads in silence. And Zhou Qiang did not intercede. Su Qian inwardly clicked her tongue, questioning if this was indeed the heroine of the novel. The more she interacted, the more she realized the disparity between the novel's portrayal of the heroine and reality. Fortunately, the male protagonist was not similar. Aunt, shall we? Zhou then raised his head, intending to pull Zhou Qiang away, but then he felt a gentle push on his back, realizing that his aunt was signaling him to yield. We're simpletons. Su Yang unlocked the car, scoffed softly, and said, then, board the vehicle. Observing the scene, Su Qian mused inwardly that while her son's actions were sometimes gratifying, they were also quite deserving of scolding. She later discovered that the little tyke had also dealt with Su Zihan before leaving the kindergarten that day. Currently, the Zhou brothers must be harboring a strong desire to discipline her son. At present, Su Qian's idealized image of the novel's female lead had completely shattered. On the return journey, the female lead received a phone call. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to register. It was nothing. You flatter me. All right. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Goodbye. Hanging up the phone, the female lead smiled at Su Qian and said, I plan to start from scratch in the country. As Miss Su knows, I studied fashion design. Recently, there's a major competition in China, considered the pinnacle of the domestic design field. Miss Su also studies in this field. We should exchange ideas sometime. Su Qian frowned as she listened. Zhou Qiang assumed the other party was envious. After all, as a graduate of a prestigious university, she actually worked as a clerk in a food company after graduation instead of pursuing the fashion design industry. So she must be very envious of her. Zhou Qiang raised her chin slightly, finally feeling a sense of superiority. Then she founded her own brand and had her own career. There wasn't much content about the female lead's career in the text, more descriptions of her emotional connection with the male lead. So, she and the female lead were participating in the same competition. Damn the plot. Even though she had transformed the original work into what it is now, she still couldn't change the entanglement between the female supporting character and the female lead, because she didn't seduce the male lead. The friction between the two had shifted to their careers. Presently, Su Qian's disposition mirrored the common adage of a toad scaling one's instep. Innocuous, yet irksome. Just then, a ringtone reverberated, eliciting no response from Su Qian. The chauffeur, glancing at the rearview mirror, cleared his throat and announced, Miss Su. The in-car telephone is signaling a call from President Jian. He requests your attention. Su Qian mused, noting that the driver had apparently received a call, subsequently declaring he would transfer it to her before disconnecting. Though engrossed in her contemplations, Su Qian remained perceptive to external occurrences. Casting a glance at the telephone mounted above the window, Su Qian's lips twitched. Why would the male protagonist elect to contact her through such means? Miss Su, your mobile phone is unreachable. Presuming you were en route, I employed the satellite telephone to reach you. Su Qian scrutinized her mobile, realizing it had powered down due to depleted battery. As she stowed her phone, she discerned Zhou Chang's unwavering gaze upon her. Su Qian quirked her lips, deliberately softening her tone as she inquired, Yes, what is it? Su Qian reveled in witnessing the incandescent fury in the female lead's eyes. Tonight? Very well. Subsequently, Su Qian terminated the call. Miss Su, is there perhaps an urgent matter? Zhou Qiang inquired, feigning nonchalance. Such is the artistic allure of language. Recasting a narrative from an alternate vantage point begets disparate outcomes. A flare of envy flickered within Zhou Qiang's gaze, swiftly masked. She effused. Is that so? How delightful. Hot pot is delectable, truly delectable. Observing Zhou Qiang's forced gaiety, a glint of veiled intent sparkled within Su Qian's eyes. This was, after all, an opportunity presented directly into her hands. Unbeknownst to either of them, the chauffeur surreptitiously pressed the send button on his phone with his left hand. Join my son and me for hot pot. It's quite delectable. His absence during the school run was deliberate. Su Qian presented a facade of perfection in his presence, but her demeanor toward others was uncertain. Formerly an unremarkable employee, she now had the backing of the Jian Corporation. Would she become haughty and arrogant? Jian Zhan Yan intended to document her actions and then present the evidence to her, confident that she would be unable to deny it. His sole desire was to prevent her from engaging in cunning schemes, severing her connection with their son as soon as possible to prevent undue influence on Su Yang. Consequently, he became hesitant, resorting to such cumbersome methods. At that moment, a knock sounded on the office door. The secretary entered, announcing that the head of D in kindergarten was on the line, inquiring whether the call should be transferred. After a moment's contemplation, Jian Zhan Yan instructed her to forward the call to his office. The headmistress was immediately aware of the events that occurred in the kindergarten after the parents departed. She promptly contacted Jian Zhan Yan to apologize. As he listened to the headmistress's effusive praise of Ms. Su, Jian Zhan Yan massaged his temples. In instructing the headmistress to care for his son, Jian Zhan Yan was genuinely concerned about Su Yang's well-being and hoped that the headmistress would indulge Su Qian, allowing her to become conceited and reveal her true nature. Now that the headmistress was calling, it was undoubtedly due to Su Qian's fault, which she would naturally conceal. The director, weary of the flattery from the principal, stated that all details regarding the cause, process, outcome, and all dialogues should be organized into a document and sent to the secretary's email. By the time the principal realized, the call had already been disconnected. Stunned for a moment, she regretfully struck her hand, not anticipating that Mr. Jian would place such importance on his son and wife. Chapter 40. Captivated without effort. Mr. Jian usually handled contracts worth billions, yet now he was willing to dedicate time to reviewing documents, clearly concerned for the well-being of his wife and child. Had she known, she would have ensured that Director Feng presented a more earnest demeanor. Fortunately, Director Feng managed to resolve the issue to Mrs. Jian's satisfaction. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The kindergarten principal felt a profound sense of relief from her narrow escape. At this moment, Su Qian had arrived at the Jian residence, assisting little Baozi in organizing the items he would need for school the next day. Initially, Su Yang was reluctant to attend kindergarten, believing his stay would be brief and that a few days of schooling held little value. It was Su Qian who conveyed to him that he must experience it just as he did with her. Otherwise, it would be unfair to his father. Although Su Yang couldn't quite articulate what felt amiss, he sensed there was some truth in her words, and thus he agreed to attend kindergarten. The reluctance he once harbored had now transformed into eagerness. He longed to join the mathematics group, yearning to solve the problems displayed on the blackboard. There was also the astronomy group. He recognized the names of the little stars on the bulletin board, yet had never seen their images. The teacher had mentioned that they could observe them through the school's telescope at night, and he was filled with anticipation, seeing little Baozi's eager expression. Su Qian felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Finally, there was a place that little tyrant could truly enjoy. The maidservant nearby offered her assistance in tidying up, suggesting that Su Qian take a rest, as the servants in the villa now regarded Su Qian as a quasi-mistress. Su Qian was puzzled as to why she seemed to have won them over without doing anything. Instead of fretting over it, Su Qian simply ignored it. Ultimately, everyone was discerning, and the servants' attitude towards Su Qian was influenced by the attitudes of the master and young master of the house. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they wouldn't dare. Moreover, Su Qian possessed an aura that set her apart from ordinary people, and and they dared not underestimate her. Seeing Su Qian tidying up, the maid quickly came over to take over. Su Qian declined, feeling that preparing her child's school supplies was not only not tiring, but also enjoyable. Was this what motherhood felt like? Su Qian smiled, her eyes crinkling as she watched her son fold clothes with her. The fact that the little tyrant would turn into the detestable character in the book was largely due to the original owner's parenting methods and the environment in which Su Yang lived. Now that things had changed, Su Qian noticed that the little bun's temperament had improved significantly, because he no longer needed to fight for his mother, constantly turning himself into a ball of hedgehog spines to protect himself and his mother from harm. This hostility dissipated, and the little tyrant became an adorable little bun. After the mother and son packed their school supplies, they went to play with Guagua. Even Zhou Qiang, who was next door, heard Su Yang's laughter. How vexing! In Zhou Chang's mind, Su Yang and his mother were like cuckoos occupying a magpie's nest. They were clearly people who should have been worlds apart from her. Yet now they had entered the house and become masters. The phone on the table rang, and Zhou Qiang, recognizing the caller, quickly answered, adopting a concerned and worried tone. All right, Ping Ting, I shall await your arrival. Aspiring to be the lady of the Jian household? She is utterly unworthy. Chapter 41. The unyielding female antagonist. Naturally preferring hot pot. Su Yang adores hot pot. He cannot tolerate excessive spiciness. Thus he always opts for a tomato broth, and this occasion is no different. The ingredients prepared by the Jian family are exceptionally luxurious. Premium prawns, Kobe beef, abalone. The table is lavishly adorned with a variety of delicacies, which Su Qian affectionately refers to as a hot pot version of the Manchu Han imperial feast. As the mother and son descended from upstairs, they beheld the sumptuous spread before them, exchanging a glance, and promptly exclaimed, "Let us eat." Su Qian, too, has a fondness for hot pot, particularly the spicy Sichuan broth. She can never get enough. Upon learning of her desire for a Sichuan base, the chef of the Jian household eagerly offered to prepare it on the spot. In an instant, the villa was infused with an aromatic and piquant fragrance, causing little Baozi to sneeze several times, while Su Qian declared it utterly delightful. The mother and son relished their hot pot with great joy. Meanwhile, the red light of the kitchen camera flickered, and Jian Zhan Yan remained speechless on the other side of the screen. He inquired of the butler, "Has Su Qian been solely indulging in hot pot, without engaging in any other activities?" The butler confirmed that since her descent, Miss Su had not left her seat at the dining table, though she had briefly glanced at the jewelry necklace displayed on the coffee table in the living room. Her attention was swiftly captivated by the hot pot ingredients. Jian Zhan Yan fell silent, pondering, do not all women adore jewelry and flowers? The pink diamond adorning the table is a coveted treasure that ensnares the gaze of every woman. It was overshadowed by the allure of hot pot ingredients. Jian Zhan Yan was convinced that Su Qian would be unable to resist the temptation, which would inevitably lead to a more rapid pace and, consequently, a greater likelihood of exposing her schemes. However, it was unforeseen that the world's largest natural pink diamond would pale into insignificance when juxtaposed with the allure of a hot pot feast, failing to capture Su Qian's attention for even a fleeting moment. Zhou Qiang had been stationed on the third-floor balcony, her gaze fixed on the neighboring residence. Upon noticing the familiar black car entering the courtyard, she promptly rushed inside to urge Zhao Pingting, "Hurry and tidy up, we can head over now." Indeed, Zhao Pingting was currently at Zhou Chang's home. Following the altercation between Su Qian and Zhao Pingting, Zhou Qiang had conceived a plan. She discreetly sent a message to Zhao Pingting, inviting her over. Zhao Pingting had waited at the school, only to receive a scolding phone call from the principal. With no resolution in sight, the administrative staff at Dian School's Academic Affairs Office had all expressed their agreement with the penalty imposed by Director Feng. The outcome was that Dian would not retain Zhao Pingting's services, and the school would fully compensate her for the contract termination. Zhao Pingting's desire was not for monetary compensation. She yearned to continue teaching at Dian. The advantages of being employed at Dian far outweighed the value of the settlement. Numerous teachers would spend tens of thousands in bribes for the opportunity to work there. She was bewildered as to why she had been dismissed for such a trivial matter. Disheartened, Zhao Pingting sought out Zhou Qiang, who assured her that she could help find a solution. It was then that Zhao Pingting learned that Su Yang was the son of the Jian Corporation CEO. She had unwittingly offended such a prominent figure, which explained Dian's unwillingness to compromise. Zhou Qiang reassured Zhao Pingting, stating that she knew she had no malicious intent and that it was merely a jest that Su Qian had taken seriously. Upon hearing the rationale, Zhao Pingting wholeheartedly concurred. Chapter 42. When conspiracy confronts conspiracy, the supporting actress encounters the protagonist prior to venturing next door. Zhao Pingting meticulously changed into Zhou Chang's white dress, her powdered face appearing wan and pitiable. Little did the two anticipate that their endeavor would be thwarted before it even commenced. They were intercepted at the entrance, the security personnel stating that the Jian residence did not receive guests in the evening. Zhou Qiang was taken aback. How were they to gain entry? She resorted to weeping vociferously. In order to regain the privilege of standing on the periphery of high society, she cared little for appearances. Madam Su, I have come to apologize. Please, I beseech you, grant me an audience. Zhao Pingting clung to the gate, wailing aloud. During her university years, Zhao Pingting had joined the Belcanto Opera Department, and now her training came into play. As Zhou Qiang and the Jian family were neighbors, they had arrived at the inner gate of the Jian residence. This proximity was sufficient for those within the house to hear Zhao Pingting's cries. Su Qian, chopsticks in hand, paused, wondering about the commotion outside. Was someone performing a play? Which wealthy individual possessed such peculiar tastes as to hire someone who sang so poorly? Having received a message from the security personnel at the gate, the butler, understanding the situation, related to Jian Zhan Yan, as the Zhou family's daughter was among the visitors. The security personnel had not immediately expelled them, as they would have done with strangers. Instead, out of deference to the Zhou family, he specifically inquired of the butler how to proceed. The male lead was en route to the kitchen, the butler trailing behind him, recounting the situation. Consequently, Su Qian overheard the conversation. With a mere glance from Jian Zhan Yan, the butler understood his intent and promptly approached Su Qian, saying, Miss Su, would you care to grant this person an audience? If not, I shall immediately instruct the security personnel to remove them. Mr. Jian's omission of Zhou Chang's name indicated that deference to the Zhou family was unnecessary, hence the housekeeper's inquiry. Show them in, Su Qian acquiesced. I'm curious to hear what they have to say. She mused that denying them entry would render her daytime quarrel futile. Nearby, the little one, having swallowed a mouthful of shrimp, grumbled, Unpleasant people are here. Jian Zhan Yan, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow slightly and settled beside the little one. Seeing this, the servants promptly placed a small pot with a seasoned broth. Like Su Yang, he favored tomato broth, as neither father nor son could tolerate spice. Zhao Pingting, escorted by security, sobbed intermittently along the way, furtively glancing at her surroundings each time she raised her hand to wipe away tears. Catching sight of dozens of luxury cars in the open garage beside the fountain, her heart fluttered. This was true wealth. Upon entering the house, the aroma of hot pot filled her nostrils, causing Zhao Pingting, who had not eaten all afternoon, to swallow involuntarily. Beside her, Zhou Qiang harbored resentment. Why did Jian indulge Su Qian so much? Wasn't she claiming to be a guest? Yet she occupied the head of the table. Chapter 43. The male lead reaches his limit if the scenery in the courtyard had astonished Zhao Pingting, then upon entering the house, she found herself at a loss for words. She had seen the painting in the living room at the Imperial and Registrar's office, but it was merely a master's replica, not the original, which the school had purchased for tens of thousands of yuan. If a replica cost that much, how much was the original worth? Zhao Pingting had been taken aback at the time, having now beheld this painting within the Jian family's drawing room. Its authenticity is assured by its very presence here. Indeed, not merely the artwork itself, but the entire drawing room exudes an ambience of opulent grandeur tempered with refined elegance, imparting a sense of both lavishness and profound heritage. What matter brings Miss Zhao to seek me out? Miss Su did not address the visitor as Teacher Zhao, for that title no longer applies. Having completed her supplication, Zhao Pingting realized the impropriety of her gesture. Having witnessed the Jian family's affluence, she was all the more determined not to forfeit her connection to high society. She must retain her position at Dian, thereby maintaining contact with the elite, affording her the opportunity to marry into wealth. She too yearned for an endless succession of sports cars and the indulgence of consuming hot pot with a set of tableware costing tens of thousands. Miss Su, I implore you to forgive me. The circumstances at that time were truly a misunderstanding on your part. I harbored no bias toward any party. Zhao Pingting's voice was laden with tears, conveying the appearance of having suffered a great injustice. Increasingly distraught, Zhao Pingting collapsed to the floor in tears. At that moment, Zhou Qiang interjected in support. Miss Su, Pingting and I are high school classmates. At the time, she merely shared a jest with me due to our familiarity, and perhaps failed to recognize the boundaries, leading to your misunderstanding. However, she harbors no ill intentions. Her mother has recently undergone surgery, and losing this employment would. Their concerted efforts cast Su Qian in the role of a major antagonist. But wait, is not the female supporting character inherently the villain? Alas, her persona is once again being thrust upon her. Su Qian glanced at Jian Zhan Yan, who was nonchalantly enjoying hot pot nearby, seemingly unaffected. Ms. Zhao should seek resolution from the administration rather than beseeching me. Furthermore, Ms. Zhao need not prostrate herself in such a manner. As Su Qian articulated these words, Zhou Qiang promptly interjected, but the kindergarten is acting this way because of Jian Gij. Zhou Qiang seemed to blurt it out, immediately ceasing and covering her mouth. Yet the implication had been unequivocally conveyed. The preferential treatment extended to Zhao Pingting by Dian kindergarten stemmed from deference to the Jian family's eminence, and Su Qian, capitalizing on the Jian name externally, was engaging in audacious behavior, with Zhao Pingting as the aggrieved party. This was the stratagem Zhou Qiang had devised to apprise Jian Zhan Yan that Su Qian had already commenced exploiting the Jian affiliation to conduct herself with unrestrained arrogance, and that unchecked, her actions would only escalate. Jian Gij harbored a profound aversion for those who exploited his identity for their own ends. Upon concluding her statement, Zhou Qiang feigned concern as she regarded Su Qian, while inwardly, she was jubilant, anticipating Su Qian's imminent expulsion. Su Qian, outwardly appearing apprehensive, was inwardly exasperated. Despite leaving numerous vulnerabilities, the female lead had only contrived this single complaint. Instances such as her inadequate attentiveness to Su Yang during meals, or her allowing Su Yang to roam unsupervised during the campus tour while other parents chaperoned their children. Did the female lead comprehend the issues that would truly resonate with the male lead? Having anticipated a formidable adversary, Su Qian found herself underwhelmed by this puerile endeavor. At that juncture, Zhao Pingting resumed her plaint of wails. To date, the most significant affliction inflicted upon Su Qian was arguably Zhao Pingting's incessant lamentations. Enough. Su Qian was on the verge of issuing a reprimand when she heard another voice utter the sentiment. She turned to regard Jian Zhan Yan, whose brow was furrowed in consternation, realizing that the male lead shared her aversion. Chapter 44. I have yet to make my move. Does Miss Zhao not harbor a shred of remorse? Jian Zhan Yan's inquiry left all present in a state of bewilderment. He first reached out to gently stroke Su Yang's head, offering reassurance. Do not worry, dear. Your father will handle it. Naturally, Su Qian observed Su Yang's anxiety and was taken aback that Jian Zhan Yan was the one to provide comfort at such a moment. Steward, present this to Miss Zhao. Yes. The steward approached the sofa and retrieved a document from the coffee table. This very action drew the attention of Zhao Pingting and Zhou Qiang to the diamond resting atop the table. A large pink diamond, its beauty captivating both women, elicited a glimmer of obsession in their eyes. How utterly exquisite! This was the reaction one would expect from a woman upon encountering something breathtaking. Should one not be entranced by such beauty? Regardless of its value, something visually appealing ought to command one's gaze. Yet Su Qian once again merely cast a fleeting glance without lingering. Jian Zhan Yan narrowed his eyes. Was he genuinely indifferent, or was it a deliberate act? To speak candidly, it seemed to be a conspiracy theory of the male protagonist, while Su Qian simply failed to notice. The steward's earlier remark about her gaze being momentarily diverted stemmed from her inattention at that moment. Now, seated at the innermost position of the dining room, Su Qian could only glimpse the edge of box. Even the largest pink diamond could not surpass the size of its container. Thus, Su Qian truly saw nothing at all. Observing Zhao Pingting's complexion grow increasingly pale as she gripped the document folder, Su Qian became curious as to what was inscribed upon it. Zhou Qiang remained by Zhao Pingting's side, able to discern the contents of the documents from her vantage point. Her expression equally grim. "Miss Zhao, I conducted thorough inquiries regarding each teacher before Su Yang's enrollment. This action is not directed at you. Even in the absence of the altercation between you and Miss Su, I would not permit you to serve as Su Yang's homeroom teacher. You have not been dismissed today, but rest assured, you will be at next month's faculty meeting. Accepting bribes, clandestinely contacting students' parents, and leaking the educational strategies of Dian. Each of these transgressions is sufficient to warrant your expulsion from Dian." Confronted with such irrefutable evidence, Zhao Pingting could hardly articulate her grievances, and with a cry, she fled the scene, leaving Zhou Qiang standing there, her complexion fluctuating between hues of blue and white. After a moment of stunned silence, she managed to stammer, "Jian Ge. I apologize, I too was deceived by her." Jian Zhan's voice was cold as he replied, "Steward, escort her out." This unyielding demeanor caused Zhou Qiang to break down in tears, turning on her heel and running away. Both women, filled with indignation, had intended to confront Su Qian, yet left in tears instead. Su Qian observed silently, noting that she had yet to intervene, and the male lead had managed to drive the female lead away. Although this diverged from her original plan, it could be seen as a convergence of paths. It was likely that the female lead would now seek ways to rehabilitate her image in the eyes of the male lead, rather than attempting to scheme against her. Upon returning home, Su Qian cast aside these emotions and diligently studied the fashion competition in which she was participating. Initially, her focus had been on the subsequent rewards, resources, and various forms of support that the competition promised, and, at that time, Su Qian felt that everything was favorable. Now it has come to light that the female protagonist will also participate in the competition. As she peruses the promotional materials for the event, she discovers numerous aspects she had previously overlooked. Firstly, she notes that the Janes Group is the primary sponsor of the competition. In Chapter 45, titled "What Fear Remains in Becoming a Mother," she realizes that she had missed the nature of the competition. Within the narrative, the protagonist is destined to become a sensation, as the event is to be broadcast live in collaboration with a television network. Her performance is exceptional, propelling her to fame and garnering substantial support for her self-created brand from a wide array of internet users. The storyline has evolved significantly. The protagonist's aura is not invincible. She simply needs to perform to the best of her abilities during the competition, accepting defeat gracefully if she is outmatched. Nevertheless, Su Qian possesses considerable confidence in her own capabilities. Even if the protagonist has extraordinary talent, she is determined to shine in the competition. True strength instills confidence, and she feels unshaken wherever she goes. In fact, she has already trended on social media twice since the initial stages of production. The second trending topic announced that the esteemed international designer, Keisu, will serve as one of the judges for this competition. It is rumored that he is just one of 4 highly prominent judges. For Su Qian, no competition format poses a threat. As long as she possesses the requisite skill, she is undeterred. Even upon realizing that the competition differs slightly from her expectations, she feels no undue pressure. Having already embraced the role of a mother, nothing else seems worthy of her panic. Time flies, and before long, the day of the competition arrives. Over the past few days, Su Yang has been calling Su Qian every evening, sharing delightful anecdotes from kindergarten. It is evident that the little one adores Dian, which brings Su Qian peace of mind. Unbeknownst to others, Su Yang had been keenly observing Su Qian's competition in recent days. After all, their most significant quarrel stemmed from Su Qian's desire to purchase a mobile phone, the purpose of which was to access information for the competition. Despite Su Yang's silence on the matter, he had genuinely taken it to heart. Early in the morning, after Jian Zhan Yan had left for work, he approached the butler and said, Uncle Butler, I feel dizzy and would like to sleep in instead of going to kindergarten. Is that permissible? Certainly. I shall call the kindergarten on your behalf. The butler readily agreed. Believing his plan to be successful, Su Yang ascended the stairs with his iPad in hand. Little did he know that, after informing the kindergarten and requesting leave, the butler had contacted the family physician and Jian Zhan Yan. At that moment, Su Yang was lying in his bed, clutching his iPad, awaiting Su Qian's appearance. Su Yang's motive for the fabrication was Su Qian's explicit instruction not to disclose her affairs to his father. He reasoned that if he confessed his intention to stay home from school to watch the live broadcast, Su Qian's secret would inevitably be revealed. As a young man of his word, he was determined to uphold his promise to his mother, thus opting for the ruse of feigned illness. Moreover, he had thoughtfully prepared a bag of biscuits to enjoy while watching, oblivious to the impending exposure of his deception. He had just powered on his iPad when he heard a knock at the door. In haste, Su Yang concealed the iPad and pulled the covers over his head. After a brief examination, the family physician, having advised Su Yang to rest well, exited the room with the butler, having the qualifications to serve as the Jian family's physician. The doctor, after examining the child, affirmed to the housekeeper with considerable certainty that the child was feigning illness. Prior to his tenure with the Jians, this physician had spent a year in pediatrics, encountering numerous children who feigned illness. Upon Jian Zhan Yan's return home, he learned from the housekeeper that Su Yang had been surreptitiously watching an iPad in his room. Cameras were installed only in the communal areas of the villa, not in the bedrooms. Su Yang's room was on the second floor, and he had not drawn the curtains, allowing the housekeeper to observe him from the adjacent second-story greenhouse. The housekeeper distinctly saw Su Yang reclining on the bed, consuming biscuits, and playing on the iPad. Jian Zhan Yan found the book somewhat efficacious, as Su Yang had ceased clamoring to leave. It is often said that men lack the subtlety of women. Su Qian understood that Su Yang's desire to stay was due to his fondness for kindergarten and the presence of distractions, whereas Jian Zhan Yan attributed it to the efficacy of his methods. Jian Zhan Yan ascended to the second floor and knocked on the door. Su Yang figned wiaknes, inviting him to enter. Upon entering, Jian Zhan Yan immediately noticed the small corner of the iPad peeking out from under the pillow. Are you ill? Where does it hurt? Dizzy, sleepy. Jian Zhan Yan gestured towards Su Yang's pillow, and Su Yang, following his gaze, visibly faltered. Could you pretend you didn't see it? Jian Zhan Yan demurred, and Su Yang dejectedly retrieved the iPad. You are not ill, Jian Zhan Yan stated. The protagonist comprehends that communication, as depicted in the book, entails an honest exchange of thoughts between parent and child. Due to his demanding work schedule, Jian Zhan Yan has yet to share his reflections with the parenting expert. Were he to do so, the expert would undoubtedly exclaim, "Oh dear, you have entirely misunderstood." Effective guidance is essential prior to engaging in dialogue with a child. However, Su Yang is no ordinary child. Regardless of whether he feels frightened by the exposure of his fibs or experiences other emotions, most children in such situations would likely burst into tears. Yet, Su Yang remains composed. He calmly states, "I was pretending." Why? Jian Zhan Yan inquires. Suddenly, the little dumpling, puffing out his chest, bends down and increases the volume on the iPad. Each time someone arrives, Su Yang refrains from pausing the iPad. Instead, he mutes it. During his conversation with Jian Zhan Yan, Su Yang's gaze fixates on the screen. His eyes shimmer with excitement as he gestures with his finger to his lips, signaling Jian Zhan Yan to remain silent. At that moment, the iPad emits the voice of the female host. Next up, we have designer number 32, Su Qian, who will present her design. Jian Zhan Yan follows Su Yang's gaze to the screen. Su Qian makes her entrance. Chapter 47, a stunning debut. Clad in a white shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, her hair styled in a high ponytail, and her face free of makeup, she radiates youthful exuberance. As soon as Su Qian takes the stage, the subtitles on the iPad flood the screen. Can high school students really participate? Surely not. I inquired previously, and one must either study a relevant major or possess professional experience to qualify. Isn't she really a high school student? Do individuals entering society possess such sparkling eyes? What should I do? I have not found the right clothing, but I have found a designer. No, I want both the clothing and the designer. As Su Qian entered the venue, she instantly captivated the audience. Hello everyone, I am Qian, and this is the long dress I designed based on the theme of the competition, Zhuang Zhou's dream of a butterfly. Dreaming is a realm, and waking is another. I chose moonlight blue organza paired with silk. As soon as Qian's design made its debut, the audience erupted in awe, for it was breathtakingly beautiful. The ethereal gown featured 2 layers, and, as Qian elaborated, the audience initially believed it could merely transform its style. However, when the venue lights dimmed, the dress shimmered like moonlight, exuding a gentle silver glow. The astonished gasps from the audience were clearly audible through the live stream. Unlike typical design competitions that require a demonstration of foundational skills before presenting finished garments, this particular contest allowed participants to submit their designs directly, deeming them proficient. Upon learning that Zhou Qiang would also be competing, Qian meticulously studied the competition rules and discovered that it was not solely a professional contest, but rather half entertainment. Nevertheless, Qian remained focused on the ultimate prize. The nature of the competition was of little consequence. Thus, her initial plan remained unchanged. She aimed to dazzle the audience during the preliminary selection, observing the astonished gazes of the judges and audience members. Qian mused that she had succeeded. The 4 judges for the preliminary selection were established brand designers in the country, who were originally meant to provide critiques. However, one by one, they began to inquire if Qian's dress was for sale, expressing their desire to purchase it for production. Qian demurred with tact, expressing her intention to establish her own brand in the future, a decision the judges, though regretful, comprehended. The judges' reaction was a testament to Qian's exceptional talent. She had secured a direct pass to the top 30 during the audition, bypassing the need for further competitive rounds. Of the 4 judges, each possessed the authority to grant a single direct pass, and Qian had earned one. Meanwhile, backstage in the green room, Zhou Qiang watched Qian receive applause and accolades, her heart seething with resentment. Feigning inquiry towards Qian, she had now turned around to participate in the competition and garnered widespread acclaim. Zhou Qiang eyed Qian's design with malice, speculating that it might have been ghostwritten. The applause she received was no less than Qian's, yet she had not been granted a direct pass. During the audition, Zhou Qiang had deliberately created a design that was conventional, intending to gradually unveil her brilliance and surprise everyone with her talent. Consequently, her work had not captivated the judges, and she had missed out on the direct pass. Chapter 48. Is this not a sensation? The competition was unfolding as she had initially envisioned. But with Qian's brilliance preceding her, she felt somewhat overshadowed, a sense of frustration she couldn't quite articulate. Qian left with her direct pass, without even glancing at Zhou Qiang's work, an act of perceived disdain that infuriated Zhou Qiang, who vowed to defeat Qian in the competition. Here, Qian possessed both beauty and ability, while Zhou Qiang had the advantage of studying abroad and a superior background, not to mention the participation of renowned international masters and students. Originally, she thought the director's talk of a turnaround hinged mainly on the impressive judging panel. But now it seems the contestants are also extraordinary. Mommy is amazing. The design dress is truly beautiful. Behold, it emanates luminescence. The diminutive cherub, animated with unrestrained elation, pivoted towards Jian Zhan Yan, inquiring, "Pray, what is the significance of a direct passage card?" Similarly intrigued, Su Yang, aware only of its auspicious nature, echoed the query. It bestows the privilege of bypassing the preliminary contests, thereby securing a berth in the final 30. And what import do the final 30 hold? They constitute the foremost 30 contenders in the entirety of the competition. If Mama were to wield this direct passage card and attain the final 30, what numerical rank would she hold? The standings are not enumerated. Rather, champions are determined from each sector through individual contests, who then proceed to partake in the advancement competition. Having exhausted his compendium of queries, Su Yang's viewing of Qian's performance concluded. As Zhou Qiang commenced her performance, the cherub deftly deactivated the iPad. I may now resume my scholastic pursuits. Depositing the iPad with deliberate care, Su Yang enunciated his intentions with a composure that belied his recent feigned ailment. Did you feign illness solely to witness your mother's competition? Su Yang affirmed with a nod. Su Qian conveyed her preoccupation and deferred her visit. I discerned her participation in this competition and was cognizant of the live broadcast slated for today. Thus, I feigned illness to partake in the viewing. Jian Zhan Yan pressed further. Why did you not articulate your desires explicitly? Su Yang demurred, maintaining a stoic silence in the face of Jian Zhan Yan's inquiries. His recalcitrant demeanor mirrored their initial paternal encounter, resulting in a stalemate wherein the diminutive cherub remained steadfastly unyielding. Jian Zhan Yan found himself in a perplexing situation. Although parenting experts advised open communication with children, he was faced with a child who was unwilling to speak. It seemed imperative to inquire about this particular circumstance later. If you remain silent, I shall have no choice but to inform Miss Su about this matter, he stated after considerable contemplation. At last, Su Yang responded, lifting his gaze to meet Jian Zhan Yan's. His small face contorted with uncertainty and deep thought. Adept in the art of negotiation, Mr. Jian seized the opportunity to press on, continuing, if Miss Su were to learn of this situation, it would likely displease her. My mother forbids me from discussing matters related to her. If I mention wanting to stay and watch the live broadcast, you would inevitably glean information about my mother. Given that her participation in the competition is already known, I believe it is permissible to share a few details. What was her true intention? Chapter 49. A mother of distinction, an unworthy father in the future. You may freely communicate your desires to me. As long as they are reasonable, I shall certainly acquiesce. I surmise that Miss Su would not approve of such deceptions as you have employed today. I can assure you that there are certain matters I can keep confidential from her. Regarding your pretense of illness to watch the live broadcast, I can refrain from mentioning it to Miss Su. Our silence does not constitute deceit, does it? Jian Zhan Yan gently urged, modulating his tone for reassurance. Observing a shift in Su Yang's demeanor, Jian Zhan Yan contemplated that if Su Yang was resistant to communication, perhaps Su Qian could influence a change in his attitude. Very well, Su Yang nodded. Indeed, invoking the name of Su Qian, the obstinate son, proved remarkably persuasive. Even amidst profound sorrow, Jian Zhan Yan had to concede that, in Su Yang's affections, the matter of his parents' relative importance was no longer relevant. He and Su Qian were simply not on the same scale. After their conversation, Su Yang departed for kindergarten, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Jian Zhan Yan contacted his special assistant, requesting the particulars of the current fashion design competition, a project in which the company's vice president was involved. Upon scrutinizing the event's proceedings and the signed investment agreement, he found it to be a standard commercial collaboration. The market assessment detailed in the documents, along with the initial online broadcast popularity, indicated a promising outlook. Jian Zhan Yan noted the message from his special assistant, mentioning that Su Qian's gown had trended on social media. Although its ranking was modest and fleeting, it represented an auspicious commencement. Those employed at Jian's were individuals of competence. And when Jian Zhan Yan requested information, his special assistant naturally provided not only details about the competition, but also highlighted several key points in the documents. Among the contestants, Su Qian immediately caught Jian Zhan Yan's eye, followed by Zhou Qian beneath her. Sir, Miss Zhou and a Ms. Fan have arrived, the butler announced, addressing Jian Zhan Yan, who was seated on the sofa reviewing the documents. Following the previous incident, the butler was aware of Jian Zhan Yan's aversion to the neighboring family and thus inquired beforehand. Should Jian Zhan Yan decline to receive them, he would devise a pretext to dismiss them. The previous time, Miss Zhou had brought a friend to accuse Miss Su, only for it to be revealed as a misunderstanding, a scene that the butler still regarded as discourteous. Miss Zhou was no longer the naive girl she once was, and the Zhou's housekeeper had also become more formal in his duties. I am unavailable. Having spoken, Jian Zhan Yan ascended to the study on the second floor, where he had a meeting to conduct. Originally intended to take place at the company, it had to be transformed into a video conference. The butler stepped outside to inform the Zhou family that Jian Zhan Yan had just departed, prompting the aunts of the Zhou family to leave. After concluding the video conference in the study, Jian Zhan Yan placed a call to his assistant, Zhang, requesting an investigation into the Zhou family's circumstances abroad over the years. He suspected that the Zhou family's mismanagement overseas was linked to the company's issues. Jian Zhan Yan was not oblivious. He noted the Zhou family's overtures, which undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone and began sending messages to an individual designated as a parenting expert. Jian Zhan Yan observed that his son exhibited numerous differences compared to other children. The female protagonist was preoccupied with the male lead, while he focused on their son. The secondary character, meanwhile, was engrossed in her career. Currently, Qian had garnered some attention online due to her luminous gown worn during the competition. In Chapter 50, A Flourishing Career, it is revealed that Qian had not communicated in the class group for many years, due to various reasons, including her child and financial constraints. She had been unable to attend annual gatherings, and her absence was tacitly acknowledged by the group. One female classmate shared a screenshot of a live broadcast, shifting the discussion towards Qian. Although she had studied fashion design, the industry proved challenging in the domestic market, leading most in the group to switch careers. Initially driven by passion, many ultimately succumbed to the realities of financial stability. Some, eager to participate in the competition, found themselves eliminated due to years away from fashion design, resulting in their sketches and concepts falling short of the required standards. Some individuals commented that the dress did not seem to reflect Qian's caliber, suggesting her academic performance during her school years was subpar. Such remarks failed to consider the growth and development individuals undergo post-graduation. The speaker's tone was imbued with condescending derision, seemingly aimed solely at belittlement. While it is true that Qian was not particularly popular during her school days due to her aloof and solitary nature, her academic achievements were undeniable. She consistently earned scholarships, making the assertion of her lacking skill patently false. Qian directly tagged the classmate who insinuated she had cheated and shared an image of the school's scholarship announcement. Each entry highlighted Qian's name at the top of the list, recognizing her exceptional performance in her major. She then changed her online alias to her real name, making her identity unequivocally clear to everyone in the group. Upon Qian's entrance, the group fell silent. Subsequently, some attempted to exchange pleasantries, and the female classmate sought to offer an explanation. However, they were met with the notification of Qian's departure from the group. Some individuals then resorted to passive-aggressive remarks, accusing Qian of looking down on them. In addition to her former classmates, Qian was also contacted by former colleagues who inquired whether it was indeed her. During her time at the food company, Qian was known as a pushover, always willing to lend a hand. While mutual assistance fostered camaraderie, some colleagues exploited her kindness by consistently offloading unwanted tasks onto her, essentially taking advantage of her amiable nature. Consequently, Qian maintained cordial yet superficial relationships with everyone at the company. Now, merely by participating in the competition and obtaining a direct pass, the people around her behaved in such a manner that Qian couldn't help but reflect on the harsh realities of society. Even though the second day of the live auditions had already commenced, her dreamlike attire remained a focal point in the audience's memory. Other dresses were indeed beautiful, yet they were merely that, beautiful. When it came to breathtaking elegance, nothing compared to that long gown, which, when the lights dimmed, resembled the ethereal flowing of a fairy's skirt. Qian intended for this gown to leave a profound impression on the judges, thereby elevating her subsequent works in future competitions. However, she did not anticipate that it would also captivate the online viewers. Qian had no desire to replicate the path of the female protagonist. She still planned to pursue her ambitions step by step. Indeed, they had chosen diverging paths. Observing numerous netizens inquiring about the designer of the dreamlike dress, Qian refrained from registering, choosing instead to focus her energies on the competition. Having organized her affairs, Qian found herself with some free time before the contest and decided to pick up Su Yang from kindergarten, hoping to surprise him. She contemplated that if little Baozi adjusted well, she would proceed with the transfer procedures. The male lead had not mentioned it for some time, nor had she, fearing he might differ from his portrayal in the book, which could lead to little Baozi experiencing distress. However, after careful observation, she was reassured that the male lead genuinely cared for little Baozi. Yet, Her heart remained heavy until she reached the kindergarten entrance and spotted her son, whereupon her concerns resurfaced. Chapter 51. Jean is always the villain. Su Qian arrived at the kindergarten discreetly, eager to surprise Su Yang. Prior to her arrival, she pondered whether to inform the male lead, but ultimately deemed it unnecessary, as she could still encounter the housekeeper at the entrance. Having mentioned to Su Qian that, in Jian Zhan Yan's absence, the chauffeur would be responsible for his school commutes, Su Yang's extended stay at the male protagonist's residence seemed opportune, especially with Su Qian's impending competition. She envisioned that by the time her competition concluded, Su Yang would have acclimated to his temporary abode. Her spirits were high as she anticipated this arrangement, pleased that she was deviating from the destined path of the female supporting character. However, this contentment dissipated the instant she saw Su Yang darting out of the kindergarten, narrowly avoiding an oncoming vehicle. Fortunately, traffic was slow in the vicinity of the school. Spotting Su Qian, Su Yang's eyes brightened, and he hastened towards her, embracing her leg and exclaiming "Mama" with delight. It was then that Su Qian noticed the approaching chauffeur and butler, who visibly sighed in relief upon seeing Su Yang safe beside her. "Tell Mama, what were you running from?" Su Qian inquired, carefully examining her son for any injuries. Aside from a scraped palm and a bruised knee, he appeared unharmed. Nevertheless, the minor injuries seemed alarming against the child's delicate skin. Su Qian lifted Su Yang into her arms and approached the butler. "What transpired?" she asked. The butler, leaning against the vehicle, felt his legs weaken. The brief moment when Su Yang was out of sight was the most heart-stopping experience he had ever endured. Nothing extraordinary occurred. The young master was obediently queuing, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, leaving us perplexed as to the reason. It was precisely because everything seemed so normal that the steward never anticipated that Su Yang would suddenly flee. After all, how could two adults possibly lose sight of child? Hearing the steward's account, Su Qian realized she needed to inquire with the little bun. She followed the steward to the Jian family's vehicle. "I want to find you," Su Yang declared, producing a meticulously crafted route map from his backpack. This map, an intricate creation of Su Yang's own design, even included annotations detailing which bus lines to take, the associated costs, and the estimated travel times, all presented with remarkable precision. Wrapped within the map was an assortment of change for bus fare, indicating that Su Yang had evidently conducted considerable research and was thoroughly prepared. The steward's eyes widened in astonishment. Their young master was exceptionally clever. Contemporary youths might struggle to demonstrate such resourcefulness. Reflecting on a recent news story about a 21-year-old who spent an entire day lost, the steward felt a swell of pride and genuine admiration. "You could call your mother to pick you up, or ask your father to take you. Why opt for this route?" "Mr. Jian is a bad person," Su Yang replied matter-of-factly. Upon hearing Su Yang refer to the male protagonist as Mr. Jian, Su Qian's lips twitched. He still did not acknowledge him as his father. "A bad person?" Su Qian echoed, uncertain as to the origin of this designation. Su Yang nodded, poised to elaborate, but then abruptly paused, casting a wary glance at the steward and the driver. They were allies of the bad person. They too were villains. Observing the subtle expression on her son's cherubic face, Su Qian divined his meaning. Su Yang nodded, a rare smile gracing his usually solemn features, reassured that his mother was indeed on his side. Su Qian resolved to address the matter with due diligence. The butler, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of gratification, noting that the Jian residence was finally beginning to resemble a home. As he watched the young master ascend the stairs, the butler, after some deliberation, decided to telephone Mr. Jian, considering the gravity of being labeled a villain by a child. Upstairs, Su Qian entered Su Yang's room. Upon entering, Su Yang led Su Qian to the bed, then cautiously peered around, ensuring their privacy before locking the door and drawing the curtains. The butler, who had intended to discreetly observe from the second floor of the conservatory, was left somewhat nonplussed. As he exited the conservatory, the butler once again marveled at the young master's acumen. Inside the room, Su Qian listened to Su Yang's accusations against Jian Zhan Yan, detailing his villainous deeds. Jian, having a child, neglected both the child and his mother, shirking his responsibilities. He attempted to sway the child with the allure of delectable treats and monetary incentives, aiming to turn him against his own mother. Furthermore, Jian sought to separate the child from his mother, a truly malevolent act. While Su Qian understood the first 2 points, the latter baffled her. In response to Su Qian's query, Su Yang explained his discoveries. In essence, Su Yang's escapade stemmed from a conflict between father and son. Initially, Jian Zhan Yan confiscated the iPad, permitting only an hour of usage each day. Subsequently, he spoke ill of Su Qian, although his remarks hardly constituted slander. His true intention was to minimize Su Yang's interactions with his mother. These words were not directed at Su Yang, but rather conveyed to the housekeeper, which Su Yang happened to overhear. Naturally, the iPad incident had already left Su Yang feeling somewhat discontent, and upon hearing Jian Zhan Yan's comments about limiting his mother's contact, the young rascal was infuriated. "Mother sent me to accompany you, yet you speak ill of her." Su Yang concluded that his father was, indeed, a villain. There's a saying that one must bow their head beneath a roof, and Su Yang, being astute, understood that causing a scene would only result in confinement. He had seen such scenarios depicted on television, where children were locked in vast rooms, sometimes even deprived of food. Thus, he maintained his composure, discreetly utilizing his hour of iPad time to familiarize himself with the route to their neighborhood. This led to the events of today. Su Qian intended to surprise her son, but unexpectedly, she was met with a fright from the little rascal. With the anxiety stemming from Su Yang's near injury already simmering within her, she felt herself on the verge of eruption. Indeed, the male protagonist was not a good man. Chapter 53. The drunken male protagonist. Why must he restrict contact with the child? Does he look down on others? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Su Qian inwardly cursed, likening him to a dog that bites the hand of a kind-hearted person. At that moment, she heard the sound of a car outside. She approached the window and peered down, catching sight of the male protagonist alighting from the vehicle. Su Yang nodded. If it were in the past, he would not have believed in his mother's capabilities. However, things had changed. He was now confident that his mother could indeed vanquish the wicked. "Mother, I await your return." With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Su Qian stepped out of the room. For Jian Zhan Yan, this meal resembled an interrogation at a banquet of Hades. Naturally, Jian Zhan Yan had no intention of divulging anything, and no one could extract secrets from him. Ultimately, even as he rose from the table, his companions were inebriated to the point of incoherence, only aware that Jian Zhan Yan's son was 5 years old and exceptionally intelligent. They had gleaned nothing else, which was rather less than what Sun Ling had shared with them. Not only did they fail to acquire any information, but they also promised Jian Zhan Yan that they wouldn't disturb him until he brought his child to meet them. The following day, as the hangover began to fade, they realized that what they had intended as a cunning trap had backfired on them. Jian Zhan Yan was renowned for his remarkable tolerance for alcohol. Even after toppling an entire table of guests, he remained merely tipsy, with only the slightest flush at the corners of his eyes and a hint of alcohol on his breath. There were no signs of drunkenness in his gait, which remained steady and composed. "Mr. Jian, I believe we need to have a serious discussion." Standing on the staircase, Su Qian looked down at Jian Zhan Yan, her expression grave. As he ascended the stairs, casually unbuttoning his suit jacket, there was an effortless grace in his demeanor that exuded elegance and nobility. Su Qian conceded that the male protagonist possessed a visage so strikingly handsome it could stir envy among gods and mortals alike. He was the kind of man who could captivate the female lead to the point of obsession, lingering in her thoughts even abroad. A man for whom she would willingly assume the role of stepmother. Clearly, his appearance was nothing short of exceptional. With a mere undoing of the buttons at his collar and cuffs, he exuded an aura brimming with masculine allure, capturing Su Qian's attention with his remarkably defined clavicle. Snapping out of her reverie, as Jian Zhan Yan brushed past, she detected the scent of alcohol. It dawned on her that his unusual captivating charm today, a departure from his usual restrained demeanor behind gold-rimmed glasses, was due to his inebriated state and the absence of his eyewear. The crimson tinge at the corner of his eyes, adding to his appeal. Su Qian wondered if the male lead was even capable of conducting business in his current state. Had he just ignored her? Reaching the second-floor landing, Jian Zhan Yan paused, his voice slightly husky as he said, "Let's talk in the study." Chapter 54. Unveiling the male lead's true nature. Hearing his words, Qian raised an eyebrow, deducing that he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. With the last rays of the setting sun streaming through the stairwell window, Qian glanced at the time, deeming it safe, and followed him. "Did the housekeeper inform Mr. Jian about today's events?" Qian inquired directly, without pretense, her tone tinged with a hint of impoliteness. Jian Zhan Yan massaged his temples, his brow furrowed, the alcohol causing him discomfort and a throbbing headache. "Does Miss Su have any insight into Su Yang's sudden actions?" Jian Zhan Yan inquired, confirming Qian's suspicion that the housekeeper had already informed him. Clearly, he harbored a guarded and dismissive attitude towards her, discouraging Su Yang from interacting with her, evidently fearing her influence on the child. The male lead's arrogance, aloofness, and unapproachability, as depicted in the book, were proving to be entirely accurate. Despite his outwardly polite demeanor, he maintained a considerable distance. Upon contemplating this, Qian's heart settled momentarily, yet a flicker of anxiety resurfaced. "Miss Su, is there something you wish to articulate?" Jian Zhan Yan's tone grew notably frosty. Qian let out a cold snort, secretly musing that revealing even a hint of brilliance was indeed the true nature of the male protagonist. Previously, he had been rather accommodating in their exchanges. The perilous actions taken by Su Yang were instigated by Mr. Jian. As a father, one would ponder why he would incite such a desire to flee. In the most neutral tone, Qian uttered the severest of remarks. Jian Zhan Yan abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp and piercing. The butler on the phone merely reported that Su Yang had dashed out after school, narrowly escaping a collision. When they arrived, they found the young master nestled in Miss Su's embrace. The butler had yet to elaborate on the discussion regarding the two in the car when Jian Zhan Yan's friends hastily interrupted the call, urging him to indulge in some drinks. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jian Zhan Yan was en route home, although the butler assured him that all was well. Su Yang's reckless dash towards the street ignited a sense of dissatisfaction within him towards Qian. Jian Zhan Yan speculated that Su Yang must have known Qian would come to the kindergarten to fetch him today, prompting his hurried escape that nearly resulted in injury. To his astonishment, he now heard Qian claim that Su Yang's actions were a consequence of him. The supporting female character, too, possesses her own temperament. She harbored no desire to entangle herself with the principal characters, not out of fear, but rather a reluctance to invite complications. Su Yang's pocket change still contained a few coins, which Qian cast upon the table. The coins clinked against the mahogany surface, rolling off and spinning several times before coming to rest, producing a jarring sound that echoed sharply in the quiet study. Eliza Jian picked up the paper on the desk and immediately noticed the 4 bold characters at the top. Escape plan. She recognized the handwriting. It was Su Yang's. The paper was filled with bus route maps and even included a note stating, "No taxis or you'll easily get abducted." From this map, it was evident that Su Yang was meticulously planning an escape, with today's date marked as the escape day. This must have been in preparation for quite some time. Chapter 55. The two broke through the window pane. Why would Su Yang suddenly do this? Slightly tipsy, Eliza Jian frowned, her eyes filled with bewilderment and confusion, making her appear somewhat dazed. The slight redness at the corners of her eyes softened her otherwise formidable aura. The Eliza Jian who dominated the business world, capable of thinking 3 steps ahead with every move, couldn't fathom this at all. Of course, Qian showed no leniency towards such a male protagonist. She placed her hands on the desk, looking down at Eliza Jian from above. Leaning in slightly, she said to him, word by word, "Because you're arrogant and think others have malicious intentions, reducing a child's contact with their mother. How could a child possibly like a father who appears out of nowhere?" The arrow hit the bullseye. "Miss Su knows?" Eliza Jian appeared remarkably composed, showing no guilty conscience of being caught. "On what grounds does Mr. Jian restrict Su Yang's contact with me? Reducing contact between oneself and one's son is one thing, but forcibly reducing contact between a mother and child is another." Both she and Su Yang were uncomfortable with this. Why didn't Su Yang seek her assistance via telephone? Apparently, Su Yang mentioned that whenever he attempted to call her, the presence of the butler or domestic staff was unavoidable, proving impossible to dismiss. While the protagonist was safeguarding against her, Su Yang was inadvertently affected. Children possess acute sensitivity, especially an astute child like Su Yang, who comprehends more than others might assume. As for family dynamics and character, to my understanding, Miss Su's mother harbors a strong aversion towards Su Yang, openly referring to him as a burden. Given Miss Su's compliance with her mother, remitting a significant portion of her earnings monthly, it's unlikely she would strongly object to her mother's sentiments. If Miss Su's mother behaves in such a manner publicly, it would only be exacerbated within the confines of their home. I shall refrain from further speculation regarding Miss Su's personal inclinations. Considering various factors, it is not suitable for Su Yang to have excessive contact with you. What are her true intentions? You should have elaborated. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Qian exclaimed, unable to contain her vulgarity. Jian Zhan Yan observed Su Qian with composed leisure. You see, still so uncouth. Perhaps due to the striking resemblance between father and son. Su Qian found herself capable of discerning his intended meaning from Jian Zhan Yan's countenance, much like she could with Su Yang. Mr. Jian will eventually pay the price for his hubris, Su Qian retorted with a sneer. Regarding you and Su Yang. As Su Qian contemplated how to phrase her thoughts, Jian Zhan Yan interjected, I have consulted internationally renowned child-rearing specialists, so Miss Su need not worry about the child's well-being. Su Qian regarded Jian Zhan Yan with a sense of speechlessness. At times, the advice of experts is unreliable, as evidenced by Su Yang's escape today. Observing the protagonist's composed countenance, Su Qian realized that nothing she could say would sway him, and thus, there was little point in further discussion. Having spoken her piece, Su Qian promptly exited the room before Jian Zhan Yan could respond. Confronted with such a protagonist, Su Qian felt disinclined to utter another word, preferring to let reality serve as his tutor. While he may be adept at strategizing in the business arena, he was ill-equipped to handle matters concerning Su Yang. Chapter 56. The female supporting character's sense of threat towards the male lead, although his iPad time was restricted to a mere hour each day. He often didn't even get that when he was around Su Qian, and playing with the educational toy in the next room wasn't an everyday occurrence either. Consequently, Su Yang didn't feel particularly affected. The only thing he found truly unacceptable was being restricted from spending time with his mother. Is Xiao Yang aware that his mother is currently participating in a competition? Su Qian inquired. Su Yang nodded, adding that he had watched the live broadcast and showered her with compliments, praising the dress's beauty. He even mentioned that during playtime with his female classmates at kindergarten, they pretended that his dress was a Dream Ruins creation. Dream Ruins was the name Su Yang knew for the dress his mother had designed. Thus, during the girls' playtime, Su Yang remained silent, his face beaming with pride, as everyone admired the dress his mother had designed. Mom will be participating in a competition soon, so she'll be very busy, Su Qian began. Before she could finish, Su Yang nodded and exclaimed, I know. Good luck, Mom. I'll support you. These days, the little one rarely addressed Su Qian by name, instead referring to her almost exclusively as Mom. Observing Su Yang's increasing maturity, Su Qian experienced a pang of bittersweet emotion. The bratty persona described in the book was merely a facade to shield his tender heart. Su Qian informed Su Yang that due to her competition, she would need him to reside at the Jian residence for an extended period until she was free to retrieve him. Seeing the little one's sensible nod, Su Qian caressed his head and said with affection, Shall we agree upon a secret code? If you're unhappy here, utter this phrase on the phone, and Mommy will know immediately and come and take you away. Su Yang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed. Su Qian humored Su Yang, suggesting a secret code to reassure the child, who believed the butler and maids were monitoring him. After the mother and son had finalized the arrangement and conversed for a while, she also addressed Su Yang's previous escapades. Su Yang caused no further trouble. Although only a few days had passed, Su Yang's growth rate was astonishing. He had become an endearing and well-behaved child, so sensible that it was heartbreaking. If the male lead were to mistreat Su Yang, she would confidently take the child away, asserting that she could provide care that was no less superior than he could. As Su Qian sat in the car, gazing at Su Yang waving earnestly in the rearview mirror, she smiled tenderly. Indeed, having a child was quite wonderful. Unseen by Qian, another figure stood by the window, watching her departure. It was the male lead. Jian Zhan Yan's gaze at the window was inscrutable. The conversation that day was not what Jian Zhan Yan had anticipated, nor were Qian's reactions. She had not been hysterical, nor had she made exorbitant demands. It was as if she had acknowledged his words, yet not fully accepted them. After standing for quite some time, Jian Zhan Yan retrieved his mobile phone and placed a call to Assistant Zhang, instructing him to maintain constant surveillance over Qian's movements, including her interactions with others. For some inexplicable reason, he harbored a sense of uncertainty and unease towards Qian, as if she possessed the power to upend his current state of affairs. It was a premonition, a visceral sense of impending danger. Chapter 57. Cloud Platform's ambitions expand. The Heavenly Road Design Competition was broadcast on television. Should they suffer another defeat at the hands of Splash Platform, Cloud Platform's status as the leading television station would be irrevocably relinquished. Following the editing process, Qian's appearance was strategically placed as the grand finale. As fate would have it, Dream Ruins proved to be a resounding success, not only trending on social media, but also ascending to the coveted 4th position. The production team had spared no expense, investing heavily in marketing to secure 7 trending topics, while Dream Ruins independently claimed 4. The primary catalyst for Dream Ruins' surge in popularity was the viewership of an international student during the live broadcast. Subsequently, the student initiated a discussion on a foreign forum dedicated to fashion design, referencing the Chinese design and attaching images of the dress. Exquisite attire possesses the inherent ability to evoke resonance, and the forum participants, in a remarkable shift from their previous disparagement of Chinese fashion design, offered sincere praise. Furthermore, the post garnered the attention of renowned international fashion blogger, Hill, who expressed her admiration for the dress in a comment, stating her desire to wear it and inquiring about the designer's contact information with the intention of purchasing it. Hill, widely regarded as a fashion icon by international netizens, receives exclusive invitations to runway shows from leading luxury brands. Her endorsement signifies the dress's undeniable fashion pedigree in the eyes of most netizens. This was a momentous occasion for China, and the dress was undeniably stunning. The program team's purchased trending topics garnered minimal engagement. This allowed for suppression from the ground up, fueling even more fervent discussions among internet users. Abroad, the most popular item was the dress designed by Qian, followed by Zhou Qiang, renowned designer defense apprentice, who enjoys some popularity on foreign networks. Domestically, apart from Qian's Dream Ruins, the remaining contestants received equal attention from netizens. With continued stability, explosive popularity is imminent. Qian remained unaware of the online buzz. Consequently, the competition, originally scheduled for a week later, commenced immediately. This intensity was inconsequential to Qian, who was accustomed to it, having often rushed to complete a series of custom designs in a month. Other contestants, however, appeared less composed. All contestants gathered in the hall to draw their assigned design theme balls. Contestants who drew the same theme would compete against each other in a round of elimination. When Qian revealed her blue ball, several contestants' expressions turned grave, as they also held blue balls. This meant they would be competing against Qian for advancement, whom all contestants regarded as a formidable opponent and the least desirable to encounter in the early stages. The debut of Qian's Dream Ruins dazzled not only the judges, but also captivated the eyes of competing contestants and netizens both domestically and abroad. This dress, a new inspiration since her arrival in this world, represented her sentiments upon traversing into this realm. The fortuitous alignment with the competition's theme allowed her to express it perfectly. Everything aligned seamlessly. After viewing the competition topic, the contestants began sketching their designs in their respective rooms, with cameras diligently recording their every move. The production team aimed to showcase not only the contestants' professionalism, but also their daily lives. Some participants, in moments of creative block, resorted to standing on their heads, while others indulged in snacks. This dual presentation of professionalism and entertainment added a delightful layer of intrigue to the competition, effectively captivating the audience's attention. The positioning of cloud platform was remarkably precise, striking a balance between relaxation and intensity. On that day, after Su Qian left, she advised Su Yang to boldly express her stance to Jian Zhan Yan. If the latter proved utterly unreasonable, she should not hesitate to give her a call, as she had promised earlier. Su Yang added, "You promise me." On the other end of the line, Jian Zhan Yan paused for a moment before responding, "Pass the phone to the butler." "Mr. Jian," the butler replied as he took the call, responding affirmatively. After hanging up, he retrieved an iPad from a locked drawer and handed it to Su Yang. With a joyful exclamation, Su Yang ascended the stairs with the iPad, thinking to herself that her mother was right. This truly was effective. After disconnecting the call, Jian Zhan Yan tapped his fingers on the table. 10 minutes before leaving the office for a collaboration meeting, he unlocked his phone. On the screen was a live stream of the Tianlu competition. Chapter 59, the infamous contestant number 032. Wow, Qianbao is absolutely stunning. That profile, those pores. Goodness, could it be that she's wearing no makeup? This person has some skill. The sketching technique is more proficient than what I learned professionally. Is this a designer or an art prodigy? Their drawing is simply extraordinary. The barrage of praise flowed in continuously, each comment punctuated with emphatic exclamation marks. After reading the note within the small ball, Su Qian took up her pen and began to sketch. In no time, a silhouette emerged on the blank page, though devoid of facial features. It was evident from the hairstyle and attire that it depicted a young boy. At that moment, on the second floor of the villa, Su Yang chuckled to himself, thinking, "Mother is thinking of me." Jian Zhan Yan also discerned that Su Qian was drawing Su Yang. As this realization dawned upon him, the whirlpool in Jian Zhan Yan's eyes resembled a deep abyss. This woman surely harbored grand ambitions. She either sought to extract a significant amount of wealth from him, or there were others behind her, orchestrating a scheme against him to counter the Jian family. "Mr. Jian, the car is ready," Assistant Zhang announced, knocking on the office door. Jian Zhan Yan silenced his phone and, upon reaching the company entrance, instructed Assistant Zhang, "Please edit out all the segments related to Su Qian from the live broadcast of the Tianlu competition and send them to my email afterward." Having said this, Jian Zhan Yan entered the car. Assistant Zhang, who was tasked differently this time, scratched his head as he watched the departing vehicle. Was Mr. Jian genuinely so concerned about others? Could it be that this iron tree had indeed blossomed? A shiver ran down Assistant Zhang's spine. He could hardly fathom Mr. Jian uttering sweet nothings to a woman. The image was undoubtedly chilling. Earlier that morning, he had felt the boss's deadly glare for not having the quarterly report prepared. And now he silently lamented. Su Qian gazed lovingly at the completed drawing of the young boy, affixing it to the wall, and languidly leaned back in her chair, her gaze drifting toward the window. A gentle breeze caressed her face, playfully tousling her hair, while sunlight streamed into the room, casting a healing glow over the scene. Suddenly, a knock on the door shattered this idyllic moment. The audience was quick to express their displeasure, lamenting the untimeliness of the interruption that disturbed their viewing of the beautiful woman. Although the popularity metrics were not displayed at the reception, Zhou Qiang had her ways. She knew that at this moment, Su Qian was the most popular, causing her to grind her teeth in frustration while simultaneously considering how to capitalize on the situation. The person at the door was none other than Zhou Qiang herself. "Miss Su, I did not expect to run into you here. I didn't have the chance to greet you last time," Zhou Qiang exclaimed as she approached Su Qian, embracing her briefly before stepping back, her voice brimming with delight. "And about what happened last time, I would like to apologize." As she spoke, Zhou Qiang clasped her hands together in a gesture of entreaty, exuding an air of camaraderie that suggested a close bond between the two, almost as if she were playfully seeking Su Qian's favor. Indeed, friends of beauties are also beauties. Wow, this young lady speaks with such a gentle tone. She is designer Zhou Qiang, student of a renowned designer abroad, a person of considerable talent. Judging by the audience's reactions, it was evident that Zhou Qiang had successfully garnered some attention. After their exchange, she skipped away with a lightness in her step. Su Qian had quickly discerned Zhou Qiang's intentions. Upon her entrance, Zhou Qiang had casually glanced at the camera in the room before adjusting her posture. This made her motives unmistakable. While Su Qian did not fully comprehend Zhou Chang's relentless pursuit of popularity, she chose not to pass judgment. As long as Zhou Qiang did not provoke her, she could perform as she pleased. Just moments ago, the protagonist dashed away swiftly, and had her opponent made the slightest effort to engage her, Su Qian would undoubtedly have torn through that superficial faade. She had come to compete, uninterested in feigning a bond of sisterhood with others. In her previous life, Su Qian was primarily known for her designs in women's fashion. Though she had dabbled in menswear, her experience was limited, and she had only designed children's clothing once. In her past existence, Su Qian earned the moniker of a design diva, her versatility being one of her defining traits. Prior to this competition, the announcement indicated that the recording would take approximately 2 days, during which the contestants were required to create design drafts and produce garments, a timeline that felt exceedingly brief. The production team had not mandated the contestants to produce actual garments, but merely to render their designs. The first to complete their work would be allowed to leave. The following Saturday, Yinduo TV would broadcast the competition, where 30 contestants would be narrowed down to 20. During these days, contestants would engage in a showdown using the garments they had created, with 4 esteemed judges present to evaluate. The live broadcast was designed to pique the audience's interest, ensuring that viewership remained concentrated and ratings soared. Su Qian's gaze fell upon the artwork adorning the wall. After a moment's contemplation, she seized a blank sheet of paper and began to sketch. After approximately an hour and a half, viewers witnessed Su Qian rise and stretch languidly before exiting the room with her paper. A throng of online spectators promptly vacated the room, eagerly scouring other split-screen cameras for glimpses of Su Qian. To their surprise, she was nowhere to be found, as viewers urged the production team to capture Su Qian for all to see. The announcement echoed from within the room. Contestant 032 has completed her design draft and is now departing the Tianlu Design Building. Everyone was dumbfounded, questioning if she had lost her senses, as barely 2 hours had elapsed. Even with a torrent of inspiration, shouldn't the designs be contemplated with meticulous care? It was akin to an individual handing in their test a mere 20 minutes into an advanced mathematics examination, an act bordering on the absurd. Zhou Qiang, still deeply engrossed in her deliberations within the room, adorning herself with coquettish pouts and playful head knocks, was now cast in the shadow of academic inadequacy by this announcement. While the students of esteemed international instructors had yet to put pen to paper, Su Qian's completed submission was already in. The number 032 had submitted their work. Had a different number been announced, the identity of the submitter would have remained anonymous. However, the contestant bearing the number 032 was etched vividly in their memories. This contestant, who had captivated the audience during the open auditions, continued to seize attention in the advancement competition. The Sky Road competition was known for its stringent standards. Su Qian, having secured a direct pass, subsequently participated in the top 30 competition. The other contestants, who had not obtained a direct pass, had endured 2 competitions within the week leading up to this point. Although the competition rules stipulated that they could utilize previous designs, this only served to amplify the pressure. Already physically and mentally drained, the news of someone having submitted their work and departed induced an indescribable sense of emotional constriction in each of them to varying degrees. Even those designers who had outwardly displayed an aloof demeanor, seemingly oblivious to external distractions, couldn't suppress their astonishment. Had it been any other contestant, they might have dismissed it as a sign of the contestant succumbing to the intensity of the competition and giving up. However, upon learning that it was contestant number 032, their perception shifted entirely. This advancement competition demanded entirely new designs. As Su Qian exited the Sky Road Design Competition building, she noticed the photographer still trailing behind her. "I am departing," Su Qian stated, gesturing towards the road. The photographer nodded, saying, "The director has instructed us to capture Miss Su's graceful departure." Su Qian touched her nose and replied, "It may not be that graceful." With that, she turned onto a side path and skillfully scanned a shared bicycle with her phone. It is worth noting that it was a bicycle, not an electric one, as it was a mere $1 cheaper. The cameraman remarked, "The director asked me to focus on the exhaust fumes of the car, particularly the moment when the rear wheels start to spin, to highlight Su Qian's bold demeanor. However, as he observed the figure of the woman pedaling away on a bicycle, he perceived nothing but simplicity. Feeling somewhat disheartened by his failure to fulfill the task, he lamented that he should have flagged down a car for Miss Su. He had assumed that these designers, whether frugal or extravagant, would possess their own means of transportation. To his surprise, Miss Su rode a bicycle. Upon returning to inform the director of the situation, the director silently reviewed the footage captured moments before, observing the scene of the bicycle receding into the distance. He grinned broadly, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! If one cannot present themselves attractively, it is challenging to persuade the public that the garments they design can enhance beauty." Su Qian aspired to become a prominent designer, cherishing her reputation and striving to commence her career without any blemishes. One cannot merely sit idly by and consume one's resources. Su Qian, who once believed her savings were ample, found herself in a precarious situation after purchasing clothing for herself, along with a sewing machine, threads, and various other supplies. Additionally, she had previously sent money to the male lead for fabric. In the design building, Su Qian swiftly completed her submission. It was both prompt and devoid of any need for revisions. More importantly, she was eager to earn money. She aimed to finish the competition garments within 2 days, and then make a profit. Gazing up at the cerulean sky, Su Qian let out a wistful sigh. Who could have imagined that she, a designer renowned as the fashion diva, would find herself in such dire straits? Despite her financial difficulties, Su Qian had never considered tapping into the 5 million given by the male lead. In her eyes, that money belonged to the original owner and her little tyrant. She felt no entitlement to touch it. Unless it were for the child's needs, she resolved to regard that sum as non-existent. Having discovered a viable means of making money, Su Qian realized that a game in this world mirrored one she had previously played. This game offered coaching and boosting services. In terms of gaming, Su Qian could confidently claim to be a top-tier expert. Had she not pursued a career as a designer, she might well have become an esports queen, she thought. Unabashedly self-assured, she accepted orders, registering at the highest level, 100 yuan per hour. After undergoing an evaluation by the platform's reviewers, her gaming skills were affirmed, granting her the permission to accept orders at any time through the back end. During this period, Su Qian planned to rely on this endeavor to make ends meet. The work hours were flexible and allowed her to indulge in a personal hobby, serving as a means of relaxation. For her, a beautiful life depended on her relentless efforts. As long as one possessed determination, challenges would be no cause for fear. Having cycled to the entrance of the residential complex, Su Qian received a call from Su Yang. "Mommy, you're amazing. Mommy, I saw the drawing you did of me, and I'm going to wear that outfit to school tomorrow. Mommy, I miss you. Please pick me up as soon as your competition is over." The little one's childish voice was so endearing that Su Qian's heart melted. What was she to do? It seemed she was growing fonder of her son by the day. Before locking up the shared bicycle, she needed to tap the return option on the app. It was also time for the little one to do his homework, so the mother and son ended their call. As Su Qian, humming a tune, walked toward her building's entrance, she noticed a middle-aged woman. The woman was stout, dressed in a floral dress, with her hair coiled up behind her head. Her eyebrows, tattooed many years ago, now appeared somewhat reddish. A pink handbag hung from her wrist, and her pink lipstick was strikingly vivid. Her narrow eyes held an extremely sharp gaze, giving the impression of a formidable older woman. Upon seeing Su Qian, the woman, stepping on black high heels, approached. Su Qian recognized the woman's identity, pursed her lips, and greeted Madame Zhao. This was the original owner's mother. "You little wretch, if it weren't for the Liu family's girl mentioning she saw you on TV, I wouldn't have known anything. Calling me Madame Zhao. Have you grown too independent? The last time I said we'd sever our mother-daughter relationship, you really stopped calling me Mom, didn't you? What a sin. I raised a viper." The reason Su Qian refers to her mother as Ms. Zhao is due to a previous altercation between them. Su's mother would visit her daughter once a month, taking away half of her salary. The original protagonist willingly complied because her mother had supported her education from a young age, and the tuition for her fashion design studies was exorbitant. Last month, when Su Yang wished to attend a summer camp, The protagonist intended to withhold 500 yuan, promising to compensate the following month. However, Su's mother vehemently opposed this, berating Su Yang as a burden, which finally prompted a heated argument between them. In the end, Su's mother took 500 less, pointedly tapping the protagonist's forehead in anger before departing, declaring, "Do not call me mother anymore. I am your creditor." Thus, upon their next encounter, Su Qian pondered briefly and addressed her as Ms. Zhao. This action evidently infuriated the middle-aged woman before her, and recognizing the depths of her opponent's wrath, Su Qian resolved to take a step back, for after all, blood ties are not easily severed. "Mother, let us enter the house." The tone, reminiscent of a little tyrant throwing a tantrum, Su Qian mused, realizing that Su Yang had morphed into the very person he despised. Inside the house, Su's mother surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is that little burden?" "Mother, I have asked you not to refer to Yang like that." After some contemplation, Su Qian decided to speak the truth. He has been sent to his biological father. She would not follow her mother's manipulations as the original protagonist did. With this resolve, Su Qian turned and settled onto the sofa. Upon hearing this, Su's mother paused momentarily, her brow furrowing. "Sent away? I told you long ago to send him to his real father. Otherwise, would you have to endure such hardships?" Su's mother sighed and then seemingly casually inquired, "What is the family background of your biological father? Did that little burden cry?" "He must have cried. I tell you, the adoption agency I contacted before had a male university professor and a female corporate employee. If the child's father is not suitable, I will reach out to them again. They are very fond of Su Yang." Su Qian recalled that this was also one of the flashpoints during their last quarrel, as Su's mother once again brought up the old notion of sending Su Yang away. At that time, the original owner was filled with rage. Yet now Su Qian discerned her mother's awkward concern for Su Yang. "Back then, when I asked you who the child's biological father was, you wouldn't tell me. How old were you at that time? You told me you were pregnant. It truly infuriated me." Recalling those years, Su's mother remained filled with indignation, particularly with her temperament. It was understandable that she would vent her frustrations on a child, although she frequently referred to Su Yang as an illegitimate child and a burden. The more substantial harm had not manifested. Fortunately, the little bun had not been adversely affected, or else developing an excessively submissive nature, tainted by shadows of doubt. Would have been a headache. From the age of 3 or 4, the articulate little bun could provoke Su's mother to a frenzy. After seeing her mother, many hazy memories related to her resurfaced. In truth, Su's mother was not as irredeemably wicked as depicted in the original narrative. She merely had a sharp tongue. Su Qian could not help but let out a sigh. "What are you sighing about? I wanted you to pursue your professional expertise. Yet you forsook it for the child and ended up working in a food factory. And you don't want me to call him a burden. Do you realize you have sacrificed your own aspirations for him?" As Su's mother spoke, her eyes reddened. Her once bright and promising daughter had fallen victim to some deceitful man, and now her future lay in ruins. Exhausted from her tirade, Su's mother had grown weary of voicing her frustrations. However, upon seeing Su Qian finally dressed as she once was, she couldn't help but resume her complaints. Su Qian lowered her gaze in silence, acutely aware of her mother's sorrow and disappointment. The original owner of this body was not only Su Yang's mother, but also Su's mother's daughter. "Focus on your competition. Your life is your own. Do not expect me to support you, nor that burdensome extra," Su's mother exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, before abruptly changing her tone. "Have you resigned from your job at the food factory after participating in the competition?" Su Qian nodded, unsure of how to respond to her mother in this moment. If her mother had been critical, she could have countered, but now every word was spoken out of concern. Su Qian was not ignorant. There was no room for defiance. Although her tone was harsh, it was simply Su's mother's nature to be strong-willed throughout her life. "Take care of yourself." Perhaps it had been a long time since she had expressed care, as this sentiment came out somewhat awkwardly. Meeting Su Qian's clear gaze, she sighed. "Children are the debts of their parents from previous lives." She then added, "This is the twisty snack you loved as a child," as she rummaged through her bag, producing a red plastic bag, tossing it onto the coffee table before rising to leave. Once Su's mother had exited the room, Su Qian finally reacted and hurried after her. "Is she really leaving just like that?" Watching her mother's retreating figure, she called out, "Mom, please take care on the road and watch for cars." Upon returning home, Qian opened the bag containing the twisted dough sticks and discovered another white plastic bag inside. Upon closer inspection, she was taken aback. It was a bank book. As she flipped it open to reveal the deposits, her eyes grew warm with emotion. Each entry reflected the wages she had entrusted to her mother over the years, with the final deposit being a generous sum of 50,000 yuan sent by her mother. Qian dialed her mother's number, her voice slightly hoarse as she said, "Mom, you left your bank book behind." There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by her mother's exclamation, "How could I have given birth to such a thick-headed child? If not for me saving your money these years, you would have squandered it all on that little leech. Just remember, your mother is proud of you. Take that money and participate in the competition properly. Do not embarrass me." With that, her mother hung up the phone before Qian could respond. Suddenly, memories of the time when she applied for her major flooded her mind. Relatives had all voiced their doubts about the prospects of a career in fashion design. But her mother had boldly declared, "Let my daughter study whatever she wishes. In any of the 360 trades, one can earn a living." In truth, her mother did not harbor any disdain for Su Yang. She simply felt a deep compassion for her daughter. Reflecting on the hardships her daughter had endured because of this child, what mother could remain unaffected? Each individual expresses their feelings differently, and her mother, despite her good intentions, often came across as harsh. After ending the call, Qian stared at the bank book in her hand, momentarily lost in thought. What should she do? Arriving in this world felt like a sweet burden. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, fists clenched, determined to create clothing. She had responsibilities to fulfill, with both elderly and younger generations depending on her. With renewed vigor, Qian headed to her workspace. The room that once belonged to Su Yang had now transformed into her creative haven, where all her garments were crafted. As per Qian's initial timeline, she completed the garments within 2 days, whereupon she procured a computer rental. Such prudence exemplified Qian's resourcefulness. She contemplated a temporary lease, anticipating a significant sale in the near future to acquire a computer outright. Whether for researching information, dispatching emails, or crafting electronic designs, a computer presented a more convenient alternative to a mobile phone. After all, her mother had provided the funds. It was not that Qian was avaricious. Rather, she had clarified her relationship with her mother. In lieu of an acrimonious rupture, she desired mutual well-being. Unexpectedly, her mother surpassed her expectations, leading her to surmise that the original owner had been the imprudent one. Each party possessed their own perspective. Beep, 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 Sue, a task awaits. 500 per hour. Accept? The counterpart is a technical streamer, challenging each platform. Victory yields 5 days of platform promotion, while defeat grants him 1,000 for fan giveaways. This streamer boasts considerable influence. 5 days of promotion equates to 100,000 in advertising revenue. The reviewer, having assessed Qian's skills, entrusted her with this opportunity. 3 slots were available, but the platform's foremost technical players had already succumbed. In desperation, they pinned their hopes on Qian. This gladiatorial live-streaming format had greatly augmented the streamer's popularity, prompting him to disseminate challenges continuously. Should you prevail, an additional 2,000 will be bestowed. Agreed. Qian dared to name herself Su Shun, a name that resonates with power and confidence, making it easier to attract attention. Moreover, she was inspired by the gameplay videos of the top-ranked player, Zunmo, whose skills she could match or even surpass. With the ambition to eventually confront the best player in the game, she chose this moniker. Fortunately, this game places greater emphasis on skill rather than monetary investment, allowing Qian, with her fresh account, to compete on equal footing with others, despite lacking flashy skins. Of course, prior to the competition, she adhered to the rules set by the streamers to prevent any cheating, necessitating the use of a camera aimed at her keyboard and screen. Qian utilized her phone as a camera, connecting it to the platform, which displayed the footage captured by her device. Oh, Su Shun, what an audacious name. Typically, players bold enough to call themselves gods have a 60% chance of being mediocre, the streamer remarked, followed by a flurry of laughter across the screen. Qian remained silent, knowing that soon enough, she would demonstrate her prowess and perhaps bring tears to those who doubted her. In her previous life, the game she played had skills and mechanics remarkably similar to this one, the only distinction being that her former game was an upgraded version, laden with increased difficulty. The game she was currently engaged in felt akin to the original version, devoid of any enhancements. Thus, her gameplay resembled that of a novice in a beginner's village. It was precisely due to her formidable skills that the reviewer had made an exception to recommend her. You'll see for yourself, Shaolin, she thought. The technical streamer was named Lin Zhou, though most referred to him as Brother Lin. Few dare to call him Shaolin since he rose to prominence as a major streamer. The online community, quick to criticize Su, erupted in cheers. However, they were taken aback to discover that the competitor was, in fact, a female. Upon observing her fingers poised over the keyboard, the chat exploded with excitement. Female players in this game are indeed rare, and to be recommended by the platform for a competitive match suggests remarkable skill. Could it be that she is merely seeking to generate buzz? Is this young lady aiming to become a platform streamer, making her debut in such a manner? In response to the skepticism flooding the chat, the streamer, Lin Zhou, posed a question: I will never become a gaming streamer. They desired to witness the female players struggle. The competition comprised 3 rounds. The first lasted 20 minutes, the second, 15, and the third, a mere 8. Qian emerged victorious in all, while Lin Zhou faced utter defeat. The pressure shattered Lin Zhou's composure. The audience was left in disbelief. Had there not been a video showcasing her keyboard technique, they might have accused her of cheating. Yet, her footage was sufficient to exonerate her, and the traces of her movements were beyond human capability. My goodness, they had encountered a prodigy. Su, you are truly exceptional. Shaolin, humbly concede. They had genuinely met a goddess. Signing off, goodbye. Qian departed without a trace of regret, earning her rightful place in the annals of this game as forum. Qian became an overnight sensation. In truth, her strategy was rather conventional, yet this experience ignited her creativity, leading her to realize that she could leverage this competition to make a remarkable impression, akin to participating in a design contest. While Qian had no intention of starting a streaming career, she aspired to enhance her reputation and elevate her worth. Following the competition, instead of Qian seeking out the adjudicator approached her directly, expressing interest in potentially signing her to their platform with a monthly stipend. Qian declined, maintaining a clear distinction between her primary vocation and supplementary pursuits. The ultimate agreement reached was that Qian would commit to accepting assignments exclusively from their platform, while the platform, in turn, would compensate her at a rate of 300 yuan per hour without any commission deductions. Given that the majority of players engaging with this particular game are financially affluent, readily spending 600 yuan on a single lottery draw, Qian's hourly rate of 300 yuan was deemed quite reasonable. After all, she was the Su Shun who had thoroughly outclassed the technical streamer, Lin Ge. Intrigued netizens, drawn to Su Shun's reputation, flocked to her platform and discovered that she was indeed a skilled technical streamer available for commission gameplay. Consequently, a surge of orders ensued as they eagerly sought to play alongside Su Shun. Observing the overwhelming influx of booking requests, Qian mused that possessing a marketable skill invariably proves advantageous, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, contrary to her primary occupation, Qian amassed her initial fortune in this world through her passion. Meanwhile, Jian Zhan Yan remained blissfully unaware of the uproar Qian had incited within the esports community. His thoughts were preoccupied with the novel concept of renting computer time. Sir, Miss Zhou has arrived again. Zhou Qiang, seemingly fueled by a sense of defiance after Qian's departure, had submitted her manuscript 3 hours later, representing her swiftest pace under a conservative approach. However, her own efforts only served to accentuate the extraordinary nature of Qian's submission within a mere 2 hours. Show her in. After the last time, when Zhou Qiang ran away in tears, this marked her 3rd visit. Previously, the butler had sent her away, but this time, Jian Zhan Yan was curious about what she intended to convey without end. As the butler led Zhou Qiang into the study, Su Yang stealthily emerged from around the corner and crouched at the door to eavesdrop. This wicked woman must be speaking ill of her mother. Such scenarios were commonly portrayed on television. He was determined to expose her deceit. Su Yang thought to himself. Chapter 61. Su Yang encountered trouble. Su Qian has now become a technical advisor, her orders pouring in rapidly. A popular phrase has emerged within the gaming community. For any insurmountable boss level, just seek out Su Shun. Although Su Shun never guarantees success, every task she undertakes has been completed flawlessly. In addition to players who struggle with their missions, numerous streamers have also lined up to consult her, inquiring about various operational techniques and strategies. Su Qian generously shares her insights, leading to enlightening competitions where participants exclaim in astonishment. So this game can be played this way. How does Su Shun possess such an abundance of tricks? Truly, she is a master. Consequently, many players pose questions during gameplay, and Su Qian has evidently become a mentor for this game. Her instructional videos have even received accolades from the official channels. However, there is one widely acknowledged flaw of Su Shun. Her microphone is of poor quality. There is always a static sound when she speaks, rendering her voice distant and unclear. Glancing at the microphone she purchased for 20 yuan, Su Qian mused that merely being able to produce sound was already commendable. Although somewhat lacking in quality, it effectively concealed her true voice. Su Qian did not aspire to gain popularity like Zhou Qiang. To her, the identity of Su Shun was merely one facet of her work. After completing her final task of the day, Su Qian stretched languidly. She worked 6 hours each day, earning just enough to cover expenses for her next competition's materials. Not expecting to strike it rich, Su Qian was never one to engage in overtime, remaining steadfast regardless of any tempting offers from others. Just as she exited the game, Su Qian received a call from Su Yang. The words she had spoken previously resonated with him, and after expressing his desire to watch the live broadcast to Jian Zhan Yan, the second request he made was for a phone watch. He mentioned that all his classmates had one, so he wished to have one too. Su Yang was a clever child. He understood that Jian Zhan Yan was reluctant to allow him to communicate with his mother frequently. Hence, he cited his kindergarten classmates as examples. Though his true intention in wanting the phone watch was to maintain constant contact with Su Qian, Jian Zhan Yan, perceptive to the child's innocent cunning, chose not to expose it. Instead, he instructed the housekeeper to purchase a phone watch for Su Yang. Upon seeing the caller ID on her phone, a smile danced at the corners of Su Qian's lips. As soon as the call connected, she heard Su Yang proudly declare, "Mommy, I made the bad woman cry." Upon hearing the term bad woman, Su Qian instantly had someone in mind. The only person who could be at Jian's house at this hour was Zhou Qiang. "Mommy, the bad woman spoke ill of you," she. Despite being merely 5 years old, Su Yang exhibited remarkable narrative skills, and Su Qian quickly unraveled the sequence of events that had transpired. Such were Zhou Qiang's sentiments, as she mused to herself that Jian would undoubtedly perceive her as an exceptional young woman, irrespective of Jian Zhan Yan's actual perception. Su Yang's interpretation of her words took a decidedly different turn. Adjacent to the second-floor study, the corridor featured a rockery with an artificial pond where several fish resided. And, coincidentally, they began to frolic just as Zhou Qiang spoke. How could Su Yang possibly tolerate such remarks? He was convinced that she was disparaging his mother. Immediately, he stormed into the study, pointing at Zhou Qiang and exclaiming, "You wicked woman! How dare you speak ill of my mother? I'll strike you." With that, Su Yang seized the book from the study and hurled it at Zhou Qiang. The impact of the book was indeed painful, and upon seeing this, Zhou Qiang promptly sought refuge behind Jian Zhan Yan. Su Yang continued his pursuit, disregarding Jian Zhan Yan's admonishments. Jian Zhan Yan paused, realizing to his dismay that he could not compel Su Yang to apologize. With tears welling up in her eyes, Zhou Qiang mustered a conciliatory smile, saying, "It's all right, Jian. I won't take it to heart. I'll take my leave now. Please pacify the child, and we can converse later." With these words, Zhou Qiang departed, wiping away her tears. Once assured that Zhou Qiang had left the villa, Jian Zhan Yan released Su Yang, who then shoved Jian Zhan Yan with considerable force, only to lose his balance and fall onto his bottom. "You are a terrible person, siding with her. I detest you." The butler, having heard the commotion, ascended the stairs and witnessed Su Yang seemingly running into his room in tears. He knocked on the door and attempted to console Su Yang for some time, but to no avail. Jian Zhan Yan's brow furrowed in consternation, and just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Inside the door, Su Yang pouted, completely disregarding Jian Zhan Yan's unkind remarks. He then called Su Qian, exclaiming, "I made the bad woman cry. Let her have a taste of her own medicine." Su Yang believed he had accomplished an act of justice. To a 5-year-old, confronting a villain equated to their understanding of righteousness. Su Qian, upon hearing this, fell silent. Zhou Qiang had not truly cried. She must have been secretly delighted. Her foolish son had unwittingly aided someone else. The notion of a bad woman hiding behind Mr. Jian only served to amplify the bravado in the little bun's words. Su Qian saw through the facade. Zhou Qiang was undoubtedly eager for such an opportunity. Moreover, regardless of Zhou Qiang's naivety, she would never stoop to slandering Su Qian in front of Jian Zhan Yan. After inquiring about Su Yang's eavesdropping and clarifying the circumstances, Su Qian understood. He had likely misheard the conversation. Nevertheless, Su Yang's desire to defend his mother brought her a sense of comfort. "Thank you for standing up for me, my dear Su Yang." Su Qian initially acknowledged her son's intentions, but as she contemplated saying more, she paused. "What is your father's stance on this?" she then inquired. Su Yang recounted Jian Zhan Yan's words as he departed, nonchalantly adding, "He's a bad man too. Son, your actions in this matter are both right and wrong." "What does that mean, right and wrong?" Su Yang was perplexed by her statement. Su Qian smiled gently and replied, "Let us discuss this further the next time we meet. Shall we?" "All right, mother. What did you have for dinner tonight?" The mother and son engaged in various topics. After hanging up the phone, Su Qian wore a contemplative expression. Wasn't Jian Zhan Yan against excessive interaction between herself and the child? Then let him educate the child on his own. Let him put into practice the so-called parenting philosophies of the so-called expert. Unfortunately, she would not witness that scene firsthand. Su Qian was quite certain that Jian Zhan Yan would face difficulties. Speaking of which, was the little bun destined to be the catalyst for the relationship between the protagonists? This dynamic certainly intensified the entanglements between them. Jian Zhan Yan had not anticipated that Su Yang would place such significance on his words, which brought him a sense of comfort, affirming that his efforts over the past days were not in vain. Little did he know that Su Yang was waiting with a heart set on severance. One sought to confront the other, while the latter believed the child had matured. "Su Yang, you cannot resort to violence so easily, especially when you have yet to ascertain the facts." "Oh." Su Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Su Yang's compliance, Jian Zhan Yan was somewhat taken aback, and the reprimands he had intended to deliver faltered on his lips. "Tomorrow, let the butler take you next door to apologize to Aunt Zhou. This behavior cannot continue." "No apologies." Su Yang made a concerted effort to display an expression. Previously, whenever his grandmother witnessed him in such a state, she would scold. "Seeing you like this makes me want to hit you. You surely take after your deadbeat father." Though his grandmother would say such things, she had never laid a hand on him. Su Yang thought that this expression would likely displease the bad father as well. The butler, observing the scene, shook his head, remarking how much the young master resembled his father in his childhood. "Su Yang, let us first discuss the reasons behind your actions. Initially, Zhou Qiang did not speak ill of your mother. Jian Zhan Yan attempted to analyze the situation with you. If it were Su Qian speaking, you might have listened, but the words of a villain's father, you, a scoundrel, are in cahoots with that wicked woman. I refuse to listen." Su Yang stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Jian Zhan Yan in anger. This demeanor resembled that of a stern official striking the gavel beneath a high mirror. It is worth mentioning that Su Yang had just been watching a drama featuring Bao Gong adjudicating cases. "Su Yang, you must possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Did you not proclaim yourself a man before? There are no true men who shy away from confronting their mistakes." Miss Zhou's words have been misunderstood. She did not intend to malign your mother. Hitting others is an undesirable behavior, and such children are not well liked, not even by your mother. In concluding his remarks, Jian Zhan Yan mentioned Su Qian, and only upon hearing Su Qian's name did Su Yang's stubborn little face exhibit a flicker of change. "Humph, I will not believe your slander." Su Yang lifted his chin defiantly, exuding an air of impenetrable resistance. Indeed, this term slander was something he had recently gleaned from the television. Jian Zhan Yan recalled what parenting experts advised. Appropriate punishment could be administered, a small reprimand serving as a greater lesson. Su Yang's lips quivered in disbelief. Is it truly so? No hitting, no scolding, not even confinement or deprivation of food. Why is this so different from what is portrayed on television? If he can't play with the iPad, how can he lodge a complaint? His mother would merely raise her hands in agreement, as she had previously forbidden him from incessantly using Aunt Zhang's educational device. Observing Su Yang's reaction, Jian Zhan Yan furrowed his brows, pondering whether his approach had been excessively harsh. Sighing, he declared, "No playing for 5 days." Su Yang remained silent. In the living room, only the butler remained, secretly amused by the undeniable resemblance between the father and son. Meanwhile, in the study, Jian Zhan Yan was on the phone with a parenting expert. The responses from Su Yang starkly contrasted with the expert's advice. After enduring the monotonous counsel, Jian Zhan Yan terminated the call, rubbing his temples in frustration. The punishment of 5 days without the iPad hardly seemed effective, as Su Yang had not grasped the gravity of his misstep. In his room, Su Yang wrestled with the dilemma of whether to call his mother, suspecting she would not come for such a trivial reason. As the clock approached 11, he tossed and turned, unable to find slumber, his stomach growling in protest. Resolute, he decided to venture downstairs in search of a snack. The villa was illuminated by night lights, casting a dim glow that illuminated the path. Yet Su Yang's mind was elsewhere. In a moment of distraction, he misstepped and tumbled down the stairs, fortunate that he fell from only the last few steps. Had he fallen from the second floor, the consequences might have been dire. Nevertheless, he sustained considerable pain, particularly in his wrist, rendering him immobile. The commotion of his fall, coupled with Su Yang's cries, roused the occupants of the villa, especially Jian Zhan Yan, who had been engrossed in work in the study. Without hesitation, he rushed out upon hearing the disturbance. Upon finding Su Yang sprawled on the floor, Jian Zhan Yan's pupils dilated in alarm. He quickly descended the steps, inhaling deeply to steady himself, and instructed the butler to summon the driver. Turning to Su Yang, he asked in a grave tone, "Where does it hurt?" "My hand." "It hurts so much," Su Yang whimpered. Having ascertained that Su Yang had sustained no injuries beyond a wrist contusion, Jian Zhan Yan, relieved, gathered him into his arms and proceeded towards the exit. "Contact my mother. I implore you to reach my mother." "Suhin, imas si suchin," Su Yang lamented, his sorrow palpable. "Fear not. All will be well upon our arrival at the hospital. There is no cause for alarm," Jian Zhan Yan consoled him. Turning to the butler stationed outside the vehicle, he instructed, "Telephone Miss Su and direct her to Renxin Hospital." Upon hearing Jian Zhan Yan's words, Su Yang ceased his frantic struggles as the automobile conveyed them to the medical facility. En route, Su Yang continued to weep, incessantly calling for his mother, his heart laden with grief, convinced that should his mother delay, she would be deprived of a final farewell. Meanwhile, Su Qian, having retired early, found her slumber troubled. The butler's call left her bewildered, momentarily questioning whether she remained in the realm of dreams. "Miss Su, the young master has suffered a fall from the staircase, resulting in a wrist injury. He is presently en route to Renxin Hospital and is beseeching your presence." Upon the butler's reiteration, Su Qian awakened fully. "What? Su Yang is injured?" Severing the telephone connection, Su Qian hastily arose, summoning a taxi to convey her to Renxin Hospital. Chapter 62. The female supporting character no longer shoulders the blame. The protagonist step aside. The young patient has sustained a minor wrist fracture. The affected area has been immobilized with a plaster cast, which can be removed in approximately 4 weeks, posing no impediment to his future activities. The physician elucidated the diagnosis, pausing to moisten his parched throat, apprehensive of uttering any imprudent remark that might betray a lack of expertise. During a prior negotiation regarding equipment expenses with the director at Jane's, he had the privilege of meeting Mr. Jane. This individual before him was none other than the prominent figure of Jane's group, the superior of his direct supervisor, demanding utmost respect. Devoid of obsequious tendencies, he surmised that any attempt to ingratiate himself with Mr. Jane at this juncture would likely provoke displeasure, considering the child's ailing condition. He resolved to exhibit consummate professionalism. Unbeknownst to the doctor's internal musings, Jian Zhan Yan experienced a wave of relief upon learning of Su Yang's well-being, reassured that the child was unharmed. Simultaneously, Su Qian arrived at the hospital, inquiring with a nurse about a young boy with a wrist injury admitted to the facility. Despite the expansive nature of Renqin Hospital, with 2 floors dedicated to evening consultations, numerous individuals sought medical attention. The nurse, having recently attended to an emergency, did not recall the boy mentioned by Su Qian. Unable to obtain information, Su Qian retrieved her mobile phone and redialed Jian Zhan Yan. En route, she had attempted to contact him, but the calls went unanswered, presumably due to his preoccupation with Su Yang. This added to her anxiety. Fortunately, he answered this time. Recognizing Su Qian's number, Jian Zhan Yan surmised that she had arrived. His initial statement was, "Su Yang is fine, a minor fracture. Full recovery will have no impact on future." Relief washed over Su Qian as she inquired, "I'm at the hospital entrance. Where are you?" "3rd floor, V3 ward." Upon receiving Jian Zhan Yan's location, Su Qian promptly disconnected the call. Jian Zhan Yan, hearing the abrupt termination, was unsurprised, recalling that their initial phone conversation had ended even more abruptly. Turning to the nurse beside her, Su Qian inquired about the location of room V3. Upon hearing the room number, a flicker of surprise crossed the nurse's face, and she promptly responded, "Madam, please follow me this way." It was common knowledge within the hospital that the VIP ward on the 3rd floor was reserved for individuals whom the hospital director personally attended to upon their arrival. Whether nurse or doctor, one trod with exceptional care on the 3rd floor. Rumor had it that the hospital's research projects or equipment upgrades were all approved by the dignitaries residing on that floor. Regardless of their identity, those who stayed there were of considerable importance. Following the nurse's eager guidance, Su Qian arrived at the 3rd floor ward area and beheld Jian Zhan Yan. The ward area on the 3rd floor was exquisitely decorated, rivaling even private villas, and bore little resemblance to a typical hospital ward. Su Qian strode purposefully toward the room Jian Zhan Yan had just exited, entered without so much as a glance at him. Su Yang lay in a hospital bed, a plaster cast and bandages encircling his wrist. 2 abrasions marked his cheek, a flush of red against his pale face. Asleep, the little darling's brow was furrowed, his face pallid, with teardrops clinging to his long eyelashes. Su Qian picked up the gauze from the table and delicately wiped away Su Yang's tears before exiting the room and gesturing to Jian Zhan Yan, who was leaning against the doorway, signaling him to step outside to talk. Before leaving the ward, Su Qian asked the nurse at the 3rd floor reception desk to keep an eye on her child, and then she and Jian Zhan Yan proceeded to the stairwell of the fire escape. "Why did Su Yang fall?" Su Qian demanded, arms crossed, a sharp glint in her eyes. Given that the male protagonist adhered to the parenting methods advocated by a so-called child care expert, and had even mentioned an international expert, their approach must be gentle. This is also the reason why Su Qian was aware that the little bun would infuriate the male lead, yet felt reassured in allowing him to educate the child. However, she soon received a phone call informing her of an incident involving the child. The little bun had always been so resilient in her presence. She had never witnessed him in such a frail state. Su Qian couldn't help but ponder whether her decision had been misguided. Could the male lead truly care for the child? As Su Yang descended the stairs, he missed his footing. Jian Zhan Yan leaned against the wall, his expression devoid of emotion as he explained, his voice slightly hoarse. Ever since Su Yang was injured, Jian Zhan Yan had remained tense. Regarding Miss Zhou's incident, how had Mr. Jian ultimately treated Su Yang? Su Qian inquired with a furrowed brow. Jian Zhan Yan turned his gaze towards Su Qian, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes, questioning whether Su Yang's sudden outburst of violence had been incited by her. With the new phone watch, communication between mother and son had become exceedingly effortless. Had Su Yang called his mother to inform her of Miss Zhou's arrival? Was Su Qian the instigator behind such actions? Otherwise, how could she have known? As for the reason, her presence before him now, coupled with her accusatory tone, was sufficient. "I shall impose a 5-day ban on his iPad usage." Upon hearing Jian Zhan Yan's words, Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. Given Su Yang's nature, such a punishment seemed trivial. She suspected that Su Yang had merely been distracted and fallen, a mishap for which the male lead could hardly be blamed. What trickery are you up to? Jian Zhan Yan's gaze was as piercing as a winter gale, his words chilling to the ear. Miss Su, you must understand. It would be easier for me to harm you than to crush an ant. Upon hearing the male protagonist's threatening words, Su Qian felt utterly perplexed. Su Yang was injured beside him, and yet, when she inquired a couple of questions, he suddenly erupted in fury. Is Mr. Jian threatening me? What have I done to make Mr. Jian perceive my inquiries as mere tricks? Su Qian turned to face Jian Zhan Yan directly, her eyes blazing with unabashed anger. In the past, she had already shown him her true colors. Her fierce response took Jian Zhan Yan completely by surprise. He had anticipated a different reaction. What exactly did he expect? Jian Zhan Yan himself could not articulate it, but it certainly wasn't this. Miss Su and Su Yang conspired over the phone to incite Su Yang to act, but he silenced. Su Qian felt that if she continued to listen to his absurdities, her blood pressure would soar. It was evident that Jian Zhan Yan still regarded her as a scheming opportunist desperately clinging to the Jian family. Does the Jian family possess such irresistible allure that everyone must take a bite? Is there a throne to inherit within your esteemed family? If I were to join the Jian family, would I become the revered matriarch? If I had such intentions for your wealth and power, why wait until now? If that were the case, wouldn't it be more effective for me to wield you like a puppet to threaten Su Yang? Su Qian's words flowed like cannon fire, striking Jian Zhan Yan with force. Miss Su, Jian Zhan Yan began, but was abruptly interrupted as a nurse rushed in, announcing that a child had awakened, crying for their mother. Frustrated by the unexpected reprimand, Jian Zhan Yan slammed his fist against the wall. How sharp-tongued she is! In a moment of profound humiliation, the esteemed Jian Zong found himself at the mercy of others, particularly as Su Qian astutely pointed out, wielding her influence like a sovereign commanding her vassals. As long as Jian Zhan Yan held any regard for Su Yang, he was compelled to temper his actions towards Su Qian. Soon after, Jian Zhan Yan emerged from the stairwell. In the hospital room, Su Yang, sitting up, extended his uninjured right hand towards Su Qian, yearning for her embrace. "Oh, Mama, I thought I would never see you again," he lamented, pouring forth his fears. "It's all right, Mama is here. The doctor assured me you'll recover swiftly. There's nothing to worry about." Su Qian reassured him, gently patting his back to soothe him. The mother and son nestled together, enveloped in warmth and affection. When Jian Zhan Yan entered, he beheld this tender scene, his gaze fixating on Su Yang's small hand clutching the hem of Su Qian's garment, a shadow of discontent crossing his features. Once Su Yang's emotion settled, Su Qian inquired about the cause of his injury. He explained that he had ventured downstairs in search of food and had accidentally misstepped. This aligned with Jian Zhan Yan's account, and noting that Su Yang had not mentioned any other details, Su Qian understood that Jian Zhan Yan had not allowed the protagonist's matters to burden Su Yang. The injured Su Yang clung to Su Qian, his grip unwavering, repeatedly insisting that she must not leave him before drifting off to sleep. As the night deepened, fatigue overcame Su Yang, and he quickly succumbed to slumber under Su Qian's gentle coaxing. She carefully rose to extinguish the lights in the hospital room before stepping out. This suite comprised a bedroom for Su Yang and a living area outside. Su Qian planned to spend the night on the spacious sofa in the living room. With the presence of others, it seemed an opportune moment to address the unfolding matters. Having gained newfound clarity, Su Qian relinquished her preoccupation with the protagonists. Realizing she had been constrained by the notion of transmigrating into the novel, regardless of the male and female lead's actions, she resolved to remain true to herself and act according to her conscience. As evidenced presently, despite her lack of provocative behavior, the male protagonist still perceived her with suspicion. Thus, she questioned the efficacy of further avoidance. Such was Su Qian's disposition, to pursue her desires without regard for external judgment. She had already extended considerable leniency toward the male lead, but the incident in the stairwell made her realize that her attempts to evade trouble only attracted it further. Henceforth, she would cease her evasions and pursue her inclinations, undeterred by any obstacle, be it male or female protagonist. Jian Zhan Yan pondered whether the woman was excessively capricious. He had uttered not a word, yet she acted as though he had committed some egregious transgression. Miss Su may find herself overburdened with the competition, rendering her unable to provide adequate care. Jian Zhan Yan demurred delicately. Su Qian retorted with a sardonic smile. Unless you are me, how can you presume to know my capabilities? Mr. Jian, I implore you to abandon your presumptuous habit of imposing your conjectures upon others. Her words, laced with animosity, reflected her profound dissatisfaction with the male protagonist. Faced with Su Qian's aggressive demeanor, Jian Zhan Yan remained silent, attributing her irrationality to the sight of Su Yang's injuries. Recognizing the futility of engaging with an emotionally volatile individual, he cast a glance at Su Qian, then rose and departed without uttering a word. His unexpected reaction momentarily perplexed Su Qian. She had steeled herself for a potential argument and was prepared to whisk the male lead out of the room, lest they disturb the little one's rest. As for the protagonists, she resolved to proceed cautiously, adhering to the principle of reciprocal action. After yawning, she reclined on the sofa and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Qian arose and settled beside Su Yang's bed with a newspaper, intending to be the first face he saw upon waking, thus providing him with a sense of security. "Good morning, Mommy," Su Yang greeted her with a wide, cheerful grin, his countenance devoid of the previous day's fear. He was overjoyed to be in his mother's company. Su Qian gently explained to Su Yang that while defending one's parents was commendable, resorting to violence was not. She emphasized that there were numerous ways to resolve conflicts, cautioning that had he seriously injured Zhou Qiang, the authorities would have intervened. Her message mirrored Jian Zhan Yan's sentiments. Su Yang should refrain from impulsive actions, carefully assess situations, and understand that aggression could negate the validity of his cause. Su Qian endeavored to articulate this principle in a simple, comprehensible manner. Observing the boy's earnest nods, Su Qian remained uncertain whether he had fully grasped her meaning. Nevertheless, captivated by her son's docile demeanor, she couldn't resist planting a kiss on his cheek. Su Yang's face flushed crimson. Since starting kindergarten, he had, as a young man, discouraged his mother's kisses. "Mommy, you mustn't kiss me anymore. I'm a man now." Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the original owner immediately acquiesced to the child's wishes. Su Qian, however, retorted, "Who says a boy cannot kiss his mother?" With that, Su Qian bestowed another kiss. Su Yang was tempted to adopt a stern demeanor in protest, but as Su Qian playfully tickled him, the two of them erupted into a delightful frolic, causing Su Yang to forget his earlier grievance. The notion that a boy should abstain from affectionate gestures was merely a misguided interpretation of the little one, and now that Su Qian had shattered that notion, it was of little consequence. Upon returning home, Su Yang discovered that his room had been transformed into Su Qian's workspace and was not the least bit displeased. Instead, he eagerly inquired, "Mommy, does this mean we will be sharing a room?" He had completely discarded his previous notions about masculinity. He simply wanted to sleep alongside his mother. Observing Su Yang circling around the clothes she designed for him, Su Qian mused that whether one is a man or a boy, it is invariably easy to sway them with a little coaxing. At least for now, the little one seemed somewhat disoriented. The joy shared between mother and son stood in stark contrast to the unhappiness of Jian Zhan Yan, who felt utterly forsaken. After receiving a phone call, the atmosphere around Jian Zhan Yan grew so tense that even the housekeeper sought an excuse to retreat. As dusk fell, Jian Zhan Yan sat in the study, gazing pensively out the window. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he grabbed the car keys and departed from the Jian residence alone, steering his vehicle toward the road leading to Su Qian's neighborhood. Chapter 63. The family of the male protagonist in need of rectification at 9 o'clock. It was time for Su Yang to sleep, and Su Qian lay by the bedside, gently lulling her son into slumber. The young child's slumber was profound. Before Su Qian could even hum a complete song, he had already drifted into a gentle snore. Glancing at the time, Su Qian decided to retire early as well. As she reached for the light switch, she noticed her phone's indicator blinking. Upon inspection, she found a message from Jian Zhan Yan, sent 30 minutes prior. Having muted her phone to lull Su Yang to sleep, Su Qian had missed the notification. "Miss Su, I have a pressing matter to discuss. If it's convenient, could you please come downstairs?" I was just putting Su Yang to bed and only saw the message now. What's the matter? Shortly after, the individual picked up their phone, the screen's soft glow illuminating their face. Su Qian recognized him as Jian Zhan Yan. The flicker of light she had previously observed was from the cigarette held between Jian Zhan Yan's fingers. She mused that the male protagonist, as depicted in the novel, was not a habitual smoker. If he were indulging, it was likely due to some vexation. And the only things that could trouble the male lead were the female lead or his family. The matter Jian Zhan Yan wished to discuss was probably related to his family, and the fact that he sought her out suggested Su Yang's involvement. From her vantage point upstairs, Su Qian had already surmised the situation. I'm downstairs. Let's talk down here. Su Qian checked on the soundly sleeping child in the room, then scribbled a note explaining that she was going to the supermarket, in case he woke up and couldn't find her. Su Yang was accustomed to waking up and finding his mother gone, so he would check the refrigerator for a note. As a single mother, Su Qian often had to leave her child alone, and leaving notes on the refrigerator had become a habit between mother and son. During the day, elderly individuals would occupy the gazebo, engaging in card games, hence the wooden chairs were furnished with cushions. Finding nothing amiss, Su Qian seated herself, while Jian Zhan Yan cast a glance at her from the periphery. Su Qian remained indifferent to the male protagonist's fastidious behavior, her primary concern being the matter he wished to discuss. Mr. Jian, what is it that you wish to convey? Or is this another admonition against harboring delusions? Su Qian harbored a grudge, as having one's kindness misconstrued as folly invariably incites resentment. Even if Jian Zhan Yan entertained such thoughts, he knew better than to voice them, having witnessed her temper firsthand at the hospital. His visit today was not for the purpose of altercation. Su Qian raised an eyebrow. The relationship between Jian's parents and the male protagonist was exceedingly strained. Even with the female lead's mediation in later stages, no improvement was observed. In fact, the male protagonist and the female lead nearly divorced due to this discord. It was evident that the male protagonist harbored deep-seated resentment towards his parents, a facet the author did not extensively depict. Ultimately, the female lead relented, ceasing to interfere in the relationship between the male protagonist and his parents. Thus, Su Qian remained ignorant of the underlying reasons. They will investigate you and offer you money to ensure you never appear before Su Yang again. Mentioning his own parents' modus operandi, a flicker of aversion crossed Jian Zhan Yan's eyes. In the narrative, Jian's parents were portrayed as remarkably open-minded individuals, treating the female lead as if she were their own daughter, endearing themselves to many readers who lauded their charming personas. This contrasted sharply with the male protagonist depiction. However, Su Qian placed greater credence in the Jian's parents as described by the male protagonist. Firstly, she was not the female lead and would not receive preferential treatment. Secondly, the characterizations within the narrative were not to be trusted, as exemplified by the female lead. The plot of the book served as a reference, but it would not dictate her actions. Su Qian placed more faith in what she personally observed. Miss Su may disregard them, as their sentiments do not reflect my own. This is what Jian Zhan Yan intended to convey. He was not intimately acquainted with Su Qian, but he had witnessed a glimpse of her temperament. Should his parents provoke her ire, Su Qian might very well take some drastic action. Jian Zhan Yan was quite certain that Su Yang and his mother were of one mind, and if Su Qian were to ask Su Yang to do something, he would do it without hesitation. Having departed from the hospital, Jian Zhan Yan came to this realization. He contemplated refraining from provoking Su Qian for the time being, focusing instead on cultivating a bond with his son. The mere thought of his parents invariably stirred a sense of agitation within him. So he considered speaking with Su Qian about this matter as a means of both addressing the issue and seeking solace. Understood. Hearing Jian Zhan Yan's words, Su Qian nodded, her countenance suggesting that she had other matters to attend to and was about to ascend the stairs. Jian Zhan Yan was somewhat taken aback by Su Qian's reaction. He had even considered how he would respond if Su Qian were to press him further, but she seemed to exhibit no interest whatsoever. Let's be clear. If they treat me with discourtesy, I shall reciprocate in kind. Su Qian paused to express her stance. If they were to adopt a condescending attitude towards her, she would certainly not tolerate it. She could not abide the sort of meek daughter-in-law seen in television dramas. Very well. Jian Zhan Yan nodded in agreement. Jian Zhan Yan responded with an affirmative murmur, and Qian offered a slight nod, effectively concluding the conversation. Only when Qian was out of sight did Jian Zhan Yan's lips curve into a subtle smile. Given her sharp wit and eloquence, his parents would likely not gain much advantage. Regardless of Qian's intentions, as long as the other party does not overstep his boundaries, he will not react adversely, especially for the sake of the child. In the past, whenever Jian Zhan Yan mentioned his parents, he would invariably feel a wave of distress, but curiously, that sense of discomfort has vanished without a trace. It must be noted that upon Jian Zhan Yan bringing up his parents, Qian did not exhibit any inquisitive glances, nor did he show any misunderstanding towards Jian Zhan Yan's cold demeanor regarding his parents. Ironically, such a calm and unruffled response greatly pleased Jian Zhan Yan. What did he have to worry about? He ought to emulate Qian and not allow those unworthy of his concern to affect his mood. Contrary to his expectations of Qian reacting with alarm to this matter, Qian appeared remarkably unperturbed, which in turn eased Jian Zhan Yan's spirits. It was proven that Jian Zhan Yan's decision to discuss this issue late at night was indeed prescient for the following morning. Qian received a phone call from someone claiming to be Su Yang's grandmother. At first, Qian was momentarily taken aback by this title, only to quickly realize it was Jian Zhan Yan's mother. The caller initially requested Qian to add them on WeChat, expressing a desire to video chat with Su Yang. The call from the Jian family occurred at 7 in the morning, a time when the little one was still asleep, prompting Qian to step out onto the balcony to take the call. As anticipated, she, as the secondary character, indeed did not receive the affection of the Jian family. Once the call connected and it was confirmed that she was Qian, the tone adopted by the other party was decidedly condescending. Throughout the conversation, Qian merely stated, "I am Qian," and thereafter listened to the demands being made. Jian's mother displayed an increasing disfavor towards Qian, having learned from her daughter that a woman had given birth to her son without any formal acknowledgement or status. What purpose could there be in bearing a child under such circumstances? Undoubtedly coveting the Jian family's wealth, Madame Jian naturally felt a sense of superiority towards the child's mother she had yet to meet. To marry into the Jian family, the woman would undoubtedly have to ingratiate herself with her, and Madame Jian was certain the child's mother would be more than happy to comply with any request she might make. "Madame Jian, if you wish to ascertain Su Yang's whereabouts, you may contact Mr. Jian directly. I'm under no obligation to be of service to you. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must bid you adieu." With that, Qian disconnected the call and promptly added the number to her blacklist. Madame Jian, only realizing she had been hung up on after a dozen seconds of hearing the dial tone, was incensed. As she was about to make her fifth call, she paused, wondering if she had been blocked. Pouring herself a glass of water to calm her nerves, she thought furiously, such a woman must never be allowed to enter the Jian family, not even if she has borne a son. She will not ascend by virtue of her child. Increasingly agitated, Madame Jian retrieved her phone and dialed her daughter's number. Jian Zhan Wei, about to board her plane, was chewing gum and blowing bubbles when she answered. "Mom, make it quick. I'm boarding in 5 minutes. I just spoke with that woman." Madame Jian proceeded to portray Qian as an impolite, ill-mannered, disrespectful, sharp-tongued gold digger. Venting her grievances, Madame Jian finally released some of her pent-up anger. Considering her daughter's fiery disposition, she was confident that Qian would not have an easy time. With this in mind, Madame Jian felt considerably better. "Understood, Mom. Rest assured, leave it to me. I have to go now." Jian Zhanwei hung up the phone, her mother's incessant nagging being one of her greatest aversions. As she boarded the plane, thoughts of Sister Zhou's words occupied her mind. Zhou Qiang was not only a childhood companion, but also a senior who had guided her during her studies abroad. To Jian Zhanwei, Zhou Qiang was an exceptional individual. The news of her brother's impending fatherhood had reached her through Zhou Qiang, who later conveyed this information to her parents. After hearing several anecdotes about the child's mother from Sister Zhou, Jian Zhanwei envisioned a calculating, scheming woman, one who was both tempestuous and rude. The mere act of her brother fathering a child seemed a blatant attempt to usurp the position of the matriarch of the Jian family. During their conversation, Jian Zhanwei inquired whether Zhou Qiang still harbored feelings for her brother. Sister Zhou, known for her bashfulness in matters of love, had kept her long-standing infatuation with him a secret until Jian Zhan Yan stumbled upon her diary. Now, an unexpected woman had emerged, accompanied by a 5-year-old claiming to be her brother's son. 5 years, a full 5 years of silence, only to reappear when the child was old enough to remember his mother, seemingly to thwart their family's lineage. With her presence, that woman's dreams were destined to shatter. Jian Zhan Yan had no aspirations from the Jian family. Their wealth was inconsequential to her. Holding this conviction, she perceived her mother's presence as inconsequential. However, had Jian Zhan Yan not spoken those words the previous day, Jian Zhan Yan would have sought a confrontation. Since the other party had come to her the night before, she refrained from stirring trouble. Indeed, she now had little time to ponder other matters, as her thoughts were consumed with how to persuade Su Yang to avoid the spotlight. Certainly, the other party didn't afford Su Qian an opportunity to decline. The phone call commenced with a barrage of flattery, asserting that the principal director held Su Qian's segment in the highest regard, that the other contestants had completed their recordings, and that they could conclude their work once Su Qian's part was done, among other enticements. This was a significant concession, and Su Qian, unable to rebuff them, had no choice but to acquiesce. The production team was amenable, but to Su Qian's surprise, Su Yang proved to be the obstinate one. Why can't I appear on television with Mommy? Does Mommy not want to acknowledge me as her son? Since his injury, the little darling had become somewhat melancholic. Formerly an indomitable, brazen little tyrant, adept at tantrums, he now pathetically displayed his vulnerability. Su Qian suspected that the little tyrant was merely employing a different tactic to manipulate adults, but she lacked substantiation, so for now, she could only placate him. Casting a glance at Su Yang's wrist encased in plaster, Su Qian summoned additional patience and continued to reason with him, appealing to his emotions. As it turned out, grand principles were futile when a child was being petulant. He simply wouldn't listen. Does Mommy no longer love Xiao Yang? Does Mommy think Xiao Yang appearing on television would be a disgrace to her? Does Mommy perhaps desire another child to be her son? Where did he even learn this? Su Qian sighed, wondering how the little tyrant had begun to speak with such guile. Su Yang didn't actually place much importance on the matter of appearing on television. At only 5 years old, he wouldn't be thinking about fame or anything of the sort. His resolute insistence on appearing on television with Su Qian stemmed primarily from the previous livestream. Despite his tender age as a mere kindergarten student, Su Yang possessed a remarkable aptitude for literacy, enabling him to discern the adulatory terms directed towards Su Qian in the livestream's comments, such as miss and wife. A nascent sense of possessiveness stirred within young Su Yang's heart, as he perceived these virtual admirers as potential rivals for his mother's affection. Driven by an instinctive need to assert his familial bond, he resolved to make it unequivocally clear to the livestream audience that his mother was already devoted to her child and thus unavailable. Su Qian once more bore witness to the indomitable will of her young charge, reminiscent of his unwavering refusal to accept her offer of 2,000 yuan to purchase a mobile phone. In his fervent desire to appear alongside Su Qian on television, Su Yang was even moved to tears, a rare occurrence for the typically stoic child. With tears glistening in the corners of his eyes and a sniffle punctuating his words, Su Yang implored, "I simply must be on television with Mama." Under ordinary circumstances, Su Qian might have possessed the fortitude to decline his request. However, given the circumstances, the bandage adorning his hand, the abrasions on his cheek still bearing the scabs of healing, the sight of the weeping Su Yang evoked a profound sense of compassion within her. With a sigh, Su Qian relented, proposing a compromise. Su Yang could participate in the television appearance, but his face would remain concealed from view. This decision was predicated on a multitude of factors, including concerns for Su Yang's safety and future well-being, given his connection to the male protagonist of the story. Su Qian's proposition entailed allowing Su Yang's voice to be broadcast, while his physical appearance remained hidden. "May I call you Mama then?" Su Yang inquired, his voice still tinged with the remnants of his sobs. Su Qian was perplexed by the question, wondering when she had ever forbidden him from addressing her as Mama. "Of course, you may," she replied. "I am your mother, after all. Why would you not be able to call me that?" Su Qian extended her little finger, intertwining it with Su Yang's. Su Yang, in turn, recited the age-old vow, pinky promise forever and always. Su Qian gently wiped away the traces of tears from Su Yang's face, urging him to wash up lest the arriving guests mistake him for a crybaby. Upon hearing this, Su Yang promptly dashed to the restroom to wash his face. Watching his son's retreating figure, Su Qian smiled and proceeded to open the door. The production team had assured Su Qian that they would refrain from filming the exterior of the residential complex, focusing solely on the interior of her abode, as she wished to maintain the privacy of her address. The individual who arrived to film was the chief director, fresh from a shoot at Zhou Chang's residence. In contrast to her design creations, Zhou Qiang had evidently been more eager for him to capture her home environment. Situated in a renowned affluent villa district of B City, it was the director's inaugural visit. In his estimation, both Zhou Qiang and Su Qian possessed an aura of affluence, their inherent demeanor betraying their distinguished origins. However, having just departed from Zhou Chang's residence, the director acutely perceived the contrast in surroundings upon arriving at Su Qian's. It was an antiquated residential complex, and he had not anticipated Su Qian residing in such a locale. When he had previously observed her cycling, the director had not entertained such a notion. But now it seemed her financial circumstances were, in reality, quite constrained. Despite the dilapidated state of the complex, Su Qian had meticulously maintained the interior of her dwelling, achieving a state of immaculate order. The warm, amber-hued flooring harmonized with the wooden tables and chairs, complemented by the vibrant, dewy blossoms adorning the windowsill. The room exuded an atmosphere of domestic warmth and intimacy. Upon entering, one could discern that the lady of the house possessed a profound appreciation for life and was a person of refined sensibilities. This, indeed, aligned with the impression Su Qian conveyed, the director mused. Having just composed himself, the director was then subjected to a further wave of astonishment as Su Yang emerged from the restroom. He scurried directly to Su Qian's side, addressed her as Mama, and then, turning to the cameraman and the director, offered a bow, uttering in a tender, childlike voice, "Greetings, uncles." The 5-year-old Su Yang spoke with a soft voice, dressed in an adorably petite yellow duck tracksuit, resembling a little rice dumpling. The director and the cameraman, both burly men, found their hearts melting at the sight of such a charming child. "Wait, mother?" A momentary, albeit unnecessary, tacit understanding passed between the cameraman and the director, as they echoed in unison, "Mother?" "Su Qian, how presumptuous." She pondered whether she should respond. Realizing their overreaction, the two men cleared their throats awkwardly, acknowledging that such matters were personal and that they had crossed the line. It was no wonder they were taken aback. To them, Su Qian appeared to be a recent graduate, making it hard to fathom that she had a child, especially one of such age. Could she be a stepmother? Given the circumstances, perhaps there was genuine affection for that man. Who says men are not gossips? The two burly men in the room had already begun to entertain melodramatic thoughts. "He is my son, named Su Yang, my biological child," Su Qian declared as she embraced Su Yang, addressing the two men. Suddenly, Su Qian grasped that her little dumpling's unusual behavior stemmed from a lack of security. She recalled the initial encounter with the male lead when her little dumpling had asked if she was going to abandon him. Perhaps that had instilled a sense of unease in him at that moment. Despite not voicing it, the little one had harbored such worries over the past few days. Thus, Su Qian emphasized that Su Yang was indeed her own son. Upon finishing her explanation, she glanced down to see Su Yang grinning widely, and she mused that her intuition had been correct. In her efforts to reassure her son, Su Qian unknowingly dispelled her own misunderstanding regarding marrying a divorced man and becoming a stepmother for love. Su Qian merely introduced Su Yang as her biological son, deeming further elaboration unnecessary. She expressed to the director her desire for her son's voice to be included in the shoot. The director, somewhat taken aback, cautioned her that publicly revealing the existence of her child might elicit unfavorable reactions online. Given the intricate nature of the internet landscape, he noted that Su Qian's youthfulness in having a child, coupled with her current popularity, would inevitably attract the ire of online trolls. He warned that they might exploit the child for malicious purposes, potentially fabricating rumors. The director's subtle reminder stemmed from genuine concern. It doesn't matter. I am immensely proud to have Xiao Yang as my son, Su Qian asserted. Predictably, upon hearing his mother's words, Su Yang straightened up, his little face beaming with pride, and his shoulders even seemed to quiver slightly. Seeing Su Qian's unwavering resolve, the director refrained from further dissuasion. After confirming the general shooting schedule with Su Qian, he and the cameraman exited the house, commencing filming from the moment they re-entered, as if staging a surprise visit. The shoot lasted approximately an hour, longer than Su Qian anticipated, as the initial phone conversation with the director had suggested a duration of about 20 minutes. The extended time frame was primarily due to the director's decision to significantly expand Su Yang's role. Su Qian had initially intended for Su Yang to simply utter a single line during the shoot, merely for the sake of it, to which the director had agreed. However, after Su Yang inquired, "Mommy, was this bib designed for me?" the director's inspiration took flight, leading him to assign numerous lines to Su Yang, portraying him as an inquisitive child brimming with questions for his mother. The questions were enumerated, and Su Qian felt that this was a form of harassment towards her son. As it turned out, she had underestimated the capabilities of the little bun. After the director recited the lines, he inquired if Su Yang could memorize them in 10 minutes. Su Yang looked at the chief director with a somewhat bewildered expression. The chief director chuckled awkwardly, momentarily questioning whether he had misspoken. Then he heard Su Yang recite his previous words verbatim, without a single mistake. The chief director was astonished and exclaimed, "You can learn it after just one hearing. These are merely straightforward questions that can be logically deduced. Why must they be memorized?" Su Yang's bewilderment, to the ears of the director, sounded like the calmness of a prodigy. It was not surprising that an adult could comprehend it, but this child was only 5 years old. More accurately, merely 4. "All right, let us begin filming," the chief director said, clearly invested in the process. This was the first time Su Qian witnessed the usually stern chief director displaying such mirth on set. He resembled a quirky uncle. Fortunately, the little bun was quite bold. Most children would likely have been frightened to tears. The Heavenly Road competition was scheduled for live broadcast on Saturday, with the footage filmed today set to premiere on the official website at noon on Friday, followed by a television airing at 10 that evening. During lunchtime, Su Yang and Su Qian sat together at the dining table, adorned with fruits and snacks. Su Qian opened the official website of the cloud platform on her phone. After filming, she specifically asked the director about the broadcast time, as the little bun had been eagerly anticipating the viewing since early that morning. This marked the inaugural television appearance for the mother and son duo. Initially, Su Qian was indifferent, yet upon witnessing the excitement radiating from her little bun, she too began to feel a sense of anticipation. "Oh dear, it's 12 o'clock. Mother, please refresh the page," Su Yang urged, glancing at his petite watch. Anxious as the hands swept past the hour, it was then that Su Qian comprehended the director's earlier mention of a promotional clip. Observing her little bun's spirited demeanor, brimming with pride, she set aside her phone and resumed watching alongside Su Yang. Following the broadcast, netizens engaged in a flurry of discussions regarding Su Qian's motherhood, though the buzz failed to reach significant heights. After a single episode aired, Su Qian garnered some attention, yet she remained a mere ordinary individual in contrast to celebrities. This kind of gossip concerning motherhood hardly ignited any fervent debate. Among the chatter, some so-called insiders spoke of Zhou Chang's affluent family background and grandeur, with numerous netizens affectionately referring to Zhou Qiang as a beautiful sister or little princess. Zhou Qiang appeared genuinely intent on cultivating her online persona, striving to elevate her status to that of a celebrity. Halfway through the program, Zhou Chang's segment had already garnered her a spot on trending searches, leading Su Qian to suspect it may have been orchestrated by Zhou Qiang herself. After perusing Weibo, she felt relieved to find no one had uncovered her little bun's identity. Her earlier anxiety seemed unwarranted, for how could the average person discern that her little bun was the son of Jian Zhan Yan? Su Qian placed her phone back on its stand, intent on observing the performances of the other contestants, for knowledge of both self and adversary is the key to triumph. This was her little bun's inaugural social media post. Su Qian liked the post, and then moved to the kitchen to serve the meticulously prepared rib soup, that Su Yang had specifically requested. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, who believed she was the sole contact on Su Yang's WeChat, the housekeeper had also liked her post after she did. At that moment, Jian Zhan Yan had just concluded a meeting and frowned upon seeing the video from the housekeeper. His initial thought was that the housekeeper's WeChat account had been compromised. Although the housekeeper was on his WeChat, they primarily communicated by phone and rarely, if ever, used WeChat to connect. Subsequently, Jian Zhan Yan received a message from the housekeeper. "Sir, the childish voice in the video belongs to the young master." Jian Zhan Yan raised an eyebrow and opened the video. The innocent and cheerful voice filled his ears, and a complex expression crossed his face. Su Yan only adopted such a coquettish and adorable tone when speaking with Su Qian at the Jian residence. Whether interacting with him or the housekeeper, he always presented himself as a mature young adult. Picking up his phone, Jian Zhan Yan opened the text message conversation with Su Qian. Just as he was about to type, a phone call came in. Recognizing the caller, Jian Zhan Yan's eyes showed a hint of impatience, but he answered the call nonetheless. "Brother, that woman is going too far. She's using my nephew as a tool to gain popularity." Then she called Jian Zhan Yan in a fit of pique. Chapter 65. You have an aunt, and mommy might have to discipline her. This matter is not your concern. Jian Zhan Yan's tone on the phone was frigid, devoid of any brotherly warmth. "This is not something you should be meddling in." Jian Zhan Yan tapped his fingers on the table, his patience wearing thin. "If my nephew stays with that woman, she will lead him astray. Brother, trust me, that woman has ulterior motives." As Jian Zhanwei spoke, she slammed her hand on the table in frustration, her tone laced with heartfelt exasperation. Her brother was a commanding presence in the business world, utterly oblivious to the subtle intricacies of a woman's heart. "Madam, the final dish, the auspicious soup, has been served, and all the dishes are now on the table. I wish you a delightful dining experience." Jian Zhanwei signaled the waiter to be silent and waved him away urgently. The auspicious soup is a culinary creation developed by the Jian Hotel, which has garnered international acclaim, having won a gold medal. It is exclusively available domestically. Jian Zhan Yan pinpointed the crux of the issue. Her light, airy tone rendered Jian Zhanwei's deceit transparent. Of course, this was merely Jian Zhanwei's own perception of her being caught out. In reality, Jian Zhan Yan was deceiving her. The dish was indeed a product of the Jian Hotel's culinary department, but the name was not exclusive to their establishment, as it was quite common for dishes abroad to share the same name. While such a statement may not be effective in deceiving everyone, it sufficed to fool Jian Zhanwei. In her role at the H country firm, Jian Zhanwei primarily sought to enhance her experience and bolster her sum. She had no intention of involving herself in the internal factional strife of the company. Jian Zhanwei was not driven by ambitions of promotion or salary increases. And with her formidable background, she enjoyed a cordial rapport with her boss, thus maintaining a neutral stance that shielded her from becoming target. Otherwise, given the extent of the infighting within the H country company and Jian Zhanwei's emotional intelligence, she would have been ousted on her very first day. She believed she had traversed myriad experiences and considered herself a seasoned veteran of society, unaware that her colleagues had simply chosen not to invest their thoughts in her. Jian Zhanwei presumed it would be a trivial task to outmaneuver a gold-digging woman seeking to leverage maternal ties for advantage. In her heart, she mused, did she truly believe that having given birth to a son would provide her with leverage? Not a chance. She was convinced that she would never overcome this obstacle. Ironically, she was exposed the moment she disembarked from the plane, before she even had her first meal. Brother, that woman puts on an act in front of you. But do you even know who she really is? How could you entrust our nephew to her care? He'll be picking pockets and causing trouble from a young age. Enough. Jian Zhan Yan interjected, his tone somber. You're starting to ramble again. This might sound like a simple reprimand to others, but Jian Zhanwei knew that her brother was warning her. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. If you cause any more trouble, I won't help you. With that, Jian Zhan Yan hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Jian Zhanwei bit her lip on the verge of tears. Ever since she chose to go abroad with her parents, everything she did was superfluous to her brother. No, even if my brother doesn't appreciate it, I have to do it. I absolutely cannot let that woman deceive my brother. I must eliminate that woman's ambition. Jian Zhan was supremely confident in herself. To her, dealing with a narrow-minded gold digger was as easy as swatting a mosquito. The first person to doubt Jian Zhan was Jian Zhan Yan himself. In his eyes, his sister was rather scatterbrained. The day before, after calling her daughter, Jian's mother still felt indignant and called Jian Zhan Yan. She repeated the same accusations, the same scolding. Jian Zhan Yan remembered his mother as always being dignified and elegant, rarely this agitated. If Su Qian could infuriate her so much over the phone, the atmosphere would be explosive in person. Jian Zhan Yan made an excuse about having a meeting and hung up the phone. Much to Jian Zhan Yan's astonishment, Su Qian displayed a remarkable lack of deference toward her mother, suggesting that someone was finally immune to her charms. A subtle smile graced Jian Zhan Yan's lips as she reopened the text message interface and sent a message to Su Qian. Their communication remained confined to text messages, as they had not yet exchanged WeChat contacts. After sending the message, Jian Zhan Yan navigated to Su Yang's WeChat moments and bestowed a like upon it. This marked the inaugural like from the esteemed Jian, who was known for her abstemiousness in posting or engaging with content on the platform. In addition to the like, Jian Zhan Yan added a comment that read, "Exquisite." This message served as a clear indication of Jian Zhan Yan's desire to distance herself from the situation. Su Qian raised an eyebrow, observing that the male lead's relationship with his family was evidently strained. In the original novel, Jian Zhan played a significant role as a devoted admirer of Zhou Qian, displaying a preference for her sister-in-law over her own brother. She actively suppressed the original protagonist and proved instrumental in Zhou Chang's efforts to win over her stepson, effectively serving as the female lead's capable assistant. The fact that Jian's parents were aware of Su Yang's existence strongly suggested that Zhou Qian had divulged this information to Jian Zhan, who then related to their parents. Although Su Qian was reluctant to admit it, it was evident that Zhou Qian viewed her as a rival and was manipulating Jian's parents to confront her, hoping to capitalize on the situation. Had Su Qian harbored genuine affections for the male lead, this tactic might have proven effective. However, that was not the case, and the male lead's family held no sway over her. "Understood," she replied. As Su Qian packed her belongings, Su Yang trailed after her like a devoted shadow, following her every move. Throughout the process, he peppered her with a barrage of whimsical questions, displaying an endearing clinginess. The little dumpling, who mimicked his mother's every move, proved to be quite a hindrance for Su Qian as she tidied up. Yet, she did not push her son aside. In the past, Su Yang had been like a little hedgehog, bristling with defensiveness to safeguard both his mother and himself, owing to her gentle disposition. However, the present-day Su Yang had shed that prickly exterior. Children are acutely aware of change, and with newfound security, Su Yang began to indulge in affectionate displays, seeking closeness. Su Qian cradled her son in her arms, their cheeks touching tenderly. In days gone by, Su Yang would have pushed her away at such a moment, proclaiming himself a little man who could no longer be held. But now, he reciprocated her embrace, wrapping his arms around her, his eyes brimming with trust. "Do you not want to part from Mommy?" Su Qian inquired with a smile. Su Yang responded with a soft mm. Although his father's villa was spacious and bright, resembling a castle, in Su Yang's heart, their cozy little home in the old, worn neighborhood was where he truly belonged. If one were to define his father's residence, the term transient would suffice. Indeed, this word was something Su Yang had learned from watching television. The 5-year-old pondered far more than adults often realized. He found joy in staying at his father's place, but that sentiment was limited. He had no desire to remain there, for he wished to live alongside his mother. With her upcoming competition, he recalled his grandmother's words from the past, feeling that he had hindered his mother's dreams. Now, as she sought to fulfill them, he wanted to ease her worries while residing with his father. In the mind of a 5-year-old, there lies a profound understanding. Hearing Su Yang's response stirred emotions within Su Qian that were hard to articulate, evoking a longing to take her child wherever she went. "After Mommy's competition, shall we go play at the amusement park? Mother accompanied you to experience every attraction in the amusement park." A new amusement park opened last year, just 3 stops away from Su Qian's residential community, and all the children in Su Yang's class had already visited it. At that time, Su Qian was preoccupied with work and faced financial constraints. leading the mother and son to agree to go the following winter when Su Qian's food factory would have a holiday and distribute year-end bonuses, allowing them to truly enjoy themselves. Su Yang, displaying remarkable understanding for his age, did not throw a tantrum to go. Instead, he simply noted the visit to the amusement park in his little notebook. Reflecting on the past, Su Yang had indeed matured enough, and his spirited nature was not a flaw. Really? Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Su Yang's eyes sparkled brightly, and he extended his hand, saying, "Let's make a pinky promise." Their pinky fingers intertwined as Su Yang recited the incantation of the promise, declaring that they would not change for 100 years. Once Su Yang was reassured, Su Qian continued to pack their belongings. She wished to spare her child from the sorrow of parting, fostering instead a sense of joyful anticipation for their next reunion. The effect was evident. Su Yang's little brows relaxed. Of course, he still followed closely behind Su Qian. Eventually curling up inside the suitcase, he asked, "Mom, could you pack me in the suitcase too?" Su Yang had become particularly clingy to Su Qian. His temperament softened, his speech taking on a sweet, tender quality that made one want to reach out and gently pinch his little cheeks. Emerging from the bedroom, Su Qian was amused by Su Yang's words and his act of diving into the suitcase. Just as she was about to speak, the little dumpling suddenly leaped out, circling around Su Qian, exclaiming, "Mommy's designs are absolutely superb. They're certain to win first place." This entire process would be meticulously recorded, so Su Qian had no apprehension about potential issues, such as the destruction of the designs or any underhanded dealings. The production team was even more scrupulous than the contestants themselves in these matters. Any problems with the designs would not only represent a waste of the contestants' efforts and energy, but also impact the staff. This was more than just a variety show. The designers participating in the competition might have their destinies transformed as a result. The head director, fully aware of this, had specifically emphasized the need for comprehensive video recording to ensure that no problems would arise. Observing the cautious demeanor of the staff members who had come to collect the garments, Su Qian mused that Director Zhang, despite his seemingly unintelligent appearance with a face full of wrinkles when he smiled, was actually quite capable and conscientious. The staff not only took away the garments for the competition, but also offered to assist the contestants with their luggage. Su Qian promptly urged Su Yang, who had somehow managed to perch himself on the suitcase once more, to get up. Then, she zipped up the suitcase and handed it to the staff member. Even the staff remarked that they had already collected luggage from about 20 contestants, and Su Qian's luggage was by far the lightest. After a long day, the staff's hands were aching, and they were filled with gratitude upon encountering Su Qian's light luggage. Su Yang pouted, as he was reluctant to leave. Jian Zhan Yan favored Su Yang partly because he possessed the bloodline of his elder brother, but she was also repulsed by the fact that he carried half of Su Qian's genes. Whenever Su Yang threw a tantrum, Jian Zhan Yan would express her discontent by remarking that he had inherited his mother's unfortunate temperament. Jian Zhan Yan, known for her forthrightness, remained oblivious to the immense pressure her seemingly thoughtless words placed upon the little bun. Contemplating this, Su Qian's eyes darkened. She resolved to offer Su Yang a gentle warning regarding the presence of an aunt who might be a tad disagreeable. Naturally, Su Qian would not convey this message so bluntly. Instead, she subtly informed the little bun that there exists a myriad of personality types, including those who, despite their candidness, can be particularly hurtful. His aunt could belong to this category. She further added that if the aunt were kindly disposed, they could coexist harmoniously. After all, that was merely the narrative of a book. Presently, none of this had transpired, and it would be unjust to cast judgment upon Jian Zhan Yan prematurely. The little bun nodded, somewhat understanding, and thought to himself that his mother must surely be reluctant to part with him. Quite well, this was a sentiment he had not fully absorbed. At that moment, Su Qian remained unaware that in half an hour, she would have her first encounter with Jian Zhan Yan. Chapter 66. The left and right arms of the protagonist were broken. Su Qian initially intended to drop Su Yang off at the entrance and depart, but Su Yang insisted on her accompanying him inside. The little bun had indeed become increasingly clingy. Thus, Su Qian followed him into the Jian residence. Upon entering the foyer, she immediately noticed a transformation within the house. the most striking being the flowers in the vase, all replaced by vibrant red roses. While the red roses were undeniably exquisite, their overabundance rendered them somewhat gaudy. The current state of the Jian living room imparted this very impression to Su Qian, where even esteemed paintings and antiques could not salvage the garishness, perfectly illustrating the adage that too much of a good thing can be detrimental. As a designer, Su Qian's ingrained habit of critiquing the aesthetic harmony of everything resurfaced. Everyone possesses their own predilections, and if these flowers genuinely please someone, such an arrangement would be inconsequential. Su Qian simply hadn't anticipated that the male protagonist's taste would lean towards this particular style. "Mommy, ascend the stairs with me, and I shall present to you the small boat I crafted in my manual arts class. It is quite delightful." Su Yang enthusiastically tugged at Su Qian's hand, beckoning her towards the second floor. Upon reaching the landing of the first flight of stairs, the mother and son observed a scarlet figure dashing down from above. A young woman, adorned in a crimson dress and sporting crimson-dyed hair, embraced Su Yang with fervor, exclaiming, "Auntie's cherished nephew." "Auntie? Mommy mentioned earlier that I have an aunt," Su Yang uttered, his face etched with reluctance as he vigorously extricated himself from Jian Zhan Yan's embrace. This auntie possessed a distinct lack of decorum, presuming to embrace him without relinquishing her hold. He was beginning to feel suffocated, observing that her son's face had become flushed. Su Qian promptly implored Jian Zhan Yan to release her grip, as the child was experiencing discomfort. However, her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Ultimately, Su Qian was compelled to physically separate Jian Zhan Yan, lamenting the woman's lack of consideration. Disgruntled by the intervention, Jian Zhan Yan cast a displeased gaze upon Su Qian, retorting in an imperious tone, "I am embracing my nephew. Why do you shove me away? Pray, who are you? Are you the nanny my brother has employed?" Jian Zhan Yan's question was deliberate. She had, of course, recognized Su Qian's identity. She intentionally invoked the specter of a nanny to humiliate her. Her suspicions had been confirmed. This woman harbored ulterior motives, presuming to gain entry into the household under the guise of escorting the child. Jian Zhan Yan's gaze was filled with animosity as she regarded Su Qian, her expression betraying a clear recognition, akin to encountering a nemesis. Though slender, Jian Zhan Yan was met with surprising force from Su Yang, who, despite his youth, managed to push her back a step. "You're a wicked aunt," he exclaimed. "Mommy is my mommy, not a nanny." Jian Zhan Yan's face registered disbelief that her nephew would dare to push her. "I am your aunt, a blood relative, not a villain," she retorted. The fact that Jian Zhan Yan would engage in such a dispute with a 5-year-old underscored her lack of maturity, especially considering she was well into her 20s. Su Qian, however, would not extend the same leniency to Jian Zhan Yan as she would to Su Yang. "Mommy has told you countless times you mustn't push people," Su Qian admonished. "Do you know that the insane are not held accountable for their actions?" Su Yang nodded in agreement. "I'm sorry, Mommy. I acted impulsively." Witnessing this interplay between mother and son, Jian Zhan Yan's face flushed with anger. Any protestations that she wasn't insane would only diminish her position. She found herself at a disadvantage, lamenting that Su Yang had inherited his mother's disposition. Jian Zhan Yan's contemptuous gaze towards Su Yang only further chilled Su Qian's demeanor. It dawned on her that, in the original narrative, Jian Zhan Yan had initially greeted Su Yang with warmth, only for her attitude to later sour. Initially, the little bun was quite protective of his mother. Whenever Jian Zhan Yan spoke ill of Su Qian, Su Yang would invariably rebut her remarks, which only served as evidence to Jian Zhan Yan of Su Yang's perceived ignorance. In time, the original character indeed displayed a lack of competence, leading to universal disdain towards her. Gradually, the little bun also began to harbor a subtle aversion towards his biological mother, eventually moved by the female lead and acknowledging her as his mother. Upon reflection, it was Jian Zhan Yan who first dismissed and suppressed Su Yang. Now, much of the original storyline has undergone a transformation, primarily narrated from the perspectives of the male and female leads. A shift in viewpoint could yield an entirely different interpretation. Su Qian would not view others through the tinted lens of the original narrative. However, observing Jian Zhan Yan's behavior now, it is evident that she is precisely as depicted in the text. If this is the case, there is no need for me to be courteous. How dare you say that to me? Jian Zhan Yan exclaimed, her finger trembling slightly as she pointed at Su Qian. Your index finger points at me. The other 3 fingers simultaneously point back at yourself. Though this statement may seem somewhat juvenile, Su Qian believed it sufficient to counter Jian Zhan Yan. Shaking her head inwardly, Su Qian acknowledged that Jian Zhan Yan was not inherently malicious, but rather foolish. At times, her naivety, being manipulated into action, was more infuriating than any ill intentions. Choosing to disregard Jian Zhan Yan, Su Qian followed Su Yang upstairs. Jian Zhan Yan trailed closely behind, her previous plans slipping from her mind, now solely focused on overpowering Su Qian once more. Bang! Jian Zhan Yan was met with a closed door. As Su Qian and Su Yang entered the room, Su Qian had barely settled onto the bed when she witnessed Su Yang forcefully shutting and locking the door. Mom, you should look at these first. They're all my work. I will handle this matter, so do not be afraid. Having spoken, Su Yang, in a manner reminiscent of a miniature adult, gently stroked Su Qian's back in a gesture of solace before settling onto a small stool to tinker with his smartwatch. Su Qian found herself both amused and exasperated by this. Her momentary distraction stemmed from contemplating the hardships the little one must have endured upon his arrival at the male protagonist's side in the original narrative, and her visage had grown somber with empathy. Consequently, her son had misinterpreted her expression as one of anxiety and trepidation towards Jian Zhan Yan. Jian Zhan Yan, confined outside the door, pounded on it twice in a fit of pique before turning to seek the chamberlain for the room's key. The chamberlain, of course, demurred, realizing that the situation warranted a call to the master of the house. Miss, he said, the young master has locked the door to prevent any disturbance. I cannot furnish you with a spare key. Had there ever been a place in this domicile that was off limits to her? Seeing that even the chamberlain dared to slight her, Jian Zhan Yan's fury intensified. Very well, she retorted, if you refuse to give it to me, I shall simply break down the door. With that, Jian Zhan Yan began searching for a suitable instrument. The servants around her attempted to restrain her, albeit cautiously. Eventually, Jian Zhan Yan seized a fire extinguisher and, brandishing it, was about to ascend the stairs when she noticed Su Yang standing at the stairhead, his small hands on his hips, exuding an air of valiant defiance, with Su Qian standing behind him. The sudden appearance of the two caught Jian Zhan Yan off guard, unsure of their intent. She discarded the fire extinguisher and, intending to point a finger at Su Qian, reconsidered upon recalling the latter's words. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips, preparing for a lengthy tirade, only to be interrupted. Young master, the security personnel have arrived, the maid announced, somewhat perplexed as she opened the door to admit them. Expel this person from the premises. Su Yang gestured towards Jian Zhan Yan, who was standing at the foot of the grand staircase in the lobby. Approximately 20 minutes after Su Qian had examined Su Yang's handicraft project, Jian Zhan Yan had risen to depart. Su Qian, riding in her car, spotted Jian Zhan Yan, luggage in tow. A mere half-mile from the villa district, 2 security guards escorted Jian Zhan Yan out, and the butler and servants promptly removed her belongings as well. Jian Zhan Yan's instructions were executed with utmost diligence by the Jian family members. In his absence, Su Yang was the master of the house, and his commands were naturally obeyed. Earlier, in the room, Su Yang's proposed solution had been to send a WeChat message to Jian Zhan Yan. When Su Qian got up to see what Su Yang was up to, he had already dispatched the message via his smartwatch. Your sister is bullying me. Whose side are you on? Su Qian chuckled upon reading Su Yang's message, amused by the child's tattling. I'm not home. You're in charge. I'll side with whoever is right. If she bullies you, you can bully her back. Subsequently, Jian Zhan Yan sent a string of phone numbers, identifying them as the security personnel on the premises. Given Su Yang's young age and potential disadvantage, he could seek assistance from them. Had Su Qian not witnessed the message exchange firsthand, she might have doubted whether this was indeed the male protagonist. Elated upon receiving the message, Su Yang immediately contacted the security guards, summoning them to the residence, stating that someone was causing trouble and requesting their removal. Thus unfolded the aforementioned scene. Su Qian mused that the male protagonist was diligently endeavoring to win over the little darling's affections. Hold it, Su Qian said. The driver, upon hearing Su Qian's instruction, immediately applied the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt precisely beside Jian Zhan Yan. Su Qian rolled down the car window and directed her words at Jian Zhan Yan, who stood nearby. My dear miss, might you consider choosing a different location for your next episode of madness? It's quite unbecoming to pursue the role of a matriarch with such a state of mind. Even as a mere nanny, one might find themselves declined. Following her remarks, Su Qian cast a scornful, disrespectful gaze over Jian Zhan Yan from head to toe. Let us depart. The driver reacted swiftly, and before Su Qian could even raise the window, the car had already surged forward, leaving no room for Jian Zhan Yan to retaliate. By the time she managed to utter a word, all that remained was the exhaust of the departing vehicle. The sports car took off with remarkable speed, and Su Qian mused within the confines of the car. She was not one to repay kindness with kindness. Her approach towards those she despised was always to exacerbate their misfortunes. Unbeknownst to her, merely a minute after she left, Jian Zhan Yan, after ensuring no one was around, broke down in tears. With a single sentence from Jian Zhan, all of Jian Zhan Yan's pent-up grievances came flooding forth. The person on the other end of the line, indifferent to her silence or sorrow, coldly ended the call. Her brother had not forgiven her. In her melancholic state, Jian Zhan Yan encountered the laughing Su Qian in the sports car. Despite being a wealthy young lady herself, she found herself dejectedly dragging her suitcase along the roadside. Having been cast out from the Jian residence, her feet clad in nothing but slippers. Meanwhile, Su Qian, a hypocritical gold digger, sat mockingly in her sports car, casting derision upon her. The driver of Su Qian's vehicle was from the Jian family, and the sports car belonged to her brother. How dare they treat her in such a manner? In a state of inner turmoil, Jian Zhan Yan dialed Jian Zhan Yan's number once more. The call was answered by Assistant Zhang, who informed her that Mr. Jian was currently engaged in an important meeting and was unable to take her call. Feeling dejected, Jian Zhan Yan hung up and stood in silence for a while before reaching for her phone to call Zhou Qiang. Admittedly, Zhou Qiang's inquiry seemed somewhat disingenuous, considering she had witnessed Jian Zhan Yan being expelled from the Jian household from her vantage point on the second floor. Sister Chang, could you come pick me up? Jian Zhan Yan implored, her voice laced with grievance. What is wrong, Wei Wei? Don't cry. Just tell me where you are, and I will come right away. The protagonist reunited with her assistant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Qian, having taken pleasure in tormenting Jian Zhan Yan, was in high spirits. The driver, observing Su Qian through the rearview mirror, wrestled with his thoughts before finally speaking up. Miss Su, that young lady by the roadside, was indeed Mr. Jian's sister. The driver had served the Jian family for 2 years and did not personally know Jian Zhan Yan. He had learned of the commotion from the elder members of the Jian family. After a brief pause, he added, I heard she is of sound mind and has performed quite well academically. Noticing the driver's concern about potential trouble, Su Qian smiled and replied, I understand. The driver's intentions were well-meaning, yet his choice of words hinted at his own doubts regarding Jian Zhan Yan's mental state. A smirk played at the corners of Su Qian's mouth as she shook her head in amusement. Jian Zhan Yan, she mused, was the type of person who, if given an inch, would take a mile, assuming one was intimidated by her. Her strategy was simple. For every strike dealt to her, she would retaliate tenfold until her adversary was sufficiently cowed and subdued, ensuring her own peace of mind. Otherwise, not only she, but even the little bun would be subjected to the other's whims. Su Qian would certainly not allow such a situation to unfold, since she was the protagonist's right-hand woman. She must be dealt with. Beep, 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 the phone rang within the vehicle. Su Qian heard the driver utter that familiar phrase once more. Miss Su, Mr. Jian requests that you take the call. Chapter 67. A couple of troublemakers before answering the call. Su Qian glanced at her phone to ensure it was in a state ready for connection. Mr. Jian, Su Qian said as she picked up the receiver. Miss Su, I have already been informed by the housekeeper regarding today's events. I imagine you harbor some concerns due to Jian Zhan Yan's actions. I can assure you that Su Yang's future will be unrelated to her. Listening to Jian Zhan's tone, Su Qian pondered. Was this call specifically to address this matter? Jian Zhan was a proud individual. It was unlikely he would come to her with such assurances unless absolutely necessary. Based on his previous demeanor, Su Qian was certain that, Were it not for her connection to Su Yang, she would not be on his radar at all. Ah, Su Qian replied nonchalantly. In response, there was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. Su Qian raised an eyebrow. Was her reaction unexpected? Very well. I shall not disturb Miss Su any longer. Wait, Su Qian hastily prevented the male lead from disconnecting the call. Then she heard Jian Zhan say, Does Miss Su have more say? Mr. Jian, why are you not calling my mobile phone, but instead using the car's phone? Su Qian was genuinely curious. An all-too-familiar pause enveloped their conversation, a silence filled with unspoken tension. Having stored Miss Su's number on a mobile phone, it was left in the office drawer. Hence, the call was made from a landline. Su Qian comprehended that the protagonist remembered the satellite phone installed in his car. Yet her number was forgotten with the change of her mobile phone. She had brought humiliation upon herself. Understanding the situation, she promptly ended the call, stating she would not impede Mr. Jian's work. Jian Zhan Yan's purpose in making the call was to elicit a complaint from Su Qian. He wanted to observe whether, given that Su Qian was in the right and he had explicitly expressed his displeasure with Jian Zhanwei, she would attempt to achieve certain objectives by lodging a complaint with him. Su Qian did not. Her guardedness was considerable. Jian Zhan Yan's defensiveness and caution towards Su Qian stemmed from his discovery, through investigation, that Su Qian's transformation was too peculiar, suggesting some hidden motive. He had already reopened the investigation into the affairs of Gupon Hotel. Having failed to uncover the truth back then, Su Qian's reappearance necessitated a continued pursuit, potentially leading to new revelations. Su Qian. Jian Zhan Yan muttered the name, his eyes filled with profound meaning. Upon returning home, Su Qian had barely settled on the sofa when she received a call from an unfamiliar number. Answering it, she heard Jian Zhanwei's voice. Su Qian, how dare you? Su Qian allowed the other party only 6 words before hanging up upon recognizing the caller, consigning both Jian Zhanwei and Jian's mother to the same metaphorical oubliette. Jian Zhanwei had been blacklisted. Su Qian believed that one should never argue with fools unless absolutely necessary. Attempting a second call, Jian Zhanwei, upon hearing the automated message, realized she had been blacklisted and in a fit of rage threw her phone onto the bed, erupting in loud wails. Sister Chang, this woman has gone too far. She actually hung up on me and blocked me. Jian Zhanwei's chest heaved violently. The frustrations she endured today surpassed those of the past 20 years. What infuriated her most was that the person who had caused her distress was someone she held in contempt, intensifying her inner turmoil. Don't be upset. Miss Su is just like that. Didn't I mention my high school classmate? She is still struggling to find a job. Zhou Qiang consoled Jian Zhanwei. Though her words seemed to comfort Jian Zhanwei, they were, in reality, a subtle jab at Su Qian. Indeed, upon hearing Zhou Qiang's remarks, Jian Zhanwei's anger only escalated. No, I must deal with her. I absolutely must. Jian Zhanwei pounded the bed with determination. It was no longer just about preventing Su Qian from entering the Jian household. Jian Zhanwei now harbored a personal vendetta against her. Vivi, my sister-in-law, has taken the children with my brother on a business trip, so the villa is empty. I have a competition tomorrow. You can stay here. If you need anything, just inform Aunt Lu. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Jian Zhanwei inquired, Sister Chang, does that mean Su Qian will also be there tomorrow? Yes, it's a competition we are participating in, and Miss Su is quite formidable. It's also sponsored by the Jian Group, so Vivi, please don't cause any trouble. The Jian Group is sponsoring it, so securing a job should be quite simple, right? Jian Zhanwei smiled, then picked up her phone to make a call. The Jian Group was currently under the full management of Jian Zhan Yan, and Jian Zhanwei held a 2% stake in the company. As a minor shareholder and the president's sister, Jian Zhanwei naturally enjoyed a certain level of prestige. She called the HR department, expressing her keen interest in the Tianlu design competition, and requested a work badge that would grant her access to the television station for a closer view of the contest. Adding an extra staff member posed no issue. She urged them to expedite the arrangement. The thought of Su Qian's startled expression the following day lightened Jian Zhanwei's heart. Zhou Qiang chuckled as she patted Jian Zhanwei's hand, adopting a tone akin to soothing a child. Very well. Observing Jian Zhanwei's smug demeanor, a glimmer of insight flickered in the depths of Zhou Qiang's eyes. Meanwhile, after the HR manager hung up, instead of arranging the work badge for Jian Zhan Yan, he sought out Jian Zhan Yan to report the matter. This corporation operated under Jian's directives, and accommodating this young lady could easily lead to misplaced flattery. Thus, he deemed it prudent to inform Jian Zhan Yan. Jian Zhan Yan contemplated the situation. Given Jian Zhan Yan's prior unpleasant encounter with Su Qian, there was no doubt she would create a scene. Reckless actions could inadvertently reveal Su Qian's intentions or those of her associates. Furthermore, considering Su Qian's character, she would not indulge Jian Zhan Yan, while others might tolerate her due to her status. Su Qian's experience at the Jian residence indicated that she would not hesitate to let Jian Zhan Yan learn a lesson. After weighing these factors, Jian Zhan Yan's work badge was approved. Subsequently, HR contacted her, instructing her to wait at the Yun Duo Tai building at 1 o'clock the next afternoon, where the other Jian staff members would deliver her work badge. The HR manager briefly outlined the job requirements and mentioned that a senior employee would accompany Jian Zhan Yan, but he had no intention of assigning her any specific tasks. His words were merely formalities. Ms. Jian stipulated that no preferential treatment should be granted. Unable to directly refuse her request, the HR manager informed Jian Zhan Yan of the standard responsibilities of an ordinary employee, hoping she would understand the situation. Seasoned professionals would have readily deciphered the underlying message, but Jian Zhan Yan remained oblivious. The subtle implications of the HR manager's words were completely lost on her. Upon ending the call, she cheerfully inquired of Zhou Qiang, Changjia, what time are you heading to Yun Duo TV tomorrow? Rehearsals commence at 2:30 p.m., with a live broadcast at 8:30 p.m. I'll accompany you. Subsequently, Jian Zhan Yan contacted the HR manager, stating that she would arrive at 2:30 p.m. and requested that her employee ID be delivered to her upon arrival. The HR manager, now considerably vexed, lamented that this young lady was already asserting her status before even commencing her employment. After careful deliberation, the HR manager reassigned the employee scheduled to visit the Jian Corporation the following day, replacing them with someone of a more amenable disposition and greater reliability, in the hope that they could mitigate any potential issues arising from Ms. Jian's actions. Arriving at Yun Duo TV station in Zhou Chang's car, Jian Zhan Yan alighted in front of the Yun Duo building. Two beautiful women emerging from a sports car invariably attracted attention. Many fans waiting at the television station entrance to photograph celebrities mistook them for entertainers, and freelance photographers hastily snapped photos, hoping to identify the celebrities and sell the images to their fans. A truly unexpected windfall. Noticing the fans' behavior, Jian Zhan Yan adjusted her sunglasses with a smug expression, the sound of her high heels striking the ground growing more pronounced as she walked. Upon reaching the entrance, the personnel from the Jian Corporation were already present, work permits in hand, awaiting Jian Zhan Yan. On this occasion, the human resources manager had assigned a male employee to assist. Jian Zhan Yan accepted the work permit without so much as a word of gratitude, her demeanor that of a haughty young lady, both domestically and abroad. A trace of resignation flickered in the male employee's eyes as he recalled the manager's consolatory pat on the shoulder. The ease of the day's task, he now realized, came at the cost of attending to this high-maintenance young woman. Her temperament, he surmised, left much to be desired, and he inwardly grumbled. Zhou Qiang, too, was taken aback. It was past 2:30, and Su Qian was nowhere to be seen. Inquire as to the whereabouts of contestant Su Qian. Jian Zhan Yan casually instructed the Jian Corporation employee behind her, with a subtle gesture of her chin. The male employee hesitated, but ultimately turned to seek out a member of the production crew. Jian Zhan Yan maintained her composure upon hearing the news, but Zhou Chang's countenance soured. Every word the male employee spoke underscored the disparity between Su Qian and herself. Su Qian, after all, had abandoned her academic pursuits to toil in a food factory upon graduation. The realm of fashion design demanded an acute sensitivity to trends and a rigorous grasp of current styles. For someone like Su Qian, a single misstep could lead to a monumental divergence. Zhou Qiang, on the other hand, was a graduate of a prestigious international institution, having studied under a renowned designer, her creations having garnered accolades in international competitions. At that moment, Zhou Qiang and Jian Zhan Yan shared a common sense of frustration toward Su Qian, They were being outshone by someone they deemed inferior. Oomph. Fortunate for her that she fled. Jian Zhan Yan snorted softly, resolving to deal with the other party later, since there were numerous competitions ahead. Changjia, someone is calling for you. Jian Zhan Yan waved her hand in front of Zhou Qian, who was in a daze. A staff member was calling Zhou Qian for the rehearsal not far away. Oh, okay. Wei, I'll go rehearse first. Jian Zhan Yan waved her hand, then found a small stool to sit down. Zhou Qian was Jian Zhan Yan Sr. Jian Zhan Yan also studied fashion design abroad. She worked in a relatively well-known fashion magazine in each country. She planned to work for a full year, and then consider whether to create her own brand and set up a studio or to become a designer for a major brand. Jian Zhan Yan didn't need to worry about these things, planning to take things one step at a time, because they were both in the same major. Jian Zhan Yan found it interesting to watch these designers rehearse. Seeing the young lady calm down, the male employee breathed a sigh of relief, resolving not to do this job next time. Most of those who can enter the Jian group are outstanding individuals with their own pride. Facing Jian Zhan Yan's haughtiness, he could only tolerate it for a day at most. The program was in full swing with rehearsals, but where was Su Qian? She was having a meal. Su Qian, who couldn't sleep for some inexplicable reason last night, didn't get up until noon the next day. After rushing to the cloud platform for rehearsal, she was practically starving. After confirming that she was not needed on set for the time being, Su Qian left the TV station and found a restaurant nearby. Halfway through her meal, she heard a group of young people come in behind her. Su Qian glanced over and saw 5 handsome young men in their 20s, attracting the attention of many girls in the restaurant. It is not their handsome appearances that draw attention, but rather their attire reminiscent of team uniforms, exuding a sense of vitality and charisma. Throughout this period, she has been contemplating the introduction of her own work, pondering if there are any areas that require refinement. After finishing her meal, Su Qian set down her chopsticks and delicately sipped her soup. The group of young individuals sat just behind her, separated by only a table. As Su Qian drank her soup, she ceased to focus solely on her own matters and began to overhear the conversation she had previously chosen to ignore. I must find Su Shun. I aspire to learn from her. The ambitious words of the man seated in the center were filled with fervor, making one wonder if he had set forth some grand objective. The speaker was none other than Lin Zhou, the defeated esports streamer she knew well. Chapter 68. It's exploding. It's exploding. Is this program not going to explode? You have no idea how formidable Su Shun is. I have gone through her recordings, and they are utterly beyond my grasp. Attempting to replicate her techniques not only results in a lack of speed, but causes everything to become entangled. She must have devised her own unique methods. I have watched all of Su Shun's competitive videos, but without additional footage, I cannot conduct further research. However, her moves with the hero appear similar to those from before. Lin Zhou spoke incessantly of Su Shun, and others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Shun is exceptional in the gaming realm. You don't even know who she is, yet you wish to become her disciple. Su Qian was not eavesdropping intentionally. Rather, the animated chatter of the young individuals, particularly in moments of excitement, was so lively that it could not be easily overlooked. The current chief director exhibits a remarkably affable demeanor towards Su Qian, even arranging for the staff to provide her with a resting room following rehearsals. This gesture may have been prompted by the conspicuous dark circles under her eyes, a remnant of her recent arrival at the rehearsal. It is undeniable that Su Qian possesses a remarkable composure. While other contestants are so anxious that they scarcely dare to blink, she contemplates a brief slumber. As she rises from her seat, Su Qian is suddenly alerted by commotion outside. A group of individuals, wielding cameras and smartphones, stand at the entrance. One of them gesturing towards the dining area, while the others nod in agreement, their gazes landing on a table by the window with a hint of astonishment. It is evident that their attention is directed towards the several young men seated at the table behind her. Lin Zhou also notices the presence of these individuals outside and exclaims, "Oh no, could they be reporters?" The restaurant, situated on a pedestrian street, boasts entrances at both the front and rear. Suddenly, the group, having already settled their bill, bolts towards the back door. Su Qian realizes that their escape route inevitably intersects with hers, prompting her to step back hastily to clear the way. However, Lin Zhou, moving with unexpected swiftness, reaches her before she can react. Fortunately, he is quick to respond, grasping her arm and preventing her from tumbling to the ground. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." He apologizes repeatedly. As he utters his third apology, he inadvertently raises his gaze to take in Su Qian's features and is momentarily taken aback. "Lin Ge, stop staring at the beauty. If we don't leave now, they'll be upon us." Lin Zhou's ears flush with embarrassment as he hastily releases her and is propelled by his friends toward the rear exit. Before long, the group vanishes from the restaurant, leaving behind an empty table that elicits a chorus of lamentations from the arriving reporters. How cunning! He bolted with such alacrity. He was on the cusp of being the sole proprietor. Su Qian chuckled silently, amused by the scene she had witnessed during her meal. The young individuals accompanying Lin Zhou were all members of the UTE sports team. Last month, they clinched the world championship in the JII game, disrupting the foreign team's 5-year reign. JII game is a globally popular game. Nowadays, China increasingly values esports events, and they were invited to participate in a television interview, their inaugural interview since their victory. The reporters had intended to secure an exclusive interview or capture a photograph, but their subject had eluded them. Lin Zhou is an esports streamer and the co-owner of the UT team. His elder brother is the principal owner. Lin Zhou is a scion of a wealthy family. These details were shared with Su Qian by the staff member who escorted her to the studio lounge, as she had just visited the adjacent recording studio to obtain the UT team's autographs. This particular staff member had elucidated the procedures for Su Qian on several occasions, fostering a degree of familiarity between them, hence the staff member's chattiness. "Please rest here. I must return to my duties." The staff member, buoyed by the acquisition of the autographs, skipped away. Su Qian yawned, waved farewell to the staff member, and then reclined on the sofa, promptly falling asleep. To ensure punctuality, she had set an alarm on her mobile phone. However, it was Jian Zhan Yan, not her alarm, who roused Su Qian. In many narratives, the protagonist and heroine share an inexplicable magnetism, as do the heroine and the female supporting character. Su Qian's lounge was situated in the innermost chamber, a place where one would not typically venture, let alone engage in conversation. Amidst the hazy realm of slumber, a cacophony of hushed rustlings stirred Su Qian from her repose. Disoriented, she sat upright, discerning the distinct cadence of Jian Zhan Yan's voice. "Adept at concealment, aren't we?" Jian Zhan Yan exclaimed. "But I remain unconvinced that you can elude me for more than 30 minutes. The exigencies of makeup application will inevitably draw you forth. Doubtless, an informant has already apprised you of my arrival." Su Qian, in the sanctuary of her thoughts, offered a sardonic rejoinder. "Rest assured," Jian Zhan Yan continued, "I harbor no intention of confronting Su Qian before such a multitude. My present aim is merely to inspire a modicum of trepidation within her." Jian Zhan Yan, far from being bereft of perspicacity, had already borne witness to Su Qian's acerbic wit. She would not deign to engage in a public altercation, lest she be the sole recipient of humiliation. Jian Zhan Yan's stratagem of coercion involved the imposition of minor inconveniences upon Su Qian. The essence of competition lay in the maintenance of a sound mental equilibrium. Should Su Qian's composure falter, what caliber of design could she possibly produce? These sentiments remained unspoken, as Jian Zhan Yan sought to reassure Zhou Qiang that she would not succumb to impetuous actions, thereby affording Su Qian the moral high ground. Witnessing Jian Zhan Yan's newfound restraint, Zhou Qiang's anxieties abated. Within the confines of the room, Su Qian was unable to suppress a sneeze. The two figures outside froze, their senses peaked. What was that sound? Someone's here. The innermost recesses of the dressing room were seldom frequented, and celebrities generally eschewed this particular chamber. Its infrequent use resulted in a grating, metallic screech upon the opening and closing of the door. As this sound emanated from behind them, both Jian Zhan Yan and Zhou Qiang were startled. Their already pallid countenances darkened further upon beholding Su Qian's emergence from within. "Did you require my presence?" Su Qian inquired. As Su Qian spoke, she stifled a yawn and stretched languidly, her relaxed demeanor contrasting sharply with the tension radiating from the two individuals across from her. "Hey, you're all here. It's time to prepare for the final full-color makeup. Let's go. A staff member called out to Su Qian and Zhou Qian. With that, Su Qian departed. Jian Zhan Yan had been on the verge of confronting Su Qian, but she was restrained by Zhou Qian's grip on her hand. If a conflict were to arise between Jian Zhan Yan and Su Qian, Zhou Qian would inevitably be implicated. Jian Zhan Yan could handle Su Qian, but only if it did not concern Zhou Qian. Jian Zhan Yan's position with Zhou Qian was crystal clear. She was merely a pawn in the game. How infuriating. Just wait until later when she can no longer smile. Go on, Sister Chang, you must compete. I'm rooting for you. Jian Zhan Yan glared fiercely at Su Qian's retreating figure before turning to offer encouragement to Zhou Qian. The final rehearsal for the program proceeded smoothly, and as time drew near, the chief director called for a countdown. Everyone prepare. 10, 9, 8. Simultaneously, Su Yang at the Jian residence was also counting down on his phone. 3, 2, 1. The program commenced with all contestants parading in a fashion show-like display, taking their seats on the tiered platforms surrounding the stage. The final contestant to make her entrance was Su Qian, who claimed the crown of first place in the opening round. As she ascended to her throne like a queen, staff in hand, Zhou Qian seethed with frustration, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. What was so remarkable about accumulating a few more points after just one round? Shouldn't such pomp be reserved for the ultimate champion? Why all this extravagance in the first round? Within the confines of the Jian residence, Su Yang, upon witnessing Su Qian's entrance, circumambulated the sofa with vivacity, trumpeting his diminutive horn whilst vociferously proclaiming, Su Qian, Su Qian, mother, mother, first place, first place. The habitually tranquil Jian abode was instantaneously animated by the exuberance of the little cherub. Jian Zhan Yan, ensconced in his study above, paused in his act of signing documents upon hearing the jubilant cries. With a few deft keystrokes, he transitioned the display on his computer screen, revealing a scene of Su Yang frolicking with abandon. Jian Zhan Yan depressed an ebony button adjacent to his desk, whereupon a domestic servant promptly appeared. Mr. Jian, what is your command? Convey to Su Yang to exercise caution. Should he once more injure his hand, he may be relegated to uni-manual dexterity. Subsequent to the servant's transmission of the message, the little cherub's movements evinced a modicum of circumspection, albeit his vivacity remained undiminished. Jian Zhan Yan, gazing upon Su Yang, as if struck by a sudden notion, procured his cellular telephone and dispatched a missive. Investigate Su Qian's ancestral provenance. The scene shifts to Cloud Television Station, where, subsequent to the appearance of all contestants, Cloud Television Station finally unveiled one of its long-standing draws, the identity of the judges. How deeply had Cloud Station concealed this information? Even during rehearsals, the contestants were not privy to the judges' identities, and indeed, many staff members remained ignorant. A curtain ascended at the rear of the stage, and the first judge to emerge was Ku Su, whose identity had already been disclosed. Subsequently, the second judge appeared, and with the advent of all four judges, both contestants and staff were astounded. Even Su Qian could not help but widen her eyes. Kaya, the editor-in-chief of Imio Fashion Magazine, represents a publication that consistently ranks as the best-selling fashion magazine internationally, maintaining its esteemed position. Only global superstars are deemed worthy of gracing its cover. Kaya harbors a profound admiration for Chinese culture, earning her the affectionate nickname K from domestic netizens. The third figure is Thor, the director of the prestigious luxury brand VT, while the fourth is Qian, the first local designer from China to showcase at the Fashion Week in France. Thor, the fashion director of VT, exemplifies the caliber of individuals who are typically elusive in the fashion world. Their prominence underscores the diminishing status of Chinese designers on the global stage. Qian stands as the sole representative capable of competing with these luminaries. The appearance of these four individuals elicited astonishment both on stage and among the audience, igniting fervor across the internet. Not only does this event transcend domestic circles, but it also reaches international realms. The competition features a plethora of extraordinary talents, presenting a unique opportunity for Chinese designers to carve out a niche abroad. The prospect of seeing Chinese designers represented at major international fashion weeks excites netizens. The program's popularity surged rapidly, with the mere presence of the judges marking a pinnacle moment. Both the audience and the contestants were electrified by the opportunity to encounter such influential figures. Even Zhou Qiang found it hard to contain her enthusiasm. Jian contemplated the situation, wondering if it was still feasible to join the competition. Had she known that these esteemed judges would be present, she might have reconsidered her years spent at the magazine in H country, realizing that participating in this competition could offer far greater prospects for her career. Jian contemplated that as a member of the Jian family, securing a contestant should pose no challenge. Once the judges took their places, the host began with the opening remarks, marking the official commencement of the competition. Now, let's admire the designer's creations. As the host concluded, the curtain at the center of the stage fell away in an instant, revealing 30 design pieces arranged in a stair-step formation before the audience. Among them, Su Qian's work stood out, not merely due to its elevated position, but because the piece itself radiated brilliance. Chapter 69, Apologies. Contestant 32 is a class apart. The arrangement of the pieces mirrored the seating direction of the designers. The contestants were divided into two groups, A and B, seated on opposite sides, with their works similarly displayed on stage. To the left, the A group presented boys' apparel, while the B group showcased girls' clothing to the right. The stage was a vibrant tapestry of children's fashion, with many in Group B opting for dresses adorned in vivid hues of pink and rose, while the boys' garments leaned towards camouflage and darker shades, though there were also striking colors like purple and green interspersed. Su Qian's design was particularly eye-catching due to its fluorescent color blocking: fluorescent white, fluorescent yellow, fluorescent black, all haphazardly yet harmoniously stitched together. The chaos of the ensemble was paradoxically organized, drawing the eye without being garish. In comparison to other children's clothing, it was a design that, while not outrageous, was impossible to overlook. Contestants from Group A turned their gazes towards Su Qian's creation, their eyes filled with profound admiration. Contestant 32 was indeed a formidable rival. Each participant had graduated from prestigious institutions, with some having already made a name for themselves in the industry, establishing their own niche fashion brands. When participating in the competition, most individuals exude confidence, evident from the very first round of preliminary selections. Each contestant showcases their unique strengths, engaging in a fierce contest. However, the moment contestant number 32, Su Qian, makes her entrance, her remarkable talent eclipses that of her peers. Unlike the contestants, who are drawn to Su Qian's work out of admiration, the audience is compelled by a sense of trepidation. Even before the curtain rises, they fixate on the position of her entry. At least half of the designers present regard Su Qian as their primary rival. It is widely acknowledged that if anyone aspires to claim the top prize, contestant 32 stands as the most formidable opponent. This competition has entirely revamped its format, with the order of presentation determined by votes from the audience and online viewers. During the broadcast of these introductions, the official Weibo account has transformed the contestants' works into visual posters, inviting the public to cast their votes. To prevent ballot tampering, each vote necessitates a mobile verification code, significantly enhancing the integrity of the process. The contestants in Group A fervently hope that Su Qian will not be the first to present, as her designs exude an aura of brilliance that would render their own efforts rather lackluster by comparison. Some participants privately lament their choices, wishing they had incorporated more flamboyant elements into their designs. As anticipated, Su Qian's work is voted to be the first showcased. Not only the audience present, but also viewers at home are captivated by her design. It is worth noting that the fluorescent colors evoke nostalgic memories for many young viewers, reminiscent of a trend that flourished during their elementary school years. As Su Qian steps onto the stage, the once earthy feel of her designs dissipates, revealing an unexpected aura of trendiness. With the host announcing her name, Su Qian descends from her pedestal, surrounded by the creations of her peers displayed prominently at the center of the stage. Following the unveiling of the designs, the lights dim on either side, focusing solely on the artistry before them. As the first to present, each step Su Qian takes illuminates the stairs beneath her, while the spotlight shines brightly upon her. Her expression remains inscrutable. But internally, she feels a surge of awkwardness. The dramatic lighting was not part of the rehearsal. Eager to escape this embarrassing moment, Qian quickens her pace. The crowd erupts with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, this black dress paired with a collar chain is just stunning." The sleek black hair, combined with that expression, is utterly captivating. Honestly, before Qian made her entrance, my focus was entirely on the designs, but now, I'm a fan. I absolutely adore this designer. The transformation from a cute girl to a captivating enchantress is exhilarating. Qian's arrival ignites a wave of applause as she approaches her creation, taking the microphone from the host to commence her presentation. Adhering to the established protocols of the event, this children's apparel features striking fluorescent splicing. From a fashion perspective, I anticipate that the latter half of the year will witness a resurgence of fluorescent hues reminiscent of the early 2000s. Young boys, often exuberant and full of energy, necessitate durable and breathable fabrics as a priority. The theme of this competition is notably broad. There are no specific directives regarding whether the garments should be outerwear or shirts, long trousers or shorts. Contestants are acutely aware of this ambiguity, prompting them to design complete ensembles. The reality is that a half-sleeve design lacks the competitive edge of a fully coordinated outfit. Recognizing this concern, Qian infused her design with thoughtful details, such as a label featuring a designated space for names, alleviating worries about lost or swapped clothing during school. The cuffs incorporate a drawstring mechanism, allowing for a secure fit around a mother's wrist to prevent the child from wandering off. Initially, netizens were captivated by the garment's striking appearance, with many expressing a desire for a plus-size version, as not only children but also older youths wish to don such attire. Upon further inspection, the garment reveals intricate details, astonishingly crafted within mere hours. While many online observers marveled at the ingenuity, some voiced skepticism, questioning whether Qian discreetly enhanced her design post-factum, thus rendering it unfair to other competitors. Qian's design submission included not only illustrations but also annotations outlining specific enhancements. Each contestant was allotted just 3 minutes for their presentation, and Qian concluded her pitch precisely as the timer expired, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. During the exposition, Qian articulated flawlessly, her discourse flowing with remarkable ease and naturalness. Could this truly be the unsophisticated clerk from the food factory? Despite the live television broadcast and the presence of 4 esteemed mentors across the stage, how could Qian remain so composed? Zhou Qiang pondered. Even she doubted her ability to articulate so fluently. While she was no stranger to the stage, she couldn't deliver a presentation of her own designs with Qian's eloquence. Qian's entrance had undoubtedly amplified the pressure on the subsequent contestants. Having concluded the presentation of her design, the judges commenced their critique, expressing profound appreciation for Qian's creation. The seamless fusion of practicality and contemporary trends was particularly lauded. Even Kaya, known for her exacting standards, expressed her admiration and desire to purchase it for her young nephew. The unanimous praise from the judges further intensified the palpable pressure felt by the remaining contestants. Relieved of her concerns, she experienced a sudden surge of ease. Qian's gaze swept across the contestants on either side, keenly observing the complex expressions they directed toward her. The capacity to incorporate such a multitude of elements into a garment without creating a sense of disarray necessitates exceptional design acumen. In truth, Qian could have opted for a less intricate design, thereby simplifying the production process. However, Qian was resolute in her commitment to maintaining a position of preeminence, commencing with her sensational debut in the preliminary rounds. Each subsequent competition demanded the presentation of a design that would captivate and inspire. Fortunately, Qian possessed a wealth of experience, approaching the design of competition pieces with remarkable dexterity. Observing the countenance of her fellow contestants, Qian recognized that she had achieved her objective. As each designer presented, Zhou Chang's work was unexpectedly saved for last, surprising both her and Qian. Given Qian's expertise, Zhou Chang's design was quite commendable, with excellent lines and color coordination. The most enigmatic aspect of this competition was the public sentiment. They didn't prioritize professionalism, but rather selected the works they genuinely desired to see. Zhou Chang's cultivated fan base could have voted her into an early lead, but there were simply too many casual online users who were indifferent to such considerations. While Zhou Chang's design was aesthetically pleasing, more users were interested in garments that offered playful extensions. Consequently, Zhou Chang's work was relegated to the penultimate presentation slot, unsettling her before she even took the stage. Her design was indeed beautiful, yet lacked a certain groundedness. The dress featured butterfly wings, which, while visually appealing, were hardly practical for everyday wear. The wings themselves weren't necessarily problematic, but Zhou Chang's claim that they embodied environmentalism, using oil paper as the material, was. Zhou Qian even invoked a Chinese-inspired element. Su Qian knew this would be problematic. While this approach might resonate internationally, it was unlikely to succeed domestically. Predictably, the online community began to mock the design. Using oil paper as the primary material and labeling it a Chinese element, was there nothing else from the vast Chinese heritage to draw upon? To prioritize lightness and so-called environmentalism, what kind of harebrained design was this? The backlash from netizens was something Zhou Qian had not anticipated. Of course, she remained unaware of the online reactions. However, the expressions of the audience were far from enthusiastic, starkly contrasting with the applause that had accompanied Su Qian's introduction. After Zhou Qian completed her showcase and awaited the judges' feedback, she breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing their affirmation of her design concept. At the very least, her overarching direction was not misguided. The judges' approval held greater significance than the opinions of those uninformed spectators, she reassured herself. Indeed, Yin Duotai had invited 100 children to observe the talent show, allowing them to bestow a flower upon their favorite creations. The children's flowers represented scores. The netizens' votes contributed to the tally, and the judges' evaluations provided the foundational points, all of which would be combined to determine the rankings. It was perplexing. The essence of fashion design was beauty, so why did both the online audience and the children fail to appreciate her creation? Moments ago, Zhou Qian had feigned a trip to the restroom, but in reality, she sought her phone to check the current online sentiment. To her dismay, she discovered that rather than receiving praise, most comments were mocking her. As she read the sarcastic remarks directed at her, her heart sank, leaving her bewildered about her perceived shortcomings. Encouraging herself, Zhou Qian thought, "It is all right, even if the netizens' votes do not favor me. The 100 children's red flowers will count as votes, and they're sure to adore my butterfly fairy dress." Just then, the child models finished their runway display, and the children began to cast their votes, clutching their red flowers and affixing them to their favorite outfits. Among the 100 flowers, Su Qian had received 35, while Zhou Qian garnered a mere 3. As the children were about to depart the stage, Zhou Qian arose and inquired as to why the others harbored such dislike for the butterfly fairy. The other contestants marveled at Zhou Qian's audacity, for this question was one she had suppressed and suppressed, ultimately unable to contain it any longer. Never could she have imagined receiving merely 3 flowers. In recent times, a wildly popular animated feature, Garden World, has swept across China, captivating both boys and girls alike. Within this animation, 2 butterflies serve as antagonists, and, as fate would have it, the butterfly wing design conceived by Zhou Qian bore a striking resemblance to these villainous characters. This, then, was a reason for her meager vote count. Upon hearing this, Su Qian, despite her best efforts, could not suppress a chuckle. It was a felicitous accident, and none could be blamed. Zhou Qian, ranking 5th, also advanced. The competition now hinged on the designer's depth of knowledge. In such circumstances, contestants with more extensive design experience held a distinct advantage. Simultaneously, the host announced the location of the garment factory to which the contestants would be heading. Upon hearing this, Su Qian's expression faltered momentarily. It was the garment factory under the Jian Corporation, the very same place the male protagonist had previously taken her. She glanced at Zhou Qian, wondering if, according to the laws of the male and female protagonists, an encounter might be in store. In truth, for the upcoming competition, she held an advantage. Compared to the other contestants, Su Qian possessed a greater familiarity with the factory. She had a certain understanding of the fabrics and materials within. A media personality, quite active online, sarcastically remarked that Cloud Platform had a powerful backer, noting that other variety shows did not exceed 90 minutes with various editing, but Cloud Platform was good, directly launching 3 hours, taking the rules of the state administration of radio, film, and television as nothing. Following the dissemination of that microblog post, his account experienced a precipitous decline in followers. Ultimately, he issued an apology for his imprudent remarks, acknowledging his failure to conduct adequate research, and subsequently, he sheepishly deleted the post. The results unveiled after midnight substantiated this, indicating that Cloud Platform's viewership ratings surpassed those of the second-place contender by a margin exceeding twofold. The Sky Road design competition sustained the fervor of its inaugural episode, attaining a level of widespread popularity by its second broadcast. This is, in fact, a niche reality show centered around fashion design, and few could have foreseen that Cloud Platform would emerge as this year's dark horse. Mom is number one. Mom is so amazing. Mom mentioned that the wrist strap was designed with me in mind. Mom also said that because I enjoy carrying things, she incorporated numerous pockets. Yes, Miss Sue is exceptionally talented. It's getting late. Shall we retire for the night? The butler responded, noting that it was nearly midnight, and the young master should be asleep. Su Yang's demeanor was animated as he spoke, but the weariness in his eyes gradually became apparent. All right, it's quite late. I'll call Mom in the morning to congratulate her. Good night, Uncle Butler. The butler, observing Su Yang's receding figure, marveled, not for the first time, that the young master was the most sensible and intelligent child he had ever encountered. In truth, Jian Zhan Yan need not have watched the program. His study door remained ajar, allowing him to hear Su Yang's real-time commentary from downstairs. Mom is truly remarkable with the most votes. The children have excellent taste, all voting for Mom. Wow, Mom is number one. Jian Zhan Yan could readily discern the unfolding of the competition's events. After closing the email, he received a call from the HR manager. Typically, at this hour, calls are only made for urgent matters. Jian Zhan Yan furrowed his brow, suspecting it was related to Jian Zhenwei. Mr. Jian, Miss Jian wishes to participate in the competition. As the HR manager uttered these words, he struggled to suppress the urge to express his frustration. The young heiress was indeed a challenge to accommodate. However, she was the daughter of the conglomerate. The HR manager, feeling helpless, had no choice but to relay the message to Jian Zhan Yan. He informed Jian Zhenwei that if she could perform her duties at Jian Corporation, she should do so. If not, she ought to leave. The HR manager thought to himself that Mr. Jian appeared rather heartless. The reason for his call was to transfer the responsibility of addressing this matter to Mr. Jian, even though he could handle it himself. Ultimately, he would face criticism either way. Within the company, they would accuse him of sycophancy, while online, he would be branded as someone abusing their power. In essence, he would find himself in an unenviable position. If Mr. Jian issued the order, no one would dare to object. Besides, given that it involved his younger sister, it could be considered reasonable. However, it seemed that this young lady of the Jian family was not particularly favored by Mr. Jian. Hearing the irritation in Mr. Jian's voice, the HR manager dared not say more and promptly ended the call. It became evident that Mr. Jian's initial assertion of treating the young lady as a regular employee was no mere courtesy. He was even unwilling to personally convey the message to her, leaving the HR manager to deliver it without affording her any semblance of respect. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself mentally, the HR manager awaited Jian Zhenwei's call. He conveyed Jian Zhan's attitude to the other party. The human resources manager did not utter the words "get lost," but rather tactfully informed Jian Zhanwei that her request was untenable, as Jian Zhan did not consent. Initially brimming with anger, Jian Zhanwei wilted upon hearing her brother's name mentioned. After hanging up the phone, she lamented to Zhou Qiang, "Honestly, what difference would it make if I were granted a spot? It's so infuriating." While Zhou Qiang offered words of comfort, her heart was filled with disdain. If Jian Zhanwei could secure a position in the competition, what value would the contest hold? As the saying goes, enemies are bound to cross paths. When Su Qian emerged from her room with a room card, the door opposite also swung open. revealing Jian Zhan Yan and Zhou Qiang stepping out. The three were residing directly across from one another. The following morning, everyone received news of their departure in the WeChat group, and it was only upon descending at the same time that they encountered one another. Zhou Qiang smiled at Su Qian as a greeting, while Jian Zhan Yan strode toward Su Qian with her chin held high, exuding an air of confrontation. However, all she saw upon approaching was the back of Su Qian's head, for Su Qian had already taken a couple of steps forward. As Jian Zhan Yan attempted to pursue her, Zhou Qiang halted her, while Su Qian stood in the elevator, observing Jian Zhan Yan's indignant expression through the closing gap of the doors. In the original narrative, Jian Zhan Yan was portrayed as a straightforward and endearing character. Yet after two encounters, Su Qian perceived her as rather foolish. It seemed that if Jian Zhan Yan's intellect were to be sold, it would command a hefty price, given that it had never been utilized. Su Qian silently mocked the situation, wondering how such a thing could possibly reside with Zhou Qiang. What came into view for Su Qian was a card exclusive to the 4 judges, a token that granted a single resurrection. Each judge possessed the prerogative to reinstate one contestant in the final round. The staff elucidated its significance to Su Qian with great solemnity, owing to the genuine gold tracery adorning its edges. Despite the discourse being casual, Su Qian's eidetic memory allowed her to recognize it with a mere glance. This card was rightfully in the custody of one of the 4 judges, so why was it in Zhou Qiang's possession? Which judge had relinquished it to Zhou Qiang? Su Qian surmised that there was certainly something amiss. 2 buses were designated for transportation from the garment factory ahead. One was for the contestants, and the other for the staff. Jian Zhan Yan insisted on sitting with Zhou Qiang, and the stage manager acquiesced to her request. Given that cameras would be recording the contestants on the bus, Jian Zhan Yan sought to occupy the last row to avoid being filmed. Thus, Jian Zhan Yan, who had hoped to opportunistically appear on camera, was summoned to the back row by the stage manager. The stage manager, unaware of Jian Zhan Yan's affiliation, was simply performing his duties. Under the circumstances, when the stage manager asked the woman in the yellow garment to come over, Jian Zhan Yan, despite her audacity, could not assert her claim to that seat. Su Qian, seated towards the rear, noticed Jian Zhan Yan's hand clenching into a fist as she proceeded towards the last row. She perceived Su Qian's amusement as mockery. In truth, Jian Zhan Yan was mistaken. Su Qian was merely amused by a message from her son, not ridiculing her. Of course, Jian Zhan Yan was oblivious to this. She now felt deeply humiliated by Su Qian's perceived contempt, causing her considerable distress. It was the appellation itself that caused Su Qian to chuckle audibly. The moniker Little Overlord contrasted sharply with Little Sweet Bean. The tone of the little bun clearly suggests dissatisfaction with this nickname. What agreement? This message was sent by Jian Zhan Yan. As for how he came to know about the agreement, it is because Su Yang had taken a screenshot of the conversation between him and Su Qian, which contained merely 2 lines. "Mom, don't forget our agreement. I'll wait for you after the competition." Okay. Su Yang posted on his social media, expressing his anticipation with the words, "Looking forward, looking forward, looking forward." Jian Zhan Yan, feeling inexplicably isolated, found Su Yang's repeated expression of anticipation increasingly irksome. The usually composed and profound Jian Zhan Yan ultimately could not resist the urge to message Su Qian and inquire about the nature of the agreement. When it came time for the director to present the final intriguing question, the contestants were given time to calculate their answers, and all participants, including Su Qian, naturally took out their phones. She immediately noticed Jian Zhan Yan's message, and her first instinct was to check Su Yang's social media updates. Throughout the journey, the director's questions revolved around fashion and costume design. Apart from a few days of intensive cramming and the knowledge she had acquired during her studies, Su Qian found herself lacking in understanding the more recent trends in fashion. Unsure of the answers and hesitant to respond, she ended up at the bottom of the score rankings, while the first place was claimed by Zhou Qiang. As they approached the garment factory, the director announced the rules for this episode. All contestants would enter the factory for a comprehensive tour. Subsequently, the production team would provide a general term related to the theme of the upcoming competition, and the contestants would be required to select fabrics independently, with each allowed to choose only 5 types. The champion will receive a prompt related to the theme, which indeed serves as a commendable reward, enabling participants to select fabrics that resonate closely with the theme, thus ensuring that their creations are not only aligned with the concept, but also fulfill their personal aspirations. Many expressed regret for not having answered the questions with greater diligence. As the gaze of the crowd fell upon her, Qian offered a serene smile, uttering nothing, for she felt no need to speak. The onlookers shifted their attention, gradually calming their emotions, observing contestant number 32, a true contender who appeared unperturbed by such advantages. They too should maintain composure, lest they allow this to affect their performance. Zhou Qiang, witnessing this, inwardly cursed Qian for her feigned nonchalance, convinced that beneath her composed exterior lay a deep-seated jealousy. Though her mind harbored such thoughts, the frustration within her remained unyielding. After all, she was the top contender. Why did Qian and the other participants seem so indifferent? Greetings, everyone. I am the factory director, Lian Ji. Welcome to our establishment. A man emerged from the towering building behind them, and Qian instantly recognized him as the director who had previously attended to her. After introducing himself, he began recounting the history of the garment factory and led the group through its various levels for a tour. Zhou Qiang trailed closely behind the director, seizing every opportunity to interject with comments whenever the director discussed a particular fabric, striving to present herself as knowledgeable and well-versed. Initially, I believed I had made a favorable impression on the factory director, who would undoubtedly commend me for my extensive knowledge. Being praised by the director of the largest garment factory in B City carries significant weight, and I could later boast about it online. To my surprise, however, before we had even progressed halfway, the director unexpectedly made a suggestion. Although I felt somewhat reluctant, I changed my position, perhaps believing that the director was a person of fairness. Yet, the subsequent reaction from the director clearly indicated to me that this was not the case. He was indeed biased. In Chapter 71, the treatment that made me envious illustrates that it is often better to avoid complications by pretending to be unfamiliar. From the director's demeanor, it was evident that he shared this sentiment. Qian stood 2 places away from Director Lian, at a perfectly balanced distance. However, as we approached the section on textile tools, Director Lian paused and, inexplicably, turned towards Qian, initiating an interaction that left me feeling quite envious. What insights could be gleaned from the embroidery techniques of that embroideress? This was a pivotal question, one that Qian had already discussed with the director during her first visit to the garment factory, so she could hardly claim ignorance. The embroideress employed the traditional embroidery techniques of the 2 ethnic group. Indeed, Miss Su is quite impressive. The 2 traditional embroidery technique is. All contestants bore identification numbers and names, so it was no surprise that Director Lian referred to Qian as Miss Su, having previously addressed me as Miss Zhou. Subsequently, the factory director commenced a series of inquiries. Some of these questions could be answered by the other designers, but their responses lacked thoroughness. Although Qian's knowledge was not extensive, the factory director had meticulously explained everything to her during her initial visit. Qian possessed an exceptional memory, particularly when it came to matters of fashion, enabling her to recall details with remarkable clarity. Consequently, she answered the factory director's seemingly intricate questions with fluency, much to the surprise of the other designers. Indeed, Miss Su possesses an impressively broad range of knowledge, a feat uncommon among young individuals. Others may be unaware, but I believe Miss Su is certainly cognizant. Precisely, Miss Su's explanation is entirely accurate. The chorus of affirmations and praises fueled Zhou Qiang's mounting resentment. This was the scenario she had envisioned for herself, yet it was unfolding with Qian at its center. How infuriating! If Qian had been somewhat oblivious initially, she now fully grasped the factory director's intentions. He was attempting to ingratiate himself with her. As Qian began to feel at ease, the contestants around her experienced increasing pressure. Number 32 is simply terrifying. How can one person possess such comprehensive knowledge? Previously, her knowledge of Tujia traditional embroidery and double-sided Su embroidery could be attributed to her interest in Chinese textile crafts. But why is she also familiar with foreign dyeing techniques? This garment factory serves as an authorized agent for foreign brands, adhering to stringent standards and employing manufacturing processes identical to those used abroad, both in terms of machinery and craftsmanship. Many of them had studied abroad and learned about the development history of foreign clothing, yet none could compare to number 32. Facing the factory director's questions, number 32 answered without hesitation, as if all the knowledge was deeply ingrained in her mind. Even with extremely niche crafts, number 32 was familiar. How could such a person have been unheard of in the design world before? While everyone was wary of Su Qian, they were also puzzled by this. The program continued with the next procedure, allowing the contestants to go to the workshop to select the fabrics they wanted, limited to 5 types. The theme of this competition was seasons. This was the theme, without specifying menswear or womenswear, nor whether to design outerwear or trousers. It was a very general topic. The program gave Zhou Qiang a hint as a reward for being in first place, cold. This was information known only to her. Zhou Qiang's mind raced. Cold meant winter in the 4 seasons? If it was winter fabric, then she couldn't choose gauze-like materials. With her own agenda in mind, Zhou Qiang went to various workshops to select fabrics. Many contestants deliberately walked slower, wanting to see what kind of materials Zhou Qiang would choose, thinking that if they chose similar ones, they wouldn't be far off. Zhou Qiang, of course, noticed this. She deliberately picked up several light fabrics in her hand. As long as she didn't confirm with the host, it wouldn't count as selected, which was perfect for confusing others. Initially, some people wanted to follow Zhou Qiang's selections. But after seeing the thick and thin fabrics, the red and green colors, and the various irrelevant combinations she was holding, they realized that Zhou Qiang was deliberately creating a smokescreen, so they stopped following her. The thematic scope of the 4 seasons is excessively broad. Such an arbitrary selection of 5 fabrics for garment creation is preposterous. Regardless of its entertainment value, such frivolity is unwarranted. Am I correct? Su Qian snapped her fingers, a smile playing on her lips as she addressed the camera. At that moment, a camera, which had been focused on the head director during Su Qian's analysis, captured his astonished expression in its entirety. While the majority of contestants were engrossed in selecting fabrics, apprehensive of falling behind, Su Qian alone contemplated the underlying issues. The spectators reveled in Director Zhang's bewildered countenance, exclaiming Su Qian's brilliance. Su Qian's memorable actions stemmed from sheer boredom. While other contestants deliberated, Su Qian swiftly and decisively acquired several basic colors, opting for conventional cotton and linen fabrics. Fabric selection is paramount before crafting the finished product. In the previous 2 instances, the contestant numbered 32 secured first place, largely due to the fabrics chosen, a resplendent dress and fluorescent patchwork children's attire, both strikingly eye-catching. In an era where the populace increasingly favors monochrome pairings, Su Qian's design presents a striking contrast. What fabrics will contestant 32, with such a pronounced personal style, select? Upon witnessing Su Qian's acquisition of basic black and white hues, those shadowing her were taken aback. Contestant 32 is not one to create commonplace monochrome designs. It is likely a ruse to conceal her true design intentions. They resolved to persist, convinced that contestant 32 would eventually make a selection. The 5 fabrics were those already in Su Qian's possession. Once confirmed with the host, no alterations were permitted. Those trailing Su Qian were dumbfounded. Indeed, contestant number 32 made those selections. This time, they've ceased their pursuit. They've discerned that contestant number 32 is simply beyond their comprehension, rather than squander their time. They'd be better off seeking their own path. The allotted time for fabric selection is 2 hours, yet Su Qian completed the task in a mere 15 minutes. Seated idly, Su Qian engaged in analytical musings. Little did she know, as she articulated these thoughts merely to pass the time, the head director in the nearby room was experiencing profound dismay. 2 hours may not seem extensive, but for Su Qian, who was unoccupied and waiting, it felt protracted. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed Jian Zhan Yan. The two were conversing near a pillar, away from the crowd. Though Su Qian couldn't hear their words, she surmised that Jian Zhan Yan was likely leveraging her status to pressure Lian Ji into targeting her. As Su Qian anticipated, Jian Zhan Yan was indeed invoking her identity as the heiress of the Jian Corporation. Jian Zhan Yan believed that the individual before her was merely a minor factory director within a subsidiary of the Jian Group, and would undoubtedly acquiesce to her seemingly modest request. Simply making a few disparaging remarks about Su Qian should pose no significant issue for the factory director. Feigning disdain for the other party would be a trivial matter. I find it difficult to comply with Miss Jian's request, Lian Ji stated. I, Lian, have always acted with impartiality. With that, Lian Ji strode away, disregarding Jian Zhan Yan. Unknown to others, Lian Ji and the human resources manager of the Jian Corporation hailed from the same county. Despite their seemingly disparate positions, they shared a clandestine connection. Last night, the human resources manager contacted Lian Ji, stating that Miss Jian was quite difficult to manage. He advised Lian not to be excessively accommodating, as if Miss Jian were to cause a scene, Mr. Jian would not tolerate it. Moreover, an important point was the confidence that Su Qian had instilled in him. Although Mr. Jian had said little during his visit to the factory, Lian, having lived for decades, could discern the underlying nuances. The young boy was undoubtedly a miniature version of Mr. Jian. Furthermore, that boy referred to Miss Su as mother. What manner of individual could compel such a busy person as Mr. Jian to personally accompany her in selecting fabrics? The nature of their relationship was quite evident. Fellow villagers had already informed him that Mr. Jian's relationship with his sister was strained, which warranted no courtesy. A direct refusal was in order. It was abundantly clear who held familial ties to the future heir of the Jian Group, his biological mother versus the aunt of the prospective successor. Observing Jian Zhan Yan angrily kick a pillar, Su Qian raised an eyebrow, sensing that the factory manager had not shown her any respect. The more she interacted with Jian Zhan Yan, the more she recognized her foolishness, acting without thought and wearing her emotions on her sleeve. Upon noticing Su Qian's gaze, Jian Zhan Yan met her eyes. Su Qian smiled softly before averting her gaze. In that moment, Jian Zhan Yan's intelligence peaked. She realized that the other was disparaging her. Indeed, just before looking away, Su Qian had unconsciously muttered a remark about the foolish woman. Glancing at the camera, aimed at Su Qian, Jian Zhan Yan held back her frustration before finally slamming her hand against the pillar in front of her, determined to uncover the method that Sister Chang had mentioned earlier. This woman infuriated her beyond measure, and she could hardly contain her anticipation to witness Su Qian in tears. For instance, the factory's complement of Suzhou embroidery artisans, and the lamentable discontinuation of certain intangible cultural heritage crafts. Su Qian was tempted to suggest that Director Lian need not embellish her role further. Yet she was mindful of the 3 cameras trained upon her, recording every subtle nuance of her expression. A hushed word of caution was out of the question. Thus, she acquiesced to Director Lian's discourse, which fortuitously revolved around points well within her ken, resulting in a harmonious exchange of queries and responses. In the interim, other contestants, having finalized their selections, gravitated toward the conversation, eager to glean insights. However, Director Lian and Contestant 32's dialogue had already progressed to the integration of intangible cultural heritage crafts with contemporary trends for promotional purposes. The discourse left many in a state of bewilderment, hesitant to interject lest they betray their own ignorance. Yet, the struggle to conceal their incomprehension was palpable. Expressions of bewilderment flickered across their faces at unfamiliar terms. By comparison, Su Qian appeared all the more enigmatic. Engaging in conversation proved a swifter passage of time than solitary contemplation. Before long, 2 hours had elapsed, and Zhou Qiang made her entrance with a mere 3 minutes to spare. Su Qian discerned the protagonist's petty sentiments at a glance, inwardly deriding her possessiveness. "Very well," announced the director, "we have arranged a group of surprise guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to, indeed." The so-called surprise guests were none other than Lin Zhou and his entourage, whom Su Qian had encountered at the restaurant. Chapter 72. What enchantment has Miss Su wrought? The guests commenced with introductions, whereupon the director elucidated the forthcoming rules. The world champion has come forth to engage in a competition with the designers of Tianlu. Should they best the champion team, each member will be granted a hint and the opportunity to select an alternative fabric. It is evident that playing games with the world champion feels somewhat unfair to the contestants. In response to their concerns, the director announced that the competition would be conducted through the game of rock, paper, scissors. The champion team consists of 5 members, each possessing 3 lives, who will sequentially face off against 20 contestants in this game of chance. Director Zhang perceived this as a win-win situation, thus introducing rock, paper, scissors as a game unlikely to draw ire from netizens. Upon hearing Director Zhang's statement, the contestants acquiesced, recognizing that the title of world champion holds little sway in a game of chance. The male designers were quite exhilarated by the surprise guest, as they had also partaken in that game, and they were pleasantly surprised to see the contestants' reactions. With her hands clasped behind her back, Qian pondered whether they might have recognized her. It seemed unlikely, and she quickly dismissed the thought. However, Qian was not mistaken. Lin Zhou was indeed stealing glances at her. His appearance as a guest was prompted by a suggestion he made during a phone conversation with the director about which game to promote. The reason was singular. He had fallen for Qian at first sight while dining in the restaurant. He noticed the work ID hanging around her neck, which granted access to the cloud platform. Though he could not discern her name, he only caught sight of the words Tianlu emblazoned on the ID's lanyard. After evading the reporters, Lin Zhou searched for information on the Tianlu competition, and the first news article to appear prominently featured the Dream Ruins dress and the fluorescent patchwork ensemble designed by Qian. Upon scrolling down and beholding Qian's photograph, he ascertained that she was indeed the individual he had encountered at the restaurant. The coterie was privy to the young proprietor's instant infatuation with the woman. They were consumed with curiosity as to how she had managed to bewitch him so thoroughly during their brief encounter at the eatery. Were it not for some form of enchantment, he would not have undergone such a striking transformation. She must possess both beauty and benevolence to have adopted a child. Enchantment. She must have employed enchantment. This sentiment resonated within the hearts of all the team members. The young proprietor had always maintained a lucid perspective when dealing with cunning and comely female anchors. What had transpired? His infatuation had reached alarming proportions. Judging by appearances, Miss Su was far from 30 years of age, a young, unmarried woman. How could she possibly meet the national requirements for adoption? The team members silently concurred that she had administered an excessive dose of enchantment. Thus, Qian, seated nearby, could not help but perceive the subtle yet persistent gazes of the 5 individuals. Among them, Lin Zhou exhibited the most peculiar demeanor, his smile appearing exceedingly awkward. Could her true identity have been compromised? Yet, she had only revealed her hands at the time. The young proprietor, who loathed squandering time on travel, was now willing to undertake an hour-long journey for the mere chance to engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors with his object of affection. Enchantment. It must be enchantment. Repetition for emphasis. Given their roles as guest stars in late editions, Lin Zhou and his colleagues occupied a limited amount of screen time. They merely took turns playing rock, paper, scissors with the contestants as non-player character facilitators before concluding their participation. As Lin Zhou awaited his turn, the prospect of playing rock, paper, scissors with Qian filled him with a sense of buoyant anticipation. In reality, esports world champions are not necessarily adept at every game. A team of 5, each with 3 lives, engaged in a rock, paper, scissors competition against the designers, only to be entirely vanquished by the time the 5th member faced their opponent. Qian, positioned 7th, was never given the chance to compete against any of them. The designers emerged victorious, leaving Lin Zhou and his companions crestfallen, their faces etched with a mixture of grief and indignation. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhou was lamenting his missed opportunity to interact with his idol, while the other 4 were vexed at their failure to discern the enigma of the love potion. Of course, the team members were curious about what made Qian so captivating, but they didn't even get to compete in rock, paper, scissors. They couldn't observe anything significant from a distance of less than 3 meters. And so, Lin Zhou and his entourage departed as hastily as they had arrived. Immediately after their defeat, the director began to deliver his closing remarks, and the designers were promptly moved to another location. Had his secret crush not been concealed, Lin Zhou might have even suspected the director of targeting him. He was utterly dejected upon leaving. Aside from a few confidants, Jian Zhan was another who noticed Lin Zhou's infatuation with Su Qian. While most people were unfamiliar with Lin Zhou's personality, Jian Zhan recognized that his behavior was highly unusual. Before becoming a streamer, Lin Zhou had been a professional gamer. Jian Zhan had been following him since his debut, as he was her favorite streamer. During her first year abroad, when Lin Zhou was making his mark in the esports scene, Jian Zhan, feeling spiritually empty in a foreign land, would watch his gameplay videos to pass the time. Jian Zhan harbored the mentality of a devoted fan towards Lin Zhou, and she was too nervous to even ask for an autograph upon meeting him in person. However, upon discerning Lin Zhou's extraordinary attentiveness towards Su Qian, Jian Zhan was utterly dismayed. Even Lin Zhou had seemingly fallen under that woman's spell. During his streams, a plethora of comely female broadcasters had professed their admiration for Lin Zhou. Innocent and endearing, sultry and alluring, a diverse array of archetypes that even Jian Zhan found aesthetically pleasing. Yet, Lin Zhou had maintained an unruffled demeanor in the face of these enticements, indulging in mere verbal banter within the confines of his streaming room. Consequently, Jian Zhan recognized the singularity of Lin Zhou's reaction to Su Qian. He was simply not the type to gaze dreamily at women. Su Qian must have surreptitiously seduced Lin Zhou. There could be no other explanation for Lin Zhou's behavior. With both fresh and long-standing animosities, Jian Zhan now harbored an intense loathing for Su Qian. She seized her mobile phone and dispatched a message to Jian Zhan Yan, the contents of which would become known to Su Qian within 10 minutes, courtesy of her son. As it was Sunday, Su Yang was at home on holiday, and Jian Zhan Yan also found himself uncharacteristically free in the morning. Ordinarily, he would have ventured to the office even without pressing matters. But circumstances had changed since the arrival of his son, prompting Jian Zhan Yan to remain at home. As his watch was inoperable and his iPad was charging upstairs, he turned his gaze towards the butler, poised to request the loan of his mobile phone. Before he could utter a word, however, a phone was tossed in his direction. "Return it to the study when you're finished. Didn't you mention that you could seek my assistance with problems? Remember that for next time." With that, Jian Zhan Yan ascended the stairs. Su Yang pouted slightly and began playing with Jian Zhan Yan's phone. As fate would have it, Jian Zhan's WeChat message arrived at that precise moment. "What do you mean by philandering?" Little Baozi deliberately searched on Baidu, only to be left with even more questions. Why was it stated earlier that it was a man? Yet later the phrase was explained as a form of seduction and teasing of women. As little Baozi pondered over the idiom's meaning, he mused, Mom would never do such a thing. He realized that his aunt was speaking ill of his mother, but he found it difficult to grasp the overall meaning of the statement. After much contemplation, little Baozi captured the screen with a small camera on his watch and sent it to Su Qian. "Mom, what does this mean? Bad aunt is definitely speaking ill of you." After winning at rock, paper, scissors, the contestants proceeded to select fabrics. Once the fabric selection concluded, they broke for lunch at the cafeteria of the garment factory. It was then that she noticed a message from Su Yang. "Mom knows. She is indeed speaking ill of me, and she will teach her a lesson." She resolved not to be as timid as her original self, while protecting Su Yang. She would also ensure he understood the situation. This way, as the child grew, he would learn to discern right from wrong, rather than perpetually hiding beneath his parents' wings, never truly maturing. "All right, Mom, good luck in the competition." In Su Yang's mind, his current mother was no longer someone who could be easily bullied. When evening arrived, he planned to message his mother again. If she hadn't T1, he would assist her. With that thought, Su Yang ascended to the second floor to return the phone. When he knocked on the door, little Baozi was very polite, handing over the phone with both hands while saying thank you, but as he left, he let out a cold snort. The endearing murmur elicited a subtle arch of an eyebrow from Jian Zhan Yan. After a moment of contemplation, he unlocked his phone, noticing that the latest message from Jian Zhan had been read, signified by the absence of the unread notification. Jian Zhan Yan massaged his temples, emitting a sigh before proceeding to blacklist Jian Zhan, an action he should have undertaken years prior. Su Qian and the garment factory's director appeared to share a past intimacy. This message was dispatched by Jian Zhan, incensed upon witnessing Su Qian seated at the same table as the director while her beloved sister Chong was not. She sought to inform Jian Zhan Yan of this perceived injustice. However, the message failed to send, and a red exclamation mark signaled its failure, prompting her to strike the table in frustration. In her view, her brother had been utterly bewitched by that vixen. From Su Qian's vantage point, across the table, Jian Zhanwei's reaction was evident. She seemed agitated by something she had viewed on her phone. Meanwhile, Zhou Qian wore a displeased expression, as if burdened by her own thoughts. Su Qian remained unaware of the source of Jian Zhanwei's vexation, but she understood the cause of Zhou Chang's melancholy. The table was occupied by 4 individuals: the factory director, the head director, the assistant director, and Su Qian. Zhou Qian had attempted to join them, but the director had deterred her, citing the limited space and potential inconvenience during the meal. Why was Su Qian the object of so much adoration? Zhou Qian reflected on the online sentiments and now observed the director and head director engaging with Su Qian in amicable conversation. A wave of jealous acrimony threatened to overwhelm her. The episode's filming progressed smoothly, and after the meal, the head director announced a 90-minute break for the contestants, during which the factory director had arranged for dormitory accommodations. Under the factory manager's deliberate orchestration, it was Su Qian's turn to have a room to herself. Su Qian surmised, with a high degree of certainty, that the manager was intentionally playing favorites once again. Upon entering the room and setting her suitcase down, she stifled a yawn, intending to take a brief nap for half an hour. Just then, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Su Qian was greeted by Jian Zhanwei. She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes and said, "What do you want?" Apart from reporting to your brother and leveraging your position to infiltrate the crew as a staff member, what remarkable feats can you accomplish? I wish to take a nap now, so please do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall promptly call Jian Zhan Yan and have him speak with you personally. With that, Su Qian swiftly concluded her remarks and shut the door with a resounding bang. Jian Zhanwei, who had come to confront Su Qian regarding her relationship with Lin Zhou, was met with a closed door and a stern lesson. Infuriated, she raised her hand, contemplating a forceful knock to summon Su Qian out, but recalled Su Qian's earlier words and lowered it instead. The fact that her brother had blocked her indicated his impatience. If she were to have Su Qian speak ill of her to him, he might very well come and send her abroad without hesitation. Reluctantly, she decided to wait until after Su Qian's nap to return. As she left, Jian Zhanwei yawned twice. She too felt fatigued. Meanwhile, Su Qian lay on her bed, quickly slipping into slumber, unaware that numerous events transpired while she was asleep. Upon awakening half an hour later, she was bewildered to find over 20 missed calls on her phone. What on earth happened? Chapter 73. Listen, Jian Zong has been criticized for lacking sense. Among the 20 missed calls, one was from Jian Zhan Yan, while the rest were from Ms. Zhao. As Su Qian elucidated, she reached for some water. Her throat parched from having slept with the window open, exposed to the draft. I looked it up online, she continued. This Lin Zhou is quite affluent, capable of providing for a family. Perhaps you shouldn't be too discerning. The young man is not lacking in appearance or stature. How do you know Lin Zhou? Su Qian inquired, puzzled, after gulping down half a bottle of water. I saw you on the television at the mahjong parlor while playing today. The contestant Su Qian in the Tianlu competition. Isn't that you? Su Qian grew increasingly bewildered. Before hanging up, her mother continued to implore her to seize this opportunity, emphasizing that such eligible men are hard to come by. Su Qian was left in a daze. However, the phone call dispelled her drowsiness. Even numerous acquaintances and colleagues, with whom she had lost contact, sent messages inquiring if there was any joyous news to be shared. Ultimately, it was a message from Su Yang that clarified the situation. Su Yang's WeChat message contained a link, accompanied by the text, "I'm watching television downstairs, and General Manager Jian saw this. He doesn't seem very pleased." Upon opening the link, Su Qian finally understood the reason for the barrage of messages. Coincidentally, Lin Zhou was streaming live while this issue was being discussed. The livestream viewers filled the screen with exclamation marks. Lin Zhou, a versatile and comprehensive streamer, was known for his humorous style, technical prowess in games, and appealing appearance, attracting a substantial following of both male and female fans. In the streamer rankings across various platforms, Lin Zhou was considered a top-tier streamer. Given that viewers of live streams are also considered aficionados, they are capable of discerning the nuances in Lin Zhou's demeanor. Today being Sunday, Bao Jr. is free from scholastic obligations and is ensconced in the living room, having tuned in to his preferred channel in anticipation of the afternoon's animated features. Su Yang perceives nothing amiss, reasoning that his mother's virtues naturally attract admirers. Su Qian surveyed the online milieu and, as she had anticipated, found herself the subject of widespread criticism. Numerous female admirers of Lin Zhou were vociferously asserting that he had lost his senses and making disparaging remarks about Su Qian being encumbered by offspring. While not explicitly stated, the underlying implication was that Su Qian was unworthy of Lin Zhou. What manner of unprovoked misfortune was this? Were Lin Zhou within her reach at that moment, she would likely tear him to shreds. Refreshing the page, she noticed that Lin Zhou had posted a new microblog entry. Unwilling to monopolize public attention, as I articulated during the live broadcast, I hold Miss Su in high regard. It is I who have inadvertently implicated her in this matter. I extend my sincerest apologies to Miss Su. Henceforth, I shall exercise greater prudence in my utterances. The microblog post was succinct and unequivocal, serving as a dedicated apology to Su Qian. Following the dissemination of the apology, the trending topics gradually diminished in prominence, presumably due to Lin Zhou's team withdrawing them from the trending list. Subsequently, news of a romantic entanglement involving a popular young actor surfaced abruptly. As neither Su Qian nor Lin Zhou were prominent idols, the attention of netizens swiftly shifted, primarily because the existing scandal had been thoroughly dissected. Shortly thereafter, Su Qian received a text message from Lin Zhou. Miss Su, greetings. I am Lin Zhou. I obtained your contact information from Director Zhang. I wish to express my remorse, as I had not anticipated such a tempestuous reaction online. Whenever your schedule permits, I would like to extend an invitation to dinner as atonement. What matter prompted Mr. Jian to make a phone call? Through the receiver, the sound of paper rustling could be discerned. Miss Su is participating in the Tianlu competition. I personally advise against sensationalizing matters related to gender. Of course, should Miss Su intend to venture into the entertainment industry in the future, consider my words unspoken. Upon the mention of the entertainment realm, Jian Zhan Yan's gaze darkened, his voice turning notably colder. The sudden change in Jian Zhan Yan's countenance stemmed from his belief that Su Qian's choice to stir rumors with Lin Zhou indicated a desire to enter the entertainment world. That arena of fame and fortune magnifies human greed exponentially, and ultimately, Su Qian, swallowed by that industry, could resort to any measure. While it might be manageable for an ordinary artist, the concern lies with someone as sensitive as Su Qian, who might succumb to the temptations instigated by those around her. Potentially causing harm to Su Yang. Upon returning to the second floor, Jian Zhan Yan's immediate instinct was to call Su Qian and warn her. However, the other end of the line remained unanswered for an extended period, leading Jian Zhan Yan to regain his composure. If Su Qian truly wished to enter the entertainment industry, no one could deter her. Excessive admonitions would merely fall on deaf ears. Jian Zhan Yan resolved that if Su Qian indeed pursued a career in that sphere, her relationship with Su Yang's mother would inevitably come to an end. With this thought, Jian Zhan Yan's gaze deepened, resembling a still, dark pool. He could not allow Su Qian to exploit her child as a mere tool. In the next moment, Su Qian's crisp voice echoed through the receiver. What nonsense are you talking? Do you believe I could sue you for defamation? Succumbing entirely to her ire, Su Qian unleashed her pent-up fury, a misfortune deserved by the male protagonist, as she had been harboring resentment, and he had inadvertently walked into the line of fire. Which eye of yours witnessed my self-promotion? Is such a hasty judgment befitting of a meticulous individual? Mr. Jian, I shall reiterate one last time, relinquish your condescending demeanor. As a sentient being, I implore you to employ your intellect. For the sake of Su Yang, I had hoped to coexist amicably with you, but should you continue to provoke me repeatedly, do not fault me for showing no leniency. I beseech you one last time, engage your mind when contemplating matters. Su Qian concluded her tirade and abruptly disconnected the call, disregarding Jian Zhan Yan's reaction. Having vented her spleen, Su Qian felt invigorated, while Jian Zhan Yan, the recipient of the scolding, was somewhat dumbfounded. After a prolonged pause, he slammed the document onto the desk, exclaiming with restrained indignation, "Crude." At that moment, Assistant Zhang, who was stationed at the doorway, wished he had succumbed to a fainting spell or illness that morning, rather than facing the suffocating atmosphere that now permeated the room. Would delivering this report 10 minutes later have resulted in my demise? Why did I have to arrive at this precise moment? Alas, woe is me. Assistant Zhang lamented inwardly. This was also the first time Assistant Zhang had witnessed someone daring to berate his boss so vehemently. Miss Su is truly a divine being. Observing Jian's countenance, he was so incensed that he could only impotently utter the word crude. This reminded Assistant Zhang of the assertive manner in which Miss Su had conducted herself during her visit to the Qian Corporation. Appearances can be deceiving. Miss Su may appear to be gentle and refined, but in reality, she is a formidable individual who dares to reprimand President Jian audibly. After a moment of astonishment, Assistant Zhang suddenly realized the precariousness of his current situation. In ancient times, those who uncovered the emperor's secrets or witnessed his downfall often met with dire fates. He found himself in such a predicament now. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from this dilemma, Assistant Zhang abruptly stiffened. For General Jian's gaze had turned towards him. "Bring me the report." Jian Zhan Yan resumed his usual demeanor. Zhang hurriedly stepped forward to present the document. He then transferred his current responsibilities to Secretary Li. "General Jian, you know I'm tight-lipped. I won't utter a word. Yes, you. The incident of you being reprimanded by Miss Su will not escape my lips." Assistant Zhang quickly raised his hand in a vow, interrupting any impending remarks regarding his dismissal. Jian Zhan Yan paused in his motion to sign, setting down his pen, crossing his arms, and leaning back, his sharp gaze scrutinizing Assistant Zhang. "What are you doing standing here instead of reporting?" Jian Zhan Yan frowned in disdain, refraining from mentioning the earlier matter that demanded Assistant Zhang's discretion. "Yes, General. I shall report immediately." Assistant Zhang strode out, only to be called back by Jian Zhan Yan at the door. "Keep a vigilant watch on Su Qian's movements and report any issues promptly." Upon hearing this directive, Assistant Zhang understood the reason behind his reassignment. Could it be that General Jian feared Miss Su might be poached by Lin Zhou? It must be so. Rest assured, General. I will keep a close eye on Miss Su. With a wave of his hand, Jian Zhan Yan dismissed him, and Assistant Zhang departed. Given Jian Zhan Yan's disposition to err on the side of severity, he would invariably trust his own investigations over Su Qian's entreaties. However, mindful of Su Qian's role as the mother of his child, he would proceed with utmost caution to avoid any misjudgment. Presently, two possibilities existed. Either Su Qian was indeed without ulterior motives, a notion Jian Zhan Yan deemed improbable, or she was adept at concealing her true intentions. Dispatching Assistant Zhang was a calculated move to potentially uncover any of Su Qian's indiscretions. For the head of the Jian Corporation, such skepticism was occasionally an asset. Following her reprimand of Jian Zhan Yan, Su Qian, noting that she had half an hour before the recording, made some quick touch-ups and headed to the venue. Most contestants were already there. Su Qian took her seat and scanned the room, but Zhou Qian was nowhere to be seen. Her fellow contestants showed no particular reaction to her arrival, being unaware of the online uproar after their naps, by which time the trending topics had been removed. However, the staff's gazes made it clear that they were informed. After about 5 minutes, Zhou Qian appeared and went straight to Su Qian, asking, "Miss Su, may we have a word over there?" Zhou Qian gestured toward the secluded corner. 20 minutes before the recording, Su Qian followed Zhou Qian to the wall, where she was immediately met with, "Miss Su, Wei Wei is heartbroken in her room. She's just a naive, childish person. Please don't hold it against her." Witnessing Zhou Qian's attempt to tarnish her reputation, Su Qian responded with a scornful laugh. Abruptly, she raised her left hand, directing a swift and forceful gesture towards Zhou Qian. Taken aback by Su Qian's sudden action, Zhou Qian was rendered speechless. She found herself unable to react, her pupils contracting in a state of paralysis. As the approaching force grew nearer, she instinctively closed her eyes. However, the anticipated pain never materialized. With trembling eyelashes, she opened her eyes, meeting Su Qian's malicious and unrestrained grin. "Miss Zhou," Su Qian remarked, "an excess of presumptuous remarks can lead to consequences." With that, Su Qian turned to leave. muttering under her breath, "Why are there so many dim-witted individuals today?" Zhou Qiang pursed her lips, unable to discern whether Su Qian had heeded her words. Regarding Lin Zhou, Zhou Qiang was well aware that Su Qian's association with him was not intended to provoke Jian Zhan Yan. Her intention in mentioning him was to deliberately expose this information to Su Qian, making her aware of Jian Zhan Yan's affections for Lin Zhou. As a result, Jian Zhan Yan's actions against Su Qian would likely escalate, prompting Su Qian to recall Zhou Qiang's words and potentially use Lin Zhou to antagonize Jian Zhan Yan. As their conflict deepened, Zhou Qiang could then reveal Su Qian's ambiguous relationship with Lin Zhou to her beloved Jian Gij. No man could tolerate being cuckolded. Consequently, Su Qian would undoubtedly be barred from entering the Jian family and would be perceived as a promiscuous woman. This is Zhou Qiang's cunning strategy. She initially believed that after revealing Jian Wei's feelings for Lin Zhou, the latter would certainly react. However, upon hearing her words, Su Qian's expression remained utterly unchanged. This individual conceals her true self far too well. Zhou Qiang clenched her fist. Su Qian must be eliminated. It is undeniable that Su Qian's plan for self-preservation has failed miserably, as both the male and female leads perceive her as someone who is deeply enigmatic. Everything will be determined based on the circumstances. If necessary, she could turn the tables against them. Each contestant must call the last person on their phone to entice them into revealing the words on the answer sheet, with the shortest time deemed the victor. Director Zhang announced the rules of the upcoming game through a loudspeaker. Su Qian's expression froze. She could not have misheard, could she? The last call she made was to Jian Zhan Yan. Moreover, the two had parted on rather unpleasant terms, with her having scolded him rather harshly. Chapter 74. Leading the child to find her mother in stark contrast to the other contestants who began frantically tapping their phone screens upon hearing this news. Su Qian displayed a remarkable sense of integrity. Whether it was her phone's photo album or text messages, she felt no fear, with no guilty conscience. Su Qian had deleted nothing from her phone. At this moment, she deeply regretted not having formatted her phone earlier, as calling Jian Zhan Yan now felt like inviting disaster. Yet, the phone had already been submitted. Su Qian acknowledged her moment of folly, for she had attempted to call Jian Zhan Yan numerous times before, most of which had gone unanswered. As the president of the Jian group, he was inundated with endless work and meetings every day. It is precisely 2 p.m., typically a busy time for work. So there's a chance the person may not answer, correct? With this thought, Su Qian felt a slight ease and proceeded to draw the content she needed the other party to verbalize, along with the other contestants. Exquisite, she mused, quite simple. Su Qian drew the number 16 for a phone call. There were 20 contestants in total. She observed the preceding contestants racking their brains to get their friends on the other end of the line to utter the words they had drawn, gleaning considerable experience from their efforts. When it came to Zhou Qiang, the 10th contestant, she picked up her phone and opened her call history. Zhou Qiang said in a saccharine tone, "I'm calling Brother Jian." Prior to this, Zhou Qiang had deliberately dialed Jian Zhan Yan's number, although the call didn't go through. The last call displayed was to Jian Zhan Yan. The other contestants erupted in playful jeers upon hearing this, recognizing from the name that their relationship was likely significant. However, the call went unanswered. She tried 3 times, but to no avail. Su Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her. If that was the case, her call probably wouldn't be answered either. Excellent. A hint of elation flickered in her eyes. Zhou Qiang, whose call had not been answered, instinctively glanced at Su Qian. Catching the schadenfreude on her face, she felt utterly disgusted. As the saying goes, when you dislike someone, everything they do seems wrong. Su Qian's reaction didn't seem particularly egregious to the others, but Zhou Qiang felt that she was mocking her. In the end, Zhou Qiang resorted to the penultimate number in her call history. The person who answered was the driver of her family's villa. It took Zhou Qiang 40 seconds to get him to say the word diamond. "What gift did my brother give my sister-in-law last month?" "A diamond." These are the words spoken by Zhou Qiang. After the driver mentioned a series of branded luxury items, he ultimately settled on a red diamond, thus completing Zhou Qiang's task. During this phone call, Zhou Qiang took the opportunity to flaunt her wealth and the harmonious relationship with her siblings-in-law. Although she did not manage to reach Jian Zhan Yan, The envious expressions of the other contestants made her chin lift slightly, filled with a sense of pride. Soon, it was Su Qian's turn. She stepped forward to make a call. When contestants dial, a cameraman captures a close-up of the phone screen, broadcasting the image on the large LED screen at the back of the venue. Everyone could see Su Qian's contact note, male lead. The crowd erupted in playful cheers, finding this title more intimate and suggestive than the name Brother Jian, infused with a certain charm. Su Qian, undistracted by the crowd's reactions, focused intently on counting the beeping sounds in the receiver. If it rang 8 times without being answered, she would hang up and declare it a failed attempt. 5, 6, 7, 8. With a feigned expression of regret, she was just about to press the red button when a voice came through the receiver. Miss Su. Oh! The onlookers stifled their urge to scream, for it was a man's voice, sounding quite enchanting. The way he addressed her as Miss Su was so gentlemanly, evoking an alluring sense of restraint. What does pretty mean in Chinese? Su Qian quickly inquired. There was a brief pause on the other end. Then the voice echoed back her English name before responding. Beautiful? Ah, Miss Su is truly remarkably astute, completing this in the shortest time possible, just 5 seconds. The host chimed in with praise. Previously, others had sought shortcuts, but none had employed such a straightforward and forceful method as Su Qian, which diverted attention from translation. The factory director, Lian, watched from the sidelines, brimming with smugness. None of you knew, did you? Only I was privy to this. He mused that the individual noted as the male protagonist was, in reality, President Jian, whom he had encountered and recognized by his voice. Lian Ji was inwardly pleased with his unique perspicacity. Zhou Qiang clenched her fists the instant Su Qian's call connected, her fingernails digging into her palm until it bled. Yet she felt no pain. Jian had answered Su Qian's call, but not hers. Su Qian was far too adept at feigning innocence. She would expose her true colors eventually. The competition proceeded, while Jian Zhan Yan, having been disconnected, was utterly bewildered. Could it be that pretty did not mean beautiful? Jian Zhan Yan, typically gifted with languages, began to question his grasp of culture for the first time upon hearing the dial tone. He reasoned that the simplest words are often the easiest to misunderstand. With this in mind, Jian Zhan Yan consulted his phone to verify his understanding, confirming that he was indeed correct. What was the purpose of Su Qian's call? Could it be that their previous phone conversation had ended on a sour note, and upon reflection, she felt it was inappropriate, and the call was an attempt to reconcile? Jian Zhan Yan found this reasoning plausible, yet something must have occurred to prompt such a change in Su Qian's demeanor. Jian Zhan Yan contacted his special assistant, Zhang, to inquire if he had arrived at the garment factory. Zhang, standing at the factory entrance, confirmed his recent arrival. Maintain close surveillance. Jian Zhan Yan instructed tersely before ending the call, though no explicit mention was made of whom to observe or what to watch. Assistant Zhang was acutely aware that President Jian was referring to Miss Su. The fact that President Jian entrusted this matter to him was, in itself, a sign of his esteem. With such thoughts, Assistant Zhang entered the garment factory, his heart brimming with joy. There were 20 contestants in total, each allotted 3 to 5 minutes, and thus the proceedings stretched beyond an hour. Ultimately, each participant, based on their scores from the games, began the process of selecting fabrics once more. The chief director then announced the final theme, Winter Battle Song. The competitors were tasked with designing uniforms for the UT team, who were set to participate in the upcoming Winter World Cup months later. The design required consisted of outerwear and trousers, forming a 2-piece athletic ensemble. Tomorrow, the members of the UT team would return to the garment factory, allowing all designers the opportunity to pose inquiries to the team members, thereby crafting uniforms that resonated with their essence. This aspect had been a last-minute alteration. The director's initial plan was to showcase the UT team's materials and allow the contestants to unleash their creativity. The additional interviews were a promise made when Lin Zhou, the minor owner of the club affiliated with the UT team, was on the phone with Director Zhang, requesting Miss Su's contact number. It was precisely this that led Director Zhang to agree to provide Lin Zhou with the phone number, hinting at a somewhat opportunistic intent. Upon hearing Lin Zhou's enthusiastic affirmation, Director Zhang became convinced that the news of Lin Zhou's admiration for Su Qian was not mere rhetoric. It was evident that he had taken a liking to her. Unless in cases where the television station maintained exceptionally close ties, it was unlikely they would engage in additional projects solely to bolster popularity. Director Zhang understood that this was all done in consideration of Su Qian, prompting him to smile even more warmly at her. Zhou Qiang procured 2 portions of food from the cafeteria and proceeded to deliver them to Jian Zhan Yan's room. She was undeniably enticing her brother. Once my head feels better tomorrow, I will ensure she faces the consequences. Jian Zhan Yan pounded the table in frustration, observing the growing animosity towards her. Zhou Qiang offered a smile and inquired about Jian Zhan Yan's well-being, which deeply touched Jian Zhan Yan's heart, showcasing their profound sisterly bond. Gently caressing her burgeoning belly, Su Qian began to search for information regarding the UT team, preparing for the upcoming interview and design discussions. At that moment, while Su Qian felt satiated, the father and son duo were left famished, standing at the entrance of the garment factory. Following Jian Zhan Yan's previous visit, the security system had registered his fingerprint. Upon reaching the gate, he pressed his fingerprint, prompting the guard to allow him entry without hesitation. Thus, Jian Zhan Yan traversed the premises in silence, unnoticed by anyone. In his grasp, the little bun continued to whimper softly, prompting Jian Zhan Yan to massage his temples in exasperation, stating, "If you continue crying, I shall not assist you in finding your mother." Upon hearing this, the little bun sealed his lips. Jian Zhan Yan found the sound of children wailing quite displeasing. However, Su Yang's cries were muted, only manifesting as occasional sobs when overwhelmed with emotion. This manner of crying tugged at Jian Zhan Yan's heartstrings, and though he initially intended to leave the child to understand that tears would not always yield results, after 2 hours of working in his study, he descended to find Su Yang still weeping. The butler, filled with concern, remarked that he hadn't ceased. Jian Zhan Yan's heart softened, and disregarding the time, he took Su Yang to the garment factory to find Su Qian. Young Su's weeping was rather inexplicable. After watching cartoons for an hour in the afternoon, he yawned, declared he was sleepy, and went to bed. He awoke 3 hours later, sobbing, and kept insisting on finding his mother. No matter what Jian Zhan Yan asked, he wouldn't say, just cried and clamored for his mother. By the time Jian Zhan Yan descended from his study, he found that Su Yang's small, grape-like eyes had swollen into the size of walnuts. The butler, with deep concern, said that the child was too young, and such crying could easily harm him. Even for an adult, such weeping was no small matter. In the end, Jian Zhan Yan conceded, bringing Su Yang to find his mother. Although the little dumpling was still sobbing along the way, he no longer shed tears, and his eyes weren't as red. Jian Zhan Yan planned to first go to the factory director's office to inquire about Su Qian's whereabouts, but unexpectedly encountered Director Lian in the corridor. "President Jian, when did you arrive? You should have informed me, so I could have welcomed you." Director Lian greeted him eagerly upon seeing Jian Zhan Yan. He glanced at Su Yang, then inquired with a hint of doubt, "Is there a reason for your visit at this hour?" Before Jian Zhan Yan could speak, Director Lian preemptively answered his own question. "You're looking for Miss Su, aren't you? She's in room 408. Shall I escort you there?" Director Lian sighed inwardly, not expecting President Jian to be so clingy in matters of the heart. Alas, one truly cannot judge a book by its cover. Unbeknownst to Jian Zhan Yan, this was the second label affixed to him today. "No need, I'll go myself," Jian Zhan Yan declined, then led Su Yang into the elevator and pressed the 4th floor button. As the factory director sighed quietly, watching Jian Zhan Yan's figure vanish from sight, he couldn't help but think of him as a romantic at heart. Upon arriving at the 4th floor, room 408, Jian pressed the doorbell. Inside, Su Qian was in the kitchen washing fruits, with her phone playing an introduction to the UT team. The garment factory had arranged for the contestants to stay in small apartment buildings, equipped with all the necessities for daily life. The strawberries and grapes she was washing were sent by Assistant Zhang. Earlier in the afternoon, Su Qian had encountered Assistant Zhang, who mentioned that he was now responsible for overseeing the Jian family's investment project. In other words, the previous male employee had withdrawn, and now Assistant Zhang had taken over. The fact that an assistant from the CEO's side was involved in a mature investment project left Su Qian with no choice but to harbor suspicions. After tasting a grape, she mused that even if Assistant Zhang was just the male lead's lackey, she had nothing to fear. He could act as an informant as he pleased. After all, she had a clear conscience. The grapes were truly sweet. Su Qian picked up a second grape to savor. Just then, the doorbell rang, and upon seeing the two figures outside, she was taken aback. Why had the male lead brought the little bun with him? Oh dear! Su Yang suddenly rushed forward, clinging to Su Qian's leg and sobbing, as if he had suffered a great injustice. The force of Su Yang's sudden advance caused Su Qian to stumble back 2 steps, allowing Jian Zhan Yan to seize the opportunity to enter the room and close the door behind him. His reason for staying was to ascertain why Su Yang had abruptly awakened, crying for his mother. It was concerning that he had cried himself to sleep, but glancing at the clock, which indicated it was past 9, Su Qian decided against waking him. Earlier, when he was in her arms, he had not been so agitated, so she hoped all was well. Gently placing Su Yang on the bed, Su Qian turned a glance at Jian Zhan Yan, her gaze decidedly unfriendly. Jian Zhan Yan. He could explain. Chapter 75. The male protagonist's appearance is more effective than a slap. Su Yang's tears came without any forewarning. Just that afternoon, he had been perfectly fine, enjoying cartoons, and prior to his nap, he had played in the garden with Gua Gua for quite a while, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. Yet, upon awakening, he was suddenly overwhelmed with tears, unable to contain his emotions. Had it not been for Su Yang's profound sadness, Jian Zhan Yan would not have acquiesced to accompany him to the garment factory. Listening to Jian Zhan Yan's account, Su Qian furrowed her brow tightly. In this regard, the male protagonist was not prone to deceit. She began to question whether sending her child to be with the male protagonist was indeed the right decision. Ultimately, what she desired was for Su Yang to be well. Upon learning that it was not Jian Zhan Yan's influence causing the distress, Su Qian reigned in her murderous glare. The little bun would likely sleep until the next day. Currently, Su Qian resided in a small 1-bedroom apartment with a bathroom, lacking a room for Jian Zhan Yan to stay overnight. She had little to discuss with him and was contemplating sending him away when the doorbell rang. Who could possibly arrive at this hour? As Su Qian approached the peephole and recognized the visitor, she instructed Jian Zhan Yan, "Why don't you sit on the balcony for a while?" The small apartment featured a clothing-drying balcony with a chair, and as she spoke, Su Qian gently guided Jian Zhan Yan to the balcony, encouraging him to take a seat. Even his closest associates rarely engaged in such playful jostling and in professional settings. No one dared to lay a hand on Director Jian. At home, Jian Zhanwei acted as if she was fearful of Jian Zhan Yan, never daring to express herself freely. Sun Lingwei once remarked that Jian Zhan Yan emanated an aura that kept others at bay. Jian Zhan Yan himself was oblivious to this, but the behavior of those around him corroborated Sun Lingyue's observation. However, Su Qian was an exception. Her interactions with him were those of normal conversation, lacking the restraint others displayed. The act of pushing him onto the balcony, for instance, would have been preceded by careful consideration from anyone else, whereas Su Qian's actions were spontaneous. Jian Zhan Yan tapped his fingers lightly on the chair's armrest, pondering whether Su Qian was genuinely indifferent or merely feigning it. Perhaps he should take the initiative to probe her, Jian Zhan Yan mused thoughtfully. With a click, Su Qian opened the door, and Jian Zhan Yan's expression immediately hardened as he heard Jian Zhanwei's invective. Seeing that Jian Zhanwei was alone, Su Qian knew she had come with ill intentions. Zhou Chang's absence indicated her desire to avoid involvement, suggesting that Jian Zhanwei had already been influenced by Zhou Qiang in her room. Thus, she had come to confront Su Qian without thinking. As expected, Jian Zhanwei strode in with her chin raised high, adopting a condescending tone. A crow from the slums, presuming to fly to the branches and transform into a phoenix. How shameless. She spat, perched elegantly on the bed. Su Qian observed Jian Zhanwei's furious tirade with composed amusement. After about half a dozen vituperative remarks, Jian Zhanwei noticed Su Qian's unwavering gaze fixed upon her in silence. She scrutinized Su Qian and queried, "What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Finished, are we?" Su Qian responded, rising to approach Jian Zhan Yan. The latter tilted her chin defiantly, feigning fearlessness. What did Su Qian think she would do? Actually strike her? The next instant, a sharp, resounding slap echoed as Jian Zhan Yan's face twisted towards the doorway from the force. She had been struck by Su Qian. In truth, Su Qian had tempered her strength. The sound was more impactful than the actual blow, merely causing Jian Zhan Yan's cheek to flush. Had she truly exerted her full power, Jian Zhan Yan's face would now be swollen. This slap is for your unbridled tongue and vacuous mind. Su Qian rotated her wrist, her aim not to inflict physical harm, but to instill a sense of humiliation in Jian Zhan Yan. You dare strike me? Jian Zhan Yan exclaimed in disbelief upon regaining her senses, lunging at Su Qian. In her previous life, Su Qian had studied self-defense, and the original owner of the body had also been trained in Taekwondo, making dealing with Jian Zhan Yan a simple task. After a brief scuffle, Jian Zhan Yan realized she was no match for Su Qian. Abandoning her resistance, she began to scream at the top of her lungs, "Help! Su Qian is assaulting me. Call the police. By all means make a scene. Let's see who loses face more when this escalates," Su Qian retorted, shoving her away. She picked up her phone and tapped the screen twice, revealing a recording of Jian Zhan Yan entering and verbally abusing Su Qian. Su Qian had deliberately delayed opening the door to position her phone for recording. Jian Zhan Yan's wailing abruptly ceased. "I am indifferent to the consequences of releasing this information. In due course, we shall see who suffers the misfortune." The double-edged sword is aimed squarely at Jian Zhan Yan, and even she, in her ignorance, must grasp the inherent advantages and disadvantages. Even the surveillance footage in the hotel corridor captures your menacing approach to my door, entering my room uninvited. If you threaten to call the police, who do you think will be apprehended? The officers or you? Go ahead, continue your outcries. In her final remark, Su Qian's voice escalated with an edge of sternness, causing Jian Zhan Yan to flinch in fear. Half an hour prior, after finishing the meal brought by Zhou Qiang, Jian Zhan Yan found herself increasingly agitated, realizing her headache had subsided, prompting her to seek out Su Qian to vent her frustrations. Jian Zhan Yan believed that by berating her rival, who was preoccupied with the competition, she would not dare to retaliate and would ultimately seek to appease her. With this mindset, Jian Zhan Yan approached, only to discover that reality unfolded quite differently from her expectations. Now, she sobbed softly, curled up against the wall, having lost all semblance of her initial arrogance. Su Qian cast a glance toward the balcony, silently acknowledging the male lead's remarkable composure. Even after delivering a slap to Jian Zhan Yan, she remained hidden. "Aren't you afraid I might call your brother?" Jian Zhan Yan finally grasped the thread with which to threaten Su Qian. Turning her face slightly, she declared, "You've marred my face. If I tell my brother, what do you think he will think of you?" Su Qian had earlier instructed Jian Zhan to step onto the balcony precisely to let him witness just how unreasonable Jian Zhan Yan could be. Had the other party's words not been so harsh, Su Qian would not have contemplated striking Jian Zhan Yan. After all, Jian Zhan Yan incessantly referred to her as a wretched person and made disparaging remarks about Su Yang's lineage. It is remarkable that Su Qian managed to endure such provocations. Having come to the realization that she need not entangle herself in the complexities of the protagonist's relationship, she was no longer apprehensive about severing ties with the male lead. This lapse served as a declaration to him that she would not be molded into a submissive character. The so-called status meant nothing in her eyes. Jian Zhan Yan had always harbored suspicions regarding her intentions towards the Jian family, and this slap should make it abundantly clear that she had no desire to infiltrate their household. After all, if she harbored ulterior motives, would she not be striving to win the favor of her future sister-in-law? This strike was a deliberate act of defiance. Why seek distant conflicts when the enemy stands so close? "Mr. Jian, will you not come out and check on your sister?" Su Qian called out toward the balcony. Her concern for others was never her foremost trait. Whether the male lead and his sister would find themselves in an awkward situation was of no consequence to her. If possible, she wished to resolve the troublesome Jian Zhan Yan tonight with the aid of the male lead. Jian Zhan Yan emerged from the balcony, his expression frozen and seemingly more aloof than before. Su Qian had anticipated that Jian Zhan Yan would seize the opportunity to complain. Yet she was taken aback by how pale Jian Zhan Yan's face had become, as if drained of all color. Just moments ago, she had been hurling insults at Su Qian, but now she appeared desperate to vanish into the ground. Su Qian paused, perplexed by Jian Zhan Yan's unexpected reaction. Why was it so different from her expectations? Jian Zhan Yan, who had concealed himself during the altercation, should not have been the one avoiding eye contact. At this moment, the other party appeared calm and composed, while Jian Zhan Yan seemed to be the one feeling guilty. "Mom, what's wrong?" At that moment, Su Yang awakened. Su Qian realized she had been so focused on dealing with Jian Zhan Yan that she had forgotten her son was still asleep. It's nothing. Su Qian stepped forward to gently cradle the little bun, soothing him softly. Su Yang rubbed his eyes, and upon recognizing the person seated on the floor, huffed, "Bad aunt." Holding her son close, Su Qian felt a sense of relief that he had not heard Jian Zhan Yan's foolish remarks. Jian Zhan's thin lips pressed together. Even though Su Yang was already calling Jian Zhan Yan aunt, he had yet to address him as father. "If you two siblings have something to discuss, go to the room across the hall. The child still needs to sleep." Su Qian issued an implicit dismissal. Jian Zhan's gaze fell upon the drowsy Su Yang, and he turned to Jian Zhan Yan with a cool tone. "Come here." With that, he exited the room, and Jian Zhan Yan obediently followed with her head bowed. It could be said that ever since Jian Zhan's arrival, Jian Zhan Yan had not dared to breathe loudly. While she had been bold enough to speak on the phone, her courage diminished significantly upon their meeting. Not only did Jian Zhan Yan obediently step out, but she also gently closed the door behind her. Su Qian had not anticipated that Jian Zhan's mere presence would be more effective than a slap. "It's all right. Continue sleeping." What's wrong? Noticing that Su Yang showed no intention of falling back asleep and had started to cry pitifully, she hurriedly wiped his tears and comforted him softly. "Can you tell Mommy why you're crying?" Overwhelmed with grief, Xiao Yang's tears flowed freely, as if haunted by a nightmare where his mother had passed away. Dreams often mirror the opposite of reality. If you dreamt of your mother's demise, it signifies her thriving in reality. Su Qian consoled, gently stroking Xiao Yang's back. "No, it's real. Mama's gone. Aunt Zhou married Dad, and she always speaks ill of Mom. They all say Mom was not good, and in the end Mom died." Xiao Yang sobbed, his voice choked with tears. A chill ran down Su Qian's spine as she listened to Xiao Yang's tearful words. She tenderly coaxed, "Tell Mom about your dream, and we'll tackle any problems together, okay?" Xiao Yang nodded and began recounting his dream, his words jumbled, yet Su Qian grasped the essence. The little one had dreamt of the original story's events. His tears stemmed from the realization that he had awakened in the very bed from his dream. Could it be that Mom had truly died? Overwhelmed with fear, the little one sought out Su Qian. The thought of his mother's death and the prospect of never seeing her again caused Xiao Yang's tears to stream uncontrollably. "Mom, please don't die. I won't be naughty anymore," Xiao Yang pleaded, his eyes brimming with tears once more. At 5 years old, Xiao Yang couldn't comprehend the dream's implications, but he vividly recalled the hollow ache in his heart upon learning of his mother's death. This terrified him immensely. Xiao Yang clung tightly to Su Qian, as if loosening his grip would cause her to vanish. It was just a dream, all made up. "Mom is here with you now, isn't she? Your Mom's precious son. How could Mom ever abandon you?" Su Qian soothed Xiao Yang, showering him with words of comfort to calm the little one. Being but a child, Su Yang was easily consoled by Su Qian's gentle coaxing, which diminished the terror of the nightmare and allayed his fears of his mother's demise. Weeping being an enervating activity, the weary Su Yang soon drifted into slumber. Listening to her son's steady breathing, Su Qian gingerly arose and approached the door, intending to ascertain whether Jian Zhan Yan had departed. As she cautiously opened the door, she discovered Zhou Qiang eavesdropping at the entrance. Su Qian's sudden action startled her, and immediately thereafter, Jian Zhan Yan's door swung open as well. Jian Zhan Yan emerged, his countenance impassive and his expression severe. Behind him, Jian Zhan Yan's eyes and nose were flushed, indicative of a bout of intense weeping. Jian Zhan Yan, in turn, drew Su Qian into the room and promptly shut the door, leaving Zhou Qiang bewildered in her wake. Within the confines of the room, the atmosphere was even more frigid than it had been in Su Qian's abode. Jian Zhan Yan, apprehensive, hastily recounted the situation. Jian Zhan Yan, his patience waning, interrupted Jian Zhanwei's protracted explanation, his gaze chilling as he enunciated each word with precision. Su Yang is my son. And who, pray tell, are you? Jian Zhanwei's earlier remark about Su Yang's impure lineage had struck a raw nerve, breaching Jian Zhanyan's threshold of tolerance. My silence on certain matters should not be misconstrued as forgiveness. My declaration that you are no longer my sister still stands, and you have no right to meddle in my affairs. I had intended for Jian Zhanwei to probe Su Qian, but upon hearing Jian Zhanwei's words, I realized it was a foolish move. In the end, Su Qian revealed nothing, and Su Yang was needlessly hurt, which is far too great a price to pay. Fortunately, Su Yang was asleep just now. Had he been awake to hear those words, it would have caused the child immense distress. At this thought, a fierce look flickered in Jian Zhanyan's eyes, and his expression grew even colder. Apologos do Suchin. Henceforth do as you please, but do not let me discover that you are causing trouble for others under the guise of acting in my best interest. Jian Zhanyan spoke sternly, and Jian Zhanwei burst into tears. This version of her brother felt alien to her, and she knew it was her retribution. Then, Jian Zhan Yan led Jian Zhanwei out, resulting in the scene that just transpired. Zhou Qiang frowned, increasingly perplexed by the situation. However, she had to maintain her role as a confidant, so Zhou Qiang spoke gently. All right, Wei Wei, don't be sad. Get a good night's sleep, and I'll come see you again tomorrow. With that, Zhou Qiang deliberately paused at the door, but hearing no plea for her to stay, her face darkened slightly as she exited the room. Meanwhile, Su Qian was quietly explaining the reason for Su Yang's tears to Jian Zhan Yan. She kept it brief. The child had a nightmare and, in his confusion, mistook the dream for reality, hence his panic. Jian Zhan Yan leaned back against the sofa, asking in a hushed tone so as not to wake Su Yang. What did he dream about? A fleeting amusement danced in Jian Zhan Yan's eyes, eluding Su Qian's observation. Indeed, during his journey, Jian Zhan Yan had surmised that the child's tearful plea for his mother stemmed from a nightmare. He initially believed Su Yang would regain composure independently, yet his cries persisted unabated. Predictably, upon reuniting with Su Qian, his distress dissipated. Jian Zhanwei, Su Qian began, then hesitated at a loss for words. Should she conduct herself improperly again, Miss Su, feel free to reprimand her accordingly, Jian Zhan Yan stated frostily, his gaze devoid of warmth. Had Jian Zhan Yan possessed genuine brotherly affection, he would not have omitted any mention of the slap. Su Qian discerned that the male protagonist's familial relationships were not characterized by profound love, but rather by ingrained detachment. I bid you good night, Miss Su. With these words, Jian Zhan Yan approached the doorway, offering Su Qian a nod before departing. Very well, Su Qian mused, concluding that entrusting the child to his biological father's care would be preferable to relying on the staff. With this thought, Su Qian extinguished the light, nestled into bed, and embraced her little one as they drifted into slumber. The following morning, Su Qian was awakened by Su Yang's pronouncement of hunger. A glance at the clock revealed it to be 6 o'clock, leaving an hour and a half before the scheduled call time at the makeup room. Upon hearing her son's hunger pangs, Su Qian swiftly arose, performed her ablutions, and escorted her little one to the cafeteria. En route, members of the crew greeted Su Qian, and she openly introduced Su Yang as her son. Su Yang beamed throughout, embodying the image of an endearing and obedient child, garnering considerable praise. After collecting their meals, Su Qian guided Su Yang toward a vacant table, but halfway there, they encountered Director Zhang, who invited them to join his table. The director held a partiality for Su Yang, engaging the child in playful banter during the meal, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter. The contestants couldn't help but speculate whether a familial connection existed between contestant number 32 and the director. The conjecture arose from the stark contrast between Director Zhang's usual stern demeanor and the beaming countenance he invariably displayed when interacting with contestant 32. Su Qian fostered amiable relations with the staff, yet remained aloof from her fellow contestants. A sense of guardedness permeated their interactions with her, creating a palpable distance in their conversations. After repeated instances, Su Qian reciprocated by minimizing interactions with them. Tianlu was, after all, a competition, not a social gathering. The other contestants seemed to grasp this more readily, viewing Su Qian as an obstacle to their aspirations. The child ate at a leisurely pace. Director Zhang, having finished his meal, departed to oversee the set arrangements, leaving only Su Qian and her son at the table. Su Yang delicately consumed his tea egg, while Su Qian cooled his porridge, mindful that a temperature comfortable for adults might still be scalding for a child. At that moment, a figure clad in a blue tracksuit, a baseball cap pulled low, and a black mask concealing their face, settled into the seat opposite Su Qian. The individual arrived empty-handed, despite the availability of other vacant spots. Su Qian furrowed her brow, poised to inquire about their presence, when Su Yang whispered a hushed reminder in her ear, "It's General Jian. Forgive me, I'm battling a slight cold." The person across from her spoke, eliciting a subtle twitch at the corner of Su Qian's lips. She was astounded that the little one possessed keener observational skills than herself. Jian Zhan Yan's voice carried a nasal inflection and a slight rasp, indicative of a cold. Su Qian glanced at the time. It was already 7:10 a.m. The porridge had cooled sufficiently. She placed it within Su Yang's reach. Before leaving, Su Qian instructed Jian Zhan Yan, "I am heading to the makeup room. After you finish eating, turn left out of the cafeteria to find a recording studio. If you have this, no one will stop you." She removed the work badge from around her neck and placed it on the table, striding away confidently. Now, she could simply use facial recognition to enter the studio, rendering the badge unnecessary within the premises. Once Su Qian departed, Su Yang, who had been nibbling on a tea egg, abruptly shoved half of it into his mouth, resulting in a frantic struggle as he choked. Observing this, Jian Zhan Yan hastily offered his son a spoonful of porridge, which helped the egg yolk slide down into his stomach. "I'm done eating. Let us hurry and find Mama," Su Yang declared. Seated on the cafeteria chair, Su Yang's short legs dangled above the ground. He had been lifted onto the seat by Su Qian. If she were present, he would undoubtedly have playfully requested to be carried down. But at that moment, his companion was Jian Zhan Yan. The little bun glanced at his father across the table and, with a sudden leap, landed on the floor. After taking a couple of steps and noticing Jian Zhan Yan's stillness, he urged, "Hurry up." Jian Zhan Yan felt a pang of sadness. He had witnessed Su Yang's affectionate antics towards Su Qian from the moment she entered the cafeteria, how his son had playfully teased her and even offered her pickled vegetables during breakfast. The contrast was stark when Su Yang turned to him. He transformed from a soft, adorable little bun into a resolute little warrior, withholding his smile. As Su Yang eagerly dashed ahead, Jian Zhan Yan followed, his mood dampened. In comparison to Su Qian, his son treated him like a stepfather. At that moment, a recollection of Su Yang's initial assertion that he was a villain flashed through Jian Zhan Yan's mind, causing him to shudder inwardly. He mused that Su Yang might have harbored the perception of him being a bad father all along. He resolved to seize an opportunity to clarify the matter. Having witnessed Su Yang's dual personas, Jian Zhan Yan profoundly realized that certain matters should not be left unaddressed merely because of the child's youth. As the 5-year-old Su Yang was evidently a self-opinionated individual. With this in mind, Jian Zhan Yan massaged his temples, noting that this mother and son were entirely unconventional in various aspects. Experiencing the sensation of his son grasping his hand, Jian Zhan Yan felt an indescribable sense of wonder, as this marked the first instance of his son initiating physical contact. Upon reaching the warehouse entrance, Jian Zhan Yan promptly lifted Su Yang into his arms and presented his work pass to the staff before entering. In contrast to numerous contestants who had arrived as early as 6 o'clock to implore the makeup artist to meticulously design their looks, Su Qian's makeup was remarkably understated. The makeup artist had initially intended to create a fox-eye makeup look for Su Qian, but was met with refusal. In the end, she simply applied foundation and lipstick, foregoing even eye makeup. Various fashion bloggers and designers often favored adorning themselves in an unconventional manner, as if to demonstrate that the fashion they embodied was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In the context of this competition, the contestants' striking appearances served not only to convey a sense of fashion, but also, more importantly, to ensure that the audience remembered them. Now that the third episode was being recorded, it was evident that this was not merely a design competition, as the viewers' votes also held significant weight. Consequently, many individuals had arrived early to have her makeup done. However, Qian requires no embellishments. Regardless of the circumstances, her work serves as her greatest source of confidence. There exists an exception, as Zhou Qiang opted to bring her own makeup artist and had her makeup done directly in her room. To achieve an impeccable appearance, Zhou Qiang insisted that the makeup artist apply her makeup twice. Unlike the other contestants, Zhou Qiang's intention behind her makeup was solely to present herself as flawless. In this regard, she spent a bit of time, arriving just in time for the recording studio, preoccupied with ensuring her on-screen allure. Zhou Qiang had no opportunity to observe how Jian Zhan Yan was faring. Once inside, Zhou Qiang surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of Jian Zhan Yan. Could it be that this pawn has become obsolete? The host's opening remarks interrupted Zhou Qiang's contemplation. Good morning, everyone. I am your host, Lin Zong, and now. Upon Jian Zhan's arrival, Assistant Zhang rushed over, initially failing to recognize her and unaware that his boss had arrived. His urgency stemmed from spotting Su Yang. Shall I help you find a better seat, uncle? Despite approaching, Assistant Zhang still did not identify Jian Zhan Yan, primarily because his gaze was not directed towards the person holding Su Yang, dressed in a similar color scheme. Zhang subconsciously perceived Jian Zhan Yan as merely a member of the staff. Thank you, but I don't know you, Su Yang replied, feeling tempted by Assistant Zhang's suggestion, yet remembering his mother's admonition to avoid strangers. With this thought in mind, Su Yang turned and wrapped his arms around Jian Zhan Yan's neck. If he were to be taken away, his father would prove utterly useless. Su Yang, who already harbored a certain disdain for Jian Zhan Yan, mused thus. Upon this observation, Assistant Zhang finally diverted his attention to the individual cradling Su Yang. Their eyes met, and Assistant Zhang recoiled slightly, uttering a subdued, tremulous greeting. Mr. Jian? As a confidant of the esteemed Jian's group, Assistant Zhang possessed remarkable composure. Despite the circumstances, he refrained from raising his voice in alarm, which would have unnecessarily drawn attention. Where are the seats? Jian Zhan Yan inquired. The warehouse had been temporarily converted into an event space, devoid of conventional seating. The staff had formed a perimeter around the set, maintaining a discreet distance to avoid interfering with the recording. Upon entering, Jian Zhan Yan contemplated the ideal vantage point for Su Yang, mindful of the child's potential discontent with a remote location. Over here, behind the director, it offers a view of both the live performance and the monitor. Assistant Zhang responded obsequiously, gesturing toward a spot within the assembled crowd. Lead the way, Jian Zhan Yan commanded. Consequently, Jian Zhan Yan and Su Yang secured a prime location behind the director. With the pair occupying the seats, Assistant Zhang opted to stand guard, regretting the oversight of not procuring an additional chair. The child's laughter resonated with a crystalline clarity, eliciting involuntary smiles from those within earshot. The assistant director sought the director's counsel regarding a potential retake, as the live recording had captured the child's mirth. The director waved off the suggestion, deeming it unnecessary. He reasoned that the recording's naturalness enhanced its appeal, and the child's laughter occurred strategically during pauses, making it suitable for transitional editing. Jian Zhan Yan followed the director's gaze and immediately noticed a man positioned at the far end, Lin's second son, whom Jian Zhan Yan recognized. However, he discerned something amiss with Lin's second son. Why was he surreptitiously glancing at Su Qian? Chapter 77. Intricate triangular dynamics. The competition challenge revolves around designing team uniforms for the UT team. Naturally, the UT team members are the ones being interviewed, with Lin Zhou accompanying them as a club executive. Consequently, the UT team took their places at the center of the stage, while Director Zhang beckoned Lin Zhou over. Director Zhang instructed the assistant director beside him to oversee the other side of the stage, gesturing for Lin Zhou to take the assistant director's seat. Lin Zhou accepted without hesitation, settling directly in front of Jian Zhan Yan. Jian Zhan Yan recognized Lin Zhou, who remained oblivious to the fully masked and armored staff member behind him. Additionally, Su Yang's diminutive stature caused him to be enveloped in a shadow cast by Jian Zhan Yan's body due to the lighting, further obscuring him from Lin Zhou's view. It was precisely from this vantage point that Jian Zhan Yan discerned the peculiarity in Lin Zhou's gaze. While everyone else directed their attention toward whichever contestant was speaking, Lin Zhou did not. His entire focus remained fixed on a single point. From the same angle as Lin Zhou, Jian Zhan Yan immediately recognized the object of his attention. It takes one to know one. Jian Zhan Yan could sense the fervor in the other man's gaze. Why does he keep looking at Mama? At that moment, Su Yang reached up and patted Jian Zhan Yan's shoulder before rising to whisper in his ear. The standing Su Yang was nearly as tall as the seated Jian Zhan Yan. Perplexed, the little dumpling voiced his question to Jian Zhan Yan. Having once suffered a crick in the neck, Su Yang knew how uncomfortable it was, requiring one to crane their neck in a single direction, with even the slightest movement causing excruciating pain. Jian Zhan Yan's gaze lingered on Lin Zhou, his eyes filled with profound depth. Although the Lin family's enterprise cannot rival the scale of the Jian Corporation, it is a leading entity within its own sector, enjoying robust business operations. The patriarch of the Lin family has 3 offspring. The eldest son manages domestic affairs, while the youngest son ventures abroad to cultivate international markets. The middle son, Lin Zhou, remains relatively obscure, maintaining a low profile. While the Lin family has not intentionally concealed his existence, Lin Zhou simply eschews social gatherings, preferring to pursue his own passions in tranquility. Such a disposition might plausibly lead him to develop an interest in a mother with a child. Recalling the scolding he received from Su Qian over the phone, Jian Zhan Yan mused that he might have been mistaken. At that moment, his phone screen illuminated, revealing an email from his special assistant, Zhang. The email elucidated the reasons behind the UT team's arrival for recording, information Zhang had gleaned from other employees. Lin Zhou, as a minor shareholder of the club, proactively suggested to the director that the team cooperate with the recording. Staff speculate that Lin Zhou harbors affections for Ms. Su and is pursuing her under the guise of work. Zhang, acutely aware of the purpose behind Jian's assignment to Cloud TV, diligently sought out gossip upon his arrival. Although the information was initially uncertain, Zhang, being a prudent individual, refrained from sending it to Jian until the UT club's arrival confirmed its veracity. Upon reading the email, Jian Zhan Yan's conviction solidified. He clasped his hands together, his thumbs gently tapping, a subconscious gesture indicative of deep contemplation. Assistant Zhang observed silently, inwardly lamenting the irony that their hallowed and inviolable General Jian would someday find himself entangled in a love triangle. After the UT team arrived and the director announced the rules, the participants took turns asking the questions they were most eager to have answered. When it was Su Qian's turn, she inquired about each player's favorite heroes and playstyles. The players' eyes lit up at this question. Indeed, Miss Su was a woman favored by the young boss. Previous queries had been rather mundane. Height, measurements, favorite colors, whether they had girlfriends, exceedingly dull. In contrast, Su Qian's inquiry was refreshingly insightful. When discussing their beloved heroes, they spoke with great enthusiasm, each one animated and eager to share. Following suit, Zhou Qiang posed a similarly astute question about the significance of the UT team and the game itself. What clever question! The coach had previously instructed them to avoid giving detractors any ammunition before this special training session. Yet here was player 37 asking such a probing question. They had been mistaken to dismiss those designers who had inquired about height and measurements. Grateful for the UT team's support, they were directed to take their seats, and next, they welcomed the esteemed mentor into the stage. Seizing this moment, Su Qian glanced out into the audience, initially hoping to spot her son, but instead, her gaze met Lin Zhou's. The evident evasion in his expression upon their brief eye contact stirred a sense of curiosity within her. This innocent reaction, combined with the earlier interview, left her with little choice but to ponder further. Observing the mentor and judge and take the stage, Lin Zhou wore a rather smug smile. What mischief was the leading lady concocting this time? Su Qian has now discerned that her role as a supporting character has become rather subdued, while the protagonist has taken a turn for the tumultuous. Greetings, everyone. I shall now present to you a discourse on sportswear. Notably, this topic had once garnered immense popularity on an international scale, and in Huaxia, the most renowned local designer, Qian, possesses a comprehensive understanding of sportswear. His explanations regarding the garments are reminiscent of director Lian, who previously guided the contestants through the workshop. Each time he concludes his thoughts, his gaze inevitably falls upon the individuals present, a pattern that remains consistent. This time, however, Professor Hui's final glance is directed towards Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang and Huiyan. Su Qian's fingers lightly tapped the table as she fell into contemplation. The primary source of her suspicion stemmed from the card in Zhou Qiang's possession. Could it be that Huiyan was the one who provided her with that card? Just then, the director called for a cut, clapping his hands and announcing that everyone could proceed to lunch. The attendees began to exit the venue. Today, Zhou Qiang, who typically ambles at a leisurely pace, moved with unusual swiftness, prompting Su Qian to stealthily follow her. She maintained a cautious distance, hiding behind a wall as she observed Zhou Qiang and Hui and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Although the specifics of their dialogue were inaudible, their demeanor suggested a certain familiarity. What perplexed Su Qian was that once the other contestants entered the cafeteria, Zhou Qiang and Hui swiftly adopted an air of unfamiliarity. It was inconceivable that there was no ulterior motive behind this behavior. Who would believe such a narrative? Leaning against the wall, Su Qian pondered Zhou Qiang's intentions when her phone buzzed with a message from Su Yang inquiring about her whereabouts. As the participants and crew exited the studio, Su Qian, eager to follow Zhou Qiang, reasoned that Su Yang and Jian Zhan Yan would be fine together and thus did not rush to meet them. At that juncture, Su Yang, still within the studio, remarked to Jian Zhan Yan, who was drinking water, that his mother was said to be in the cafeteria. Just as the crowd dispersed, the father and son remained stationary, allowing the throng to dissipate first, anticipating that Su Qian would be there awaiting them. However, the area was deserted, and Su Qian's spot on the stage was also vacant. Sharing their sentiment, Lin Zhou puckered his lips and muttered, "How did she vanish in the blink of an eye?" As he spoke, he proceeded outwards, and the little dumpling, noticing this, utilized his telephone watch to dispatch a message to Su Qian. Knowing Su Qian's whereabouts, Jian Zhan Yan guided Su Yang towards the cafeteria. Those who are not active in eating have problems with their thinking. The UT team, who had not eaten breakfast, rushed out to run to the cafeteria as soon as the director said it was over. They had inquired about the location of the cafeteria when they came. The young members of the UT team, who arrived at the cafeteria as soon as possible, thought when they saw Su Qian coming, "This Miss Su is here in the cafeteria, and the little boss is still waiting there foolishly." Then the players quickly sent a message to Lin Zhou. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Zhou immediately spotted his teammates sitting on the side, winking at him. Next to the teammates' table was Su Qian, dining alone. "Miss Su, regarding the previous invitation to a meal to express our apologies, how about we dine out? My treat." Lin Zhou disregarded the UT team and approached Su Qian directly, softly proposing, "I've already gotten my meal, and I shouldn't waste food. The matters you mentioned are in the past, so there's no need to treat me." Su Qian declined, thinking, "Why eat out? I still have to wait for my son." Upon hearing Su Qian's words, Lin Zhou concurred, promptly heading to the service window to procure his meal. Figuring he could still share a table with Su Qian, Su Yang arrived independently. At the entrance, Jian Zhan Yan received an urgent call, his countenance turning grave as he attended to what seemed like a contractual matter. Impatient to see Su Qian, the little one, Su Yang, nudged Jian Zhan Yan's arm, the highest point he could reach. Stationed at the cafeteria's threshold, with Su Yang's entry posing no risk of getting lost, Jian Zhan Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, Su Yang proceeded alone, inadvertently colliding with Lin Zhou. In his haste, Su Yang failed to notice Lin Zhou's turn, resulting in a tumble onto his bottom. With remarkable agility, Su Yang sat up, offering a composed apology to Lin Zhou. "I apologize. I was in a hurry and didn't watch where I was going." As Su Yang attempted to leave, Lin Zhou gently snagged his backpack. Observing the unaccompanied child, Lin Zhou knelt down, remarking, "Your voice sounds strangely familiar, and your appearance seems somewhat recognizable." In response, Su Yang puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "My mother and I have been on television, so you may have heard my voice before." Adding a final touch, Su Yang proclaimed, "My mother is Su Qian, the prodigious designer who secured first place in the inaugural and subsequent season of the Sky Road competition, and she will continue to reign supreme." As a devoted admirer of his mother, Su Yang seized the opportune moment for adulation. Overjoyed at the chance to introduce himself in such a manner, a sense of elation filled Su Yang's heart. Lin Zhou was momentarily taken aback, his voice tinged with an unusual tone. "You are Su Qian's son?" "Without a doubt." Su Yang nodded, puzzled as to why this person still doubted him, especially since his mother had clearly stated that he resembled her in complexion. How could he be unrecognized? Observing the miniature version of the male protagonist, Su Qian contemplated before remarking, "You indeed share my fair complexion." Su Yang duly noted this observation and repeated it aloud. Lin Zhou was well aware that Su Qian had a son. However, the sudden appearance of this child left him with an indescribable sense of unease. Perhaps it could be described as a twinge of guilt for vying for the affections of the child's mother. Chapter 78. The male protagonist as an outsider. Frustrated and enraged, clearing his throat and adjusting his attire, Lin Zhou extended his hand. "Hello, I am Lin Zhou." Upon hearing Su Yang's surname, a flicker of understanding crossed Lin Zhou's eyes. Evidently, the rumors he had heard were indeed accurate. Su Qian was a single mother. It was upon receiving such news that he had felt emboldened to express his admiration. Seeing Su Yang confirmed his speculation. Lin Zhou was an exceptionally independent individual, indifferent to societal judgments. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to pursue a career as a streamer instead of taking over the family business. To the elders, this was seen as a frivolous endeavor, a source of shame for the family. Although it appeared that his brother was the big boss of the club, in reality, it was Lin Zhou's enterprise. His brother wished for him to carve out his own path, and since he had a passion for esports, he was encouraged to excel in that domain. Fortunately, with an elder brother and a younger sibling, he possessed the privilege to act with a measure of defiance. Had a tremendous falling out with his parents when he initially resolved to pursue a career as a professional gamer. Ultimately, his parents relented, permitting their second son to do as he pleased, provided he remained within the bounds of the law. Lin was not one to be swayed by his family. His immediate and profound infatuation with Su Qian transcended any other considerations. His sole focus was Su Qian herself. He resolved to approach Su Yang as an avenue to her. Lin was supremely confident, renowned as he was for his rapport with children. "Su Yang, we're good friends now, right?" Lin flashed a disarmingly amiable smile. Su Yang shook his head, declaring with resolute firmness, "No, we are not." An attempt at ingratiation had failed. Lin's smile faltered momentarily. This tactic had invariably proven successful in the past. A formal introduction followed by a proposition of friendship. Could it be that this infallible strategy had met its Waterloo today? "Why not?" Lin inquired, perplexed. It was baffling that he couldn't deceive a 10-year-old, whereas he could typically cajole children of 5 or 6 years with ease. "Do you know what my favorite food is?" Lin shook his head. "Do you know my height and weight?" Lin shook his head again. "Do you know where I live?" Lin remained motionless, feeling that another shake of his head would render him utterly foolish. A flicker of pity, tinged with disdain, crossed Su Yang's eyes. "After all this, do you still not understand?" Seeing Lin's silence, Su Yang sighed. "You don't know anything about me. You can't even answer such superficial questions. We're far from being good friends, not even acquaintances." Lin was at a loss for words. Had he just been lectured by a child? Who had taught a child the concept of being merely acquaintances? After uttering these words, Su Yang glanced around and spotted Su Qian's silhouette. He hurried over, not forgetting to bid farewell to Lin Zhou with a playful, "I shall take my leave now. May our paths cross again." Lin Zhou, momentarily taken aback, contemplated silently, wondering if today's children had become so astute. "Jing is on the phone, so I came to find Mom," Su Yang exclaimed. "Mom, I just encountered a peculiar uncle who wants to be my good friend. But we've only just met. He seems a bit silly." A chuckle escaped Su Yang as he recalled the man's appearance, thinking how foolish it was to attempt such a charade of friendship. Su Qian turned her plate towards Su Yang, having anticipated his arrival, and had specially prepared his favorite dishes, adding an extra scoop of rice. "You shouldn't call others silly," she gently admonished, feeding him a piece of meat. To adults, the morsel was trivial, but for Su Yang, It felt substantial as he puffed his cheeks while chewing. I didn't say it in front of him. I just thought in my heart, he defended himself. As Su Qian listened to her son's clever retort, she smiled and shook her head, about to respond when someone sat across from her. It was Lin Zhou. "Miss Su, your little one is quite clever. We exchanged a few words earlier, and he is particularly whimsical," Lin Zhou remarked, placing his plate on the table. Su Qian immediately understood. This was indeed the silly uncle Su Yang had mentioned. "Su Yang, do you like chicken legs? I have some here. Would you like to try some peanuts coated in sweet sugar?" Observing Lin Zhou's endeavor to cultivate a rapport with Su Yang, who remained engrossed in his meal and indifferent to the overtures, Su Qian chuckled inwardly. Recognizing her son's imperviousness to flattery, Jian Zhan Yan entered the cafeteria and beheld this very scene. Lin Zhou was bent over, conversing with Su Yang, his face creased into a veritable chrysanthemum of smiles. From this vantage point, he could only perceive Su Qian's profile, noting the mirthful glint in her eyes. The atmosphere among the three was undeniably convivial. At that moment, a sense of vexation welled up within Jian Zhan Yan, an emotion he couldn't quite articulate, save for the certainty that it was far from pleasant. "My, that family looks so happy," a passing garment factory employee remarked to her companion, her gaze lingering on Su Qian's table. The utterance served as fuel to the fire, igniting a surge of anger within Jian Zhan Yan. He, after all, was Su Yang's father. What claim did Lin Zhou have? Jian Zhan Yan pursed his lips and strode purposefully toward the food counter. Impulsive confrontation was not his style, even in this state of pique. He was capable of rational assessment. Having collected his meal, Jian Zhan Yan carried it directly to Su Qian's table, placing the tray before Su Yang, and said, "Son, your father has brought you some more dishes. Remember to chew thoroughly." With that, Jian Zhan Yan seated himself opposite Su Yang, directly beside Lin Zhou, who instantly became as rigid as stone. As the lunch hour was drawing to a close, and Su Qian had chosen a secluded spot by the window, they were afforded a degree of privacy, ensuring that their conversation would not be overheard. Having finished their meal, the UT team, apprehensive that their presence might inhibit their young boss, promptly departed, now furtively observing from behind a wall. Due to the distance, they couldn't discern the conversation, and were taken aback by the sudden appearance of a man. His athletic attire accentuated his figure, rendering him handsome even without a clear view of his face. Was he a rival for their young boss's affections? Observing Lin Zhou's rigid and crestfallen expression, the UT team harbored a foreboding premonition that their young boss's nascent romance might be nipped in the bud. Contrary to the team's concerns, Lin Zhou's stupor was short-lived. His gaze shifted to the individual beside him, whose hat and mask suggested an aversion to being seen. Lin Zhou initiated the conversation, extending his arm for a handshake. Responded curtly, without so much as a glance in Lin Zhou's direction, much less an inclination to reciprocate the handshake. Lin Zhou slowly lowered his outstretched arm. Perceiving the other's recalcitrant demeanor, Lin Zhou ground his molars, recognizing his disposition. Discern the nature of Lin Zhou's probing. She glanced at, who neither refuted nor clarified, but remained engrossed in watching eat. Witnessing this, momentarily wavered on whether to offer an explanation. After all, no one was currently aware of his identity, and she could easily fabricate a story without consequence. This would prevent Lin Zhou from presuming she was pursuing him while single, as her current priorities lay solely in advancing her career and raising her son. However, before could interject, inadvertently revealed the truth. Previously, had inquired as to why she couldn't reside at the residence, as families typically live together. Upon hearing Lin Zhou remark on their amicable relationship, Su Yang felt compelled to offer an explanation. He recounted his earlier tantrum, his desperate pleas for his mother to stay, all stemming from a perceived lack of affection, which he believed was why she ultimately left, leaving him somewhat resentful. In Su Yang's mind, this particular subject was considered taboo. Hearing Lin Zhou's words, Su Yang wiped his mouth and began to explain earnestly, but in an instant, Su Qian stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. Afraid that Su Yang might inadvertently reveal their secret, Su Qian quickly silenced him. The statement that CEO Jian was not her mother's husband caused Su Yang to swallow the meat. "Ah, is that so? My apologies." Realizing his misstep, Lin Zhou lowered his head in embarrassment. However, from Jian Zhan Yan's vantage point, he could discern a subtle smirk playing on Lin Zhou's lips. Huh, Jian Zhan Yan scoffed inwardly. Seeing that Jian Zhan Yan clearly had no desire to engage with him, Lin Zhou refrained from pressing further. He had hoped to elicit some information, but it seemed futile. Miss Su's dreamscape dress from the first collection and the patchwork children's wear from the second collection are simply exquisite. Lin Zhou's intention was to strike up a conversation with Su Qian, but he inadvertently caught the attention of Su Yang. Right? I think they're beautiful too. My mommy designed the children's clothes with me in mind. Su Yang began to show off. Lin Zhou played along with the little one, echoing his sentiments, partly to foster a good rapport with Su Yang and partly to demonstrate to Su Qian that he could get along well with her son. The mention of his mother's designs reignited Su Yang's enthusiasm, and he set down his chopsticks, launching into an effusive description. Su Qian glanced at his empty rice bowl, noting that the little one had eaten his fill and decided not to urge him to continue. She offered a moist towelette to Su Yang, who had just indulged in gnawing on a large bone. Su Yang and Lin Zhou were engaged in jovial conversation, while Su Qian attentively cared for Su Yang. Despite Jian Zhan Yan sitting at the same table, he felt like an outsider. Jian Zhan Yan inhaled deeply, relishing the long-forgotten sensation of irritation. His gaze settled on Su Yang's animated little face, prompting him to seriously contemplate whether he should delve into Su Qian's design work, hoping it might provide a shared topic with his son in the future. After Su Qian finished wiping Su Yang's hands, she glanced at the time, realizing that the director implied today's recording would extend late. Therefore, she wished to allow the little bun a midday nap. Su Yang nodded and then extended his hands towards Su Qian, sweetly imploring, "I can't get down, Mommy. Hold me." Jian Zhan Yan watched, bemused by the lively scene before him. "Mr. Lin, my apologies, but we must take our leave," Su Qian said as she gently set Su Yang down and addressed Lin Zhou. Su Yang waved his hand and cupped it to his mouth, proclaiming, "Now we are friends." "Very well, we are friends. I look forward to the day we become close friends." Upon hearing this, Jian Zhan Yan abruptly rose, traversing the space between them, and as he passed by Su Qian, he casually remarked, "Let us go." Su Qian offered a gentle smile and nodded at Lin Zhou before turning away, cradling Su Yang in her arms. Lin Zhou remained rooted in place, smiling as he watched Su Qian exit the cafeteria, his gaze lingering in that direction even after she had vanished. Miss Su has a truly lovely smile throughout the entire interaction as Su Qian embraced him. Su Yang's face was oriented toward Lin Zhou, affording him a complete view of the latter's countenance. His new acquaintance wore a rather simpleton's grin. Was he truly so elated to have befriended him? He resolved to include him in future outings. His absence from the cafeteria today suggested that Jian Zhan Yan had likely instructed Director Lian to conceal his identity, prompting him to remain out of sight altogether. Su Qian's conjecture, it must be said, proved accurate. Director Lian's non-appearance stemmed from his apprehension of inadvertently revealing too much. He simply couldn't resist demonstrating obsequiousness in Jian's presence. Given his status as the paramount figure in the parent company, he held a position several echelons above even the apparel division manager of their garment factory. To prevent any disruption of Jian's affairs, Director Lian opted for inconspicuousness. This rationale underlay Su Qian's decision to grant him entry, a decision to which Jian Zhan Yan assented. After lulling Su Yang to sleep, Su Qian herself reclined on the bed for a brief repose, while Jian Zhan Yan occupied the sofa, engrossed in his mobile phone. The author's intention in orchestrating the competition was to accentuate the heroine's subsequent splendor, her allure magnified by her professional endeavors, rather than dwelling extensively on the competition's preliminary stages. Su Qian pondered how to glean information about Huiyan. He undoubtedly harbored some clandestine connection with the heroine, ostensibly linked to the competition. She sought to ensure the competition's impartiality and, even if improprieties existed, to be forewarned to devise countermeasures. Regarding potential improprieties, Su Qian cast a sidelong glance at the individual on the sofa. Realizing that a solution wasn't entirely unattainable, she possessed a shortcut. Just then, Su Qian's phone began to ring. She swiftly silenced it, relieved that Su Yang remained undisturbed. As she scrutinized the caller's identity, her brow arched slightly. Zhou Qian, Chapter 79. The seemingly invincible competitor, number 32, encounters a predicament perceiving Jian Zhan Yan's gaze. Su Qian gestured toward Su Yang before excusing herself to the balcony. The substance of Zhou Qian's call was anticipated. As she had surmised, the purpose was to intercede on Jian Zhanwei's behalf. Earlier, Su Qian had observed Zhou Qian procuring an additional meal in the cafeteria, presumably for Jian Zhanwei. Suspecting that Jian Zhan Yan's presence prompted Zhou Qian's theatrics, she braced herself for the forthcoming ploy. Miss Su, Vivi's seemingly overbearing demeanor is merely a facade concealing her kind and tender heart. Could you possibly beseech Jian Ji on her behalf? She has already been reprimanded for offending you and is now contrite. The apartment layouts being identical. Zhou Qian was positioned on the balcony of Jian Zhanwei's room during the call, conducted covertly, while Jian Zhanwei was ostensibly asleep after lunch. This ostensibly considerate gesture was, in reality, a calculated maneuver predicated on Zhou Qian's awareness of Jian Zhanwei's wakefulness. Zhou Qian's objective was to enhance her own standing in Jian Zhanwei's eyes, while simultaneously diminishing Su Qian's. Should Su Qian acquiesce, it would inevitably leave a negative impression on Jian Ji, who detests interference in his domestic affairs. Conversely, should Su Qian decline, it would only exacerbate Jian Zhanwei's animosity towards her, with Zhou Qian further stoking the flames of discord between the two. Regardless of the outcome, Zhou Qian stood to benefit. However, she had not anticipated Su Qian's alternative response. Are you well acquainted with the judging panel, Miss Zhou? Without confirming or denying, Su Qian directly countered. Zhou Qian panicked. What had Su Qian seen? Disregarding her earlier schemes, Zhou Qian calmly inquired, I'm not familiar with it. Miss Su, is there something you need? Why do you suddenly mention Teacher Huan? Oh, it's nothing. I shall hang up now, as I have matters to attend to, Su Qian replied, ending the call. Listening to the busy tone, Zhou Qian's grip on her phone turned white. Instead of disrupting her meticulously planned agenda, she found herself unsettled by Su Qian's words. Zhou Qian pursed her lips. Indeed, Su Qian was no meek opponent. Stepping onto the balcony, Su Qian noticed little Baozi still sound asleep. She settled onto the sofa and quietly said, Miss Zhou called, urging me to persuade you siblings to reconcile. Su Qian had directly sold Zhou Qian out, providing her with a third option and making a third choice. After speaking, Su Qian carefully scrutinized Jian Zhan Yan, who displayed no change in expression, remaining impassive. Finding the situation rather dull, she added, I'm heading to the studio. As Su Qian departed, Jian Zhan Yan glanced toward the balcony. The room was eerily quiet. Despite Su Qian having closed the balcony door, he could still distinctly hear her words. The mockery in Su Qian's tone towards Zhou Qian was crystal clear to him. From the very beginning, Su Qian's attitude towards Zhou Qian had been peculiar, with too many anomalies about her. Jian Zhan Yan's gaze deepened with intrigue. Unbeknownst to Su Qian, she had aroused Jian Zhan Yan's suspicions. Yet, even if she were aware, it would matter little to her. What could the male protagonist do, after all? Currently, Su Qian approaches the main characters and plot with an attitude of audacious indifference, seemingly unafraid of any consequences. If contestants and judges were to openly display pre-existing relationships, it wouldn't necessarily be considered reprehensible. Zhou Qian's reaction, however, is indicative of a guilty conscience. With all contestants present, they proceeded into the white tent in sequential order. Equipped with drawing implements and paper, they were allotted an hour to render their design concepts, as stipulated by the director. Having formulated her design concept after questioning the UT team earlier in the day, Su Qian commenced drawing immediately upon receiving her materials. In the photography venue, an open space was designated for the placement of a large screen. This screen enabled the UT team to view the director's feed. As per the director's instructions, they were expected to provide intermittent commentary, ideally being loquacious. Consequently, whenever a designer's sketch appeared on the screen, they would offer brief remarks, often of an entertaining nature due to their lack of professional expertise. For instance, should a designer incorporate a graphic on the garment, they might exclaim, "Wow, a really cool graphic." Similarly, if a designer added a drawstring to the trousers, they would jest about the possibility of tucking them into socks. While the contestants engaged in their creative endeavors in silence, the UT team was tasked with injecting entertainment through their commentary. As the camera shifted to Qian, one member of the UT team, upon observing the pattern on the garment, exclaimed, "Isn't that my favorite hero's ultimate move? Water cloud heaven? Amazing. They've rendered it." I articulated my preferred champion. So why wasn't my rendition illustrated? Inferno of the Jian Zhan Yan is quite visually appealing. No, a sky ablaze is far more captivating. Nonsense. Impenetrable rampart exudes the most panache. A single shot ignited a minor dispute. Soon, an hour had elapsed, and the photographer entered the white studio to capture close-up shots of each contestant's creation. Upon reaching Qian's work, the photographer paused, taken aback. Qian had not only depicted her creation on the paper, but had also included an analytical diagram. After a cursory glance, the photographer couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Exquisite." After the director's team uploaded the works online, the voting results would be revealed in an hour. During this interval, each contestant, clutching their design drafts, would step forward to elucidate their designs. Upon emerging from the white studio, the contestants were astonished to find all 4 judges suddenly present. Now, upon seeing the mentors, they were uncertain. The order of presentations was determined by lottery. The sudden appearance of the other 3 judges also took Qian by surprise. No wonder the director had mentioned that the recordings would extend late into the night. It seemed they intended to complete the 20-12 competition today. What Qian hadn't anticipated was that she would be selected. Qian was the first to ascend the stage to present her design draft. Devoid of trepidation, she carefully collected her design draft and the sketches from the studio before taking the stage. Esteemed judges, I am contestant number 32, Qian. I would like to share with you my design philosophy regarding the battle uniforms for UT. After gaining a deeper understanding of the team, I established a central theme for my creation, the God of War in reverse. I learned that the world champion team each year receives a coveted official skin as a reward, which served as my inspiration. The intricate patterns on this sports attire will be rendered in exquisite embroidery. What makes these designs particularly special is their ability to transform into the ultimate abilities of 5 in-game heroes, each corresponding to the beloved champions of our 5 players. For instance, by flipping the swirling autumn leaves design affixed to the garment with Velcro, it metamorphoses into another ultimate, the fiery landscape. The players on professional teams are generally quite young. 2 members of the UT team are under 20, and the eldest is merely 21. As I presented my design, I could see the twinkle of excitement in their eyes, their admiration evident on their faces. This battle uniform is not only representative of the UT team, but is also uniquely theirs, with the ultimate design crafted specifically for them by Miss Su. Upon concluding my presentation, the judges erupted into applause, their expressions filled with awe. Remarkable. Did I just witness magic? You have conjured 5 distinct patterns, and astonishingly, this concept was realized in a single day. Truly incredible. You are a genius. Miss Su, your designs continually spark my anticipation. As a judge, I should provide constructive criticism. However, I regret to say I can find no fault in your work. You are exceptional. This is the critique from 3 foreign judges. Upon reaching Huyan, the opposing judge did not exhibit the same enthusiasm as the other 3. What appeared to be a fair assessment was, in fact, akin to nitpicking. He remarked that with Qian's abilities, her color coordination could be rendered even more impeccable, expressing high expectations for her. Such words fell on Qian's ears as mere nonsense, an overt compliment laced with covert disdain. What pretense of benevolence was he attempting to portray? It was not that Qian was incapable of accepting criticism. Rather, Huyan's remarks were simply an exercise in finding fault. This particular jab caused Huyan's brow to furrow slightly, and it was evident to all that contestant number 32 was expressing discontent towards Judge Huyan. It is entirely natural for contestants to display frustration on the competitive stage. Regardless of the type of competition, there will invariably be those who challenge the status quo. Qian had no intention of donning the label of the obedient contender. After all, everyone possesses their own temperament, and if necessary, She deemed it acceptable to embody that rebellious spirit. As Su Qian descended from the stage, her gaze swept over Zhou Qiang, who appeared deeply concerned. A faint smile tugged at her lips. Zhou Qiang, witnessing her audacity in confronting Huiyan, would undoubtedly speculate that Su Qian was privy to their secret, emboldened by the leverage she possessed. It remained to be seen whether Zhou Qiang would take action otherwise. If she were to learn of the opponent's scheme only after its execution, it would be rather too late. Su Qian's treatment of Huiyan on stage was also intended to provoke Zhou Qiang. She harbored doubts that their conspiracy could remain concealed. Should the other contestants be aware of Su Qian's thoughts, they would surely rush to extinguish such a perilous notion. After all, could anyone truly conceive of designing an ultimate move for a character in a game for behind the scenes? To inquire about a contestant's favorite hero in the morning, only to amalgamate the ultimate move of that hero in the afternoon and then piece it together through a process of folding. Was such ingenuity even plausible? Observing the expressions of the UT team members, one can discern just how much the design of the ultimate move by contestant number 32 resonates with their desires. This spontaneous creation is evidently not something that can be achieved merely through past experiences. Not only the members of the UT team, but even those who have witnessed such a design are somewhat enamored by it. It is indeed quite extraordinary. The work crafted by contestant number 32 exudes an undeniable sense of fashion, interwoven with an element of fun, all while aligning closely with the theme of the esports team. The more one contemplates, the more one feels that contestant number 32 possesses an extraordinary talent. Were it not for the awareness of the rival's design, they might have felt quite proud of their own creations, harboring aspirations of astonishing the audience later on. However, after viewing contestant number 32's design, their confidence has waned. While a compelling presentation can enhance one's score, it becomes exceedingly challenging to regain composure after witnessing such brilliance. It is precisely because they are peers that the disparity becomes apparent. Compared to the ingenuity behind the five-fold design of the ultimate moves, their own patterns seem rather mundane, rendering them unworthy of comparison. Before even presenting, they feel a sense of defeat within. How can one recover from this? All contestants silently pray that contestant number 32 will refrain from being the first next time. As each contestant introduces their work, the judges no longer exhibit the same fervor they displayed upon encountering Su Qian's piece, and swiftly, all 20 contestants have completed their presentations. Concurrently, the online voting results have been revealed. Su Qian stands in first place, exceeding the second place by tenfold. Gazing at the tally on the screen, Zhou Qiang finds herself in the 19th position, prompting Su Qian to furrow her brow as she notices a fleeting smile on Zhou Qiang's lips. Su Qian felt a sense of foreboding. A group of staff members huddled together, engaged in an animated discussion, while the host, holding cue cards, cast a bewildered glance towards the director, uncertain whether to continue. Cut. 20-minute break. At that moment, the assistant director emerged from the circle of discussion to announce a pause in filming. Director Zhang and the crew were conversing at the very instant the votes were cast. Her popularity could never exceed the second-place votes by a margin of tenfold. The second-place vote count stood at 11,000, while hers was a staggering 110,000. "Miss Su, your popularity is astonishing," they remarked. As Su Qian pondered, Zhou Qiang approached. Upon hearing the latter's sarcastic remarks, she turned to face Zhou directly, affirming with a steady tone, "It's you." Chapter 80. Is this how I am eliminated? What does Miss Su mean by that? Zhou Qiang's eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend Su Qian's words. With her gaze lowered, Su Qian's attention fell upon Zhou Qiang's left hand. The heroine maintained impeccable composure, yet she overlooked her subconscious gestures. Whenever anxiety gripped her, her left hand would instinctively clench into a fist, the thumb pressing into her palm. This subtle detail was often employed by the original author to reveal the protagonist's inner turmoil, and now it resonated with Su Qian. Noticing the tension in the heroine's response to her inquiry, Su Qian, who had initially only harbored doubts, now felt assured. If one wishes to conceal their actions, they must refrain from wrongdoing. "Miss Zhou, do I appear to be an easy target? Your repeated provocations test the limits of my patience. Zhou Qian was perplexed by the overwhelming aura exuded by Su Qian at this moment. She could not help but wonder if such an imposing presence was truly befitting a mere employee from a food factory. "Miss Su, I believe there has been a misunderstanding," Zhou Qian began to explain, but her words were abruptly cut short as the staff called for the contestants to take their seats, signaling the continuation of the competition. It seemed the staff had sensed some discrepancies in the voting results and proceeded to announce according to the figures displayed on the website. "Now, I shall announce the rankings." The host declared, first place, Su Qian with a total score of 90, second place, Lu Qiu with a total score of 72, third place. As the host continued to announce the standings, the contestants wore expressions that were stiff with disbelief. Having only recorded 3 episodes, each capable of yielding a maximum of 30 points, Su Qian had secured the top position each time, thus earning a perfect score. Many had presumed that the 30 points from the 3rd episode would not be finalized at this juncture. Few anticipated that after the judges' scores and the subsequent online voting, the results would be definitively established. This round was a critical contest, narrowing 20 contestants down to 12. While it was not the final round, its significance was well acknowledged, as points were something everyone agreed should be maximized. The fact that a conclusion was reached without the contestants even witnessing the final product left many pale, as they found themselves ranked beyond the 12th position. Zhou Qian, in particular, was placed 13th, and should the rankings lead to eliminations, she would be the sole candidate to depart. As a designer, the fundamental skill of producing design drafts must be mastered with the utmost seriousness and dedication. Ultimately, the judges' low scores and the audience's lack of enthusiasm for the design stem from a singular reason. The designers failed to produce meticulous sketches. Many lines that should have flowed smoothly were interrupted multiple times by the designers. A single misstroke can significantly detract from the overall aesthetic of a piece. Initially, during the audition phase, contestants were asked to create design illustrations, and each of those sketches was crafted with great care. Yet now the same designs, though the product of a designer's hands, are treated disparately simply due to the passage of time. In the pursuit of creativity, designers must not forget their original intentions. The production team displayed a side-by-side comparison of each contestant's work, prompting many designers to bow their heads in shame. "This was a test, and you have been eliminated." Director Zhang's words resonated with a particularly harsh chill in the air, leading many contestants to weep openly. Zhou Qian's complexion was strikingly pale. Her head bowed as thoughts swirled in her mind. Moments earlier, when Zhou Qian had approached, Su Qian had noticed that her foundation was applied heavily, and her lipstick was a shade barely distinguishable from her natural lip color, lending her a rather lackluster appearance. Su Qian glanced at the cameraman stationed in the contestant area. His lens focused solely on Zhou Qian. The design draft displayed on the screen did indeed appear somewhat careless. Given Zhou Qian's friendship with Huiyan, could it be that he would not inform her of this news? Su Qian cast a glance at Huiyan and then at Zhou Qian, internally cursing the underhandedness of the situation. As the production team began to pack away the cameras, Su Qian prepared to depart. Just before leaving, Lin Zhou jogged over, his eyes sparkling as he asked, "Miss Su, may I add you on WeChat?" "Certainly." As a designer, Su Qian possesses copyright and thus enjoys a modest income. In this context, Lin Zhou's decision to add her on WeChat appears quite logical, and it is indeed necessary for the two to connect. After becoming friends, Lin Zhou did not linger unnecessarily, gracefully waving goodbye. Su Qian reciprocated with a smile, as her unfamiliarity with Lin Zhou led her to project the persona she observed during the live stream onto him. Upon reflection, it seems that he is quite courteous. After conversing with Lin Zhou, Su Qian turned to find a father and son duo standing at the door, gazing at her. The little bun wore a look of discontent, while Jian Zhan Yan also displayed an unhappy expression. Chapter 81. "Couldn't you bring me along?" Beside him, Jian Zhan Yan felt equally frustrated. During his son's nap time, he had been busy covering him with a blanket and fanning him, only to be met with disappointment. The first words upon waking were, "Where's Mommy?" The second was a resolute declaration of, "I'm going to find Mommy." To make matters worse, Su Yan was also upset with him. The irate little bun began to vent his frustrations indiscriminately. Jian Zhan Yan felt utterly aggrieved, yet Su Yang refused to listen to his explanations, dashing over to Su Qian instead. Thus, Jian Zhan Yan's expression grew increasingly sour. Truly, children are the debts incurred from a previous life. Yet, why does this debt seem to be a no-interest loan from the bank when it comes to Su Qian? Has his son maintained a sulky face in front of her for more than 30 seconds? Witnessing the way Su Yang burst into laughter at Su Qian's words only darkened Jian Zhan Yan's mood further. Su Yang's behavior incessantly conveyed to Jian Zhan Yan that in his heart, he and his mother were worlds apart. Mother has triumphed, once again securing first place. With just those words, a radiant smile returned to the little one's face, almost eclipsing the memory of his earlier displeasure. After her pronouncement, Su Qian embraced Su Yang, whispering into his ear, "Mommy has requested the garment factory to create a bespoke, child-sized edition of the UT battle suit, especially for you." The little boy's face lit up with delight. He embraced Su Qian, planting a kiss on her cheek, and then, mimicking her actions, whispered into her ear, "Does this mean our promised trip to the amusement park is still on?" Su Qian nodded in affirmation. "Of course, darling." "Yay! All hail Mommy. I love you the most. Mommy, and I love my precious son more than words can express." Observing the tender exchange between mother and son from a short distance, Jian Zhan Yan felt utterly excluded, as if he were on the periphery of their world, in a space occupied by only the three of them. Why the need for hushed whispers? With the departure of the program's bus, only two vehicles remained in front of the factory, Zhou Chang's and Jian Zhan Yan's. Jian Zhanwei occupied the passenger seat of Zhou Chang's car. Su Qian remained uncertain of her sincerity, but it was evident that Jian Zhan Yan's words carried considerable weight. Zhou Qiang had requested an autograph from Lin Zhou, explaining that her sister was a devoted admirer. Lin Zhou had obliged with a personalized autograph addressed to Wei Wei. This shed light on the sudden outburst from Jian Zhanwei. Her brother's presence was one factor, but Lin Zhou's attentiveness had been the final catalyst. It was all rather perplexing. Seated in the back of Jian Zhan Yan's luxurious automobile, Su Qian noticed Jian Zhanwei in the passenger seat of Zhou Chang's car, appearing listless and devoid of energy. It would be ideal if the other party could learn from this lesson and refrain from appearing before her in the future. Such were Su Qian's thoughts. Yet intuition cautioned her that Jian Zhanwei was not a character who would exit the stage so readily. Su Yang carried only 2 books in his backpack, with 2 more assignments awaiting him on his desk at the Jian residence. Jian Zhan Yan glanced at the rearview mirror, addressing Su Yang in a level tone. "Unless you address me, how am I to know to whom you are speaking?" Su Yang responded with an O, and then stated, "President Jian, would you kindly request that the butler deliver my backpack?" The endearment President Jian, as used by the little one to refer to his nominal father, was typically reserved for Su Qian's private utterances, thus Jian Zhan Yan was unfamiliar with it. Upon hearing this childlike address, Jian Zhan Yan gradually steered the car to the roadside and halted. "Su Yang, I am your father. It matters not if you are unwilling to acknowledge it at present. In due course, I shall ensure that you call me so of your own volition." Having spoken, Jian Zhan Yan restarted the vehicle. Subsequently, she felt an urge to remark that Jian Zhan Yan's words bore a resemblance to those of an overbearing CEO in a novel. No. Although Jian Zhan Yan was the male protagonist in a stepmother narrative, he was, in reality, a bona fide magnate. At present, Su Qian was contemplating whether entrusting the child to Jian Zhan Yan was indeed the correct course of action. Once the UT team's uniforms were completed, Su Qian would receive a further sum of money. Thereafter, the garment would become a UT team commodity, with her receiving a percentage of each sale as the designer. With money in hand, Su Qian felt a sense of calm wash over her. Initially, her intention was to send little Baozi away, primarily due to the instability of her life. However, now that her circumstances were gradually stabilizing, she believed she could manage raising a child. Yet, she worried that if her career became too demanding, she might neglect little Baozi. Overall, her situation presented both advantages and disadvantages for Su Yang. While a child's desire to stay with their mother is one aspect, there is also the fear of becoming so engrossed in work that she might overlook her child. Su Qian gazed out of the window, her expression a tapestry of conflict. "Mom, should we go to the amusement park tomorrow or the day after?" Little Baozi eagerly tugged at Su Qian, engaging her in conversation. In the front seat, Jian Zhan Yan's ears perked up. The amusement park? Don't you have classes tomorrow since it's Monday? This reflects the mindset of a mother. Playtime is permissible, but it must not hinder education, even if her son is merely in kindergarten. Tomorrow, the kindergarten is on break, Su Yang interjected. Noticing Su Qian's skeptical look, he added, if you don't believe me, just ask Mr. Jian. Before Su Qian could inquire, Jian Zhan Yan chimed in. Several schools are holding joint examinations, and the kindergarten classrooms have been repurposed as examination venues, which is why Su Yang has a 2-day break. After stating this, Jian Zhan Yan continued, are you two interested in visiting the amusement park? Recently, the Jian family has completed renovations on an amusement park, which will open in a few days. In the meantime, many attractions are available for trial runs. Perhaps you should consider going there. Upon hearing Jian Zhan Yan's suggestion, Su Qian naturally declined. Some amusement park attractions are far more enjoyable when experienced with a crowd. Little Baozi nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Mom is right. The topic then shifted as the mother and son began discussing which attractions they would enjoy at the amusement park. Jian Zhan Yan pursed his lips, pondering the inadequacy of the suggested destination. His true intention had been to accompany them. Through the events of the day, Jian Zhan Yan discerned that Su Yang seemed to reveal his true self solely in the presence of Su Qian, contrasting sharply with his demeanor at the Jian residence. Thus, Jian Zhan Yan yearned to observe the interaction between Su Yang and Su Qian. Alas, the mother and son failed to grasp his meaning, neglecting to extend an invitation for him to join their outing. In Chapter 82, The Rumored Mother of the Child, Su Qian and Su Yang ultimately resolved to visit the amusement park on Monday, take a day of rest at home on Tuesday, and prepare for school on Wednesday. Yet, in the end, no one invited Jian Zhan Yan to partake in their amusement. Goodbye, Mr. Jian. Drive safely, they called out as they waved to him from the roadside. Jian Zhan Yan responded with a slight gesture of his tongue against his molars before driving away. While en route, Jian Zhan Yan's phone chimed. It was a call from Sun Lingwei, inquiring if he wished to join the gathering with friends. The radiant smiles of Su Qian and Su Yang lingered in his mind, and he replied affirmatively, realizing it had been a while since he had seen them. At that moment, the individuals gathered in the private room of the club eagerly anticipated Jian Zhan Yan's arrival. The group had been discussing their recent happenings, with no mention of Jian Zhan Yan, until suddenly Sun Lingwei exclaimed, startling everyone. What kind of expressions are those? Do you know what I just discovered? Sun Lingwei proclaimed, leaping up with palpable excitement, causing a stir among the group. Due to Sun Lingwei's notorious past, the crowd showed little interest in the claims he made. I have seen Zhan Yan's woman. Following Jian Zhan Yan's earlier warning, his brothers had ceased their curiosity about Su Yang, yet they were still eager to discover which woman had given birth to Jian Zhan Yan's child, the infamous cold-faced king of hell. Naturally, no one delved too deeply into investigations. A few casual inquiries yielded no intriguing rumors, prompting them to abandon the pursuit. At that moment, upon hearing Sun Lingwei's declaration, a young man with a buzz cut suddenly leaped to his feet, exclaiming, Jian Ji's woman? Where is she? Without hesitation, he darted to the doorway, scanning the area intently. Although he was often labeled the least composed among them, the gravity of the situation had rendered them all equally unsettled. Sun Lingwei clicked his tongue and tapped his phone, stating, right here. He then connected his device to the room's projector, and a 3-minute video began to play on the screen. The seriousness with which the audience now observed this was unmatched, even surpassing their focus during crucial business negotiations. The video showcased a high-energy montage of Su Qian's competition performance, accompanied by stirring music that amplified the atmosphere, punctuated by the announcer's voice. Contestant 32, Su Qian, has secured the first advancement card. Contestant 32, Su Qian, first place, congratulations. Congratulations to Su Qian for her first place. Please ascend to the throne. The overall effect was exhilarating. Su Qian exuded an unstoppable aura throughout the video. As the footage concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the room. After a few seconds, one voice broke through the stillness. A vagrant? A woman of delicate and endearing nature, possessing a gentle temperament, inclined to dedicate herself as a full-time homemaker? These were the very words several individuals recalled Sun Lingyue employing to depict Su Qian upon their initial acquaintance. Yet, first impressions can indeed prove deceptive. Sun Lingyue offered a sheepish chuckle, scratching the back of his head. The group remained silent, for inaccurate seemed a gross understatement. The reality was a world apart. This video showcases a fiercely popular fashion design competition that has recently taken the internet by storm. The very Tianlu project in which Jian Yan's company has invested. I stumbled upon it while idly browsing my phone. It's rumored to have trended on multiple occasions. Have none of you caught wind of it? Sun Lingyue inquired, observing as his companions eagerly seized their phones to conduct searches. I've been preoccupied with export collaborations as of late, only finding respite today. I generally abstain from such frivolous pursuits. I noticed it, but I neglected to delve into the trending topic. Upon perusing the search results, the group remarked, "This competition boasts considerable prestige, with judges of no small repute. The participants, too, are formidable contenders, judging by their impressive credentials. Contestants typically furnish their personal resumes to augment their appeal, yet several entrants, including Su Qian, conspicuously omitted any such details. Men, when indulging in gossip, can rival the most ardent of women." As their discussion drew to a close, the group grew restless, for their conjectures remained unsubstantiated. Ultimately, they collectively resolved to contact Jian Zhan Yan, coaxing him into joining their gathering. They entrusted Sun Lingyue with the task, hoping he could persuade Jian Zhan Yan. But to their surprise, the latter readily accepted without hesitation, observing Su Qian, who possesses both beauty and capability. The initial assumptions among several individuals that she is a gold digger and that the child is an accidental byproduct began to dissipate. Less than an hour after the phone call ended, Jian Zhan Yan arrived. He understood that this group of brothers was not there to drink with him, but to interrogate. Is she the child's mother? Does that make her a sister-in-law? The man sitting on the far left, the eldest among them, articulated the thoughts of the entire group. Initially believing their brother sought to leave a legacy, they were now uncertain upon encountering the legendary child's mother. Each person in the room was someone whom the outside world would refer to as a formidable figure. Yet here, they were gossiping about another's romantic entanglements. The human proclivity for gossip remains unchanged. Jian Zhan Yan seated himself and poured a drink, stating, "No. The matters between us will be discussed when she has the opportunity to meet you." The situation was straightforward, easily explained in a single sentence. Yet, Jian Zhan Yan deliberately refrained from doing so. The events of 6 years prior remained shrouded in mystery, with the mastermind yet to be apprehended. He now suspected that someone close to him had orchestrated the treachery. Although these friends shared a long-standing camaraderie, they could not be entirely ruled out as suspects. The relationships among those present were complex, comprising not only his university classmates, but also acquaintances from work. Thus, complete trust was an impossibility. He harbored reservations towards everyone except himself. Recognizing Jian Zhan Yan's temperament, the others refrained from pressing further, opting instead to meander into other topics of casual conversation. During the banquet, Jian Zhan Yan engaged most frequently with Song, and likely because the latter had a family and a 7-year-old child. Jian Zhan Yan's query revolved around addressing a child's preference for their mother over their father. Song, upon hearing this, felt a sense of camaraderie. He raised his glass to Jian Zhan Yan in a gesture of mutual understanding. Ultimately, Jian Zhan Yan gained no insight, as this was also a predicament for Song and Sun Lingyue. Observing from the sidelines, shook his head, remarking that married men were invariably preoccupied with their children. Although there was a slight incongruity in his statement, Sun Lingyue, slightly inebriated, considered his observation to be particularly astute. Following this gathering, rumors circulated that Jian and the child's mother were romantically involved. Jian Zhan Yan deliberately allowed these rumors to persist, reasoning that if Su Qian had allies, they would inevitably react. As his investigation had yet to yield new developments, he could attempt to lure them out into the open. Chapter 83. He wants to be my stepfather that evening. While listening to Song and recount stories about his mischievous son, Jian Zhan Yan inadvertently consumed more alcohol than intended. The following morning, while recovering from the effects of the alcohol, Jian Zhan Yan reflected that, by comparison, his own son was remarkably well-behaved. After descending to the dining table for breakfast, Jian Zhan Yan, en route to the office, deviated from his usual habit of reviewing documents and instead perused his phone. Su Yang's social media posts had garnered considerable attention, featuring updates such as, "Waking up, the weather is lovely. Breakfast with mom. Chicken soup buns. I devoured 3. Off to the amusement park. Queuing to enter. Just moments ago, an elder sister recognized mother, and they even took a photograph together." Viewed from another perspective, Su Yang's actions could be likened to a real-time textual broadcast on social media. Watching his son's frequent updates, Jian Zhan Yan found it increasingly difficult to concentrate on work, occasionally refreshing the page to check for new posts. Not only were there words, but each update was accompanied by images. Despite some photos being slightly out of focus and others obscured by fingers, Jian Zhan Yan remained thoroughly engrossed. As he observed the mother and son posing with a cartoon sculpture, his eyes narrowed, and he let out a soft hum. There was no other reason. He had spotted the dog nestled in Su Qian's arms. They had brought Guagua along without even considering how he might feel at this moment. Today, the amusement park was hosting a pet-themed day, allowing guests to bring their animals. The day before, Su Yang had specifically called the butler to request the delivery of Guagua and his homework. Since Guagua was still quite small, Su Qian had placed him in a fabric bag, leaving only his little head poking out. The drivers were more than willing to accommodate them, and early that morning, mother and son had taken Guagua to the amusement park. "Mr. Jian, you have a meeting scheduled at 10, a lunch appointment with Mr. Zhao, and an afternoon site visit." After relaying this information, Assistant Zhang noticed the lack of a response from Mr. Jian. Turning back, he saw Jian staring at his phone, his expression troubled. Was there an issue with the contract? Had a subordinate angered him? Or perhaps, was the company facing a crisis? In the ensuing moment, Assistant Zhang overheard the sounds emanating from his superior's mobile phone. "Behold, the resplendence of my mother. Oh, a potential stepfather?" The video abruptly concluded, the ambience of the amusement park a cacophony of sounds. Despite being in proximity to Su Qian, the individual recording the video was unable to discern their conversation, save for the lucid utterances of Su Yang. A pallor of displeasure descended upon Jian Zhan Yan's visage, unwilling to address him as father, yet so readily accepting of a random man as a prospective stepfather. Within the video, a towering foreign gentleman was engaged in discourse with Su Qian. Initially, she offered a smile, followed by an expression of bewilderment, and then another smile. Jian Zhan Yan was consumed by vexation. Where was the severity she typically reserved for him? Why was she not rebuking this foreigner for his flippancy? With this in mind, Jian Zhan Yan replayed the video, endeavoring to decipher the exchange between Su Qian and the man. Alas, the footage was too indistinct, and their location appeared to be in close proximity to a roller coaster or similar large-scale attraction. The video was replete with the shrieks of tourists and the sounds of wheels grinding against tracks. Su Yang's voice, being closer to the microphone, was the only one that could be clearly heard. Assistant Zhang gazed out the window, his gaze lost in contemplation. Too enigmatic. Within the amusement park, the video recorded by Su Yang was but a fleeting interlude. The foreign gentleman was merely seeking directions, his fractured Chinese leading to Su Yang's misunderstanding. Having clarified the matter, Su Yang intended to delete the video, but Su Qian, beckoning him onto the carousel, caused him to forget the incident entirely. Having explored all the amusement facilities in Su Yang's desired itinerary, Su Qian showed understanding towards certain activities restricted to older children, as her classmates had previously mentioned such age limitations. Departing from their residence at 7:30 in the morning, Su Qian accompanied her son until nearly 11 at night. They dined at the amusement park's restaurants for all 3 meals, indulging in various daytime attractions. As evening approached, they enjoyed the street parade featuring the park's animals and mascots, a dazzling fireworks display, and captivating stage performances. The mother and son experienced a fulfilling day. Upon returning home, Su Qian first fed Guagua, then guided Su Yang through his bedtime routine. She swiftly completed her own ablutions, and after all preparations were made, the two nestled into bed together, falling asleep within 5 minutes. They slumbered soundly until 1 o'clock the following afternoon. Su Qian was the first to awaken, prompted by hunger. As she sat up, her little one stirred as well, rubbing his eyes while his stomach rumbled audibly. Qian, too, felt the pangs of hunger. Without realizing when she had bumped into something, she noticed several bruises on her arms and legs, and her limbs felt exceedingly sore. Gazing at her sleepy-eyed son, Qian greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, son." Immediately, both their stomachs responded with simultaneous growls, signaling their hunger. Qian felt too weary to even get out of bed, let alone cook. She promptly ordered a meal, and by the time they finished eating, she had fully regained her senses, realizing it was already 3 in the afternoon. Sitting on the sofa, Qian chuckled in amusement as she scrolled through her phone, discovering that Su Yang had posted over 60 updates on his social media account during their amusement park adventure. Moreover, his profile picture transitioned from a selfie to a group photo featuring himself, Qian, and Guagua. The latest post on Su Yang's social media was this very image, accompanied by the caption, "A delightful day has come to an end." Below, Jian Zhan Yan commented with a smiley face. For reasons unknown, this expression seemed somewhat sarcastic. However, given that Su Yang is the son of the male protagonist, no matter how cunning or vengeful he might be, it is unlikely he would hold a grudge against the child. Perhaps she was mistaken. After all, he was somewhat irked, as he had previously stated. Even a dog should not be present in that group photo. Jian Zhan Yan's comment, while intended to draw attention, went unnoticed by both Su Yang and Qian. As the mother and son prepared to indulge in hot pot, Qian ordered a late-night snack, with an abundance of hot pot ingredients delivered, and the restaurant even provided a pot. The two enjoyed their meal immensely. The following morning, the little bun was picked up by the butler and driven directly to school. The show aired on Saturday night, and by day, it had already made the trending list. The cloud platform's Tianlu competition was rife with underhanded dealings. Upon seeing this trending topic, Qian felt no surprise. Zhou Qiang had made her move. Chapter 84. A conspiracy against Qian. Initially, Qian harbored mere suspicions, but now, witnessing the trending topic, her conjectures were confirmed. This entry had reached the 9th position on the trending list, and the initial reactions from netizens were filled with skepticism towards the rumors. Both Qian and Zhou Qiang saw this Weibo post, the latter seething with anger. What did it mean to be eliminated at the finals? Did they truly believe she was inferior to Qian? Initially, netizens rallied to Zhou Qiang's defense, and she has since become the contestant with the largest online following due to her frequent interactions with fans who have begun to champion her cause. In particular, Zhou Qiang's Weibo activity, showing her logging in and out numerous times, has led her fans to express their sympathy, surmising that she is aware of the online situation but unable to comment. This has further fueled the belief that her elimination was unjust. Subsequently, netizens scrutinized the previous voting tallies, revealing irregularities. The notion that Qian could amass over 100,000 votes in a mere hour seemed implausible, a feat challenging even for popular celebrities. Given that voting required both a Weibo account and mobile SMS verification, Qian's vote count appeared astronomically high. The focus of online discussions shifted from the perceived injustice of Zhou Qiang's elimination to the anomaly of Qian's vote count, leading to the trending topic of alleged behind-the-scenes manipulation in the cloud platform Skyroad competition. Qian and Zhou Qiang were at the forefront of these discussions, with little apparent controversy surrounding the other contestants. As for the vote count, a glint of determination flickered in Qian's eyes, confident in her ability to resolve the issue. The online uproar did not perturb Qian. She continued to enjoy her meals and even indulged in a video game. Qian focused her attention on contestants number 3 and 6, both of whom possessed strong professional skills, and, while their designs were not particularly eye-catching, they were consistent and composed. Furthermore, contestants numbered 21 and 18 presented designs of exceptional ingenuity. The creations of numerous designers have trended on social media, yet the discourse surrounding Qian's work remains remarkably vibrant. Observers universally marvel at the sheer magnificence that Qian's garments would embody were they to be realized. The artistry displayed by contestant 32 is simply breathtaking. The seamless integration of patterns during the ultimate move transition is particularly striking, exhibiting a fluidity and aesthetic appeal that is both refined and elegant. Remarkably, The expansive patterns avoid any hint of vulgarity, instead exuding a sense of cultivated taste. Crucially, this design is slated to be the official UT team uniform for the upcoming winter season. Following the broadcast of the program, pre-orders for this garment have surpassed an astounding 100,000 units, a testament to the fervor of fans who have committed to purchase even before seeing the final product. This heartfelt apology evoked profound sympathy among her fanbase. Subsequently, a post emerged suggesting that Zhou Chang's submission deviated significantly from her initial entry due to a physical ailment. Observant viewers noted her trembling hand and clutching her stomach during the program, with the final elimination scene revealing a stark pallor in contrast to Su Qian's complexion. An additional online commentator recounted an experience from the previous Sunday evening, during which she attended to a young woman seeking relief for stomach pain at a pharmacy where she was working a night shift. Upon reflection, she identified the individual as Zhou Qian. The commentator substantiated her claim with security camera footage, which clearly depicted Zhou Qian. This revelation effectively resolved the mystery, prompting widespread expressions of sympathy for Zhou Chang's unfortunate elimination. Fans were deeply moved by her selfless conduct, noting that she refrained from offering excuses or justifications despite her extenuating circumstances, instead prioritizing the emotional well-being of her followers. Our beloved Chang is an absolute paragon of virtue. It seems fortune invariably favors you. Enraged, Zhou Chang's devotees were poised to flood Su Qian's Weibo, only to find she was not on it. Discerning netizens pointed out that Su Qian was hardly a beneficiary, as Zhou Chang's elimination would not jeopardize Su Qian's leading position. However, Zhou Chang's adherents turned a deaf ear to such arguments, shifting their focus to the matter of votes. Su Qian, observing the fervent commotion online, found it all rather amusing, marveling at Zhou Chang's adeptness in manipulating the digital realm. Witnessing these farcical events, Su Qian discerned Zhou Chang's scheme, a cunning ploy to simultaneously establish a resilient persona for herself while denigrating Su Qian. Given Zhou Chang's scores in the previous 2 rounds, a conservative performance in this round would have assured her advancement. Yet, Zhou Qian opted against such prudence, deliberately crafting a subpar design. Public sentiment is easily swayed. Zhou Chang's recent conduct, coupled with the revelation of her purchasing medication, undoubtedly garnered her a surge of favor. Indeed, it was all for the revival card in Hui Yan's possession. Though Su Qian paid little attention to fan circles, she was well aware that Zhou Qian was engaging in suffering marketing, aiming to evoke sympathy from her followers, thereby intensifying their devotion. Having witnessed the protagonist's machinations firsthand, Su Qian realized she was fated to become the unfortunate stepping stone for the heroine. Chapter 85. A groundswell of public opinion turns another might have succumbed to frenzy and trepidation, but Su Qian remained composed. If anyone thought they could exploit her as a stepping stone, they had another thing coming. A mere slip of the foot could lead to an unfathomable abyss. Subsequently, Su Qian contacted the chief director, the auditory backdrop a cacophony of clinking glasses, indicative of a jubilant celebration of their premier viewership ratings, to inquire about the vote tally. Having previously discerned Zhou Chang's dubious intentions, Su Qian had resolved to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Had Zhou Chang's machinations not implicated her, she would have remained indifferent. However, it had become manifestly clear that Zhou Qian was exploiting her for self-promotion. This, Su Qian could not countenance, causing her final vestige of admiration for the leading actress to dissipate. Despite her initial suspicions, Su Qian had entertained a modicum of hope that she was not the intended target. However, a perusal of the day's online discourse had confirmed that Zhou Qian was indeed targeting her. "Very well, I understand," Su Qian remarked, exchanging pleasantries with the director before terminating the call. It was highly improbable that the official account would address the matter. Su Qian expressed her gratitude and declined the director's proposition, citing her absence from Weibo and her unwillingness to grant Zhou Qian such an easy reprieve. Given the website personnel's assertion that the vote count was accurate, further scrutiny would prove futile, implying that the 110,000 votes had indeed been cast via individual mobile numbers, each requiring verification. As Su Qian refreshed the entry, a familiar figure caught her eye. Lin Zhou, who had voiced his support for her, posting, "Why not over 100,000 votes?" Attached image. Beneath the post, a fan inquired, "Which one do you favor?" To which Lin Zhou responded, "I favor design number 32. The screenshot revealed that Lin Zhou had disseminated the message across 10 groups, each comprising 3,000 to 4,000 members, thereby accounting for 30,000 to 40,000 individuals. Subsequently, some individuals contested Su Qian's accumulation of 110,000 votes, asserting that even with 10 groups, it would be improbable for every member to cast a vote, thus implying the vote count was questionable. In the digital realm, for every proponent, there exists an adversary. Initially, there was a degree of sympathy for Zhou Qian. However, the aggressive behavior of her fanbase has become increasingly off-putting. While they genuinely lamented Zhou Qian's elimination, it was not attributable to Su Qian. Even if Su Qian had obtained Zhou Qian's score in this round, she would still secure the top position, given her advantage from the previous 2 rounds. Netizens were perplexed by the grievances of Zhou Qian's fans, as Su Qian's supremacy remained unassailable. There is a saying that excess is a defect, and online sentiment is not easily managed. At the very least, Zhou Qian currently lacks control over her fans' actions. The more she urged her fans not to be impulsive and expressed indifference, the more the fans sympathized. Subsequently, a cohort emerged online, attesting to the plausibility of Su Qian obtaining 110,000 votes, as they had all canvassed for votes. They posted screenshots of their respective vote solicitations on Weibo, identifying themselves as esports enthusiasts. Their intent was straightforward: to substantiate the possibility of accumulating 110,000 votes. These individuals disseminated messages in various groups or private chats with friends, stating, "Click on the link and vote for number 1, so we can get the same style online in the future. I want it." Groups of 200 or 500 individuals may seem insignificant compared to the number 110,000, but what if there were 3, 5, or 8 such groups combined? Like rivers converging into an ocean or grains of sand forming a tower, these individuals collectively could easily surpass 110,000 votes. At this juncture, a Weibo staff member issued a statement, affirming, "Indeed, there are no issues. We conducted a thorough investigation in the back end on that day, and each vote was cast from a unique mobile device. It is implausible to fabricate votes. To amass 110,000 votes, an army of internet trolls would necessitate possessing an equal number of mobile phones, a logistical impossibility." Moreover, Su Qian remained conspicuously absent throughout, an air of composure and gravitas in stark contrast to Zhou Qian's lachrymose display. Such poise is the hallmark of true eminence. Righteous netizens began to emulate the sardonic tone of Zhou Qian's devotees. Zhou Qian had engaged a cohort of online mercenaries to fabricate votes for Su Qian, and upon witnessing the inflated tally of 110,000, Zhou Qian, satisfied, disbursed the final payment upon the contest's culmination. However, upon attempting to contact the aforementioned party via WeChat, she discovered she had been expunged from their contacts, leading her to the realization that she had been defrauded. Adding insult to injury, these very mercenaries discovered their inability to manipulate the vote, owing to the requirement of SMS verification and the limitation of 1 vote per device, a stark departure from the protocols of previous online polls. They initially intended to confess their impotence to their patron, Zhou Qian, but upon observing Su Qian's meteoric rise in the polls, a trajectory mirroring their own fraudulent efforts, they surmised that the final tally of 110,000, an order of magnitude greater than that of the runner-up, was attributable to their machinations. It takes a thick skin to thrive as an internet troll. Thus, Zhou Qian transferred the funds. In a twist of fate, Zhou Qian's attempt to embroil Su Qian in scandal through the purchase of counterfeit votes inadvertently catalyzed her ascent to prominence through sheer merit. The sheer volume of legitimate votes cast for Su Qian ironically lent credence to the notion of fraud, yet these votes were, in fact, entirely genuine. Consequently, Zhou Qian's supporters attributed the entire imbroglio to a misunderstanding. Su Qian observed the gradual decline in the trending topics, a series of events that transpired in a manner wholly unforeseen. She had yet to make a move, and surprisingly, the situation resolved itself. It is essential to strike at the vital point. Chapter 86. The turn of events, Zhou Qiang, the target of many. I do not like them, Su Yang murmured. How can you say you won't like your grandparents if you haven't even met them? Jian Mu's attitude towards Su Qian was rather poor. Yet she showered her grandson, Su Yang, with unwavering affection. They spoke ill of you on the phone. That makes them bad grandparents. Little Baozi pouted, feeling aggrieved, and continued. Auntie is bad. Grandma is bad. This family is no good at all. Mommy, I do not like it here. This remark caught Jian Zhan Yan, who was carrying milk to Su Yang's room, by surprise. At the same time, he could hear Su Qian's voice on the other end of the line. The other party was advising Su Yang to spend some time with his grandparents before forming any opinions, suggesting that such an approach would prevent misunderstandings. Jian Zhan Yan refrained from entering the room, listening intently to the mother-son exchange, a glimmer of darkness flashing in his eyes, their depth profound. When Su Qian finally ended the call, Su Yang, demonstrating remarkable understanding, expressed his willingness to spend time with his grandparents first, promising to come to Su Qian if he still felt discontented. Su Qian smiled and agreed before hanging up. A few minutes later, while Su Qian was pouring herself a glass of water, her phone rang again. She rummaged through the cabinet for tea bags, assuming it was Su Yang calling back. Without glancing at the screen, she pressed the answer button and said, "Well, what is it now?" Each time, little Baozi listened to her advice. Su Qian felt inclined to call him little sweetheart. Unable to hear the response from the other end, she nestled the phone between her shoulder and ear and continued. "Why aren't you speaking, sweetheart?" During this period, Su Qian stirred the hot water with a spoon, the tinkling sound resonating with an unusually crisp clarity. "Miss Su, it's me, Jian Zhan Yan." Su Qian set the cup in her hand upon the coffee table and glanced at her phone screen. It was indeed not a call from Su Yang. "I apologize, Mr. Jian. How may I assist you?" Su Qian immediately adopted a professional demeanor, starkly contrasting with her earlier tone of endearment. Raising an eyebrow, she pondered Jian Zhan Yan's motivations for such a decision. "Of course, there's no issue, but may I inquire as to why you wish to proceed in this manner? I will first communicate with them, and then arrange for Su Yang to meet. The situation concerning Jian Zhanwei should not repeat. One must not speak indiscreetly in front of the child. Due to Jian Zhanwei's temperament resembling that of her mother, Jian Zhan Yan resolved to clarify matters with his parents before allowing the child to confront them directly. Understanding Jian Zhan Yan's concerns, Su Qian agreed to bring the child over. Jian Zhan Yan expressed his gratitude, and the two concluded their call. After ending the conversation, Su Qian, holding her teacup, moved to her computer desk and began searching for information related to Zhou Qiang, focusing on foreign news. Su Qian possessed a resolute character. When Zhou Qiang plotted against her, she was prepared for retaliation. The adversary intended to capitalize on her popularity, and now that endeavor had faltered. Had it succeeded, she would have become a target. Su Qian contemplated returning the favor, knowing that mere failure does not equate to absence of harm. The moment malicious intent arises, it is already a debt to be settled. A slow smile crept across Su Qian's lips as she awaited to see how the protagonist would withstand the forthcoming challenges. Upon hearing Jian Zhanwei's apologies, Zhou Qiang gently advised her not to take it to heart, expressing sentiments akin to those one might share with a beloved sister, assuring her that he would not hold it against her. Jian Zhanwei was deeply moved, tears streaming down her face, after witnessing her brother's callousness. Zhou Qiang's tender words offered her solace. Following Jian Zhanwei's warning from Jian Zhan, she was deterred from acting impulsively, despite her usual bravado and fearless demeanor. When faced with Jian Zhan, the most fervent person in the room would instantly temper her exuberance. Thus, when Jian Zhan earnestly cautioned her against causing trouble for Su Qian, Jian Zhanwei truly felt compelled to avoid any confrontation with her. "Sister Chang, I've reserved a room for you. You can stay here tonight to avoid the hassle of driving," Jian Zhanwei remarked just as Zhou Chang's phone rang. The moment she answered, Zhou Chang's expression shifted to one of stark dismay. After hanging up, she promptly accessed trending topics online. The trending search, "Heartbroken for Zhou Qiang," was a result of her own orchestration. Since her plans had faltered, she sought to make the most of the situation and garner more fans. Initially, The comments beneath this trending topic were filled with declarations of love from fans, but now they had transformed into vitriolic attacks from netizens. This change was precipitated by the leak of video featuring Zhou Qian abroad, where her demeanor was in stark contrast to her current gentle nature. In the footage, she sported dramatic smoky-eye makeup and bold red lips. While exaggerated makeup alone might not have been catastrophic, the video's context was far more troubling. Zhou Qian was seen standing behind four similarly adorned individuals, encircling a girl with braided hair. It was evident from the footage that they were bullying her, and as they departed, Zhou Qian even reached out to tap the girl's shoulder, an action that appeared menacing and threatening. The video's caption alleges that designer Zhou Qian was expelled from university due to bullying, only to re-enroll at another institution 6 months later through familial connections. Qian discovered discussions about Zhou Qian on the former's initial university forum, noting the international popularity of the Tianlu competition. After a netizen posted the video, Qian compensated them for details surrounding the incident and subsequently acquired the video. Now, not only are netizens labeling Zhou Qian as a perpetrator of school violence, but even many of her fans are expressing disappointment. Initially disbelieving, some fans unearthed the video on external websites, confirming its authenticity. It was indeed Zhou Qian. In a mere half hour, Zhou Qian lost 8,000 followers, a following she had painstakingly cultivated. Appearances can indeed be deceiving. Given her delinquent posture, could she also be involved in drug use? Indeed, that Zhou Qian is quite the hypocrite. Zhou Chang's hand trembled as she clutched her phone, aghast at becoming a pariah. Chapter 87. Why would CEO Jian do this? Who leaked this information? Zhou Chang's breathing became labored, her face ashen. Jian Zhan Yan, noticing her distress, quickly poured water for her, urging Zhou Qian to remain composed. Chang, I know you must be innocent. Don't be upset, or you'll play into the hands of those with malicious intent. Whether in terms of fashion design or Zhou Chang's aspirations as an internet celebrity, Agent and Hua's arrangements have been indispensable. Now, with this incident surfacing, Zhou Qian immediately felt rudderless, phoning her agent to inquire about how to proceed. During her junior year, Zhou Qian became acquainted with her agent. Zhou Qian had never disclosed to anyone that she had been asked to leave another design school during her freshman year because she felt ashamed. As a result, the agent called Zhou Qian to confirm. Zhou Qian was young and reckless at the time, and she wanted to quickly integrate into the group because she had just arrived in a new environment. Zhou Chang's rebellious phase began late, during her freshman year. Fortunately, she came to her senses in time and mended her ways during the half year she took off from school. Zhou Qian can't bear to look at her old attire now. And Hua stated, the only way to move on is to sincerely admit your mistakes. If you try to avoid the issue and minimize its significance, you will make a terrible mistake. In the future, every time you trend, people will bring up this incident. Zhou Qian was unwilling to take in Hua's well-intentioned advice and admit it because it would be like slapping herself in the face again. The person in the video looks very different from Zhou Qian now, and the content is blurry. She could deny it if she wanted to, but the person behind the scenes somehow obtained a photo of her student ID. It was identical to the girl in the video with smoky makeup. The student ID couldn't be faked, so it was undeniable, leaving fans with no room to argue. It also dashed Zhou Chang's last bit of hope. She had no choice but to admit it now. Finally, Zhou Qian released a video apology. Her agent wrote the apology, and Zhou Qian memorized it before posting the video so that her apology would appear more sincere on camera, presenting her academic accolades earned since resuming her education. Zhou Qian substantiated her reformation. I acknowledge that these do not justify my past transgressions. I was unequivocally in the wrong. Upon recognizing my error, I apologized to the affected classmate prior to transferring schools, and I was granted forgiveness. Who among us has not erred in the impetuosity of youth? As Qian observed the video, she commended Zhou Chang's publicist, acknowledging the timeliness of the intervention in averting a crisis. Zhou Chang's handling of the matter was commendable, garnering her widespread approval from netizens. Nonetheless, her fanbase experienced a tangible attrition. Their initial affection stemmed from the perception of her as a benevolent and endearing ingenue. The revelation of the photographs and videos shattered their idealized image. The intensity of their former adoration was now supplanted by aversion. They not only unfollowed Zhou Qian, but also blacklisted her, vowing to never again encounter her presence. This predicament arose from the construction of an excessively flawless persona. Infallibility is not inherent to humanity. Yet Zhou Qian sought to cultivate an image of perfection in the minds of others, now reaping the consequences of her actions. Observing Zhou Chang's pallid complexion in the video, Su Qian smiled with gratification, deeming such pallor authentic, unattainable through mere cosmetics. Recognizing Zhou Chang's preoccupation with this aspect, Su Qian discreetly intervened. What could inflict greater distress upon Zhou Qian than a decline in her fanbase? Beyond the issue of diminishing followers, Zhou Chang's carefully constructed image had been fractured. Any subsequent attempts to portray herself as naive would be perceived as disingenuous. A smoker, heavy makeup wearer, and bully of classmates masquerading as an innocent? The notion was utterly preposterous. Fans who adore Zhou Qian naturally attract their share of detractors, who have taken to calling her Zhou Taimai. This moniker reignited the smoldering frustrations within Zhou Qian. The tempestuous waves across the internet were stirred by her, only to dissipate once more in her wake. In any case, Zhou Qian should not expect a peaceful night. Surely, she would be awake until dawn. Su Qian's conjecture proved correct. During her stay at Jian Zhan Yan's apartment, Zhou Qian found herself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. Ultimately, at the stroke of one, she left a note for Jian Zhan Yan and departed. Zhou Qian then made her way to her manager in Hua's residence, where he was still awake, fixated on the latest online developments. The fervor surrounding the incident had begun to wane, signaling it was time to turn the page. And Hua exhaled with relief, noting that once the apology statement was issued, the internet's scrutiny would likely subside. Brethren, I suspect this whole affair was orchestrated by Su Qian, Zhou Qian declared with conviction. After pondering through the night, she believed Su Qian to be the most likely suspect. During the competition, she had sensed a peculiar intensity in Su Qian's gaze. Upon reflection, she realized that Su Qian might have seen the advancement card in her possession. As Zhou Qian elaborated on her theory regarding Su Qian's potential involvement, her conviction only grew stronger. Seeing and Hua nod in agreement, Zhou Qian slammed her palm on the table, seething with indignation. What audacity from Su Qian to treat me this way! She shall not escape my wrath. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes, and her chilling smile sent shivers down the spine. Just as she was leading Su Yang upstairs, upon entering the room, Su Qian was met with her son's inquiry. Mom, why do you think President Jian did that? Chapter 88. Met only by a dogum? Hearing Su Yang's words, Su Qian was momentarily taken aback. Her small hand formed a fist and rested beneath her chin as Su Yang, wearing a thoughtful expression, continued. I suspect something is amiss with him. Su Qian responded with an amiable smile. And what exactly do you think is the matter, young Su Yang? I haven't quite figured it out yet. This was precisely why Su Yang had posed a question to Su Qian earlier. Adult matters are best left to adults. There's no need for you to concern yourself with such things, Su Qian said, gently ruffling Su Yang's hair. Su Yang responded with an "oh," seemingly in agreement. But in his heart, he was determined to get to the bottom of it. He suspected that CEO Jian would conspire with his parents to bully others. The others he was referring to was, of course, Su Qian. In Su Yang's mind, even though his mother had become stronger, he still needed to protect her. Little did Jian Zhan Yan know that this was how Su Yang perceived him. His actions, intended for the sake of his son, had inadvertently become evidence of his alliance with the villains. At the airport, Jian's parents scanned their surroundings, and when they didn't spot their grandson, a hint of displeasure flickered across their faces, though they didn't voice it. Where's my grandson? Jian's mother exclaimed, setting down her luggage and preparing to search the third floor. There's no need to search. I've already taken the child to his mother, Jian Zhan Yan replied, his expression indifferent as he gazed at Jian's mother with a detached demeanor. Jian's mother's smile instantly vanished, and she retorted with a touch of annoyance. What exactly are you implying? Since the moment we received the news, your mother and I have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of our grandson. Yet, you've sent the child away. What are you thinking? Before you see Su Yang, I require you to affix your signatures to this accord. The stipulations written therein caused a visible shift in their complexions. The mother of Su Yang must not be mentioned. Negative influences must not be instilled in the child. Contacting Su Qian privately is forbidden. In this country, you're prohibited from acting under the auspices of the Jian name. I am your mother, the woman who brought you into this world. How could you ask me to sign such an agreement? Sign it and stay or leave. Having uttered those words, Jian Zhan Yan ascended the staircase, subsequently instructing the housekeeper to escort them out. That torn one is unsignable. Our son has transformed. Observing the father's act of tearing the agreement, the astute housekeeper promptly signaled the maid, who understood and proceeded to reprint the document in the first-floor study. In the study on the first floor of the villa, all office supplies were readily available, facilitating Jian Zhan Yan's work-from-home routine. Observing Jian's father signing his name on the agreement, the butler's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice. The current master had transformed, no longer susceptible to sentimentality. In a few days, I will arrange for you to meet, the butler stated as he escorted Jian's parents to the third floor. Jian's mother was dissatisfied, for the third floor of the Jian residence was designated for guests. She preferred to stay in her previous master bedroom. A single remark extinguished her aspirations. The act of signing the agreement served as a stark reminder, making it abundantly clear to Jian's mother that her son was no longer the same person he once was. Realizing Jian Zhan Yan's changed demeanor, she instinctively moderated her temper. Had Jian Zhan Yan displayed any softness, she would have insisted on occupying the master bedroom. It is a common flaw among many to be soft with the meek and harsh with the strong, and Jian's mother was no exception. For instance, the next day's recording was announced with only a night's notice, which indeed felt abrupt. Su Yang was an exceptionally clever child. Previously, he could achieve his aims by yelling and throwing tantrums at Su Qian. However, now that tactic had lost its efficacy. He discovered a different approach. By articulating his reasons for wanting to undertake a particular task, then charmingly pleading, he found that there was a high likelihood his mother would acquiesce. Throughout the conversation, Jian Zhan Yan listened to his son's coaxing on the other end of the line. Having grown numb and accustomed to it, his son exhibited a duality in his demeanor, displaying one face towards him and another towards Su Qian. The reason Su Qian refrained from immediately agreeing to Su Yang's request was her fear of inadequately attending to his needs. Having spent his formative years in the city, Su Yang was about to be introduced to the idyllic splendor of nature by Su Qian. Zhang, a dependable individual known to Su Qian, possessed the acumen befitting a president's assistant at the esteemed Jian Corporation. Before concluding the call, Jian Zhan Yan could overhear his son's effusive praise, directed elsewhere, despite Jian's own pivotal role in enabling the outing. Such was the poignant reality of Mr. Jian's daily life. In the interim, Su would be briefed on the current domestic landscape, so as to instill a sense of circumspection in their discourse. Chapter 89. Miss Su? A dubious character. Indeed, the impending contest was a 12-6 elimination round. 4 contestants would be resurrected by the panel of judges, followed by a 10-3 elimination, culminating in a final showdown among the top 3 contenders for the gold, silver, and bronze. Upon hearing these stipulations, Su Qian could surmise with little effort who would be the beneficiary of Hui An's reprieve. The 12-6 competition proved to be exceptionally fierce, with each contestant pulling out all the stops in a bid for advancement. However, these theatrics were of little concern to Su Qian. The battle for positions 2-6 held no allure for her, as their sights were not set on the top spot. The competition offered rewards for the top 3 finishers, mitigating the need for such cutthroat ambition. It wasn't a matter of lacking competitive spirit, but rather a pragmatic assessment of the odds. Given the substantial disparity in points, a desperate gamble would be futile. Su Qian's dominance was simply too entrenched. What contestant, after all, had maintained an unwavering lead from the very first episode? In recounting the multitude of competitive reality shows, there has never been a true contender for the championship. To aspire for victory, one must first secure a place among the top 6. This competition proved no different. Su Qian's creations shone the brightest. Despite the garments being crafted from identical fabrics and sharing the same thematic design, when displayed together, Su Qian's attire stood out distinctly, captivating yet subtly sophisticated. Her designs are not merely suited for glamorous events. They are equally appropriate for everyday professional wear. This is the hallmark of Su Qian's artistry, opulent yet unpretentious, flamboyant yet familiar. As she diligently sewed the fabric into finished garments, Su Yang sat nearby, engrossed in a book he had brought from home, managing to remain composed throughout the day. Curiously, the book he was reading was not a typical children's story, but rather a comprehensive tome on astronomy. The thickness of the volume belied its juvenile classification. The cameraman, capturing a close-up of the book, found the contents perplexing, yet the child seemed utterly absorbed. In that moment, the cameraman felt the weight of life's inequities, silently acknowledging that academic prodigies are indeed born, not made. In truth, there remained another day for garment creation. But Su Qian was hastening her work with the intention of spending the following day enjoying leisure at a farm resort with her son. Su Yang was quite adept at self-care, even remembering to drape the fabric over his abdomen to ward off the chill. Thus concluded the day's recording. On the subsequent day, while other contestants were still preoccupied with their creations, Su Qian led her son toward the mountains, now transformed into a tourist attraction devoid of fierce wildlife. During this excursion, it was only natural that Su Yang would boast about it on his moments, even though he had few acquaintances there. As the butler said, moments isn't necessarily for others to see. It can simply be for commemoration. Su Yang found this quite reasonable, hence his frequent updates. Whenever he went out with his mother, Su Yang would inundate his moments with posts, one after another, with remarkable diligence. Typically, the first person to like Su Yang's posts was Jian Zhan Yan. From scenic vistas to culinary delights to photographs of the mother and son together, one could sense the joyous atmosphere emanating from the pictures, revealing Su Yang's elation. Were it not for pressing matters that kept Jian Zhan Yan occupied, she would have dearly loved to join her son on his mountain hike. Upon returning to the Jian residence, Jian's mother only paused for a single night. The following day, after Jian Zhan Yan had departed for work, she resumed acting as if she were the mistress of the house, finding fault with the servants. As the conversation progressed, they eventually decided that Jian's parents would visit the Zhou family in the afternoon. Fan Shui assisted her sister-in-law in making a favorable impression on Jian's parents. Jian's parents' visit to the Zhou family to foster goodwill was secondary. Their primary intention was to inquire about Su Qian. At the Jian residence, Jian's parents dared not utter a single word about Su Qian. Aside from the butler, the servants in the Jian residence had been replaced with new faces, none of whom were familiar to them. Since the butler had never aligned himself with them, Jian's parents naturally dared not ask him anything. Arriving at the Zhou family villa, they felt a sense of relief. "Grandma Jian, is Su Yang at home?" Zhou Ping inquired, eager to perform a magic trick he had learned abroad for Su Yang. Possessing a shrewd mind, Fan Shui deemed it prudent to first gauge Jane's mother's disposition before revealing her intentions. Jane's mother, without hesitation, expressed a degree of displeasure towards Su Qian. Witnessing this, Fan Shui's lips curved into a subtle smile, perceiving an increased likelihood of her sister-in-law marrying into the Jane family. It was implausible that Fan Shui would utter any commendations regarding Su Qian. While seemingly presenting an unbiased account, a discerning ear would detect subtle disparagements directed at Su Qian. Having maintained contact with Zhou Qiang during her time abroad, Fan Shui was privy to the events surrounding Su Qian's competition. As Jane's mother listened, her brow furrowed with increasing intensity, her disdain ultimately manifesting unequivocally on her countenance. Chapter 90, Visiting Grandparents with the Child subsequent to that initial phone call. Jane's mother harbored an exceedingly unfavorable impression of Su Qian. Upon hearing Fan Shui's words, a singular thought solidified in her mind. Under no circumstances could that woman be permitted to enter the Jane family. Should such a woman gain entry into the Jane household, would she even be allowed within the confines of the Jane family's residence? If her demeanor was so imperious over the phone, would she not become utterly uncontrollable in person? Observing Jane's mother's expression, Fan Shui secretly rejoiced, recognizing that the disapproval of Jane's parents constituted a significant stride towards her objective. During a respite to visit the restroom, Fan Shui dispatched a message to Zhou Qiang, apprising her of Jane's parents' attitude towards Su Qian. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Chang's lips curled into a confident smile, her eyes brimming with self-assurance. Imitation jewelry could never rival genuine pearls, and Su Qian would ultimately prove inferior to her. The preceding online controversy had subsided, culminating in Zhou Chang's apology. Through the deployment of purchased online commentators to moderate the discourse, the matter had been effectively suppressed, with few now making reference to it. In this instance, Zhou Chang's actions epitomized a failed attempt at opportunism, with the dissemination of her video within the country representing an unforeseen contingency. At the outset, Zhou Qiang harbored suspicions towards Su Qian, yet subsequent investigations revealed that various circumstances were unrelated to her. Upon deeper contemplation, it became evident that Su Qian, lacking any familial background, possessed no such capability. When the deputy director of the program inquired about the feelings of the revived contestants, each was interviewed in turn until it was Zhou Chang's turn, at which point her eyes brimmed with tears. She expressed her determination to cherish this hard-won opportunity and vowed not to disappoint those who supported her once more. Other contestants, adhering to the guidance provided by the staff to limit their speeches to approximately 3 minutes, spoke accordingly. In contrast, Zhou Qiang spoke for over 10 minutes, pouring forth her emotions unabashedly. The other 3 contestants furrowed their brows, understanding that Zhou Qiang was attempting to garner the favor of online voters, as it was widely acknowledged that public votes held significant weight in the advancement process. After a journey of 3.5 hours, the bus departed from the main road and arrived at a rural guest house, with a long hall in the backyard served as the recording venue. At that moment, the competition had just concluded within the studio, with Su Qian securing first place. The eliminated contestants accepted their defeat gracefully. After all, contestant number 32 was undeniably formidable. Her designs were both exquisite and stable, and throughout several rounds of competition, many contestants recognized that they were simply not on the same level as contestant number 32. Once her designs were presented, there was no need for introduction. Most designers could already surmise who would claim the title of first place. Contestant number 32's designs were nothing short of flawless. From a professional fashion perspective, as well as from the audience's viewpoint, she managed to strike a perfect balance. While some designs showcased high fashion, they often lacked public understanding. However, contestant number 32's creations did not suffer from this issue. The beauty of her work was evident to all. Perhaps, in time, a designer from China will emerge, surpassing even Qian, or so mused the defeated contestant. Meanwhile, Su Qian, resting nearby, observed Zhou Qiang approaching the director to exchange